Lonnie Blackwell. Last name is Blackwell.
Good morning, Mr. Blackwell.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you currently do for a living?
Yep, so currently I'm employed by the Department of Homeland Security. I'm awaiting to go my training to become a special agent in about 2 months. I've been employed by them for about a month. Prior to that, I was a police officer for the Shelton Police Department for about 4 years.
When you were a police officer, did you have any training that you had to go through to become a police officer?
Yes, I attended the Milford Police Academy for about 8 months in 2021.
I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Were you working that day for the Shelton Police Department?
Yes, I was working the evening shift, 4 p.m. to midnight. I was on the patrol division at the time, so I was responsible for responding to calls that were in my area that was assigned to me.
Did you receive a 911 call that night to report to an area of Shelton?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so around 11:53 p.m. that night, dispatch reported that there was multiple stabbing victims at the address of 43 Laurel Glen Drive. I immediately responded to the area and arrived to the area of the scene in about 6 or 7 minutes. Yep, so when I initially was going to the call, I turned on to Adams Drive here and I drove up to the intersection of Laurel Glen and Adams. When I approached Laurel Glen, I could see from my cruiser that there was a large group of juveniles. At the time, I approximated maybe 30 juveniles right in front of the yard of 43 Laurel Glen. And I was flagged down at the corner of Adams and Laurel by a small group of female juveniles who waved me down and started pointing me towards the direction of where the incident occurred. So I exited my cruiser at the time and began jogging over to the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
What was the scene like?
Chaotic, as you can imagine, a large group of juveniles. Pandemonium, I would describe it as that, as best.
What time did you arrive there?
Right around midnight.
And what were the lighting conditions out that night?
It was dark, but I could clearly see, probably due to the mix of lights on the house, as well as a ton of the juveniles had phones out, lights from the phones, as well as my own flashlight, but everything I could see pretty clearly.
Again, is this 43 Laurel Glen where you arrived at 12 a.m. on the 15th of May of 22?
Yes.
And is this States 2 kind of show the area, what it was like, absent the individuals on the front lawn?
Yes.
And when you got to 43 Laurel Glen on the 15th, midnight, where did you respond? Can you tell us where you responded to in States 2?
Yes, so when I walked up on foot, I responded to this specific area of the grass area to the right of the house if you're looking at the front of the residence. And that's where a large majority of the juveniles were located, as well as the 4 victims that I later identified.
Red bush area here, is that the area that you responded to?
Yes.
And when you responded there, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you encountered at that point in time.
A few of the juveniles pointed me to the victims. So at first, within this area on the grass to the left, I identified 2 victims. One victim had a wound to his arm. He was responsive. He was standing. He was talking. Another victim was sitting upright on the grass, and I witnessed what appeared to be a stab wound to his torso area. He was still responsive at the time. And then I moved on to the right side of the grass area, where then I identified another victim with multiple stab wounds to his leg. At that time, I saw he was bleeding a lot out of the leg, and I applied a tourniquet to his left thigh area as high as I could. And then after applying that tourniquet, I moved on to the last victim that I identified as having a wound to his chest area and began providing medical attention as best I could.
With regards to the third individual that you applied a tourniquet, can you tell the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury why you did that?
Yes, so for my training in the police academy, for our medical training, we're taught if you have a wound and are bleeding a lot from an appendage and you're able to place a tourniquet, that can assist in stopping the bleeding. So that's why I placed it as high as I could on his left leg, where most of the wounds I saw were, to assist in stopping the bleeding.
And based on your training experience, based on what you saw the wounds to be like, what gave you that impression that the tourniquet was appropriate at that point in time?
First of all, because they were on an appendage and I witnessed a large amount of blood being lost from the wounds. So I was able to apply the tourniquet due to it being on the leg.
And you see there's like a blue t-shirt here, what appears to be blue clothing, pointing to the middle of State 6.
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is that the area that you responded to after you applied the tourniquet to the third individual? Is that where you found the 4th individual, around that area?
Yes, in that area.
And when you found the 4th individual in that area, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed when you got to that person.
Yes, so when I identified the 4th victim, I immediately recognized that he was blue in the face, which was indicating to me that he probably had lost a large amount of blood. And I did locate a wound to his chest area right near the heart, and did see a lot of blood coming from that wound. So at the time, I believe some other juveniles brought out rags or cloth or some sort, maybe a t-shirt, and me as well as them, we were assisting in just compressing the wound, just trying to stop the bleeding the best we could until EMS arrived.
Were you successful in stopping any of the bleeding before EMS arrived?
Partially, but from my observations, there was a lot of blood loss.
How long would you say it took for EMS to arrive after your arrival?
Approximately 10 minutes.
When you got there, did anybody else from the Shelton Police Department arrive on scene prior to EMS's arrival?
I believe Officer Nemhard, or right around the same time.
At the point where you and Nebhard were on scene, what were your responsibilities at that point?
First of all, to just secure the scene, make sure we identified all the victims, number one, and also if there were still suspects in the area or on scene, as well as in the house, which we had not cleared yet. So just a lot of moving parts and identifying what was going on.
After police responded to the scene and EMS finally responded 10 minutes later, did your responsibilities change at the scene?
No, at the time, I still assisted EMS in providing medical attention. Like I mentioned before, with whatever cloth or rag I was provided, I kept compressing on the wound while EMS then began doing compressions, as well as with the assistance of a neighbor, I believe.
During your time providing aid with EMS, how long would you say you stayed with the fourth individual?
Approximately 10 minutes.
And at some point after 10 minutes, what happened after that?
EMS then transported him.
And did you follow EMS to where they were transporting him?
I did not. I stayed on scene.
At some point in time, were the other individuals who were suffering from wounds transported to the hospital? Do you have?
Yes.
Did your responsibilities at that point change once those individuals left 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And what was your responsibility at that point?
At that point was to secure the rest of the scene and contain the large amount of juveniles that were there so then we can begin interviews.
And did you in fact begin interviews at the scene?
Yes, I did conduct a few interviews.
And the information that you received from those individuals, did you pass that information on to anybody?
Yes, it was all passed along to the Detective Bureau.
And did the Detective Bureau, based on your observations, respond to 43 Laurel Glen that night?
Yes.
And who responded to that scene at that time?
Detective Bango responded, as well as Lieutenant Kozlowski.
At that point in time, in May 15th of 2022, did you have body-worn camera?
No,
Why not?
they were not issued to us yet.
At some point in time later on in that year, was body-worn camera a requirement of all police departments?
Yes.
Was it a requirement of the Shelton Police Department on or about July 1?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not police department in fact had a body camera at that point in time?
I believe they had one body camera issued.
And do you know what, if anything, that body camera was used for in relation to any investigation?
I believe it was used to record some of the interviews.
And do you know, in fact, whether or not that body camera was used in this case?
I believe so.
How long would you say that you were on scene at 43 Laurel Glen conducting your witness interviews and securing the scene for?
Approximately three or 4 hours.
And at some point in time, did you leave the scene?
Yes, I went back to the headquarters to type my report.
Based on your witness interviews at 43 Laurel Glen, not telling us what they said, but were you able to identify or develop a suspect that you were looking for from those interviews?
Yes, we were able to develop a group of suspects that fled in a vehicle from the scene.
And were you able to develop and identify a vehicle that they were seen fleeing?
Yes, I believe it was identified as a Honda SUV.
And was that information passed along to the Detective Bureau as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Good morning, Officer Blackwell.
Morning.
Just want to go over your testimony here. You are currently training, but you haven't yet started with Department of Homeland Security. Is that true?
I'm employed right now. I'm awaiting to go to my training.
And where are you employed right now? Is that also with DHS?
Yes, with DHS.
But you are going to complete your training and then go on to do what exactly?
To be a Homeland Security investigator.
You told us that you arrived about midnight in response to a call from dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And you got to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. That's a house in the Shelton neighborhood that you've described there on that Exhibit 1 behind you, correct?
Yes.
And that is a neighborhood that is comprised of a few through roads and then a number of roads that end in cul-de-sac. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you familiar with this neighborhood yourself prior to going there?
To a degree, yes.
How were you familiar with it?
We switch assignments every day on areas that we patrol. So once or twice a week, I'd be assigned to that area.
You described that once you got to the scene, it was fairly well lit due to the vehicles that were there, people using their own flashlights, your flashlight, your
Yes.
car, correct?
Correct.
As you were driving there, is it well lit along that path from Adams?
On the road,
On the road.
I couldn't say I had headlights, obviously. I'm not super familiar with the street. There's street lights.
Would you say that it got lighter once you got to the scene than it was as you were driving there?
Yeah.
When you arrived, there were cars parked in the driveway.
Yes,
There were cars parked in the road, correct?
I believe so.
Both sides of the road, correct?
I believe so.
And you, in fact, didn't park there at the house. You parked some distance away and walked to the scene, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, did you notice that there were any signs of drinking?
Initially, no. When I initially, no.
When you say initially, no, at some point, though, you did come to see that there were signs of drinking having gone on at that location, correct?
Yes, later on.
And what signs of drinking did you encounter?
I believe there was alcohol bottles found.
Was that inside the house, outside the house?
Can't recall.
Red Solo cups, kegs, bottles of liquor? What are we talking about?
I can't recall exactly.
All of that, perhaps?
Possibly.
Were there any signs of any adults on scene?
Initially, no, but some adults did respond.
So when you initially arrived, do you think there were maybe 30 people there in the yard?
My best guess was about 30.
All juveniles?
Yes.
Do you think it's possible that there were in fact more than the 30 that you saw? Were others in the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
Possible. Yes.
You believe you witnessed approximately 30 people in the yard?
Yes.
All juveniles?
Yes.
You told us at that point you had not cleared the house, correct?
Correct.
Did there come a time when you did clear the house?
Yes.
And were there more people inside the house?
I believe so.
How many people would you say?
I could not tell you.
You told us that you began doing some interviews after you'd secured the scene, correct?
Correct.
What was the time that you started those interviews, do you think?
Approximately 12:45.
So about 45 minutes after you arrived on scene, you think?
Approximately.
And you told us that you spoke to, I believe, 3 different people on scene?
Possibly more. Correct. Yeah.
You only took interviews or statements from 3 of those, is that correct?
Yes.
But you may have spoken to more?
Yes.
You told us you came to learn some information that you passed along to the Detective Bureau, correct?
Correct.
And that was information regarding possible suspects, correct?
Correct.
And information regarding the vehicle that some folks claimed they were in, correct?
Correct.
Did you learn at any point of the existence of any video or recordings that people have made?
No, I was not aware.
Did you learn that any of the people that you had spoken to had been involved in fighting or attacking either Mr. Valle or any of the other folks that were there?
I learned there was a fight.
Did you learn that any of the folks that you spoke to were involved in that fight?
Yes.
When you were speaking with those individuals, did they show any signs of having been drinking?
Possibly.
Did you take any notes while you were doing your interviews or otherwise on the scene?
Yeah, I had a notepad as well as a written statement form.
When you cleared the house, did you notice any signs of drinking inside the house?
I do not recall.
In this photo that you're seeing here, there are cars parked on the street. You see those?
Yes,
Is that how it looked when you arrived on scene?
I believe so.
Did you take this photograph yourself?
No.
And you see that there's some tape there, correct?
Yes.
That's the tape that y'all used to secure the scene, right?
Yes.
See that same tape there, correct?
Correct.
Securing the scene.
Yes.
And those vehicles, those are the same vehicles that had been parked when you arrived the night before, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that those same vehicles are there in the parking, in the driveway?
As the previous picture,
As in the daylight picture that we just saw with the secure tape around it?
I would have to look side by side.
You see what I'm showing you right now is Exhibit 2, correct?
Correct.
You see those same vehicles there?
2 of them. Yes.
You can't see what was on the other side of those vehicles in the picture that was shown before, is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you see that tape behind those vehicles, correct?
Correct.
From your training and experience, that tape is meant to keep the scene as it is, correct?
Correct.
Did you use that tape to put that up yourself?
I do not believe I did.
See that same tape that's corralling off the yard, right?
Yes.
Because that was the scene of your investigation and you wanted to secure that, correct?
Correct.
No tape used in the street, would you agree?
I do not recall.
Did you ever use any tape to secure any of the vehicles that were parked there on the road on either side?
I did not.
You see any tape that's in the street?
Just on the basketball hoop.
Nothing in the street, however, correct?
No.
And would you agree, sir, that vehicles that had been there the night before are no longer there in this daytime picture?
Correct.
Officer Blackwell, fair to say you've been called here today to tell us about what you witnessed when you arrived on the scene, right?
Yes.
And you've done that to the best of your ability.
Yes.
But if what these jurors want to know is why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't really be of any help to them at all.
No.
Nothing further.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Michael Egan, Egan. My place of business is Echo Hose Ambulance, 100 Meadow Street, Shelton, Connecticut, 06484. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you currently do for a living?
I'm a paramedic with Echo Hose Ambulance in Shelton, Connecticut.
And did you have to go through any training to be a paramedic?
We did. It's a pretty extensive program. It's broken down by didactic, which is classroom, and then a clinical portion. My program was just under 2 years, approximately 1,800 to 2,000 hours.
As a paramedic, are you also an EMT?
You are. I was an EMT first, and then you start as an EMT, and then you can work your way up. And if you choose to go on further, you can become a paramedic.
And what's the difference between being an EMT and a paramedic?
So EMT is considered BLS, which is basic life support. Paramedic would be advanced life support, ALS. On the EMT level, they can do bleeding control, CPR, AED, assist patients with taking some medications, administer a very small amount of medications. Paramedics can do far more. We can go into cardiac monitoring, some invasive procedures. We have a lot larger range of medications that we're allowed to administer. Our scope is just a lot broader than EMTs.
You had mentioned AED with regards to EMTs. What is that?
So that's a defibrillator, an automatic defibrillator. That is where you would apply it to someone who's in cardiac arrest. It analyzes a rhythm and then will determine if the patient should be delivered a shock or not. The machine determines that, not the provider. And that's why EMTs don't have extensive cardiac training like paramedics do. So the machine will determine that for them, or a layperson or anybody who's using it.
And what would a paramedic do in an instance where an AED would be used?
A paramedic, they would be hooked up to their what's commonly referred to as a life pack or a monitor. And the paramedic would be interpreting that rhythm based off their knowledge versus the machine doing it. And the paramedic would make the decision to, if the rhythm had to be shocked or defibrillated, the paramedic would make that decision versus what the machine making that decision.
Now, were you working back on May 15th of 2020?
I was.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was an EMT at that time
And where were you an EMT?
at Echo Hose Ambulance in Shelton.
EMT, what does that stand for?
Emergency medical technician.
What shift were you working?
I was working 6 p.m. that night until 6 p.m. the next morning. I was on a 24-hour shift.
So you started on the 14th into the 15th,
The night of the incident is when I started at 6 p.m.
and you were slated to get off at 6 a.m. the next.
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Yeah,
today?
24. We call it a reverse 24 because you start later in the day.
Did you have an occasion to respond to a report of medical need at 43 Laurel?
I did.
And I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 1 behind you. Is that the area in which you responded?
That is, yes.
What time did you get there?
I believe the call was dispatched just before midnight, and we arrived a minute or two after midnight.
For all intents and purposes, you arrived there on the 15th of May.
Yes, sir.
When you got there, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of this jury what the scene was?
So when we arrived, the police were obviously there. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 units. I can't remember specifically. And there was a large group of people on the front lawn. We pulled just past the residents to leave room for additional ambulances because at that point we had been told there was multiple patients. We got out of the ambulance. We were encountered with a very large crowd. It was rather chaotic. People were screaming and yelling. We knew there was possibly four patients at that time, so we started our triage. We came across the first patient. In this picture, if you kind of see, there's a cluster of, looks like kind of garbage. That's right around where we found the first patient. That red tree right there, just in front and to the right of that red tree, we found our first patient. He was laying supine on his back. He was completely unresponsive. His breathing was spontaneous but erratic, which is not a good sign. He had a very weak pulse, which is another bad sign. And he did not look well. You look at someone that's very sick and determine they don't look well. So we do a rapid trauma scan, which is we check for any major bleeding. We did that. I remember his shorts were absolutely saturated in blood. And we found a puncture wound to his upper left abdomen, kind of his left lower chest area. So when we come across a wound like that, where there's suspected trauma, you apply what's called a chest seal. In the event that there is a punctured lung, it can help stop that lung from collapsing any further. So we applied that chest seal. At that point, we didn't see another major bleeding, so my partner broke off and continued to triage the rest of the patients. And when I went to reassess that patient that was laying there, we noted that he had stopped breathing at that point. I reassessed the pulse, and he had no pulse.
You mentioned triage. What is triage?
Triage is when you get onto a scene and you're overwhelmed by patients for the amount of resources you have immediately available. You have to determine who is in the worst shape and who could benefit most from the help. So if you come across someone that is in cardiac arrest and deceased and you have 4 other patients, you're not stopping to help that patient. Unfortunately, you're moving on to someone who can still be helped. Because if you stop to help that person, their odds are very slim. Now, someone else who had another chance to survive, their odds are going down because you're spending time on this person who really has no shot.
On the night in question, when you got there, is it safe to say, based on what you've told us so far, when you got there, you attended to the first patient that you saw?
We did, yep.
And that patient, based on your assessment, was still breathing and had a pulse?
Yeah, it was a very weak 30 pulse, and his respirations are very, very erratic, but they were spontaneous, so he was still breathing technically. Yes.
And when you applied the chest seal, I think you said, what, if anything, did that do for the patient?
I don't believe it did much because when we went to reassess him right after that, he was in cardiac arrest. I don't think it did anything.
When he went into cardiac arrest, what, if anything, did you do next?
When someone goes into cardiac arrest, we immediately apply the AED. The AED will analyze a rhythm. While we're setting up the AED, we'll start CPR. But in a witness arrest, you want to get AED on as quick as possible. The witness arrest meaning he went into cardiac arrest right in front of us because odds are he's probably in a rhythm that can be shocked. So we started CPR. I had 2 bystanders there. One said she was a nurse. One said he was a neighbor that was trained in CPR. Because at this point, my partner was triaging the rest of the patients. So I directed them to start CPR. We applied the AED. You step back and the AED analyzes. It told us that there was no shock advised. And then we retrieved a BVM, which is a bag valve mask. It's called bagging. We applied it to him and we began delivering respirations and CPR in 2-minute cycles.
No shock advised. What does that mean?
So the AED will analyze a number of heart rhythms, but there's only 2 rhythms that you can shock. ventricular tachycardia and ventricular fibrillation. And the AED will only deliver a defibrillation. I'm sorry, fibrillation. I meant to say fibrillation. Atrial fibrillation and ventricular tachycardia. Sorry. Ventricular tachycardia and, sorry, I'm drawing a blank. VFib, ventricular fibrillation. Sorry. Those are the only two rhythms that can have a defibrillation delivered to them. So the AED won't deliver a shock to anything else besides that. So when it says no shock advised, it means it wasn't in one of those rhythms. I can't tell you what rhythm it was. It doesn't tell you what it was. It just means it wasn't one of those.
Okay. So when you applied the AED, you received that information. What, if anything, what steps did you take to continue to render aid to that individual?
Sure. So we insert an OPA, which is a small piece of plastic that's curved that helps keep the tongue forward to help deliver ventilations a little more effectively. And then we do CPR at a rate of 30 compressions to 2 ventilations. And we do that in 2-minute cycles. And the AED will count down and it will tell you to stand clear and analyze. We'll analyze, tell you if there's a shock advised, no shock advised. And then you just continue doing that in 2-minute cycles.
What was the scene like around you when this was going on? Do you recall what the scene was like, or were you completely?
Yeah, pretty chaotic. There was quite a few people that were screaming, a lot of people in distress. I remember it was dark. One of the police officers was providing light to us with a flashlight, but even then that wasn't like there 100% of the time. So it was fairly chaotic.
Was it so dark where you couldn't see what you were doing in front of you?
No, I could see what I was doing, but it was dark, but I wouldn't say it was like pitch black where I couldn't see anything. I believe I feel as though there was light coming from the house as well. We have scene lights on the side of our ambulance that we turn on as well, that are kind of like floodlights that provide light. In this case, the ambulance was fairly close to where we were working on this patient.
With regards to stage 5, can you tell where you were working on the patient you just testified to?
Yeah, so there's a cluster of looks like white garbage. Yeah, right there. I'd say it was right in that area because that looks like the remnants of kind of what we leave behind sometimes in emergent situations. A lot of the wrappers of things that we use.
You said you were an EMT back on May 15th of 2022.
Yes.
Did a paramedic arrive to the scene at some point?
He did. I would say just over 5 minutes, anywhere in the 5 to 10 minute range. A paramedic arrived at that point. Our primary paramedics were from a service called VEMS, Valley EMS, and they are out of Seymour. Anytime that there's a call that is considered advanced life support, they will also come in addition to us.
Do you know the name of that individual then?
Jeff McKee.
When Jeff responded to the scene, did he take over care of that patient?
He did. We give a short handoff report of what we encountered, what we've done. He assumes primary patient care.
When you handed off care to Mr. McKee, what, if anything, did you do or did you observe at that point in time?
At that point, I believe we did not spend much time working on him there. We moved him onto the stretcher. We moved the stretcher into the ambulance, and then we started transporting a short time later.
And what were your responsibilities with regards to transport?
During transport, I was driving.
Did you go to the hospital?
Driving, I did, yes.
Okay, and what hospital did you go to?
Bridgeport.
And who was in the ambulance with you while you were driving?
It was Jeff McKee and my partner,
And who was your partner?
Sophia Kaiser.
How long would you say it took to get from 43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital?
I can't recall the exact time. I don't want to guess. I can't give you, it's hard for me to give you a number on that.
When you were driving from 43 Laurel Glen over to Bridgeport Hospital, does the ambulance you were driving, does it have lights and sirens on it?
Yes.
Did you in fact initiate the lights
We
and
did, yeah.
sirens? When you get to the hospital, what's the protocol for handing off?
Yeah, so generally at Bridgeport Hospital, we touch base with what's called the EMS triage nurse. She'll check the patient in. You give a handoff report to them, and then they'll assign the patient depending on the acuity of that. In calls like this, we do what's called a radio patch, where you call into the hospital ahead of time and let them know what you're coming in with, and you try to impress on them the seriousness of the situation. So when that happens, a lot of the times you won't stop at EMS triage. You'll bypass them and go directly to the trauma room where the trauma team will be waiting.
And that happened in this case?
It happened in this case, yes.
And once you handed off the patient to the hospital at that point, what, if anything, did you do in relation to this?
At that point, I just removed the stretcher from the trauma room. We go back to the ambulance and we begin to decon so we can get back in service for if there's any additional calls coming in.
Attorney Smith?
Good morning. How are
Good morning, sir. I'm good. How are you?
You talk a little quick, Mr.
I'm
Egan.
sorry. Yeah, I tend to do that.
And so I'm going to maybe ask you to just slow down a little bit
I'll do
for
my
us. I just
best.
want to go over it. You used a term right there at the end, which I was unfamiliar with. Maybe the jurors are unfamiliar with as well. You said after you took the stretcher out and went back to
Decontaminate.
You were telling us, Mr. Egan, that you arrived on scene and it was chaotic, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you said people were screaming, correct?
Mhm.
yelling obscenities, correct? And in fact, yelling obscenities at you and your crew member, Ms.
Yep.
Kaiser, correct?
Yeah, it happens frequently.
You said that the crowd was difficult to part to get to the patients. Ultimately, however, you did get to the patients.
We
correct?
did.
And you said one of the patients was standing and able to talk.
I didn't write that in there. I believe Sophia might have written a addendum after she went and triaged, but I did not encounter any standing patients.
You didn't encounter anything. You
No.
encountered one person who was laying down on the grass, correct?
Yes.
And then you rendered some aid to a person that you indicated or believed was the most in need of your care. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, he was the first one he came across. So we do a rapid scan. After we did the rapid scan, applied that chest seal, my partner moved on to assess the rest of them. And then I began working doing the AED CPR.
Any indication that these yelling, screaming folks had been drinking?
I did not witness any alcohol, so I can't comment on that.
Did you feel threatened at all?
I didn't feel threatened, no. I didn't feel the obscenities were being yelled like at us in a violent method. It was more like, hurry the blank up, he's blanking dying, things like that.
And yet they were still difficult to part for you to get to the patient?
Yeah, because it was very chaotic. So situations like this, people tend to move in on the patients. So you have to be like, hey, excuse me, move out of the way, give us some room.
You mentioned that you parked up to the right of where that bush is on the
Yeah.
exhibit that you were shown. There were cars parked along the roadway.
I can't remember if there were cars parked like directly in front of the house or where they were, to be honest.
Do you recall whether or not there were cars parked in the driveway?
I do not recall, no.
You were solely focused on trying to get to the patient.
Yes.
himself. And when you got to this patient that you have described to us rendering a lot of aid to, you noticed that there was a puncture wound to the left lower chest, correct?
Yeah, left lower chest or upper abdomen, right in that area.
That was the only wound that you saw on this individual that you were treating?
That's the only one I observed at that time, yes.
And you described that it was rather dark in the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that an officer may have been providing some light to you.
I remember there being a flashlight at one point, but it wasn't consistent the entire time.
You also had a light you described to us that was on your vehicle itself, correct?
The scene lights, yeah.
The scene lights.
Yep.
Those, however, didn't provide a ton of light. Is that fair to say?
No, yeah, it's not adequate by any means to completely light the scene up, no.
And this night was also rainy and misty, was it not?
I don't remember the weather, to be honest with you.
Do you recall whether or not the grass was wet where you were?
I do not.
Do you recall, you said you were the driver, correct?
I was, yep.
Do you recall whether or not you had your wipers on as you were driving to the scene?
I don't recall.
And then you described for us rendering aid. At some point, you were joined by Jeff McKee, correct?
Yes.
You handed off to him. Did he stay in the vehicle with you as you drove to Bridgeport Hospital?
Like, did he stay in the ambulance with us?
Yes.
Yeah, he was in the back working on the patient.
So in this vehicle was you, the patient, Ms. Kaiser, and Mr. McKee, correct?
Yes.
And sir, you've been called here today to tell us what you witnessed when you responded to the scene.
Yes.
You've done that to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
But if what these jurors are interested in is why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't really be of any help to these jurors.
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Please watch your step.
Jeffrey McKee, he is last name, and Valley Emergency Medical Services, 764 Derby Avenue in Seymour, Connecticut.
Can you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
So I'm a paramedic providing advanced life support. I've been working with Valley Emergency Medical Services for a little over 4 years. And prior to that, I was the EMT for about 10 and a combat medic in the Connecticut National Guard.
Did you have to go through any training or education to be a paramedic?
I did. I went through just about 18 months worth of didactic and skills training, as well as clinical at Capital Community College to obtain my paramedic license.
And what's the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
So an EMT does what's called basic life support, where they can perform CPR, administer oxygen, basic medications, and do very basic assessments of patients.
And what is a paramedic do?
As a paramedic, we're a more advanced level of care where we can initiate IVs, we can intubate, provide advanced airways, and give a bunch of medications that we're trying to give.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
I've been a paramedic for just over 6 years.
And I want to direct your attention to May 15th of 2022. Were you working that day?
I was,
In what capacity?
as a paramedic.
And did you have an occasion to respond to 43 Laurel Glen on that day?
I did.
Okay, and I want to direct your attention to states 1, where that red mark is right behind you on that exhibit right behind you. Is that the home, the residence that you responded to on that night?
Yes.
Now, what time did you say you arrived to the scene?
I arrived at the scene shortly after midnight.
And what was the information that you had in relation to responding to that scene at that night?
I was dispatched for a possible assault with possibly multiple victims on a priority 1 as the first incoming paramedic from out of town.
And what does priority 1 mean?
So it means lights and sirens.
And why would you put on lights and sirens?
It was reported as a critical call that required a paramedic or advanced life support to respond.
So what time would you say you arrived there?
I believe it was shortly after 20 after midnight, somewhere in that time frame.
And when you got there, I want to direct your attention to stage 5. Stage 5, it's on your screen there. Is this the area that you responded to at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
And when you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you can, in stage 5, where you responded to? What did you do when you got there?
So upon arrival, there was a lot of individuals on scene as well as police and care providers. I was directed to the patient that was on the lawn, sort of where all the trash is to the right of that red bush.
When you got there, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed?
So upon arrival, I observed a chaotic scene with a lot of younger individuals crying, screaming, upset, and I observed the Shelton ambulance on scene with a patient in the grass there performing CPR with a bystander as well as PD officers around. And that's the patient I was directed to. I know there was another paramedic on scene who had triaged, and that's the patient, my most critical patient I was directed.
Were you aware that there were other patients at the scene?
I was told there was en route to the scene, and there were providers on scene that directed me to the patient that was in the front lawn that you mentioned right there.
Okay, and when you got to that patient, can you tell us what care, if any, you provided to that patient?
I got the report from the EMT that was performing CPR on the patient, and he had placed an AED and an oral airway in the patient upon finding out that the patient was pulseless. So I had them continue CPR and connected them to my cardiac monitor via the AED pads that were previously placed. Did a brief pause, checked for a pulse, checked for breathing on the patient, as well as checked the initial heart rhythm, which was asystole. Upon doing that and determining there was no pulse and no breathing, directed CPR to be continued, as well as ventilation with oxygen.
What is asystole?
Asystole is essentially flatline, where there's no cardiac electrical activity originating on top of the heart or in the heart whatsoever.
When you got to the scene, what did you observe about the patient outside of your assessment of the patient medically? What did you observe about the patient?
The patient was a young male in his teens. The patient appeared to be in good shape, healthy.
Did you observe any wounds on the patient?
I did. I observed a small puncture wound right under the patient's left nipple in the area of the chest with a chest seal that was placed on there prior to my arrival.
Was there any active bleeding at that point?
There was bleeding in and around the site. The chest seal was doing a decent job of controlling that bleeding, and there was direct pressure being held on that upon my arrival.
When you assessed the patient at that point in time, and you said they were in asystole,
Yes.
what steps did you take at that point when you determined that CPR should continue and there was a flatline?
So at that point, I continued my trauma assessment on the patient to determine if there were any other wounds or hemorrhage that needed to be stopped, while the EMT partner and the other provider provided quality CPR to the patient. And then if there was any additional bleeding that needed to be rectified before moving the patient.
How long would you say that you were on the scene providing medical care to that patient when you got there?
No more than 15 minutes from the time I made patient contact to getting the patient in the back of the ambulance and starting transport.
Did you determine that the patient needed to be transported to the hospital?
I did.
Why did you determine?
I determined that because upon arrival of the first responders, they said the patient still had a pulse, a palpable pulse, and just prior to my arrival that had been lost. So it's technically what's called a witnessed arrest, which a provider witnessed the cardiac arrest. So there's still a chance for us to provide life-saving measures, and that's what I did.
And at some point, you transported the individual to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do between the time you placed them on a backboard, put them in the back of the ambulance and transported them to the hospital? What life-saving measures, can you explain what you did at that point?
So once we got the patient off of where they were found into the back of the ambulance, I noticed that the chest seal was not holding well. So I replaced that to stem the continued bleeding. CPR continued. I attempted to get IV access on the patient. However, his vasculature did not support IV access, which I went to what's called an intraosseous infusion, which is a drill through the tibial tuberosity on the left leg, where you can infuse medications, fluid directly into the bone marrow.
You're in the back of the ambulance. Who's driving?
So one of the EMTs was driving to the hospital.
And you tried to administer medication in the patient's veins?
And through the intraosseous infusion.
No, why did you do that? Why did you do an intraosseous? Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, so I did an intraosseous infusion because the patient did not have veins or vasculature that was apparent to me, either due to hypovolemia, which is lack of fluid or blood, and or poor vasculature. So in an emergency situation like that, the next choice is to do an intraosseous infusion in through the bone marrow.
Okay, and how do you do that? Can you just explain that to the jury?
So it is a needle attached to a drill, and you use the drill to drill through the outer layer of bone in the select spot. And once it is through that first layer of bone, you stop and you're able to flush into the bone marrow with fluid or medication.
And why is that? Why are you trained to do it that way?
So we're trained to do that way in the instances that you cannot get an IV and that there's no vasculature available to obtain an IV while still being able to provide care, to provide emergency care.
And when you provide medicine in that manner, does it get into the body faster?
It does. So it travels through the bone marrow directly into the heart and then to the rest of the body once it's pumped through the vasculature.
And you did that in this case?
Yes.
And what medication did you provide the patient at this
I
point?
provided epinephrine, which is our standard advanced cardiac life support drug to try to resuscitate a patient that's in cardiac arrest.
And in this particular instance, after you applied that epinephrine, was it successful in reviving a type of heart?
It was not.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you continued to do on the ride from 43 Laurel Glen to the hospital?
Absolutely. On the transport down, I continued to give epinephrine every 3 to 5 minutes, with a total of 4 doses to try to restart the patient's heart. I also continued CPR on the way down, and when the chest seal was no longer effective, applied a pressure dressing, which stemmed the bleeding that was continuing and stopped the bleeding with that. I also intubated the patient to get a definitive airway, which was confirmed on my cardiac monitor and listening to it as well. So ventilation while after being intubated, as well as CPR continued, as well as a normal saline drip to try to put some volume back into the patient.
When you initially got to the scene and you assessed the patient, did the patient have a pulse on the scene when you saw?
No. When I got to the patient, they did not.
From the time you left 43 Laurel Glen to the time you got to Bridgeport Hospital, did you assess the patient for a pulse during that period of time?
I did. Every 2 minutes I assessed for a pulse. I also assessed for any cardiac rhythm or activity on my cardiac monitor, which the patient remained in asystole throughout the transport at that every 2-minute interval.
How long would you say, if you can recall, the ride to the hospital was from 43 Laurel Glen to Bridgeport Hospital?
It felt to be between 15 and 20 minutes.
At some point in time, did you arrive at Bridgeport Hospital?
We did.
And can you explain what happened when you arrived at Bridgeport Hospital?
So when we arrived just prior, I had given a trauma alert patch to the hospital, advising them what I had found on scene, what interventions I had done on the way down, and what to expect when we arrived. When I got there, CPR continued into the emergency department. We rolled into the trauma room and CPR continued throughout that process. I had the attending doctor and the respiratory therapist confirm my intubation and my tube placement, that it was accurate. And I gave a report to the attending physician and nurses that were there. And then the patient was moved over to the hospital bed and the staff continued their resuscitation process.
And at the time that you handed the patient off to the hospital, at that moment, did you do any final assessment as to any type of pulse or activity with regards to
I did. Just prior to bringing them into the ED, I did final pulse, breathing, and cardiac rhythm check. The patient remained in asystole, remained pulseless, and remained not breathing. So we continued CPR from the ambulance in through the ED with the ED staff taking over CPR.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Attorney Smith, any redirect? Any cross?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKee. Just want to go over what you've told us here and make sure I got this correct. When you responded to the scene, you encountered a chaotic scene. Is that fair
Yes.
to say? People screaming?
Yes, crying, yes.
And did you have any trouble getting to the patient?
I did not.
Path was cleared for you at that point?
Yes,
You were directed to this patient by other responders that were already on the scene?
yes,
You told us that you did an initial trauma assessment, correct?
yes,
That included trying to find whether or not there were any other wounds, correct?
correct.
You didn't find any other wounds, did
I
you?
did not.
You also looked for other bleeding, correct?
Yes,
Didn't find any other bleeding, correct? You looked for other trauma, is that fair to say?
yes,
And you didn't discover any other trauma?
No.
Just what you've noted as being a small wound, one small puncture wound to his chest under the nipple, I believe, correct?
correct.
Did you see any signs of alcohol or drinking when you got to the scene?
I did not notice.
Do you recall the conditions that evening? Was it rainy, misty?
It was misty, the roads were damp.
The grass itself, do you recall whether or not the grass was wet?
It was damp.
That caused you to slip or anything while you were setting up?
No.
And then you described for us the level of support that you gave to the patient, correct?
Yes,
And that, I believe you told us, at some point you determined that he needed transport, correct?
Correct.
And you determined he needed transport because it was what you described as a witnessed arrest, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the people who had responded to the scene had gotten some indication of a pulse, correct?
Yes.
And some heart activity, correct?
Yes.
And however, by the time you arrived, there was this witnessed arrest, which meant that there was still a chance to provide life-saving measures, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you determined it was time to take this patient, transport him to Bridgeport Hospital, correct?
That is why.
Which you did, and then you transferred care once you were there over to the attending physicians,
I
correct?
did.
And so, Mr. McKee, you've been brought here today, fair to say, to tell us what you witnessed and observed when you arrived on the scene.
Correct.
But if this jury was interested in knowing why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you wouldn't be able to help them at all, would you?
I would not.
Thank you.
Does the state have any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you may talk to
Thank you.
you. Thank you.
James Gill, Gill, 11 Shuttle Road, Farmington, Connecticut.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gill. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Dr. Gill, where do you currently work?
I work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Farmington
And for how long have you been with the Office of Chief Medical Examiner?
since July of 2013.
What is your current position with that office?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Connecticut
And how long have you been in that position?
since July of 2013.
Please tell members of the jury what your educational background is, as well as the experience that qualifies you to have the position that you hold.
I received a degree in biology from MIT, followed by my medical school at the University of Connecticut. I did an internship in medicine in Vermont, followed by my pathology training at Yale. I did a fellowship in cancer pathology at Memorial Sloan Kettering, and then a fellowship in forensic pathology at the New York City Medical Examiner's Office. I'm board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology and licensed to practice medicine in Connecticut and New York.
What are your duties as a Chief Medical Examiner?
I have administrative duties as well as investigative duties. So I am kind of the commissioner of the agency, but I also do medical legal death investigations. So that includes performing autopsies and certifying deaths.
Please explain generally what the term pathology entails.
So pathology is that area of medicine that deals with the laboratory aspects of the body. So things that can go wrong with the body. And typical pathologists usually work in the hospital and they'll examine different tissue samples from the operating room and so forth to determine if there's cancer or what have you.
And is there a difference between pathology and forensic pathology? And if there is, what is that difference?
Yes, so forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology that requires additional training, and it's that specialty that deals with the investigation of sudden, suspicious, or unnatural deaths. So deaths that are related to trauma, injuries, intoxications, things like that.
And up to date, if you can approximate how many post-mortem examinations you have conducted.
I've performed over 4,000 autopsies and many thousands more of examinations of bodies.
Do you primarily oversee the autopsies of other members of your office, or do you conduct that independently?
I do both. Yesterday I did 2 autopsies yesterday, but I also oversee the office.
In your career, have you conducted or overseen autopsies or examinations where the cause of death was a stab wound?
Yes,
Can you approximate how many times?
many, many dozens of times, both homicidal as well as suicidal self-inflicted injuries.
Prior to today, have you testified in court on the field of forensic pathology?
Yes,
Prior to you coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to review any records from your office to prepare for your testimony?
yes,
Did you review the postmortem report that was prepared for this case?
yes, I did.
And did you review any additional reports that may have been part of that postmortem report?
Yes,
And which reports would that be?
those would include the toxicology report and some other laboratory and investigative reports.
Do you have the opportunity to review any photographs with relation to this case?
Yes,
And are photographs always taken during postmortem examinations?
it's a routine part of a forensic postmortem examination.
And what's the reason for that?
It's to document findings as well as sometimes the absence of findings, so other people can look at it and evaluate it as well.
Now, did you personally perform the autopsy on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
No, I did not.
And to your knowledge, who performed the autopsy?
It was Dr. Jones.
To your knowledge, what position did Dr. Jones hold with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
She was I believe, an assistant medical examiner. She was in her training year as a forensic pathology fellow.
And were you present and overseeing Dr. Jones when she performed that postmortem examination?
Yes, I was.
Why the oversight?
Because she's still in training, and so we supervise them, kind of work side by side with them so they can learn forensic pathology.
And to your knowledge, is Dr. Jones still employed by your office?
No, she's not.
And do you recall what date Dr. Jones performed that postmortem examination?
I'd want to look at the report just to refresh my memory, but it was May 15th, 2022.
To your knowledge, where was that examination conducted?
At the office in Farmington.
How do you know that?
I was there, and there's a record in the autopsy report describing the location and the time and the place.
To your knowledge, who prepared this particular document?
Dr. Jones prepared the autopsy report, and the toxicology report was prepared by the laboratory, and she also prepared the lab request form.
Was that report made at or near the time the autopsy on James Thomas McGrath was performed?
Yes.
Dr. Gill, who was also present at the postmortem examination in addition to you and Dr. Jones?
Dr. Vincent, one of our medical examiners.
And in addition to members of your office being present, do you recall if anyone else was present during that postmortem examination?
I don't recall anyone else being present.
Is it typical for members of the police department to come in and view the autopsy?
Usually, yes. It depends upon the type of death and the case and so forth, but it's not unusual for police or investigators to attend the autopsy.
If someone from the Shelton Police Department were present, would that be noted in that report?
It may or may not. Some doctors don't always include the police who are present or not.
Prior to the examination being done on James McGrath, did you or any of your coworkers have any knowledge of what the extent of the injuries were?
Yes.
And where did you get that information from?
The death was called into our office from the hospital, and so we get preliminary information from the hospital.
And looking at State's Exhibit number 10, how old was James Thomas McGrath at his time of death?
He was 17 years of age.
To your knowledge, do you know where James Thomas McGrath was pronounced dead?
Bridgeport Hospital.
To your knowledge, were any operations or procedures conducted on James McGrath prior to his arrival at the examiner's office?
Yes,
And how do you know this?
from the autopsy report.
How was the body of James Thomas McGrath transported or brought to the office of the chief medical examiner's office?
We have a transport team that will pick up remains at the hospital and bring them to our office.
Typically, and in this case as well, do you recall how the body was brought in?
The body was brought with resuscitative equipment still with the body in a body bag.
And was there an ME case number assigned to this examination?
Yes.
And referring to exhibit number 10, can you recall or can you tell the members of the jury what that ME case number is?
Yes. It's 22-10921.
And what is the significance of that ME case number?
So 22 is the year, and then we give each death that's reported to our office a unique sequential number. So it's a unique number for Mr. McGrath.
Generally, what goes on in a postmortem examination? If you could give details as to what conducted.
It depends a little bit on the type of death, but generally in a case like this, we would do x-rays of the body, and then we would do what's called the external examination, where we look at the outside of the body, looking for identifying features, color of the eyes, length of hair, any evidence of injury or medical treatment. And we would take photographs, and then we would do the internal examination, where we make a Y-shaped incision and examine the internal organs to determine largely why the person died.
I'm going to direct your attention to States 10, where it says external examination. What is the purpose of that section?
That, again, is to document the different physical characteristics of the body, color of the eyes, scars, tattoos, things like that.
And where it says under postmortem changes, what does that paragraph indicate? This is page 2 of 5.
So that's where we would describe any changes that we see occurring after death, like rigor mortis, stiffening of the body temperature, lividity, the settling of the blood, change in color of the body after death.
And as indicated before, you said that there was some medical intervention that was done. And looking at States 10, can you please explain what was done or what was present on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
He was received with a breathing tube in his airway, as well as 2 intravenous type catheters actually in the bone on both lower legs.
And is that what is referred to as therapeutic interventions on States 10?
Correct.
Under where it says injuries, external and internal, what evidence of injury was present on the body?
There was evidence of both sharp injury and blunt injury. So sharp injuries are injuries that are caused by sharp objects like a knife, a piece of glass, and you can either have a stab injury or a cut injury. The difference is that stab wounds are deeper into the body than they are long on the skin, while a cut or an incised wound is longer on the skin than it is deep in the body. Blunt injuries are different types of injuries. Those are injuries caused by blunt force, where a person may fall down and bruise their knee or what have you. We call those contusions. So he had some bruises as well on different parts of his body that were just very superficial.
So in addition to those superficial bruising you had indicated, was there also a stab wound found on the body of James Thomas McGrath?
Yes.
And where was that stab wound located?
The stab wound was on the left chest below the left nipple.
Can you either read or explain the directions? Within the exhibit, it indicates the directions are stated with reference to the standard anatomical planes with the body measured in the horizontal position. What does that refer to?
So we don't know what position the person was in when they were stabbed. So we always give the directions in the anatomical position, which means standing straight up with your arms at your side. So we all have the same planes of reference. So for example, in this instance, the stab wound was going from the front of his body towards the back of his body, and it was going from the left of his body towards the right of his body, and then slightly upward in his body.
Referring again to states 10 under injuries, external and internal, the last sentence of that paragraph indicates the injuries were labeled A through C for descriptive purposes only. What is the purpose of that?
There were bruises and there was a stab wound. There's no way for us to tell the sequence, which came first, which came second.
Under where it says A, stab wound of torso, can you please read what that paragraph says out loud to the jury?
So a stab wound is centered at 21 7/8 of an inch from the top of the head and 5 1/4 inches left of the anterior midline. It's oriented obliquely, which means kind of at an angle, with a sharp edge angled to the upper left and a blunt edge directed down and to the right. It is 1 1/16 of an inch long, slit-like perforation on the surface of the skin without natural skin tension. After penetrating the skin and the muscle, the knife proceeded through the left 6 to 7 intercostal space between the ribs and perforated the pericardial sac and the left ventricle of the heart. There was approximately 750 milliliters of clotted blood in the pericardial sac around the heart and approximately 1.8 liters of liquid and clotted blood in the left pleural cavity, which is the left chest cavity. And then the direction of the penetration is front to back, left to right, and slightly upward. In the estimated depth, that's how deep the stab wound was, the estimated depth of this penetration is approximately 2.5 to 3.5 inches depth.
What is that intercostal space notation?
That's a term for between the ribs. So it went in the muscle part between the two ribs.
What would be there? Is it tissue? Is it?
It's muscular and soft tissue.
And again, you indicated the pericardial sac and left ventricle. What does that refer to?
So the pericardial sac is the sac that the heart is enclosed in, and the left ventricle is the left side of the heart, the pumping chamber of the heart that pumps the blood to the rest of the body. So it's going to pump out through the aorta to the rest of the body. And there was a stab wound. The stab wound went through the wall of that left ventricle of the heart.
That next paragraph, there's approximately 75 milliliters of clotted blood in the pericardial sac. Is that normal to have that? What caused that? If you can explain that.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any blood in the pericardial sac. So that was blood from that stab wound, from the blood first going into the pericardial sac and then continuing into the left chest cavity.
Where it indicates that the direction of the penetration is from front to back, left to right, and slightly upward. How are you able to tell that?
We do a dissection during the autopsy where we kind of go in layer by layer and we follow the track, the path of the knife, and we can then see the direction that it followed.
Under where it says B, blunt impact injuries of torso, where it indicates that there was a 3/4 greenish brown contusion of the inframammary right chest. What does that indicate?
That means that there was a bruise on the right chest below the right nipple, and it seemed to have some age to it. It didn't look that fresh.
And how do you know about the age? How would we be able to tell the age?
Because of the green-brown color change.
Where it says C, blunt impact injury of extremities. It references some injuries there indicating a brown contusion, green brownish contusions, and red purple contusions. What does that indicate, that paragraph?
There are scattered bruises. Some of them, they're of different ages. Some of them are more recent and some appear older.
What is the purpose of documenting such injuries?
It's just part of a routine part of an autopsy to document all the injuries. You never know when a particular injury may be important for an investigation.
So you'd indicated earlier that in addition to an external examination, there was also an internal examination done on the body of James Thomas McGrath. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what parts of the body were subject to that internal examination?
All of the internal organs of the chest and the abdomen, as well as the head. So the brain, the heart, the lungs, liver, kidneys, all of those were examined.
What is the purpose of doing an internal examination to all of those various parts of the body if it's, I don't want to say pretty obvious, but if it looks to you where that injury might be, why do everything else?
It's just being thorough and looking for other maybe natural disease that could have contributed to death. We also want to collect various tissue samples for further testing. And so it's again, part of a kind of a routine autopsy.
Directing your attention again to states 10, page 305, where it says cardiovascular system. What does that paragraph mean in layman's terms?
So that's describing the heart, the valves, the blood vessels, and he had, other than the stab wound, he had a normal heart. He was a normal, healthy person.
So would it be safe to say that in that section, there would not be any indication regarding the injuries done to the heart?
Correct. We include the injuries in a separate section. So the internal exam is really just the kind of the natural, normal descriptions.
Dr. Gill, what is this photograph?
This is a full body photograph of Mr. McGrath showing how we received him at the medical examiner's office.
And that placard that's placed above the body, what does that number refer to?
That's his unique case number.
And from looking at states, I believe this is states 11, do you see anything in this photograph that would depict any kind of, as you indicated earlier, the therapeutic services that was done on Mr. McGrath at the hospital?
Yes.
You'll identify those areas to members of the jury.
You can see the breathing tube coming out of his mouth and his lower legs. There are these two are called intraosseous catheters in both legs. And then there's some gauze pad over the left chest.
Referring to states 11, the lower left-hand area of the exhibit, there is a tag which is on the body of James McGrath's toe. What is that tag?
That's how it's identification toe tag.
Showing you what's been marked as states 12. Dr. Gill, photograph of.
This is a face shot of Mr. McGrath.
And that placard that again is depicted there, is that the same number that we saw in states 11?
Correct. This is the face and upper torso of Mr. McGrath, and it shows the stab wound under that left nipple. You can see that red line is the stab wound.
Dr. Gill, there is some reddish purplish bruising that appears around the neck area of the body of James McGrath. What is that?
That's called livor mortis. That's a change that occurs after death from blood settling in those areas.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a close-up photograph of the stab wound. So this is also a photograph of the stab wound showing the skin, which is less relaxed. So the skin has a natural elasticity to it. And depending upon how the sharp injury is in the skin, sometimes it can cause the wound to gape open. In that first picture, we saw that gaping wound. This is kind of pushing the skin back together, relieving that natural skin tension so you can get a better look at the actual stab wound. So this is after the skin of the chest has been reflected to the side, and we're looking at the chest wall, and just above the label, there's some bleeding there. That's where the knife went through that intercostal space. Yeah, there looks like there's some disrupted muscle there. It's difficult to make out. This is showing the heart. Well, it's still in the body, kind of oval red lesion. That's the stab wound of the left ventricle of the heart. So the pericardial sac has been opened, and we're looking at the heart inside the sac now. This is showing the pericardial sac before it's been opened up. So you can see a little bit of pink lung at the top there. And then that hole kind of right in the center, that's where the knife went through the pericardial sac. So this is a photograph of just the heart. And you can see kind of below the yellow, the fatty tissue, there's this darker red area. That's the actual stab wound that went into the left ventricle of the heart.
Dr. Gill, based on your training and experience in the field of forensic pathology, with respect to the stab wound to the torso, perforating the heart, what effect would you expect such an injury to have on a person's ability to survive?
Well, it would not be immediately incapacitating. The person would still remain conscious for a period of time until they've lost enough blood and the heart can no longer maintain the blood pressure. Then they would lose consciousness. And again, if the heart and the circulation isn't restarted, they would die.
Were any samples or specimens collected during the post-mortem examination and submitted for laboratory analysis?
Yes.
And do you recall what specimens were collected?
There were several specimens collected for toxicology, including blood, vitreous fluid from the eye. We usually collect liver as well, and urine.
What tests were conducted on the blood of the body that was?
So we did our kind of routine toxicology testing, which includes alcohol and all the common drugs of misuse, as well as other medications and so forth.
Page 5, what does it read under the heading toxicology?
So it gives the positive findings that were detected in the blood and the vitreous fluid from the eye.
directing your attention to page 2 out of 3 of the toxicology report. Do you recall or can you read what the blood alcohol content or BAC of the body of said James Thomas McGrath was?
Yes,
And what was that?
it was 0.2 gram percent or gram 100 per 100 milliliters.
Referring again to states 10, the very first page of that exhibit where it says final diagnosis. Please read what it says.
A stab wound of torso with perforation of heart, a hemothorax, approximately 1.8 liters. That's blood in the chest cavity. And then hemopericardium, that's blood in the pericardial sac, approximately 75 milliliters. And then superficial blunt impact injuries of the trunk and the extremities, the bruises.
Based upon your review of the postmortem examination of James Thomas McGrath, what was the cause of death in this case, Dr. Gill?
The stab wound of the torso,
And what was the manner of death?
a homicide.
Please explain your reasoning to the jury as to why it was a homicide.
A homicide for a medical examiner is death at the hand of another person. So this stab wound was caused by another person, so it's a homicide.
I have no further questions.
Afternoon.
You told us that you have been at the office of the chief medical examiner since July of 2013.
Correct.
Did you take over from Dr. Carver?
Yes.
And you've been there since for the past 12 years?
Yes.
Any break in that time period? You've served continuously?
Correct.
And you've told us that in conducting your autopsy, you discovered a 1 1/16 inch long slit-like perforation in the chest, correct?
Yes.
And you've described that both in your testimony and in the report as being the result of a knife, correct?
Yes.
And was that based on information that you had from other people involved with this investigation?
I think it's probably a combination. The features, the anatomical features are what we see with a knife injury. And I believe we had history that he had been stabbed.
And so did you come to that conclusion that it was a knife based on your own observations or based on something you had been told?
Again, I think it was a combination. The features are kind of classic findings for a knife. I really couldn't think of much else that would cause it.
No other sort of sharp object like a piece of glass or something of that nature?
A piece of glass wouldn't cause such a straight injury with a single blunt angle and a sharpened angle. And to that depth, I think it'd be very unlikely that a piece of glass would do that.
Any other tool, perhaps a screwdriver or something like that?
A screwdriver gives a different type of pattern, a more circular puncture type injury.
Fair to say you didn't have anything definitive at that point that led you to know that this was a knife, but that's what you concluded based on what you've described here to us.
Yeah, the anatomic findings very supportive of a knife. Yeah.
And you also had information, I guess, from the police officers that were involved, or where did the mention of a knife come from?
Probably from the hospital that he presented with the stab wound.
And you described that this stab wound went through the left 6 to 7 intercostal space, correct?
Yes,
And you described that as being the space between the ribs.
correct.
And as you went through and gave us a list of your findings, you described also an injury under section B, which was an old bruise. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And then under section C, a number of other scattered bruises of indeterminate age. Is that also fair to say?
correct.
As part of your report, you said that the wound itself was an estimated 2.5 to 3.5 inches deep, correct?
Yes,
Why is that an estimated number?
because the heart and the body can move. And so if a person's leaning forward or laying back, there can be some movement of the heart. And so we can't give an exact, precise depth. Plus, if it goes into the heart cavity, we don't know how deeply it went into the cavity. It didn't go through the heart, through the whole heart, but it went through the wall. So we give an estimate. That's typical.
So based on a position, the person's body position when the wound is suffered, fair to say the stab wound could have been 2.5 inches deep, could have been 3.5 inches deep.
It's within that range, correct?
You didn't note any other fractures, correct?
Correct,
You didn't note any other puncture wounds, correct?
correct.
So this single stab wound that you've described to us, in your opinion, was both the only wound and the wound that led to his death,
It is the only fatal injury, yes.
other than what you've described as being old, unrelated bruises of indeterminate nature. Is that fair to say?
The bruising, yeah, that played no role in his death.
You also told us that you had ordered what was your standard specimen testing for toxicology reports, correct?
Yes,
And that included a toxicology for alcohol, correct?
correct.
And did you tell us that the blood alcohol of the deceased was a 0.2?
Correct.
Did that have any bearing on your findings in this case?
It played no physiologic role in his death. He would have died from this stab injury whether or not he had alcohol in his system.
And Dr. Gill, you've been called here today to tell us what you witnessed and observed as it relates to this autopsy, correct?
Yes,
And you've done that to the best of your ability?
yes.
But if this jury is interested in knowing why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you can't tell us anything that would help them, can you?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Dr. Gill, you had indicated on direct examination that you and your team determined that the fatal injury caused in the body of McGrath was a stab wound, correct?
Yes.
I know you had indicated earlier, but approximately how many postmortem examinations have you conducted or overseen where the cause was a stab wound?
Your Honor, I believe this is outside the scope of my cross-examination.
Okay, so you did question the witness regarding other causes, so I'll allow it. Overruled.
Many, many dozens, but some of those involve, for example, in one person, maybe 80 stab wounds. So yeah, I've seen hundreds and thousands of stab wounds.
In those cases where you've determined it to be a knife, have those injuries been very similarly situated to what you saw on the body of James McGrath?
Yes.
And you had indicated on cross-examination regarding the difference between a knife perforation versus, let's say, a glass perforation. What would be the difference there?
The glass, because it's more irregular shaped, you get an irregular pattern and maybe more jagged. Usually it's not going to have that depth. This was a very smooth edged, straight edged, straight in wound. So that was caused by something that's sharp, long, narrow, and that's a knife.
You should be able to determine the position of James McGrath at the time the stabbing took place based on the injuries.
No.
I have no further questions.
All right, you may step down. Thank you so much.
Sergeant Richard Bango, Bango, Shelton, Connecticut.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you're currently employed by?
The Shelton Police Department,
And how long have you been employed by the Shelton Police Department?
a few months shy of 25 years. I'm a patrol sergeant. I was hired in 2000 where I went to the police academy. After graduating, I went to patrol. In 2010, I was promoted to detective, where I served in the Detective Bureau for 14 years until I was promoted to sergeant. In the Detective Bureau, mostly felonies for the most part, things a little bit beyond what patrol can handle.
May 15th of 2022, were you working for the Shelton Police Department on that day?
Yes,
In what capacity?
I was a detective.
As a detective in the Shelton Police Department, are you on call 24 hours a day?
Yes, I got a call a little after midnight. I was asked to respond to 43 Laurel Glen. I was told that 4 persons were stabbed, 1 potentially fatal. I did respond off duty. Upon arrival, I was briefed by the patrol sergeant of what occurred. It was a very hectic scene. There was dozens of juveniles, party attendees running around. The yard was already cordoned off with police tape. There was clothing and random items scattered across the yard. There was also patrolmen guarding the yard to make sure that that area stayed secured. Shortly after midnight, maybe 12:30, so I got a call right at around midnight. It was dark. It was dark in the yard. Most of the light that we had was illuminated through what we illuminated, not pitch black.
Is this the debris you were referring to?
Yes,
Who taped off the yard?
that was cordoned off before I arrived. Well, those items there is potential evidence. So to cordon it off, we don't want all the witnesses or the attendees to walk through it and trample the evidence. After finding out what occurred or what the other police department members found out, I was trying to locate witnesses of what occurred.
Do
Yes.
you know if those items were seized from the lawn?
Yes, they were. So the night of, photographs were taken where they lied in the dark. They stayed that way till morning until Detective Nugent arrived to assist me. He took daytime photos, and after taking the daytime photos, he seized everything in the yard. It was seized that morning.
Okay, so the pictures were taken, then it was seized?
Yes, pictures were taken first.
And when items of evidentiary value are seized by the Shelton Police Department, can you just speak to what is done to, I guess, establish some type of chain of custody and how you take it into evidence?
So we would first take a photograph of where it lies undisturbed. Like I said, it was protected all night. After they're photographed, they would be, you'd put gloves on and you would put them in an evidence bag and seal it. You would date and time, exactly what time you seized it, and then you would enter it into evidence at the police department.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's 21?
That's a shirt that was seized in the yard that morning.
And obviously, this is a picture of what was seized, not at the yard. This picture wasn't taken at the yard, right?
That picture was not, no, I'm sorry. That was taken after the fact at the police department.
My approach, Your Honor. Showing you State's 22. Do you recognize State's 22?
I do.
And what is State's 22?
That's the shirt that's illustrated in the picture.
And this was the shirt that was seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I would ask if it's appropriate, if you're going to allow the witness to open the bag and those kinds. With regards to this particular piece of evidence that was seized from the 43 Glen, why was this? You have it. Is there anything on this piece of evidence that would indicate some type of disruption in the fabric?
Yes, there's a defect in the shirt.
Counsel, are you able to see?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can feel free to relocate if you want.
Thank you.
In the shirt in the lower left side, right here.
Can you kind of, yeah. So right to the left side of the shirt, would be mid torso.
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. That's been marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this T-shirt that was seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And again, was seized in the normal course of packaging, how you would package items of evidentiary value?
Yes, it was seized, photographed before it was seized and put in that bag, and then later at the police department, it was photographed again.
And when things go back to the police department, how are things secured? Does anybody have access to your evidence?
No, only the evidence officer. It would go from the seizing officer, detective, right to the evidence officer into evidence.
I'll show you States 24. It's been marked as a full exhibit. Again, with these items that were seized from the area of the yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And were these seized, again, in the same manner in which the previous two exhibits that we just spoke about were seized by the Shelton Police Department?
Yes.
I'll show you States 25. These items in States 25, items that were also seized from the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you States 26. Does this appear to be the same sweatshirt and T-shirt just flipped over from States 25?
Yes.
In States 27, again, same T-shirt and sweatshirt.
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to this area here where you see the individual with the picture. I assume their hand is here. Can you see whether or not there are defects in the clothing there?
Yes.
And again, for the record, I'm pointing to what appears to be a defect in a black shirt where the individual who has a black glove on, middle finger, just north of the middle finger there. And there's also a defect on the green fabric just north of the index finger of the person's gloved hand in the picture.
Court will let the record reflect same.
States 28, that would be a picture of the same black T-shirt that was in States 27.
Yes.
And that's just an up-close picture of the defect in that T-shirt.
Yes.
And States 29, again, up-close picture of the green sweatshirt that was in States 26, I believe. Again, the defect in the shirt.
Yes.
Now, when you got to the scene, you said that you were there to investigate a stabbing that had occurred. What things did you do that night when you got there?
So that night, myself and other members of the Shelton Police Department interviewed witnesses, attendees of that party.
Now, when you interviewed these witnesses, let me take you back. When you got there, what was the scene like?
It was very hectic. There was dozens of kids running around, their parents showing up looking for them. Hard to keep everybody, kind of trying to keep them off the yard, trying to ascertain who saw what, who was at the party, if anyone arrived afterwards. So we did our best to try to speak with everybody there.
Did you have it when you spoke to many witnesses there?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the witnesses there, did you have any indication that alcohol may have been present?
Yes, so there was a bottle, I believe it was a bottle of whiskey, if memory serves, in the yard. Also, upon speaking with a lot of the juveniles, it appeared they were drinking. I didn't field sobriety anybody, but I was more concentrated on the stabbing, but it appeared they were drinking.
And prior to you interviewing any witnesses at the scene, did the Shelton Police Department have a body-worn camera at that time?
So this was right at the time, just before the body-worn cameras was mandated by the state, and they were just coming into our department. So even though we had them, they weren't issued to all the members of the department. They were equipped in a few cars, and a few of the administration had them, where we can use them if we needed an interview or something like that.
And did you in fact use any body-worn camera when you interviewed witnesses in connection to this case?
In this case, yes. That night, no. I didn't have one assigned to me at that point, so I would have to use only audio.
Okay. So how many interviews would you say that you conducted that night when you got to the scene?
Me personally, or all of us?
You personally first.
Me personally, that night, 2.
And collectively, how many interviews did you say you?
Dozens. Me personally.
And based on your interviews of those witnesses, what, if anything, did you do next?
So I interviewed a witness at the scene. I believe his name was Feola. After interviewing him and his mother, we ascertained that just prior to the incident, a Honda Pilot arrived on scene with a group of St. Joe's kids. Also, after the incident, they fled in the car. So we were able to get the occupants of that car From that point, we went and interviewed Mackenzie Trefficante, who was also an occupant in the car. After members of the police department spoke with everybody else there, and I spoke with those two witnesses, we developed Raul Valle as a suspect.
And is Mr. Valle in court today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a blue jacket.
And can you point him out for the court, please?
I can. He's sitting right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Court will let the record reflect that the witnesses identified Mr. Raul Valle as the defendant. Thank you.
Now, based on your interviews and your development of suspect and identified a suspect vehicle, what efforts did you take at the scene prior to leaving the scene?
So before we left the scene, we knew that a knife was used in the stabbing. We did look for the knife in the exterior property of 43 Laurel Glen and the road and the surrounding roads. Very difficult that night. It was dark. There was a lot of people around, and we didn't have any information exactly where the knife was at that point. But we did look with our flashlights, with our car spotlights. That carried on into the next day. Moving fast forward, we had 2 state police cadaver dogs arrive in the daylight, and they searched the entire area, the surrounding streets, the property, with members of the police department looking for the knife.
And if I direct your attention to States 1, can you indicate on States 1 where the general area you conducted the initial search for the knife you just described?
So here's the property with the front yard. We started here, but we actually looked all up and down the roads, this entire area. We also did a neighborhood canvass and spoke to all the neighbors. 1, did you see a knife? And number 2, if you do find a knife, please not touch it and call us.
Now, after you did the initial search that night and the next day for a knife, what did you do next?
So after we did our interviews that night, the sun was coming up. I interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery at their residence with their parents present. After that interview, we were able to develop probable cause for an arrest warrant for Raul Valle.
Was an arrest warrant applied for and signed?
It was applied for that following Monday.
And contemporaneous with the signing of the arrest warrant, were you able to locate the Honda Pilot that was the subject of your interviews?
So that night, if I can back up a few of the steps we took, after we knew who the occupants of the Pilot were, we went to Milford and we attempted to speak with Mr. Valle, but nobody was home, no one answered the door. So then we went to another occupant's residence, Tyler De Silva. When we arrived there, we were unable to speak with him also. We reached out to the driver of the Pilot, Jack Schneider. We were unable to speak with him. So then we went back to Mr. Valle's house and still no answer. I obtained his cell phone number and I called him numerous times. I wasn't able to get a hold of him. So we moved on with the investigation. The next day, we sent Norwalk Police Department out to Jack Schneider's residence and asked if they can locate the car. When they arrived, it was there. So we requested that they tow it, and they towed it back to our secured sally port at the Shelton Police Department.
Your Honor, I have first.
Certainly.
States 30 through 33. I don't think there's an objection to them being marked as a full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you've had the opportunity to take a look at them, Attorney Smith?
I did, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So court will go ahead and allow in as full exhibits with no objection 30 through 33. On behalf of the state, all marked as full. No ID. We'll just hand it back to Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Now, when you were able to secure the Honda Pilot that was the subject of the investigation, you said you secured it in the sally port?
Yes.
And you know if pictures were taken?
Yes. Well, we applied for a search warrant first when it was granted. Then once we executed that search warrant days later, we took photographs, the interior and exterior of the Pilot.
Show you States Exhibit 30 that's been marked as a full exhibit. You recognize States 30?
I do.
And what is States 30?
That's the Honda Pilot.
And what is the purpose of taking pictures of the exterior and interior of the motor vehicle that's seized?
Well, to show the condition it was in when we seized it. And
Showing you States 31. Again, what is States 31?
that's a picture of the windshield of the Pilot.
Showing the defect in the windshield.
Yes.
States 32. Picture of, what does this picture show?
It's the interior of the Pilot.
What would be the purpose of showing, taking pictures of the interior of the pilot?
Well, the state of it was when we took it, and if we were going to seize any evidence, the state of the evidence it would be in.
This would have been taken prior to any seizure of any evidence?
Yes.
States 33, this is obviously the driver's side again, picture of the driver's side of the pilot.
Yes.
Now, once you were able to seize the pilot and apply for a search warrant and execute a search warrant, you indicated prior in your testimony that you were able to secure an arrest warrant for the defendant.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what steps that you took after that arrest warrant was signed, what steps you took to execute that warrant?
After we secured the arrest warrant, I believe it was the Tuesday of the 18th, we spent the day into the night searching for Mr. Valle. We were unable to locate him. We reached out to both his parents, but they were uncooperative in helping us locate him. It turned into the following day. We could not locate him until about 3 a.m. He turned himself into the Shelton Police Department.
And when he turned himself into the police department, what was done as part of the booking process of the defendant?
Well, the standard booking process, and we took, the booking photos, but I believe it was Lieutenant McPadden who was on scene when he turned himself in. He took photos of Mr. Valle because he had some apparent injuries on him.
So you indicated that pictures of the defendant were taken some 72 hours after the incident when he turned himself in on May 18th?
Yes, that's a picture of Raul Valle at the time of booking.
On May 18th of 2022.
Yes,
States 35, again, what does States 35 show?
a picture of Raul Valle on that date.
States 36,
Same, a little closer. You could see some marks up there near his forehead, light marks.
States 37.
That's the back of Raul's head, Raul Valle's head.
Does there appear to be any injuries to the back of his head?
I can't see anything from here.
States 38, showing you States 38, that's the back of his head again.
From here at this angle, I can maybe a little bit of redness under the hairline.
States 39,
That's Mr. Valle's right arm. There seems to be some light scratch marks. It does appear that that's his right hand. It appears that it looks like it's scabbed over a little bit. That's his left hand, a scrape on his palm.
States 42, any markings on his hand there?
Some light marks on his outer wrist. That's really all I can see there.
In States 43, again, this is his left hand, any markings there?
I can't see any.
Now, once the defendant turned himself in on the 18th, pursuant to the arrest warrant that you had secured, did the investigation stop there?
No.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you did after that point in time?
So myself and members of the Detective Bureau located every attendee to that party and the party that was connected to this at Lazy Brook, interviewed all of them, some of them multiple times. At this point, I did have a body-worn camera, so most of them were interviewed on video. Yeah, so we interviewed everybody there at that point just to strengthen the case.
And what, if anything, did you glean from those interviews with regards to the connection to Lazy Brook Road and maybe the entire street of Laurel Glen?
Well, we learned that there was a fight that preceded this incident at Laurel Glen at 5 Lazy Brook. That was predominantly a St. Joe's graduation party. A fight occurred there where attendees of that party got into the Honda Pilot and arrived at Laurel Glen. There was 7 people in the car, including Mr. Valle. So during the investigation, we had a concurrent investigation into the Lazy Brook party. Yeah, so
Did you interview anybody from the Lazy Brook party?
yes, everybody.
And subject to that interview, were you able to secure any type of video evidence from that party?
Yes. After interviewing the attendees at that party, we secured a video of a fight that occurred in the garage of that party in the driveway, I believe from Isabella Molnar. That was seized and taken into evidence. Also during the investigation, speaking of videos, we secured a video from the fight or from the incident that occurred in the lawn at 43 Laurel Glen. That I believe we seized from Tanner Chernowsky. That was seized in evidence also. Speaking of videos, we were also able to secure videos on the street from Ring cameras and dashboard cams from the night of the incident at 43 Laurel Glen. Starting with Laurel Glen, there was a Ring camera right on the driveway above the garage that would have caught the entire incident. Unfortunately, it only captured live video, not recorded. With Ring, you have to pay a service, and if you don't, you can only watch it live. You can't retrieve it. We retrieved other Ring videos from the street, right across the street from Farmhouse, but they did not yield a lot of information. They weren't very helpful. We did obtain a video from 36 Laurel Glen.
Directing your attention to States Exhibit 1, can you please tell us on States Exhibit 1 where 36 Laurel Glen would be located?
36, I believe, is this one here. I believe it's that one there.
And why was 36 Laurel Glen important?
So during the investigation, we learned after the Lazy Brook party or the Lazy Brook incident, the St. Joe's kids got into the Honda Pilot and they arrived at 43 Laurel Glen and an incident occurred in the street or an altercation. So the Honda Pilot drove off down the road in the area of 36 at the first incident or the first altercation between the St. Joe's students and the Shelton High students. Upon securing that video from the homeowner, I believe his name was Ken Tuttle, we were able to find the Honda Pilot pulling up from the direction of Laurel Glen and stopping right in front of his house.
And if I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Showing you it's been marked as States Exhibit 44 for identification purposes. Do you recognize States 44?
Yes,
And what is States 44?
that's a video of the 36 Laurel Glen Ring camera.
Is this the same videos that you seized from Ken Tuttle pursuant to this investigation?
I didn't personally, but yes, I've seen it before.
And the videos on this, have you viewed this prior to today's?
Yes, I have.
And do these videos contain two videos from different angles of what occurred just prior to and just after the incident that occurred at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, they do.
State would offer this as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith, any
No
word here?
objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so with no objection, court will go ahead and enter into evidence. States full, I believe you said 44.
40.
44, thank you.
You viewed this prior to today's testimony.
I have.
Can you briefly tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and I want to publish this with the permission of the court, but what we're about to watch, if you can.
So these are two angles of a rim camera, one from the door and one from another front of the house that shows directly into the street. When you watch it, you see from left to right, the Honda Pilot will pull up and stop directly in front of 36 Laurel Glen. A bunch of people get out. This first video is right around 11:40, so this is before the incident at 43 occurred. We asked the homeowner, Mr. Tuttle, if this video is in real time, and he said it was. The kids get out, and while they're standing out of the car, a bunch of people come running up from Laurel Glen. There is interaction and argument. You can hear people yelling, not exactly what they said. The Honda Pilot then drives away and comes back. And then there's a second video that occurred after the incident because the timeline occurs from our 911 calls. And right when this was, it was right before midnight, where the Honda Pilot again comes from the same direction, 43 Laurel Glen, stops. A bunch of people get out. Another car pulls up and somebody gets out and jumps in another car and they all flee.
With your permission, I'd like to publish to the jury.
All right, why don't you go ahead and publish States 44?
This next video is this different angle of the same video,
It's the same video, just a different angle.
and there's no sound on this video?
I don't believe so.
Faint sound. Again, the time on this is 11:55.
Yes. I believe our 911 call came in at about 23:58 or something close.
Now, were you able to seize any videos from across the street from 43 Laurel Glen?
Yeah, at 44, we seized a video. Unfortunately, from the distance to the door to across the street, we can hear a lot of people yelling, but you really can't see what's going on. And the homeowner was actually watching what was going on right in front of the camera, so we got a better view of her back than anything else.
So the homeowner was blocking? what-
Yes, yes.
After you were able to secure video, interview your witnesses, did the investigation end there?
No, no.
What, if anything, did you do
So
next?
over the next several months, we were in contact with Tyler De Silva and Jack Schneider's attorneys, attempting to interview them. When we were finally able to interview them, we did. This was now November of 2022. After interviewing them, we received information, so we drove to the dead-end cul-de-sac portion of Adams Drive
And what was your purpose in driving to the of Adams Drive?
to locate the knife that was used in that incident on the 14th.
And this was some 6 months after the end?
Approximately 6 months. We actually went there, our first time there, we went there with Jack Schneider and his father.
Let me approach the witness. Showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 45 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 45?
I do.
And what is 45?
This is the cul-de-sac portion of Adams Drive.
Showing you, is this picture accurately reflect what the cul-de-sac of Adams Drive looked like at or near the time of the incident?
No, this was 6 months later.
6 months later?
Yes,
Okay.
so
Showing you 46. Do you recognize 46?
I do.
And what is 46?
That's a picture of the wood line that separates Valley Road from Adams Drive.
And does this picture indicate what the cul-de-sac area of Adams Drive looked like on or around the time you went back to Adams Drive 6 months later?
No.
What does this show?
This shows a lot of the leaves are on the ground. The ground is covered where, it's November at this point, so
So this is 6 months after the incident.
Yes, yes,
And showing you States Exhibit 47. You recognize 47?
yes.
And what is 47?
So this is the stream that runs in the wooded area just behind there, in between Valley Drive and the end of Adams Drive.
I would offer these as full exhibits, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, no objection. Court will go ahead and take into evidence dates 45, 46, and 47. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Now, Sergeant Bango, directing your attention to States 1. Can you just point to the area on States 1 where the cul-de-sac of Adams Drive would be, which is the subject of your current testimony? Okay. This is just,
To reflect, the witness is identifying what appears to be a circular portion of Adams Drive towards the top of the photograph, slanted towards the right.
showing you 45, it's marked as a full exhibit. Again, is this the cul-de-sac that you drove to after you were able to interview Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva?
Yes, it was.
And showing you 46, again, is this the area, a little bit closer view of the wooded area that you were directed to investigate after those interviews?
Yes, it was.
And 47, again, this is the interior portion of that wooded area?
Yes.
Now, can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at that point in time in late November, what efforts you took to locate the knife in this area?
So that day after the two interviews, while we were with Jack Schneider, we searched for the knife that day. We learned that day it's going to be very difficult because now most of the leaves have fallen off the trees. There's a stream running in between there. So after we realized we weren't going to find it, it was late in the day at that point too. We secured some canine sniffing dogs and some metal detectors, and we went back early morning the next day and we searched all day until we were running out of light. We unfortunately did not locate the knife. So we went back, I believe 3 days later, and did it again with metal detectors, and we did not locate the knife. We tried to narrow down where it would be in the woods. We picked up a rock that we thought maybe would weigh similar to a knife, and we threw it as far as we can from the street at the dead end portion, and it would reach the stream. So that wasn't good news. We talked to all the neighbors on that portion of Adams Drive. We asked them if anybody had found a knife. From May until that point, they said they hadn't. We certainly asked them, if you did, please don't touch it and call us. But unfortunately, at this point, we've not found the knife.
And after you took the efforts to attempt to locate the knife used in this case, did the investigation continue or did it end there?
No, it continued. It slowed down at that point because we've interviewed everybody from both parties, like I said, numerous times. But just a month ago, we went back with an aerial drone with the West Haven Police Department, and we took some aerial photographs and videos of the entire area. This is something that we did during the investigation too, just not with a drone. We actually went back once and we mapped the scene, the street to scale with a crime mapping system called the Pharaoh, with the approximate locations of where people were from witness statements. And I also went back with, I believe it was Charlie Connery, and we did a video reenactment of the whole scene where he said people were standing and where everybody went.
And with regards to the Pharaoh scan, you said that it's a mapping system.
Well, it's a mapping system that can map points to scale exactly the way, feet from the corner, from the driveway. As far as where people were standing, we couldn't get exact because these were coming from witness statements.
So it's the general area of where,
Yes, where the incident took place. And I believe we did the entire street from Adams all the way to Farmhouse.
and with regards to the drone footage, was that done at our request? Or was
Yes.
it- You recognize 49?
I do. That's an aerial photograph, 43 Laurel Glen.
And were you present when this photograph was taken?
Yes,
About what time of year was this taken,
end of May.
of this year?
It was May 19th. I do remember the date.
2025.
2025, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Exhibit 50, a little bit closer view of
43 Laurel Glen, yep,
51, a little bit closer view
yes.
of the area where the incident.
So that area there is an aerial view of where the incident took place and where we seized the items.
And I'll show you States Exhibit 52. Is this a blown-up version of the close-up of the area where the incident took place?
Yes, it is.
Now, with regards to the drone video, what was the purpose of taking this drone video?
So the reenactment we conducted with Charlie Connery had audio in it. We were talking to him and he was explaining us what to happen. With discussions with the state's attorney, they decided they wanted a video and photographs with no audio in it. So we went and redid it there.
And what we're about to see in this drone video, does this span the entire or the portion of Laurel Glen that was the subject of 36 Laurel Glen, the video that we saw down low? Does this encompass Farmhouse Road and up and down Laurel Glen from Adams to Farmhouse?
Yes. So that house there to the right is 36.
So we paused it at 24 seconds for the record. This house right here, I'm pointing to there, what would that be?
That's 36 Laurel Glen.
So that is the house that's the subject of State's Exhibit 44.
Yes,
And that road that we're looking at now at 52 seconds would be,
Farmhouse Road.
so this area here is looking back down towards 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes,
And the house to the left here, that gray house again, is 36 Laurel Glen.
yes, it is.
Again, the house to the right here.
It's 43,
That would be.
43 Laurel Glen.
Now, when you went out there on May 19th of 2025, were you asked by myself to do any measurements?
Yes.
Where 43 Laurel Glen is in connection to 36 Laurel Glen in Farmhouse Road.
Yes. So we took a measurement. I don't memorize the exact number from the driveway of 43 to the front doorway at 36, I believe was 640 feet, 47 maybe, roughly about 1.5 to 2 football fields.
Good afternoon, Detective Bango.
Good afternoon.
Grown a beard since the last time we saw each other.
A little bit.
You said that you responded that evening after you received a call. You got there, you think about 12:30 in the morning.
Approximately.
When you arrived, it was dark and most of the illumination that you had was coming from your own lights, correct?
And I believe a light in the driveway at 43. I believe that light was working.
Was there an ambulance still on scene at the point?
I can't recall.
Were there cars that were still parked in the road,
Yes,
parked on both sides of the road?
I believe so.
The cordoned off areas which you showed us before in those photographs, that included some cars that had been parked in the driveway, correct?
I believe so.
However, the cars that were in the road, that area had not been cordoned off. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
By the time you got there, you didn't know if folks that were still on scene had arrived afterwards, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't know who might have left before you arrived. Is that fair to say?
At that point, no.
So there wasn't anything being done at that point to prevent people from leaving. Is that fair to say?
No. The patrolmen were instructed not to let people leave until we spoke with them. We did have people show up, mostly parents, when they heard what was happening. But no, if someone just says, I want to leave, we wouldn't let them leave until we spoke with them, or at least get their information.
But is it fair to say that you didn't have any ability to keep track of everybody that was on that scene and make sure that nobody leaked out?
It's very possible someone could leak out. It's impossible for how many officers we had there and how many attendees were there.
And roughly, or if you know specifically, how many attendees did you ultimately determine were at that party?
I don't have the exact number.
Was it more than 30?
Yes,
Was it more than 40?
don't recall. I don't have that number in my head. We have it, but I don't recall the number.
Or could it have been as many as 75 to 100?
I don't believe so.
Something less than that, but
I
maybe
would,
more
yes,
than
yes,
a large group, fair to say?
yes, very large group.
And other than the parents that started to arrive while you were on scene, how many adults were there present, not police officers?
When the incident occurred or when I got there?
When you got there,
When I got there, there were a couple parents there, but they arrived after the incident, namely Enrico Feola's mom, because I interviewed him in the presence of her. I was told there were some other parents there too. I'm not sure exactly which ones.
you learned at the time of the party, however, that there were almost no adults present. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
No parents that were there, at least, correct?
yes,
There were some juveniles you've described, correct?
yes,
However, there were also some attendees who were over the age of 18, were there not?
yes,
And you mentioned to us the conditions that night. You described that it was dark. Was it also rainy,
I don't recall.
misty?
It could have been misty.
Do you remember whether or not the grass was wet?
I do not.
Was the roadway damp?
Yes,
Did you have your wipers on while you were driving to the scene?
I don't recall. It was 3 years ago.
I understand. And you described to us that before you arrived, the scene had already been cordoned off in order
Yes.
to secure it, correct?
Yes,
But again, the only areas that were cordoned off that you know of are those areas that were secured by the yellow tape that we've seen in those photos.
yes,
And that did not extend down the length of the video that you just showed us, correct?
no,
Really just encompassed the driveway and the area from the front corner of that parking area that's on the exhibit behind you down to about where that red bush is. Is that fair to say?
yes,
Didn't extend across the street to the other side of Laurel Glen?
No.
And didn't extend down to 36 Laurel Glen either, did it?
No.
And didn't encompass anything on Farmhouse Lane or Adams. Is that fair to say?
no,
So the only area that was secured and cordoned off was the parking area of 43 Laurel Glen and the front grassy area to the right of the parking of the driveway. Is that fair to say?
yes. That other info we didn't get till later.
And you said that was secured throughout the night.
Yes,
Do you know who secured that area throughout the night?
The officer that secured it, I don't. I do know who applied for the search and seizure warrant and who responded to execute it. The officer that was stationed there, I do not know offhand.
And then you were shown a series of exhibits that were admitted as full without objection. And the first of those was exhibit number 21, and that was past the Chips shirt photograph. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And do you know now who was wearing that shirt?
yes.
And who was that?
James McGrath.
Was that the only piece of clothing that you secured that you believed belonged to Mr. McGrath?
I personally didn't secure anything. I was interviewing why another detective did it all. But there was other items secured.
The next photograph I want to ask you about is exhibit number 23. That was the Marble Ducks shirt that we saw a photograph of. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And do you know now who was wearing that shirt at the time on May 14th?
yes, Faison Teele. I don't believe he was wearing it. I believe he had it on his person. I believe he was shirtless.
He was shirtless.
I believe so.
There was also a photo number 24, exhibit 24, photo of a shirt and a shoe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you know now who was wearing that shirt and shoe?
Is that a dark blue shirt? Dark blue shirt?
Dark blue shirt, yes, sir.
I believe that was Thomas Connery.
Also his shoe?
Yes.
White shoe. And then we saw a photo of a green sweatshirt and a blue shirt, a couple of different images of that same pairing there. Do you know who was wearing that?
Yes, that was Ryan Hines.
And then you told us that on this particular evening, it had not yet become the policy of the Shelton Police Department to have body-worn cameras issued to everybody that was on duty. Is that correct?
I believe it was the policy at the time. It just wasn't implemented until June 1st.
Why would there be such a policy, but it wasn't implemented until
Well,
June 1st?
The state came out with a mandate pursuant to the Police Accountability Act. So that was the date that we had to have it. We actually came in early with the body worn cameras before that, but it was still in the process with Axon getting everybody equipped.
So you could have warned them that evening.
No.
But you didn't have to.
I
Is
didn't,
that-
no, I didn't have one.
Didn't
So the
have-
following day, when I did have one, I was able to meet with Lieutenant Kozlowski, who is the administrator of that program, and he had one, but not everybody had one. We only had a couple throughout the department. He had one, and he gave me his when I went to the Connery's house to use the body worn cameras during that interview.
So was it department policy that you should have had one?
Not
or
at
time?
that date. No, it was not the policy.
I thought you just told us that
It was, no, the
policy
policy was set in place, I believe it was June 1st, 2022, that we had to have it.
Before that, could you have chosen to
No.
wear one?
No, because I didn't have one. I wasn't issued
Who
one.
would have issued those?
Lieutenant Kozlowski.
Could you have gone to Lieutenant Kozlowski and asked for one?
Not that night. I was coming from my house at midnight.
You mentioned that you arrived on scene and started interviewing witnesses, and that there were dozens of kids running around and parents showing up, correct? You were asked about whether or not there was any sign of any alcohol having been at this party. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you told us that there was maybe one bottle of whiskey in the yard,
I do remember seeing a bottle of whiskey.
and that was the only indication that you had that there was drinking going on at this party?
There wasn't alcohol cans all over the street or anything like that. There was alcohol in the house, but it's hard to differentiate what the parents own or where the kids were drinking it. No one had alcohol in their hands at that time.
And that was about a half an hour to 40 minutes after the initial call came in at 11.
Maybe a little bit more at that point, after everything settled down.
So there was at least a bottle of whiskey in the yard.
Yes,
And then you say there was other alcohol that was in the house, but that was hard to determine who that belonged to exactly.
yes.
And what was the other alcohol that you found in the house?
I don't recall.
Was there a lot of evidence of alcohol in the house?
I don't recall. You got to remember the focus was the stabbing that occurred, not alcohol by minors at that point.
Because that wouldn't be pertinent to trying to understand.
It
what had
would,
gone
and I
on.
do believe there are photographs of the interior of the house. I just didn't take them.
Did you see those photographs?
I don't recall.
And do you recall whether or not you ever saw evidence of large piles of Solo cups or any other indication that there was in fact a large amount of drinking going on at this unsupervised party?
I do not recall a large pile of Solo cups.
Do you recall any evidence of a large amount of drinking going on?
People's actions, the way they were talking to me, that was probably my biggest indicator.
And what were those actions that
oh,
indicated that to
You
you?
could tell people are slurring their words. Their eyes are a little glossy. Just my training experience, I could tell someone's been drinking, especially a juvenile. But that would be my biggest. Like I said, I wasn't hunting for the underage drinking at that point because I had so much going on with the witnesses and the stabbing.
Did you see any evidence that, or any indication that evidence of drinking had been cleaned up or that there was some attempt to shield you from seeing that?
I did not.
You say that night you interviewed two people, correct?
Yes,
And one of those was Enrico Feola.
yes.
And the other one, who was that again?
Mackenzie Trefcanti.
And that you later interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery, correct?
Yes.
And what was the date of the interviews with Tom and Charlie Connery, if you recall?
So it was the same day. It was just late morning, early afternoon.
So the 15th?
Yes.
And at that point, when you interviewed, just want to make sure I understand this. So as of the morning of May 15th, when you went to interview Tom and Charlie Connery, you'd only also interviewed Enrico and Mackenzie.
A lot of people were interviewed. Me personally, who I interviewed. Yes, those two.
And at that point, when you went to interview Tom and Charlie Connery, had you learned of any cell phone videos that had been taken of the incident?
At that point,
At that point.
I don't believe so, or I don't recall. I believe that was later on.
So when you interviewed Enrico Feola, you didn't learn of any videos that had been made. When you interviewed Mackenzie Trafficante, you didn't learn of any interviews that
Videos.
had been made.
No.
When you interviewed Tom and Charlie Connery, you didn't learn that any cell phone videos had been taken.
No. Like I said, there were a lot of other people interviewed by other members of the police department. That information came into play with me also.
And as of the 15th, you hadn't been given any information based on any of the other interviews done by other members of your department that there was a cell phone video of this event.
I don't believe so.
So at the time that you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, was that on the 15th?
I believe it was the 16th.
On the 16th,
Is that the Monday? I'm pretty sure.
I believe that would be the Monday.
Yeah.
At that point, when you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, you hadn't learned of any cell phone videos at that point. Is that
At
fair to
that
say?
point, at that point, no.
You were shown some photographs of the Honda Pilot.
Attorney Smith, let me know when there's a good time to take the afternoon break. Okay.
I'm going to show you those exhibits again, Detective Bango. So this is exhibit number 30. Everybody see that? And Detective Bango, you were describing for us, that is the Honda Pilot, correct?
Yes,
And that Honda Pilot belongs to a Mr. Jack Snyder, correct?
yes.
And in that picture of the Honda Pilot, I'm just going to move over here so that I can actually see it as well. I believe that Attorney Durso noted a defect in the windshield. Do you recall that?
Yes.
It is your understanding that that defect in the windshield, was that there prior to the incident on May 14th to the morning of May 15th?
From the information
I
we,
don't know how you'd have that knowledge.
If he knows, it's fine.
well, I don't know through interviews what people told me.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit 31. And you'd agree that's a close-up of the same windshield we were just looking at?
Yes,
Same defect.
yes.
Then I'm going to show you what is exhibit 32, and that is the interior of the vehicle, looking at it from the passenger side, the front passenger side, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, if the court was inclined to take the afternoon break, now may be.
Thank you. All right, very good. Court is going to move into our afternoon break. We will be in recess for approximately 15 minutes. I will remind the jurors again during the recess, please do not discuss this case, no independent research. And I remind you of your obligations of your oath. Please leave your notebooks behind. Thank you. Court's in recess for 15. Thank you.
Goes back in session, the Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. That's what
Good afternoon. Thank you. All right, thank you. We'll bring the witness back in. Thank you. You may be seated. Wait. All right, court will note for the record that the witness has been recalled to the stand. You may take a seat. I just want to remind you, you do remain under the obligations of your oath. Thank you. We'll bring the jury back in. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of all of our jurors.
State will stipulate your.
Thank you. Very good. Attorney Smith, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Detective Bango.
Hello.
So we were just talking about the photographs that have been taken of the pilot, correct? Those have been taken down now. So thereafter, you described having secured an arrest warrant, and you said that when you had done that, you didn't have any cell phone videos available to you at that point, correct?
Yes,
You also didn't have at that point the 36 Laurel Glen video, is that correct?
yes.
And just, if we may, Your Honor, may I approach these exhibits here on?
Yes.
I'm just going to take this one down. I'm going to turn it around so it's not distracting. Leave it right here to this exhibit 1. Earlier, I believe you had described this house as being 36 Laurel, but They're viewing the video.
It could be that one, yes.
You think it was this one?
Yeah.
All right, so just let the record reflect that the earlier house appears to be 2 houses from the left of the exhibit on Laurel Glen Drive, and the house to which Attorney Smith was indicating is the actual house appears to be 3 houses from the left of the exhibit on Laurel Glen Drive.
That's
right. Very good, thank you.
So when you applied for the arrest warrant for Mr. Valle, is it fair to say at that point that you were going off of what you had been told by the witnesses that you had spoken to?
Yes,
That at that point did not include Mr. De Silva or Mr. Snyder, correct?
correct.
And at 3 in the morning on the 18th, I believe you described that Mr. Valle turned himself in for booking, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And you described that when Mr. Valle turned himself in that morning, it was with Detective McPadden, correct?
Lieutenant McPadden.
My apologies. And Lieutenant McPadden took the following photographs. Exhibit 34, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 35,
Correct.
Exhibit 36.
Correct.
And can you see in Exhibit 36 here on Mr. Valle's left eye what appears to be an injury, some bruising, and perhaps an abrasion?
I could see a small abrasion.
You don't see the bruising there?
Point out what you're looking at.
Discoloration around the eye.
Yeah, maybe on the inner portion towards the nose.
Exhibit 37 was also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
38 was also taken by Lieutenant McPadden.
Correct.
I believe you described seeing some redness, possible abrasion under the hairline there.
Possible.
Exhibit 39 also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And there you described for us seeing the red scratch marks as well as some what appears to be bruising.
Point out the bruising.
Do you see some discoloration here just past the elbow on the bottom of the bicep?
Possibly.
Exhibit 40 taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
And that shows a wound on the heel of his right palm.
Correct.
Exhibit 41, also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, shows some abrasion injury on the left palm, as well as still that same injury on the right.
Correct.
And then we saw 42, taken by Lieutenant McPadden,
Correct.
and Exhibit 43, also taken by Lieutenant McPadden, correct?
Correct.
Those were taken, to the best of your knowledge, at around 3 a.m. when he turned himself in that morning?
Yes.
Thank you. And that was done, again, to document apparent injuries that Mr. Valle had on him, correct?
Yes.
That's more than the standard booking photo that's taken of a person, correct?
Not everyone's booked for murder.
I beg your pardon?
It was a murder case, so if we saw someone, let's say in an assault, and they had apparent injuries, we would take photographs of them, more so than just the booking photo.
Standard to take a booking photo, correct?
Yes.
When you notice injuries that you want to document, then you take more photos
Yes.
of those injuries, correct?
Yes.
And that's what was done in this case,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Valle ask you to take those photos?
I do not know. I wasn't there.
And then you said that the investigation continued thereafter, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the investigation went on all summer long, did it not?
Yes.
And it continued, I think you told us, into the fall, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, really continued on into this year when we went and got some of these drone videos that you showed us earlier, right?
Yes.
Now, you told us that you located every attendee at that party. Is that correct?
Everyone that we know of.
Okay. So there are possibly people that you don't know of that were there,
It's
correct?
possible.
Because
Just a possibly, it calls for speculation.
I'll sustain. So it was sort of a late objection, but you tried to make it. Sustain the objection. I will direct the jury to not, I'm going to strike the answer to the question asking if it was possible, if there were attendees who were not there, and the response, that's stricken, and you're not to consider that as evidence, all right? And you will get further detailed instructions about that during the court's final jury charge. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Throughout the course of your investigation, did you learn of individuals that were seen in cell phones that you weren't able to actually identify or talk to?
I do not believe so.
So you think that you've spoken to every person that was at that party?
I can't definitively answer that.
And you were describing for us a fight that occurred earlier that evening at 5 Lazy Brook. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where you learned that some attendees had gotten into a Honda Pilot, correct?
Correct.
And then you said that you interviewed everybody that was at that party, correct?
The same.
Again, you can't really tell us that you interviewed everybody that was there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you did secure some video of a fight that took place in or near the garage of 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes.
When did you secure that video?
I do not have the date. I don't have the date in my head.
Was it before or after you got the arrest warrant?
After.
And therefore, it was after you spoke with the people that had been interviewed prior to securing that arrest warrant.
Yes,
And then you also secured video from 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
yes,
That was also subsequent to actually securing the arrest warrant, correct?
yes,
And that video, did that come from a Tanner Chernowsky?
yes.
Do you know when you secured that video?
I don't have the exact date, but it was after the arrest warrant.
And in fact, after securing those videos, you then went back and did a number of interviews with some of the people that you had already interviewed. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Now, we saw here before some dash cam or some ring videos that you had secured, one of those being from 36 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
correct.
And you described Exhibit 44, which we're going to play for you in just a second here, showing different angles. There's one angle that is from the door, correct?
Yes,
And there's one angle, and what is that different angle that we've seen?
it's from the front of the house, but
Exterior camera
yeah,
somewhere
maybe
on the
somewhere
wall.
different on the porch. I didn't collect it, but that's what it looks like.
But those are both stationary cameras, correct?
Yes,
Unlike the drone camera, which we'll see in a bit. And do you know whether or not those cameras are motion activated?
I'm familiar with Ring, and I do know that they are motion activated. This in particular one here, I don't have specific knowledge, but
Do you know how it came to be that this is the only portion of video that we have with regard to that particular area?
rephrase that.
Sure. Did, as far as you know, was there other footage from this same camera?
From 36?
Yes.
No,
And you're not sure whether or not this is a motion activated camera, is that fair to say?
I can't say definitively.
Can we play the first video, the one that runs from about 11:40 prior to the event?
So 37.
And is there a particular file number that
Yeah,
goes
it's
with that?
37, I think. Do you want the one from the front door or from the side?
Detective Bango, in that video, when we see folks coming from the left of the screen, that's 43 Laurel Glen, the direction that they're coming from?
Yes,
And they are heading in the direction of Farmhouse Lane, is that correct?
yes.
So if you were going to describe for the jurors the path of that video that we just watched, would you just physically show us where that video shows?
Vehicle comes here and they come to here.
If you could just identify, could you just somehow use your words to identify what
Okay,
you're showing?
So
with
here's
your-
Laurel Glen. The vehicle comes from this direction and stops right here in front of 36 Laurel Glen.
So, Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has indicated using Exhibit 1 that the vehicle on the video moves from the front of 43 Laurel Glen, which is marked with the red marker, and it goes to the left down towards Farmhouse Lane in front of what the witness has already indicated is 36 Laurel Glen Drive.
Thank you. So sorry.
Okay. And there's another video there that shows the same thing, but from a slightly different angle from the porch, correct?
Yes,
Were you able to identify any of the people seen in that video coming from 43 Laurel Glen and following the vehicle?
from the video alone, no, it's not that good of a video. We had to corroborate through witness statements.
And may we see now the video from after the incident? I believe it begins at 11:55 or so. And Detective Bango, that second video comes from after you believe the fight occurred in the front yard of 43 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes,
Shows two vehicles going down, stopping in front of 36 Laurel Glen.
yes,
And did you identify either of those vehicles?
yes,
Was one of them the pilot?
yes.
And what was the other vehicle?
That was Megan Traficante's sister.
Megan Trafficant's sister?
Yes. It was, I could be mistaking about if that was definitively her. It was someone that came and picked them up. They called for a ride.
Was there a third car that we don't see here that was driven and picked up another passenger from the pilot at some point?
Through witness statements, yes, there was.
But we don't see that vehicle here, is that correct?
In that video, no.
And you said that there were videos from 44 Laurel Glen Drive, but you couldn't see what was going on in those because the homeowner was blocking, correct?
And the distance from the camera to the yard.
And in fact, that there were videos from 43 Laurel Glen Drive itself, correct?
Only live.
Only live. You learned that from the homeowner who claimed that there was no video recording, it had only been live, correct?
And Ring. We didn't take his word for it.
And Ring.
We contacted Ring.
Now, you said that over the next several months, you tried to interview Mr. De Silva and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you couldn't do that until November, right?
correct.
In fact, you weren't able to do that until November 2nd with Mr. Snyder, correct?
I believe that's the date.
And you believe that the date for Mr. De Silva was December 6th, right?
Sounds about right.
And in fact, after your interview with Mr. Snyder, which one of them occurred on November 2nd, one of them occurred on November 28th, correct?
I do believe we interviewed Mr. Schneider twice.
And you indicated that after that day of the Snyder interview, you went to try and find the knife. Which day was that?
The
Was
first
it the
one.
second? It
The
was the
first
second.
one. The first one. First one.
Did anybody in the neighborhood, in the area which you went to on Adams Drive that you talked about in exhibits 45 through 47, did anybody in that area indicate that they had seen anybody throw a knife in that area
The night of, no.
or at any time thereafter?
No. We did do a neighborhood canvass in that area.
The only place that you came to believe that perhaps the knife had been thrown in that area was from Jack Snyder?
And Tyler De Silva.
You described having taken some measurements, and one of those measurements was from the driveway of 43 Laurel Glen Drive to the pathway or walkway of 36 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Correct.
And that was about 647 feet, you thought?
That sounds about right.
It's pretty accurate. You told us about 2 football fields, right? And were any other measurements taken as far as of the yard itself?
On that day, no. But like I said, with the crime mapping system, yes.
Do you recall any of those measurements?
I don't recall them. No, I didn't memorize
For
them.
instance, from the driveway where the cars are parked till the end of the yard where the red bush is. Do you have any recollection of what that measurement is?
I do not.
Were you familiar with this neighborhood prior to having gone there to do your investigation?
Somewhat from working there 25 years, but
Would you agree that this neighborhood is comprised of a series of through roads and then a number of cul-de-sacs that lead off of those roads that go the whole way through?
yes,
And you described it as being dark on this evening, correct?
yes.
Is it also fairly wooded in that area?
Well, not there, what we're looking at, but if you go to the cul-de-sac there, there's some woods. I do believe way on the other end, there's some woods too.
And then there's a river that runs along the backside there just beyond these houses on Laurel Glen.
There's a river that runs behind the end of Adams Drive.
Is that also behind some of these houses on Laurel Glen Drive? Like for instance, 36?
I don't know how far that river goes.
In any event, you searched for a knife fairly extensively and never found it, correct?
Correct.
Now, you described for us having done 4 interviews on the night of into the early morning of the next day, correct?
Yes,
In fact, thereafter and after you made the arrest of Mr. Valle, you went and conducted a number of interviews, did you not?
correct.
And in some instances, you went and interviewed the same people a number of times, correct?
Correct.
And again, you did not interview Mr. Snyder until November 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't interview Mr. De Silva until December 6th, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Can you read your ad? Okay.
Counsel just asked you about your continuing investigation that occurred after the signing of the arrest warrant for the defendant. You spoke to Ricky Feola, McKenna Ficante, Charlie, and Tommy Connery prior to the submission of the arrest warrant.
Yes,
And based on what you learned from those individuals, at that point, did you think you had enough for probable cause for the arrest warrant?
yes, I did.
The investigation didn't end there, correct?
No,
So when you spoke to individuals connected to the party, or connected to the 43 Laurel Glen, and other individuals connected to the Honda pilot, During those interviews, did you learn anything from those interviews that would lead you to believe that you didn't have enough for the arrest warrant that was signed prior on May 16th of 2022?
No, just the opposite.
And counsel asked you about not talking to Tyler DeSilva and Jack Snyder until almost 6 months later.
Correct.
What was the reason why you didn't talk to them sooner?
Their lawyers wouldn't allow us.
And did you in fact try to talk to Tyler DeSilva on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, at about,
What efforts did you take to talk to Tyler DeSilva on May 15th of 2022?
we went to his house, knocked on his door.
And when you knocked on his door, were you informed that you were not allowed to speak to him?
Yes.
Why?
His father said that he won't speak with us without a lawyer, and his lawyer wasn't there.
And how about Jack Snyder? Same thing?
I didn't, but somebody called and it was the same thing.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Attorney Smith, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, you may exit the witness stand.
Griffin Joseph Marcinczyk, MARCINCZYK.
State your address.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Griffin, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old you are at this moment?
I'm 19.
And do you work?
I do sales at Iron Solar Pros.
And how long have you been working where you're working?
About 7 months.
7 months. And are you nervous?
Yes.
Now I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Okay. How old were you back?
I was 16.
And were you in school?
I was a sophomore at Shelton High School. I played football and lacrosse.
Around 6 p.m. on May 14th of 2022. What you were doing around that time?
I was getting ready and headed over to one of my friend's houses.
And what friend's house were you going to?
My friend Natalia.
And did you go there with anybody?
I went with my buddy Ryan Hines.
How do you know Ryan Hines?
He moved to Shelton in 8th grade. We played football together ever since then.
When you got to Natalia's house, did you stay long?
Decently, not terribly. We were there for a few hours.
And when you got to Natalia's house, what kind of things were you doing there?
There was a small group of us. We were just hanging out, had a drink or two. It was really it, just kind of sitting around, hanging out.
And when you said you had a drink or two, what kind of things were you drinking?
Beers.
Beers. You said you had two beers?
Yeah.
Did you come to leave Natalia's house?
Me and Hines were a little bit bored. We had known that our buddy Austin Leifer was throwing a party, and I'd grown up with him, so I gave him a text. I was like, hey, do you mind if me and Hines came? He told us, yeah, feel free, come on over. So we had basically my cousin Tanner pick us up, and he dropped us off there.
How do you know Austin Leifer?
I've known him since we were young, 4th grade. We played sports together, went to school together.
They were having a party at their house?
Yeah.
Where does Austin live?
I don't know the number, maybe 5, Lazy Brook Road.
And so at some point, your cousin Tanner, and that Tanner who?
Chernowsky.
Is he your blood relative?
No, we've just known each other since we were born.
And at some point, Tanner comes and picks you and who else up?
Ryan.
Just the two of you? And when he picks you up, where does he take you?
To Austin's house.
When you get to Austin's house, around what time of night?
Not sure, maybe around 10.
And when you got to Austin's house, who got out of the car?
Me and Hines.
So Tanner just dropped you off?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you bring anything with you to Lazy?
Hines had a 12 rack of beer.
12 pack of beer? What kind of beer was
I believe Bud Light.
it? Okay.
We began to go in. We entered the garage, and then we were encountered by 3 St. Joe's kids asking us basically who we were, which we expected. Like, what are we doing here? This and that. We told them Austin had invited us.
Did you have a conversation with these 3 individuals?
Yes.
Do you know who these 3 individuals were?
At that given time, they were just 3 kids to me.
Do you know who they are now?
Yes.
And who are they?
Tyler DeSilva, Jack Snyder, and Raul Valle.
Okay. And is Raul Valle in court today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
Does the defendant have a nickname?
Leo.
What is his nickname?
Lido.
Lido. So when you and Hines got to the St. Joe's party, the defendant and his 2 friends confronted you
Yeah.
and Hines?
Yes.
And without telling us what anybody said, what was that confrontation like?
Between 2 dudes who never see each other. They were in a place where they were comfortable with, not knowing that was a place we were also comfortable with. So they were a little, who are you guys? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. Kind of hostile, not really. But it escalates when one of them grabs Heinz's beer out of his hand. We move outside.
Well, let me stop you there. Before you move outside, does the defendant say anything to you or Hines when you're confronted by him and Tyler and Jack?
I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Someone takes Heinz's beer?
Yes.
Who takes Heinz's beer?
Jack Snyder.
And when that happens, what's the reaction that, if anything, that Hines has at that moment?
He's pissed off that someone just grabbed his beer out of his hand. So we move outside afterwards. The 2 of them conclude that they'd fight for the beer back.
Okay. And then the 2 of them that you're referring to,
Hines and Jack Snyder.
at some point in time, did they confront each other as if they were going to fight?
Yes.
Were you present and witnessed that
Yes.
happening? Based on your recollection, do you know if Tyler DeSilva was present at that?
Yes.
And where was he standing at that moment?
Hines and Snyder are looking at each other. DeSilva's to Snyder's left.
Was the defendant present when this was happening?
Yes.
Do you recall where he was standing?
He was right here to Hines,
Behind him, to his right?
like peripheral.
What do you recall about what happened next?
They both put their hands up. They're about to begin fighting, and the first punch was thrown by Lito from the back, and it hit Hines in this back side of the head, and then Hines instantly takes Snyder to the ground.
So if you're Jack, I'm Ryan, the defendant is here, and he punches Ryan in the face from behind.
Yes.
Tell us, when that happens, what occurs next?
Hines instantly takes him to the ground. This is like a 30-second thing that from start to finish. Once he gets to the ground, a girl they all knew was like trying to break it up. Lito had a motorcycle helmet on. He had taken it off and struck Hines with it once or twice, hit him in the head.
When the fight starts after the defendant punches Ryan from behind, does anybody else jump in the fight?
Once they get to the ground, Lito hits him with the helmet. So yeah, I guess that's jumping into the fight.
Did Tyler jump into the fight?
The way they fell, I only saw like his upper body. I didn't see any fists, so maybe he kicked, but I'm not.
So at some point in time, Jack and Ryan are engaged in a fight. And what do you witness the defendant do?
Hit him with the motorcycle helmet.
So he comes over and hits him with the helmet. How does he hit him with the helmet?
Takes it off and strikes him down on it twice, I believe.
Do you recall what Tyler De Silva was wearing that night?
A powder blue jersey. It was open, like a white shirt on, I think jeans.
And do you recall what the defendant was wearing that night?
Also a powder blue shirt with black, I think, sweatpants.
And do you recall what Jack Snyder was wearing that night?
A red hoodie and black sweatpants.
Is that the defendant to the right there?
Yes.
And that's Jack Snyder to the left?
Yes.
And is that the motorcycle helmet that the defendant has on that you saw the defendant use during the fight with Ryan Hines?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you indicated that after the fight, it lasted about 30 seconds.
Maybe 40.
When the fight eventually ended, what, if anything, did you and or Ryan do next?
The mom comes out, Lifer's mom comes out running or yelling. Like obviously there's a fight in her driveway. Kind of just get up, gathers things, tries to find some of his beers they had spilt. I think he grabbed a couple of them. We headed down the driveway. We met a group of girls who had just witnessed that as well. And we offered or asked them to bring us back to our friend's house, and they said yes. They brought us back to our friend Natalia's house.
When you went back to Natalia's house, let me ask you this. Between the time you were at 5 Lazy Brook to the time you went back to Natalia's house, were you drinking any alcohol?
No.
When you got back to Natalia's house, how long would you say you were at Natalia's house for when the girls dropped you off?
Maybe around like 10, 15 minutes.
And when you were at Natalia's house, were you drinking alcohol at that point?
No.
Did you observe Ryan Hines drinking alcohol at that point?
No.
Now, at some point in time between leaving Lazy Brook Road and getting to Natalia's house, was there any communication between you or anybody else over any type of messaging?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. At some point in time, you were there for how long?
About 15 minutes.
15 minutes, and at some point you left?
Yes.
Why did you leave Natalia's?
Close friend of mine, Charlie Connery, had given me a call, had heard about what happens with Hines, and he said he was coming to grab us.
Without telling us what he said, did Charlie Connery call you?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with Charlie Connery?
Yes.
And did you tell him what you observed at 5 Lazy?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, did somebody pick you up at Natalia's house?
Yes.
And who picked you up?
Charlie.
When he picked you up, where did you go?
To Tyler Rich's house.
Now, between the time you left Natalia's house, the time you got to Tyler Rich's house, were there any communications between you and your Shelton friends and the St. Joe's kids?
Yeah, some had begun.
Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that was without telling us what people said?
We were in a basketball group chat.
What does that mean, basketball group chat?
It means that prior to this incident, it was an existing group chat. There was 2 other St. Joe's kids in it that we hung out with, and we would go play basketball, pick up games, kid stuff. And once this had happened, a few people were added into the group chat, and then it became very argumentative, going back and forth because of the fight. And it was just boys talking crap to each other, beefing.
Were you in that group chat?
Yes.
And did you engage anybody in that group chat?
Yeah.
And what kind of things were you saying in that group chat?
We were talking crap back and forth. It was hostile, argumentative. We were both going back and forth. We were hot. Our boy had been jumped by 3 kids. So we were acting out of emotions, being like boys, talking shit back and forth.
Do you recognize Stage 5? That's Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
From the same town. We've always just kind of been around each other since we were younger.
Grew up with him?
Yeah.
What time of night would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 11.
Was it dark out?
The sun was down, yeah, so it was nighttime, but the moon was out. It wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see outside.
Was it pitch black?
No.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, was this basketball group chat between the Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids, did that continue when you were at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
How many people would you say were at Tyler Rich's house?
Probably around 30, 40. A picture of Faison Teele.
Stage 54 is again.
Faison Teele.
And was Faison present at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
And how do you know Faison too?
I played football with him in high school.
Showing you 55. What's the picture up again?
A picture of Tommy Connery.
And was Tommy Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes, he was. Tommy Connery, it's Charlie's older brother. I've known their family for some time.
Are you friends with Tommy or Charlie more?
I was friends with Charlie. He's a year older than me, so that made me be friends with Tommy as well.
What is 56 again? Picture of
Ryan Hines.
it was Ryan Hines. Is that the same Ryan Hines you mentioned that was with you at Lazy Brook earlier in the night?
Yes.
How do you know Ryan Hines?
Once he moved to Shelton, we were kind of just boys from sports.
What kind of sports?
Football.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who 57 is?
Jimmy McGrath.
It was Jimmy McGrath at 43 Laurel Glen, Tyler Rich's house when you went there that night.
Yes.
How do you know Jimmy McGrath?
When I first switched over to public schools in third grade, I met him on the bus.
Are you familiar with an Enrico Feola or Ricky Feola?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
Played sports with him. I've known him since probably sixth grade.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Our families are friends.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Mike Samperi?
I grew up with him as well.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an Alex Bernstein?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Alex Bernstein?
He's Tanner's friend. That's how I met him.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
How about Charlie Connery? Was Charlie Connery present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th
Yes.
of 2022? And how about Jacob Villalobos? Are you familiar with Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Jacob?
He was my captain.
Captain for what?
Football.
And was he present at 43 Laurel Glen
Yes.
on May 14th of 2022? How about Matt Lockovich? Are you familiar with a Matt Lockovich?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
He was also my football captain.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house on the night of May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house at around 11 p.m., you said there were about 30 kids there?
Yeah.
What kind of things were going on when you got to Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Typical high school things, down in the basement, listening to music. A couple people had drinks.
Did you drink?
Not while I was at the Riches, no.
I'm sorry?
Not while I was at the Riches, no.
You didn't drink at all at Tyler Rich's house?
Could have had a beer.
Have you drank before?
Yeah, prior to Lazy Brook.
How about prior to May 14th of 2022? Have you ever had a beer before?
Yeah.
Have you ever been intoxicated before?
Yeah.
On May 14th of 2022, were you intoxicated?
No.
Now, how long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house while the group chat was going on?
Probably about like 25 minutes.
During that 25 minutes, did you say anything in that group chat with regards to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes. As we were all together going over this group chat, we're talking, they're talking. It was kind of just like I was a collective, a couple people would pull up. So I did.
So you told them to pull up? And when you told them to pull up, how did they know where to get to?
He said the road name.
And at some point in time, after that 25 minutes, did something happen that you became aware of outside of 43 Laurel Glen?
I'm not sure who, but someone had pointed out that there was a car outside. We kind of all collectively headed out through the back and went outside and saw the car.
And this is a overhead shot of what?
The Rich's household.
Okay, and that would be this house here to the left of 49, kind of covered by some trees with the 3 pickup trucks in the driveway.
Yeah.
That's Tyler Rich's house.
Yeah.
A car arrives.
Yeah.
What kind of car was
I
it?
believe a Honda Pilot.
Showing you states 30. Is that the Honda Pilot you saw pull up in the area of 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
And when this Honda Pilot pulled up, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you saw the car when you exited, withdraw? When you became aware that there was car outside of Tyler Rich's house, what, if anything, did you do?
We all came outside. At first, it was like, where's the car? And then we had noticed closer to like the bottom of the road, like where the road meets that road, a car was added to like the chain of cars that were there. And we had recognized that we didn't know what car that was. So we all kind of made our way over to it, realized that they were in the car.
When you were at Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside the house?
Both.
When you became aware that there was a car that arrived in the area of Tyler Rich's house, were you inside the house or outside?
Inside.
Where were you inside the house?
We were in the basement.
At some point in time, when you heard there was a car that arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you exit the basement?
Yes.
How did you exit the basement?
Through like the umbilical doors in the back.
What side of the house are the Bilko doors? I'm showing you state 6. Can you show us where?
Right around here is the walkway entrance that brings you from around back.
Okay. When you came out of the Bilko doors, did you observe the car when you walked right out the Bilko doors?
No, you came around the house.
Did you walk down the driveway?
I believe so.
And when you got to the end of the driveway, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed at that point.
We had noticed that the car was about where those trees are, equivalent parked right about there.
So for the record's benefit, are you referring to these trees right here?
Yes.
So was the car parked in the middle of the road, side of the road,
It was pulled up onto the side.
on the side of the road? So right about here?
Yeah.
So Your Honor, the record can reflect there's trees at the bottom of stage 49, the bottom right-hand group of trees just after the intersection of Laurel Glen and Adams. So the car was parked there?
Yeah.
When the car was parked there, did you approach the car?
Yeah, we all did.
And when you say you all did, how many people do you think approached the car, if you know?
At least 20
Okay. And do you recall who was present when you approached the car?
in the car.
In your group? No, in
our
your group.
not specifically.
Was Tyler Rich present, if you recall?
I don't recall exactly who was outside.
So there was about 20 kids?
Yeah,
Okay. And when you approached the car, was the car facing towards Adams or away from Adams?
away.
So if we're looking at, so when the car is parked, it's parked this way, facing towards Farmhouse Road?
Yes.
And you approached the car?
Yes.
And did you recognize anybody in the car?
Yes.
Who did you recognize in the car?
De Silva, Snyder, and Lito from prior at the Lifers.
So you noticed the defendant was in the car? Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva? Did you notice if there was anybody else in the car?
I think so, but I'm not sure who.
At that moment, you weren't sure who else was in the car? Now, can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when your Shelton friends went out to the car?
They start talking, start going back and forth. We're saying stuff to them. They're saying stuff to us.
Was it a civil discussion? Was it argumentative?
Argumentative.
Okay. Did you say anything?
No, I was in the front. I wasn't at any windows.
You were in the front?
Yeah.
What do you mean you were in the front?
Like where I was standing, I was kind of looking through the windshield.
So if the car's parked here on the right side in stage 49, you were somewhere up here in front of the car?
Yeah.
Now, if this is the car here, are you directly in front of the car? Are you?
I'm more towards the passenger side. Yeah.
So you're closer to the curb than you are to the center of the road?
Yeah.
Okay. But still in front of the car?
Yeah.
How long would you say the interaction went on between your friends and the St. Joe's group?
A few minutes.
Do you recall who was driving the Pilot?
Jack Snyder.
And do you recall, if you can, who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't recall. I just saw the powder blue in the front and back.
You said about 5 minutes that interaction went on?
Yeah.
Did something happen between your group of friends and the Snyder vehicle group of friends?
Yeah, they're talking back and forth, and then collectively people start like holding onto the roof racks and shaking it back and forth.
So your group started shaking the car? Okay. What else happened during that?
The car was on, so once that started happening, they put it in drive and drove forward, and I had to hop out of the way a little bit, and they sped down the road.
So you had to hop out of the way when the car drove down the road?
Yeah,
How was it being operated, if you recall?
speeding, I
Okay.
guess.
And when you say it went down the road, it took off towards Farmhouse?
Yes.
Okay. And when it took off down the road towards Farmhouse, what, if anything, did you observe?
What happens after they drive away is they continue to drive back and forth from the Rich's house, like up and down the road.
So they're driving in stage 49 up and back down Laurel Glen?
Yeah, I'm not exactly positive if they hit a U-turn or
If you see it's like a square, so I don't really remember if they drove the
square or if they just busted a U-turn and came back and forth.
But they came
Yeah,
back
they,
and forth.
They crossed the house multiple times.
Okay. And when they crossed the house multiple times, what, if anything, did you observe people from the car doing?
They were throwing things at us. We were throwing things at them.
What kind of things were they throwing at you?
I believe there was a WD-40 can, like a water jug of some sort.
And when those things were thrown at you guys, what, if anything, did you observe your group of friends do?
Throw it back.
You threw it back at them. Okay. Did you witness anybody throw anything and hit the car?
I don't recall if anyone hit the car.
Are you aware if the car was hit with anything?
I'm not sure, no.
Okay. At some point in time, did they stop driving back and forth in front of Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. And when they stopped doing that, what, if anything, did you observe as to where the car went?
They had moved towards where Farmhouse Lane is and stopped the car on the corner of it.
So for the jurors in the record, this is stage one. If we're looking at stage one, they're somewhere in the area of the intersection of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Okay. And would you say they were in front? Did you see them in front of this house, or was it more towards the intersection?
I was far away.
So you couldn't tell exactly, but they were in this area.
Yeah, no.
When you saw them, the car stopped down the road, did you observe anything about the occupants of the car?
I think two of them had gotten out.
Could you see who got out of the car?
No, I could not see specifically.
When you noticed those individuals get out of the car, what, if anything, did you observe next?
Two of my friends, maybe more, Ricky and Tyler, had began walking down to go speak with them.
And when you say Ricky, you mean Ricky Feola?
Yes.
And when you say Tyler, you mean Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Okay. And they went down the road. Did you see them go down all the way down the road?
I saw them when they got pretty close, and then I had headed back inside.
Did you observe Tyler Rich or Ricky Feola do anything when they were going down the road?
No.
Did you hear anything as to, not what people said, but did you hear anything, argument or anything down the road from where you were?
No.
And you say that at that some point in time, you went back into the house?
Yeah.
And when you went back into the house, how did you enter Tyler's house?
Same way I left, through the
Okay.
basement door.
Before you get back into the house, can you show me on stage 49 where you were standing when the car finally went down the road?
Yeah, I kind of like around the mailbox, like poked out in the road a little bit, just saw the boys walking down there.
My finger's pointed in the road here, just in front of the mailbox, 49. Is that about where you were standing?
Yeah, in that general area.
Okay. And when you went back, my finger's pointing to the front of the mailbox, and when you went back into Tyler Rich's house, did you walk up the driveway and go inside the Bilko doors, or did you go in the house a different way?
I took the same route.
How long would you say you were in Tyler Rich's house for? A
Few minutes.
few minutes. And when you were back in Tyler Rich's house, were you consuming any alcohol?
No.
And how many people would you say were inside the house when you went back inside the house at that moment?
Almost all of us.
Did you come back outside the house?
Yes,
And why did you go back outside the house?
because they had came back.
When you say they had come back, who came back?
Well, when we got outside, Lito and DeSilva were out of their car.
Okay, now when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
The same route I had been taken. We veered a little left because they were approaching towards the yard.
To show you states 50, a little closer view. When you came out of Tyler Rich's house, you came out this side of the house where the Bilko doors were?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm pointing to the area just in front of, there's an opening between some trees in the house just in front of the truck here, right?
Yep.
Okay, and when you came out of the house, what route did you take?
Kind
Can you
of,
describe it.
kind of like exactly where that blue truck is, and then went cut towards the grass.
So did you come down to the left side of the blue truck and go out to the right this way over to the cement block area? Or did you go out of the side of the house and take a right in front of the blue truck, past the black truck, and come down we'll call it the driver's side of the black truck?
I mean, the blue truck wasn't there at the time, so we kind of, just walked down like exactly where it is and then like bended into the grass.
When you came out of the Bilko doors, right where this air conditioning unit is, in front of the opening where this blue truck is, did you come down the left side of this blue truck and through the middle of between the blue truck and the white Jeep? Or did you come down the passenger side of this blue truck?
The passenger side.
So you came out the Bilko door, took a left, and then down the grass area where the cobblestone block is?
Yes,
Okay. And where did you end up when you first went outside?
like right in between that slab and red bush in that area.
Was this green tree here?
No.
Okay. And when you came down, can you point to area in States 52 where you came, where you stood?
In this general vicinity.
Did anybody have flashlights?
Yeah,
What were they using to illuminate what was going on?
phone flashlights.
Okay. And when you got outside, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed initially when you got to that area.
So when we get outside, the cars pulls up facing
Towards Adams.
kind of like,
Do you know where it's parked in that picture, 52?
It's like, the car would be right here. This would be the car.
So when the car was parked there, tell me what you observed.
Lito and DeSilva hop out of the car, start approaching the property. Obviously, there's arguments going back and forth.
How were they approaching the property? Can you recall how they were approaching the property?
They were just or like if I was like how I saw them.
Yeah.
From my view, the one on the right was DeSilva. Lito was on the left, so on Tyler's right.
When you observed Tyler and the defendant get out of the car, how many people from your group outside?
Majority.
Do you recall if there was, not what people said, but do you recall if there was a verbal interaction between anybody from your group and the defendant and or Tyler DeSilva?
Yeah, there was stuff being said back and forth.
What kind of things, not what they said, but what was the manner in which the things were being said?
Argumentative.
Okay. And was your group being argumentative?
Both parties.
So the defendant and Tyler DeSilva were being argumentative back?
Yeah.
Did it look like they were trying to be peaceful?
No, but neither did we.
And when So can you tell on States 52 where approximately you observed Tyler De Silva was as opposed to where the defendant was?
This would be probably about De Silva. Lito would be about right here.
And when there was an interaction between your group and the defendant and Mr. De Silva, where did that interaction, that verbal interaction take place?
As they were walking up, a little bit on the grass as well.
A little bit on the grass just past the curb area? Who was talking to, not what was said, who was talking to Tyler De Silva or arguing with Tyler De Silva at that moment? Do you recall?
A couple of people was arguing with him. He was also said some words towards both of them. Everyone was kind of talking.
So Tyler Rich was talking to Tyler De Silva?
At one point,
Do you recall anybody else from your friend group talking to Tyler De Silva?
not specifically.
How far apart were Tyler De Silva and the defendant?
They weren't terribly far apart, maybe a couple feet, 5 to 8.
Do you recall, was anybody having a discussion or near the defendant at this moment?
Hines was near the area.
Ryan Hines was near the defendant?
My buddy Ty Wood was confronting him.
How do you know Ty Wood?
Known him my whole life. My sister and his brother were friends. We played sports together.
And obviously he was at the party that night as well. Who else, if anybody, do you recall being near the defendant at that moment?
I'm not sure of anyone else.
But you're from what you recall Ty Wood and Ryan Hines.
Yes.
Okay. And how was the defendant's demeanor with regards to your friends Ryan Hines and Ty Wood?
They were both ready. Just like ready to fight.
How long would you say there was this verbal altercation going on back and forth on May 14th of 2022?
Not very long.
When you say not very long,
Minute or two.
okay. And after a minute or two, did something happen?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed happen?
Ty and Lito had been arguing. It looked like Lito was about to swing on Ty, so Rich stepped in front and struck Lito.
So Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face?
Yes.
And when Tyler Rich punched the defendant in the face, what happened next?
Well, the fight begins, and his whole interactions, or Lito's whole interactions, kind of get out of my view from the crowd of people that are all just in front of me. So I can't really see him. But then I see De Silva, and he starts getting into it. And then him and Rich actually end up in like a wrestling match, basically in the lawn.
Who do you recall being in the area of Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva's fight?
Locke, Villalobos, Alex Bernstein was in the area.
When you say Locke, you mean Matt Locke?
Locke, yeah.
And Tyler Rich?
Yeah.
And Jacob Villalobos? Who else? Do you recall anybody else?
Not specifically, no.
And when you were observing the fight between Tyler De Silva and Tyler Rich, did you have an idea? Were you aware of what was going on with the defendant?
No.
Okay.
I knew he was in a fight. I could see it, but I couldn't see specifics.
Do you recall how many people he was in a fight with?
No.
Did you have any weapons on you that night?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ty Wood with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Ryan Hines with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Matt Lockovich with any weapons on him that night?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry with any weapons on him that night? How about Mike Sampieri? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
Not to my knowledge.
How about Charlie Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night? How about Tommy Connery? Did he have any weapons on him that night?
No.
How about Faison Teele? Did you see any weapons on him?
No.
Did you see Jimmy during the fight?
Not during the fight.
Not
No.
during the fight. Do you know if he had any weapons on him?
He did not.
So when the fight's going on, you lose sight of what the defendant's doing and you kind of focus on Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva. How long would you say you were, did you move at any point in time from where you were during that fight?
I might have creeped about where that tree is, maybe right on the cement.
Just watching.
So you were in that general
I
area?
stayed in that area mainly.
Do you recall anybody being near you at the time?
Tanner?
Tanner Chernowsky was near you?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us what you observed about the fight that you did observe.
It was quick. They were on the ground. I remember like they were wrestling, grabbing at each other. I saw like De Silva's whole back out because his shirt was like pulled up a little bit. They were just kind of wrestling, and then it wasn't very long, not a very long interaction. A couple of the dudes pick him up onto his feet, push him out into the street, and tell him to get lost, basically.
At any point in time, did you observe the defendant do anything?
Yeah, so while the interaction with De Silva's ending, the defendant runs to the car. You see the car door open because the lights turn on from inside the car, and then runs back into the fight.
During this point in time, you were somewhere in this area?
Yeah.
And that's between the square block septic cap here and this tree that was not there?
Yeah.
The car is somewhere in this area here, just in front of the mailbox, or maybe like,
Maybe a little farther back as well.
okay, maybe, so probably around just to the lower right-hand portion of
Yeah.
52. And you observe the defendant run to the car?
Yes.
And when you observe him run to the car, what does he do?
He runs back to the fight.
And when he runs back into the fight, where did you observe where Tyler was?
He's kind of like in the
Road now at this point because he was pushed out into the road.
Was anybody fighting with Tyler De Silva at that moment?
No.
How would you describe the scene of the fight? Was it chaotic?
Yeah,
A lot of kids?
a lot of kids.
And when the defendant runs back into the fight, what, if anything, did you hear at that moment?
My buddy Charlie yells that he has a knife.
And when you heard Charlie yell that he has a knife, what, if anything, did you observe next?
I didn't observe from that point. It was a crowd of people, and then it broke out in chaos. People started yelling, screaming, and then I had seen Jimmy, and he had these white shorts on. They were stained completely red, and I looked away, and a bunch of people flooded to him to help him.
Stage 57. Is that the outfit you were Jimmy wearing the night of May 14th of 2022 with the white shorts?
Yes,
When the defendant came back into the fight, did you observe a knife on him at that point?
I couldn't. I still had no eyes. I saw once he ran back from the car, I lost sight of him because of the crowd.
Okay, when you say there were a crowd, were there people in front of you where you were standing between the tree and that cement square in 52?
Not many.
Majority was more into the grass, which is where he was, and I would think
That's why I had the view I had of the car and the fight. And once he ran back towards the curb, he was not in my vision anymore.
Do you recall where Jimmy was at this moment? Did you see Jimmy?
I had known he was on the
Far side of the interaction.
Okay. And when you heard Charlie yell, he's got a knife, he's got a knife, you didn't observe the defendant with anything. What did you observe next after you heard that?
It erupted and everyone started screaming. Some people were crying, yelling, freaking out. Once I had noticed Jimmy, I was kind of shocked. I was 16 years old. I didn't know what to do. And then I had noticed Charlie was freaking out because his brother Tommy had been stabbed, and Charlie was like my best friend at the time. So I had taken my hoodie off, gave it to him, was like, put it on his leg.
Let's stop there. So what did you observe first about Jimmy? You saw Jimmy first?
I noticed the red on his shorts. That was what I noticed.
Did you hear him say anything?
I did not.
Did he do anything? Did you see him do anything?
He fell to the ground.
So you saw red on the shorts and he fell to the ground. When you saw that happen, what did you do next?
I was moving towards him, and then like a couple people instantly grabbed onto him and were catering to him. And then I noticed Tommy interacted with Charlie, gave him my hoodie.
Do you recall where Tommy was at that moment? If you don't, it's
He was
okay.
like in the middle of the yard.
Okay. And did you go up to Tommy? And what did you observe about Tommy?
That he had been stabbed in the leg.
You recall if he had been stabbed more than once?
Yeah, I believe 3 or 4 times.
And when you saw that he was stabbed, what, if anything, did you do?
I had taken my hoodie off. I gave it to Charlie first and told him to give it to Tommy to
And
wrap
when,
his leg.
and when that happened, what did you do next?
I ran back inside to look for anything, towels, water. While I was like searching for things, I believe I was with Tanner. We had noticed Hines was sitting, and I was like, what are you doing, dude? And he said he was catching his breath, and he was hunched over with his hand on his left side holding it. And then he moved his hand, and we had noticed that he was bleeding, and we took him out. We were like, dude, like, come on, you got to get in the ambulance. You got to go. And then it kind of just all, once everyone started getting treated, it was all just like a blur.
Where was Ryan stabbed?
He was stabbed once, like right beneath his armpit, and like the lower, I don't even know what this area is, your lower side, and then right above his butt.
Okay. And do you recall where Tommy was stabbed?
In his thigh.
Do you recall if anybody else had been stabbed that night?
Faison had been cut in the arm, and obviously Jimmy.
Now, when you went inside to help Ryan, at some point in time, did you come back outside with towels and
I didn't find anything, but I just kept using my clothing.
So did you or anybody call 911?
Multiple people did.
When you saw Jimmy fall, did you see the defendant and Tyler De Silva do anything?
The last I saw of them was them run to their car and drive off, and then they weren't in my mind anymore.
And where did they drive? Did they drive towards Adams or towards Farmhouse?
Towards Adams.
Okay. When 911 was called, how long would you say it was between the time the end of the fight took place and the time the first responders arrived? Do you recall?
I don't recall specifically. I remember it taking a decent amount of time because a lot of people were complaining that the ambulance wasn't there fast enough.
And
while we were there,
when you were waiting for the first responders to arrive to the scene, were you doing anything at that moment? Were you rendering aid to anybody?
not at that point. Once they came, they made us all back up. They took over, obviously, took care of everything. And at that point, I finally answered my mom because throughout the whole interaction, she was blowing up my phone from hearing the sirens all driving by. And I finally, answered her, talked to her.
Okay. And at some point in time, did your parents arrive at 43 Laurel Glen?
I don't recall if they picked me up or not.
At some point in time, first responders arrived, police, paramedics. Do you recall whether or not you talked to any police officers that night?
I believe I did.
And after that night, Do you recall whether or not you met with police officers again in connection to this case?
I did.
Good morning, Mr. Marcinczyk. So you were telling us a little bit about your relationship to some of these folks, as well as what you witnessed on the 14th into the morning of the 15th, right? And you were telling us that the evening began, you were getting ready over to go over to Ms. Marcinczyk's house, correct? That was about 6 o'clock?
Maybe a little later.
Okay. And that involved some drinking as far as getting ready to go over there?
While we were there, yeah.
While you were at Ridzik's house?
Yeah, the initial time.
Okay. What about beforehand when you were getting ready to go over there? Did that involve any drinking?
No.
Any other substance use?
No.
You told us that once you got to Ridzik's house, you had a drink, maybe 2 beers, maybe 3, maybe 4.
No, because I didn't have that many. Wasn't able to get anything for that night really, so I didn't have much. So I was just kind of.
Well, you were there with Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And he had a 12-pack of beer. You didn't have any of those beers?
No, I don't believe he gave me any.
Is it possible?
I don't think so.
Possible?
Sustained.
Because when we showed up to the lifers, he had.
So your recollection is that it was 2 beers that you had at Ridzik's house?
Mhm.
Nothing else to drink there?
No.
Ryan didn't share any of his beers with you?
No.
And at some point, you went over to the Lifers' house, correct?
Yes.
And that was 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And you knew that they were having a party there, correct?
Yes.
Where you expected that there would be more drinking going on, correct?
Potentially.
Well, when you arrived there, you knew that your friend, Mr. Lifer, was drunk to the point of being ill, correct?
I had found that out from them when I had arrived.
Because you didn't see him because he was in the back throwing up, correct?
I didn't see him because I wasn't allowed into the property by the defendant and his friends.
And you were driven to 5 Lazy Brook Road by a person named Tanner Chernowsky, correct?
Yes.
And you described Tanner Chernowsky as your cousin, correct?
Yeah. Not by blood, but essentially we've been family friends since we were young.
So he's not your blood cousin
No.
or relative, but you consider him so close as to be, you call
Yes.
him a cousin.
Yes.
Now, when you got there, you mentioned that there were some kids from St. Joe's at that party, correct?
Yeah. It was a St. Joe's party.
was
Often
a St.
attendance. Yes.
So most of the kids there were from St. Joe's, correct?
Yes.
You were not from St. Joe's,
No, I was not.
nor was Ryan Hines, correct?
No.
Nor was Tanner Chernowsky.
No.
And there were 4 kids there, but you from St. Joe's that you noticed, but only 3 of them who you could identify, correct?
Yeah.
And that was Jack Snyder, correct? Tyler De Silva, correct? And Raul Valle, correct? And you knew them to be St. Joe's kids, right?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Hines had brought a 12-pack of beer with him,
Yes.
and that you began to go into the garage, correct?
Yes.
Could you see what was going on in the garage?
Yeah. The garage doors were open.
And there was a party going on in the garage, right?
They were inside, so they were really the only ones in the garage. Maybe a couple other stragglers outside, but the party was in the house.
Nothing going on that you could see inside, like beer pong or any games?
No,
being played?
door was shut. And the way it's set up, you can't see into the house.
And you didn't know at that time who Jack Snyder, Tyler De Silva, or Raul Valle were, is that correct?
Not fully. I had known Snyder and De Silva just like through football, not like personally knew them, but I've heard the name before.
Okay. So at that point, when you saw them, you couldn't say what their names were. Is that
No.
fair to say? And at some point, you said that Jack Snyder went to grab Ryan Hines' beer, correct?
He did grab Ryan Hines' beer.
He grabs Ryan Hines' beer, and then you said the defendant didn't say anything, correct?
Not to my recollection. I don't recall what everyone was saying.
And that he was peripheral to Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder squared off, right?
Yeah.
As though they were going to have a fist fight or some sort of physical
Yeah, they
altercation.
had agreed to fight over the beer.
Okay. When you say they agreed to fight over the beer, were there any adults present at this point, or was this just students?
Witnessing this, no. I think maybe a parent or two. Both of them were home, but I know his mom was home.
You claim that the first punch was thrown by the defendant
Yes.
and that he punched Ryan Hines in the face from behind,
Yes.
correct? And you said that Hines then took Snyder to the ground.
Yes.
Now, you've described and you saw a photograph of Mr. Valle wearing a helmet, correct? And he was also wearing some sort of a neck pillow. Did you see that?
Outside, I'm not too exactly sure if he had it on still or not. It was a black pillow or a dark colored pillow. It was nighttime. I don't recall exactly if he was wearing the neck pillow.
And that was Austin Lifer, your friend. That was his father's motorcycle helmet,
I
correct?
believe so, yeah.
And at some point after they began fighting, you said that Mr. Hines was getting the better of Mr. Snyder, correct?
I'd say he was brought him to the ground. He was on top of him.
And at that point, you said that the defendant tackled Ryan Hines, correct?
No, removed his helmet and struck him.
That's what you told us now. You gave a statement to the police officers on May 15th of 2022, correct?
Yeah,
You went there with your parents at about 2 o'clock down to the PD to give a statement.
sounds about right.
And you told them at that time that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him, correct?
They might have taken that incorrectly because Hines is the only person that tackled anyone. He took him to the ground. I watched him tackle him, and no one else went to the ground either.
So you didn't tell them that that the defendant tackled Ryan and punched him?
If they marked me as saying that, then on paper I did, but I recall Hines tackling.
And you told us here, and you told them then, that the defendant took off his helmet and swung it at Mr. Hines, correct?
Yeah, he struck him with it.
He took that helmet physically off of his head and swung it and struck Mr. Hines.
Yes, he hit Hines with it.
And then Mr. De Silva jumped in afterwards, correct?
Yeah, he didn't contribute much to it, but yeah,
He began punching and kicking Ryan Hines on the ground, correct?
yeah.
That's your recollection. That's what you're certain
He-
of today.
Yeah, he wasn't very much so involved. He was the last one to enter in, and by then it got broken up pretty fast.
And you were prevented from helping because this fourth unknown person was holding you back, right?
I wasn't sort of say be held back because we were initially watching because they agreed to fight one-on-one, and that was agreed upon both. They were fine with it. The second they get active, like things happened, and then the girl hops in. I'm off to the side. I had no clue who I was standing with, and we were talking about it, and he was like, "Don't get involved." He was telling me not to because he was like, "You're in that. Like, there's 3 of them."
There were adults at this house, you think?
What do you like? Parents?
Yes.
His mom was home. Yeah.
You were aware of that?
I wasn't until she came outside when the fight got broken up.
But so you claim that these two agreed to fight Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines, and
Yeah.
you decided you were just going to watch the thing.
They said they were running one-on-one fight. Hines, it's not allowed to be said, but he said they agreed upon ones.
You didn't make any efforts to notify any parents inside the house that this was going on out in their driveway.
I didn't know they were in the driveway or in the house. Sorry,
You said the fight lasted a short time, maybe as much as 30 to 40 seconds.
as much as 40. Nothing like.
And afterwards, Mr. Leifer's mother came outside and asked you to leave, correct?
Yeah, which we were more than fine with doing.
And she gave the beers back to Mr. Hines, correct?
I didn't exactly see if she picked them up or if she handed them to him. She could have.
And at that point, you got a ride back to Ms. Ridsick's house, Natalia Ridsick's house, correct?
Yes,
Who gave you that ride?
I do not know her name. We had been walking down the driveway. We had met a group of girls and they had witnessed what happened. And we offered, "You guys mind bringing us home?" And they had no problem with it.
You don't recall who that was.
I do not recall their names.
And you told us that you weren't doing any drinking on the way back to Ms. Ridsick, right?
No, I didn't have anything. Once I had gotten to Austin's, I had no alcohol.
You didn't have any of Mr. Hines's beers that he had
No.
just gotten back.
No, he lost majority of them in that yard, so he was not in the mood to be giving them out.
And you immediately called your friends, Thomas and Charlie Connery, right?
No, I believe Charlie called me.
And you told them about what had occurred there at the 5 Lazybrook house, right?
Yeah,
And everybody on your side, and this is the Shelton High kids at this point that we're
Yeah.
talking about, right?
yeah,
Those are your friends, are mainly Shelton High kids.
yeah,
And you let them know about the fight that had just happened at 5 Lazybrook Road.
yep.
You were upset, right?
Yeah, we were a little pissed off. We were like, "What the hell?" That was,
A little pissed off.
yeah. We weren't, fuming, acting out of rage, doing anything stupid, but we were like, that was stupid. Like we were just pissed.
Okay. And you told us that there was a basketball group chat that some of the kids started, correct?
Yeah, I was in it prior. It started because we played pickup basketball, hence the name of the group chat. And we have 2 kids in there that we were friends with. We'd hoop with them. And then after it all had happened, I don't remember who specifically, but they were all added, or at least 4 people. I didn't have any of the numbers, so they were all just random numbers.
When you say they were all added, you mean Mr. Valley, Mr.
I
Mr.
found that
Snyder
out
were
after,
added,
but in the
correct?
given moment, I didn't know. Yes.
But that's who was added, right?
Yes. Yes.
And that's who you started texting about 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Yes.
Giving them the address, correct?
Yeah.
In fact, taking a photo of the address and texting that, correct?
Yeah.
That wasn't just some of the kids, right? That was you.
Yeah. My phone number is the number that sent it. Yes.
You've talked about things as having happened collectively, but when we're talking about the address being sent,
Yeah.
that
I
was
sent
you
the address.
individually, not collectively.
I mean, if you put it into retrospect, yeah, my finger hit the button, I think, but I was a sophomore at a senior's house. I wasn't just gonna have some kids show up that my first time hanging out there. I wouldn't just invite them. So I was told by people, I don't remember who, but we had been talking about what just happened, or because they started off with come to Trumbull High. So we we're like, we're not going to Trumbull High, and said what we said.
So you're saying somebody forced you to text?
No, nobody
the
forced me
address.
to text in anything. No.
And then you described ultimately getting over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. You told us maybe 30 to 40 kids were there.
Yeah.
Could it have been more?
I don't think so. I'm more of like, it's not touching 50, maybe a number in the 40s possibly, but I don't think so.
And you didn't have anything to drink once you got there, except maybe I think you conceded you could have had one beer.
Yeah, I could have been given one. I don't remember drinking, but I'm not going to rule it out.
Was there beer at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Not for like the taking, but people had their own supplies.
Was there liquor at the party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I didn't see. He could have had a bottle at his house prior. I'm not sure.
And when you arrived there, you described it as being dark, correct?
Where?
43 Laurel Glen Drive now.
You're referring about outside?
Yes.
It's dim lit. Like it wasn't terribly dark. We were able to see the people in front of us. Flashlights are out too. There's the light in the driveway. It's not like you can't see.
It was misty that night?
I don't recall it being misty.
You don't recall it being misty or rainy?
No,
You don't recall the grass being wet?
I do not.
You don't recall any sort of precipitation whatsoever?
I don't recall, but I don't recall mist specifically.
And you said you were in the house in the basement, correct?
Yeah.
And that it was a typical high school party, typical high school things were going on, right?
Yeah.
What were those typical high school things that were going on at that party?
Listening to music, people having a couple drinks together. Might have had a pong table, I'm not sure, but people hanging out, listening to music, having a good time, hanging out.
You said might have had a pong table. What's a pong
Like
table?
a table to play beer pong.
And what's beer pong?
So when each team has 10 cups and you shoot a ping pong ball into each other's cups, and whoever makes all 10 first wins.
How old was the oldest person that was attending this party?
Could have been 19, 18 or 19.
No adults present?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So you told us before that maybe some folks had some beers, they'd brought their own. Now you're telling us that there might have been a beer pong table set up and people might have been playing beer
Yeah,
pong?
by beer pong, I don't specifically mean every single cup is filled with beer, because we've come to learn that it's a lot easier to fill them with water, because then you could just keep playing and play the game.
Okay, so are you telling us that this night there were people playing pong with water?
I'm not telling you specifically, I don't recall, but if 95% of the time that is the situation, because you get your beer all gross.
And you told us that at some point you became aware that these St. Joe's kids had arrived and they were outside, correct? How did you become aware of that?
So initially there was a text that said we're here. Someone ran outside, didn't see him. And then someone else was like, there's a car outside. And that's when we all flowed outside.
And you described that car as being parked outside down towards the corner of Adams, correct?
Yeah.
And that car was on the other side of the street, correct?
Yes.
And then you told us that you all collectively headed outside, right?
Yeah.
Was that all 30 or 40 of you?
A few stragglers may have fallen back, but the majority made their way outside.
And who were you standing beside when you headed outside?
I don't recall fully who I walked out with. We kind of just funneled out, so we just walked outside.
Did you head outside with Tanner Chernowsky?
Yeah.
Did you head outside with Ryan Hines?
But yeah, he came out.
Did you head outside with Michael Sampieri?
If Samp went outside, I wasn't specifically saying I'm with any of them. Some of them were outside, yes.
Why did you go outside?
Because I went outside. They were in the group chat. They said they're here. Curiosity, walk outside. Everyone else was going.
You were just curious about what was going to happen after you told them.
Yeah, I'm gonna go-
Laurel Glen Drive
I'm gonna
after
go-
the fight.
Confront them. Yeah, I'm going to go outside. But this was more of like me and Hines were like youngins to everyone there. We looked like we were the little kids there. So they were kind of taking control. And it was more like they were all known. The defendants and his friends have known some of the people that were at the Rich's house.
And then when everybody gets outside, you told us about them going up to the Honda Pilot, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that at this point they all surrounded the Honda Pilot, right?
Yeah.
And they were touching the Honda Pilot, right?
I'm looking from the front. I don't know if they eventually did, but when they began rocking it, yes.
Began rocking the car.
Yeah.
You were shown a picture of the Honda Pilot, correct?
Yes, we were.
You were shown this picture. Is that the Honda Pilot that you recall seeing?
Yes, it is.
That looks like the Honda Pilot that you saw.
Yeah.
You agree that's the same vehicle?
Yeah.
And when that vehicle arrived and you first saw it, it didn't have that shattered windshield, did it?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I didn't see anyone specifically make that happen. So I don't know if they arrived with it or left with it.
How did you come out when you got to the car when you went outside?
Where was I parallel to the car?
How did you come out of the house?
Through the umbilical doors out of the basement around the house.
What kind of doors?
Like the umbilical ones, like the basement doors.
Okay. And can you describe the umbilical doors for us?
It's like the ones that open. If this is a house, they're slanted like this and they open. And there's a staircase that goes into the basement.
Okay. And then you came out and you described for us how you walked down the pathway.
Yes.
And where did you go? If you want to use the exhibit behind you, you went beside the square cement.
That's the second time when they come back. The first
Okay.
time initially, we all come down the driveway.
Oh, you all came down
Yeah,
the
we
driveway.
all walked down. I don't know specifically the driveway, but we all walked out to the car.
So you remember that? You remember how you got out of the house?
Yes.
You don't remember whether or not that windshield was shattered beforehand.
I wasn't paying attention to if their car was beat up or not.
You were standing right at the front by the passenger side, right?
Yeah, I wasn't like on the car. I was a few feet back. I was looking through the windshield, but I don't remember if there was a crack there or not.
Which
Looking at the
side
people.
of the windshield would you say that defect is in?
The passenger side.
The side you were standing closest to?
Yeah.
You didn't notice whether or
Well,
not it was shattered?
I wasn't looking for shattered glass, and you probably can't really tell it's cracked either when it's nighttime. You know, it's got a light on it with a flashlight taking a picture of it, so it reflects back a little bit. I didn't recognize if there was a crack or not.
I see. You did notice, however, that these kids were all now surrounding the car and that at some point they started to shake the car.
Yes.
They started to throw things at the car.
I don't know if anyone threw anything at that point.
They started to pound on the car.
Yeah, I probably was banging on the windows.
Somebody reached in and punched somebody that was inside the car.
I didn't see any of that.
You didn't see that?
I didn't see if anyone got punched while in the car.
You were standing on the passenger side. How far away from the car itself?
Probably 4 to 6 feet back.
Could you have reached out and touched the car?
No.
Did you reach out and touch the car?
Did I touch the car? Not to my recollection, no.
Not to your recollection?
Yeah, I don't recall encountering and going up and touching the car.
Is that the kind of thing you'd forget?
What do you mean? Like, would I forget touching the car?
Yes.
Probably not.
But you simply don't recall whether or not you touched the car.
I didn't touch the car.
You didn't.
I didn't touch the car.
Now you recall that, but you didn't touch the car.
Yeah.
These other people were all touching the car.
Yeah, they were on the sides of it. I was in the front, so I can't do anything from the front of the car.
I see. You distanced yourself from the car.
Essentially, yeah.
You distanced yourself from the group.
Not from the group. I was still with people.
Same people that had you feel like you had to text the address.
Sorry, but what was that?
These same people that you felt like were making you text the address.
I didn't feel like I was made to text anybody the address, but sure.
So you went outside. Folks, you described there as being a chain of cars that were there, correct?
Yeah, there was a couple cars parked on the opposite side of the road as well.
There were cars parked on both sides of the road, right?
Yes, but significantly more on the other side.
Significantly more cars were parked
Yeah,
on the other side
There
of
might
the
have
road.
been 1 or 2 car parked near the mailbox, but there was on the other side.
It was lined up with at least like 4 to 6 of them.
So the chain of cars were there. Were you standing between
I
the
was-
pilot and another car?
They weren't too close to the other car because they were able to put it in drive and drive forward while turning left. So they were slacked back a little bit, but essentially, yeah, I was technically between 2 cars.
Okay.
But it wasn't a close gap.
And you described that water bottles and a WD-40 can were thrown out of the vehicle,
Yes.
or were they thrown at the vehicle?
No, the WD-40 can came out, which someone picked it up on the road and threw it back.
Okay. Was anything else thrown back at the vehicle?
There was like a water jug tossed, but once they started driving up and down, like slowly, majority of us would fade into the inside. A couple of people trickled, like stayed outside, and that was really it. Like they just kept driving up and down. We thought it had been done by that point.
How many times did they drive up and down?
3, 4 times.
Not 2 to 3?
Well, including their first speed down, and they come down and back up again, so it's at least 3.
Could you see how many people were inside the vehicle?
I know there was more. I didn't see specifically how many. There could have just been 4 of them. I don't think it was full.
Now, when you were part of the group that collectively surrounded this car, you
Yeah.
wanted them to exit the vehicle, right?
At that point in time, we didn't really have a game plan or an approach. We just went and were going to talk with them, which obviously was a little bit hostile, but we didn't know what was going to happen or what would happen.
You didn't want to get payback for the Lazy Brook Road?
Sure, it was in thoughts, but at that point in time, they're all sitting in a car. You can't do anything. So
Can't do anything except lay hands on it, start rocking it, throw things at it, smash the windshield.
yeah, sure. We rocked it and threw things at it because things were thrown. Like I had said before, I don't recall anyone doing anything to the windshield. I'm not saying it wasn't us or it was, but I didn't see any of that.
You collectively attacked the vehicle. Fair to say?
I wouldn't say attacked. We had a mass of people. I wouldn't say necessarily attacked.
No, you wouldn't. And you also can't tell us who laid hands on the vehicle, can you?
No, there's a lot of people.
Yes, you told us who was there. Enrico Feola was present.
Yeah.
Sal Perry was present. Mike Samperi was present. Alex Burnson was present. Tanner was present. Yes.
Yes.
Jacob Villalobos was present, and you knew all these guys very well, correct?
Yeah,
You played sports with all of them, correct? You grew up with all these kids,
I
correct?
did.
But you can't tell us who it was that started shaking the vehicle.
It's not that I couldn't tell you who, it's that I didn't specifically look around and remember who was who. I know who all my friends are, obviously, yes, but I don't know where their positions are. I don't know their experiences. I was paying attention to myself and looking at the car. I wasn't watching everyone else's doings.
Isn't it that you don't want to tell us? You don't want to tell us what your friends did that night.
Honestly, I wish I could, but I don't know.
Well, you can. Go ahead, tell us.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know where my friends' position were or where they were, no.
But you knew how you came out of that house.
Yeah, because I walked
Object
it.
is asked and answered.
And you're telling us that they drove up and down the road 3 to 4 times, you've said?
Yeah.
Multiple times. And that at some point they drove off down towards Farmhouse Lane, correct? And would you agree that that is about 2 football fields away from where the Rich House is?
Yeah, it's a good distance.
And you claim that you saw only 2 of your friends walk down towards Farmhouse Lane, right?
I just knew 2 specifically. There could have been more. I know that Ricky and Tyler went and encountered him.
Do you know that because they told you that, or because you saw that?
They were the ones that actually had discussed that they were going to go down and talk to them. So once they started going, I came back and I don't know if anyone else trailed after them.
Did you see them go down to Farmhouse Lane?
Yeah, I saw them. I walked inside, but I watched them head towards Lido. Yes.
Those, you think only those 2 people were the ones that walked down there?
No, I just know that those 2 people. I don't know specifically who else.
And you told us you didn't hear anything go on down there?
No,
at
I went
Farmhouse
back
Lane?
inside.
You went back inside. You remember that?
Yes.
Who else went back inside with you?
Majority of people.
Alex Burnson?
I'm not sure. At that time, I just kind of met Burns. I wasn't really looking out for him.
Did Enrico Feola go back inside with you?
No,
Did Sal Perry go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Mike Samperi go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Tanner Chernowsky go back inside with you?
I'm not sure.
Did Jacob Villalobos go back inside with you?
I'm not sure. There's a lot of us. You're naming 6 of the 40 kids. I don't know where everyone's exact whereabouts were at every given moment. I apologize.
No apology necessary. When you spoke with officers before, though, you didn't mention anything to them about friends going down to Farmhouse Lane, did you?
Well, I was in a panic and just explained what I had actually did, the big things. It didn't
So
come
you
down
didn't
to
tell them
details.
about that, correct?
I don't remember exactly what I told them. That was 3 years ago.
You told them that everybody went back inside and only one person remained outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were going to come back, right?
No, I didn't specifically said that. I just know that somebody, I don't know how many people, but majority had funneled in and someone had mentioned that they were back.
And that one kid just stayed outside to see if the St. Joe's kids were going to come back, right?
Yeah, someone actually was outside. I don't remember who it was. And they were looking, but it wasn't like,
Well, did one kid stay outside or did 2 kids go down to Farmhouse Lane?
those are 2 separate events. They went down and spoke to them. Then when they were down at I don't know anything that happened in that conversation, what they saw, what they said, anything about it, but I watched them walk down the road towards them. And then at separate times, we all funneled back inside. Someone was outside still. I don't know if they were looking for them, but someone was still outside. And then they had mentioned that they had came back.
Who was that?
It was someone just yelled like they're back and everyone was like, what? And all funneled out the back doors.
And in fact, you continued texting throughout this time period, didn't you?
I think the texting died down a lot once they had fully arrived. There was a couple texts sent. Yeah.
There were a couple of texts sent, or you sent texts, Mr. Marcinczyk?
Multiple people sent texts. I included, yes.
You sent texts,
Yeah,
correct?
I sent texts. They sent texts. Multiple people sent texts.
In fact, you snapped a photograph of Mr. Snyder's car sitting outside and texted that with a caption on it, taunting them, didn't you?
Yeah.
This was after they had shown up and driven away, correct?
No, that's as they just showed up. I took that picture first thing.
Also, you took that picture before you went outside.
No, I took that picture outside when they had arrived.
And you said, sitting ducks, OD, very scared, right?
Yes.
And then you asked, how's your car, pussy? Full. That's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was after you'd gotten out?
It's after they had driven up and down.
That's after they'd driven up and down the
driven
street.
up.
You're continuing to text them at that point, right?
I believe so.
Are you still feeling pressure to do that from other people?
I never felt any pressure in the first place to be texting them.
Okay. You didn't feel pressure before when you sent the LGD, 43 LGD?
No, there wasn't pressure to do that. It was dudes being dudes talking.
Just dudes talking?
I mean, yeah, we were expecting to fight, not any of this.
You were expecting to fight?
Once we had told them to come, yeah, I don't think we're gonna have them come and there'd be no point of having them come. Yeah.
Did you say 43 Laurel Glen Drive, 30 to 40 dudes here?
I don't exactly recall, but if I did, then yeah.
You didn't mention those texts, however, when you were talking with the police, right?
I don't recall. I don't think so. I don't know that it wasn't asked. Once I was asked about them, I told them about them. Yeah.
Oh, once you were asked about them, you told them that they
Well,
existed, but before that, you didn't think that was important to share with them?
Not really. It was argumentative. It's a lot of just hearsay nonsense back and forth between the two of us. Yes, I told them where to go, but it doesn't invite anything that happened on that night.
Mr. Marcinczyk, you didn't tell the cops about that because you thought it might get you in trouble, didn't you?
I don't know exactly what my thoughts were when I was 16. I could have been scared. I'm not sure.
You didn't think maybe you'd get in trouble for luring somebody over and then getting into a fight?
I mean, you said it yourself. I said the address with how many people. I wouldn't necessarily call that luring. They knew what they were getting themselves into.
Sir, what I said was you texted them the address, but you didn't say 30 to 40 dudes here, did you?
That's what you said.
That's not what I said, sir. Is
Well,
that
then
what you said?
I need to be looking at the same text you're looking at. I don't remember text I sent 3 years ago.
At some point, you described there was a second encounter when the car came back, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside when the car returned?
Yeah, when I had gotten outside, the car was already parked in the street.
I'm talking about the second encounter when the car comes back, as you've described, and the fight occurs out on the lawn. Okay?
Yes, like the fight. Yes, when everyone gets outside, the car's already parked, and the two of them are making their way towards the yard.
How did you know that the car was already outside?
There was a bunch of us there. They had said that the car had returned.
Did you see the car outside?
Did I see it return?
Yes.
Like, did I watch it come to a complete stop and return? No, I did not.
Where were you when the car
I
returned?
was inside.
You were inside the house?
Yes.
And so you came to learn that the car had returned because somebody...
It was just, we were all together. It was known, yes.
Did you just see people start to funnel outside, or did you hear somebody say, hey, the car's here?
Both.
Both of those things occurred.
Yeah, car's here, we funneled outside.
And you didn't think, guys, we should stay inside right now. There's really no need to go outside the house if the car's back.
No, obviously not. I should have. It's a more mature way to look at it, yeah. But I was 16 and immature and walked outside to go watch a fight.
Go watch a fight.
Yeah, because at that point, no one was really involved. Like, the people arguing were the people arguing now.
So at some point, you get back outside into the yard. You see Tyler De Silva out there.
Yes.
You see Raul Valle out there.
Yes.
And you see Jack Snyder out there.
Jack Snyder was driving.
Jack Snyder was driving is what you told us here today, but when you spoke with the cops, you said all three of them got out of the vehicle. Did you not?
I don't recall if I said that back then. Like, I might have misconstrued it a little bit. All three of them were there, but Jack remained in the vehicle.
And you did tell the officers that all three of the parties were out of the vehicle with the doors open, correct?
I mean, at one point, all doors were open on the vehicle.
You said everyone exited the house and approached the three parties on the lawn, correct?
Yeah.
Three parties.
Yeah.
Snyder and Valley, correct?
Yeah, I said that in the moment. I don't know why I said that, honestly, but probably didn't assume two dudes would hop out and fight everyone. I thought maybe he was out of the car. I didn't see him somewhere, but then I noticed him in the car once they got in and instantly drove off.
And in fact, when you got out, you saw Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva talking, correct?
Yeah, there were words.
Were they fighting at that point?
No.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. De Silva and Mr. Rich know each other?
I can't speak. I want to say they did, but I'm not sure.
And you said that they began exchanging words, correct?
Yeah.
And at this point, how many people from the party, the Shelton kids, were out there in the lawn?
Majority of us.
30 to 40?
Probably 30. Not all kids were outside, and I know kids that stayed inside.
Who were you standing beside?
I was kind of near the vicinity of Tanner. I wasn't really like up with everyone, or with anybody specifically. Like, I was just kind of observing.
What was Tanner doing?
At the time, Tanner was observing, and then he pulled out his phone and eventually recorded.
Tanner was filming this?
Eventually, once the fight broke out, yeah, he took a video.
Was he the only person filming?
I'm not sure, but at least to my knowledge, yes.
You were standing over by where Mr. De Silva was on the ground being attacked, correct?
Yeah, well, him and Rich were wrestling on the ground, yes.
It wasn't just Mr. De Silva and Mr. Rich that were going at it by themselves, was it?
Honestly, they were like, them two were the main ones. They were on the ground with each other. It's not like no one else was with Tyler on the ground, or Tyler Rich I'm referring to. Like, no one else was helping him on the ground. But it was mainly just them two kind of going back and forth on the ground.
Just the two of them. Everybody was standing back to the side, letting them go at it.
I'm not going to speak of for people or specifics. Or like, I'm sure he caught a shot or two from somebody else, but like, it was mainly like, I remember seeing him on the ground. Rich had his shirt pulled up. Silva's whole back was out. I remember seeing it. Rich was on the ground. Silva was on top of him, but Rich kind of had him in like a chokehold kind of thing, but like not really, just like holding him down so he couldn't like get on top of him.
And you had such a good view of that because somebody was using their phone to live stream that, and the flashlight was on, wasn't it?
There was flashlights on, yeah.
And somebody was live streaming that whole thing, weren't they?
Live streaming?
Yes, sir.
I don't think anybody was live streaming this.
You don't think anybody was
I
live
have no
streaming this?
I have no knowledge of anyone live streaming this
You think
event.
somebody just pulled out their phone and turned on the flashlight and was holding it up to show the fight going on?
Are you confusing a video for a live stream? Because a live stream is lively streamed and a video is not live streamed. It's a, like, do you understand what I'm saying?
I appreciate the distinction, sir. I'm not confused.
So you are asking about a live stream? No, I don't. To my knowledge, no one recorded a live stream. No.
Not to your knowledge.
Yeah, I don't know anything. I've never heard once of a live stream.
But you would agree that somebody had their phone out, it was open, and at least it had the flashlight on, correct?
Yeah.
And that was shining on Mr. De Silva and the fight that was going on there, correct?
Yes.
You saw that.
Yes.
You were close to that.
Yeah.
You said the scene was chaotic, correct?
Yeah.
You've told us today that there were only 2 people that were in the yard that were fighting from the St. Joe's kids, correct?
Yes.
You told the officers there were 3, that it included Mr. Snyder, correct?
There were 3 involved. I could have said it like that. He wasn't literally involved in the fight, but he was their driver.
And you said Mr. Rich and Mr. De Silva began exchanging words, and they soon became involved in a physical altercation, correct?
Yes, they eventually were involved in an altercation. Yes.
Again, how did they become involved in a physical altercation?
Well, once it looked like to us that Lito was going to swing on our front tie, Rich had just thrown a punch onto him and then stopped worrying about him, and him and De Silva started fighting.
I see. You said we thought that Lito was going to
Like that was
throw
like
a punch.
everyone kind of saw it. Like at least what.
Sir, you don't know what everyone saw, do you?
I don't. You're right. I'm sorry. I don't know. We all saw it, but I saw him make a little move towards Ty, and Rich punched him, and then he turned towards De Silva because whoever was over there was just dealing with that.
You saw Mr. Valle
Yeah, that's what started the fight, and then
make
once
a movement of some sort?
yeah, like they were squared
Describe
up to
that
each
movement.
other, just like he was like it was. He didn't make a big enough movement, but he twitched like in the wrong way that looked like it could have been aggressive. And obviously, Rich is going to defend his boy.
So the first punch was thrown by a Shelton High kid. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that punch hit Mr. Valle, didn't it?
Yes.
And thereafter, it did become chaotic, didn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, everybody swarmed, the 30 or 40 of you, the 2 people that were there in that yard, correct?
No, there was a lot of people also watching. It wasn't like obviously we're not gonna like you saw pictures of them afterwards. They didn't get stomped on by multiple tens of people. Like it was there was a couple kids, yeah, on each of them. But like I once the fight broke out, I didn't see though anymore because it kind of the crowd and it went down. The crowd blocked that all, and I was just looking at De Silva fighting Rich.
The crowd blocked it off because they were swarming. There were at least 8 to 10 people attacking both of them, correct?
I can't say. I didn't see 8 to 10 people on De Silva. I can't speak for Alito.
Did you see Mr. Villalobos involved in the fight?
Towards the end, he actually put De Silva to his feet and shoved him towards the road with the help of a few of his other buddies.
Did you see that, or did you watch a video?
No, that happened because when I was watching De Silva fight, he got lifted up and pushed out.
You saw that yourself?
Yeah, I was watching. Like I said, I was able to see the De Silva interaction.
Did you see Charles Connery involved in the fight?
I did not see him involved. No.
Did you see Ryan Hines involved in the fight?
He was. I know he was on the left side, but he was in Lito's area. They were all crowded together, so I didn't see him specifically do anything.
Didn't see Sal Perry involved in the fight?
I'm not sure.
You didn't see Michael Sampieri involved in the fight?
I did not see Michael at the time. No.
Didn't see Alex Bernson involved in the fight?
I saw Alex Bernstein.
Oh, what did you see Alex Bernson do?
When he threw a couple punches at De Silva, but like nothing crazy. Like he threw some extra ones, but while I was wrestling him, he gave him a few.
Was he wearing a shirt?
I think he had it off.
It's hard to tell because there were a couple of folks that took off their shirts for this, right?
I'm not sure. Burns a big dude, so he stood out, and I'm pretty sure he had his shirt off.
Did you see Mr. McGrath involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side.
Did you see Tyler Rich involved in the fight?
Yes.
Did you see Faison Teele involved in the fight?
I did not. He was on the other side as well.
Did you see Michael Lakovich involved in the fight?
I don't recall if he was involved, but he was in my general area of like De Silva.
Did you see Tommy Connery involved in the fight?
He was also on the farther side, so I'm not sure if he was in there or not.
In fact, it was hard to see what was going on the other side because that side had encircled and descended upon Mr. Valle, correct?
Objection, he said he didn't see.
Sustained.
Did you say that you didn't see or that it was hard to see?
I didn't see. Like, once the people came in front of me, I said it. I didn't see at first and followed it up by saying it was hard to see, but I meant for both. I couldn't see. People were swarming. Yes, I didn't see it, but not I didn't specifically see anyone go to the ground on him. Multiple people, so I can't speak on that.
People swarmed him, correct?
Obviously, people, yes, huddled around, but I didn't I saw more people standing than doing anything.
Did you remain in that same position throughout the course of this fight, where you've described by the red bush and the cement square? You did not yourself throw any punches.
No.
And you described Tanner Chernowsky, your cousin, as you've described him, the closeness, filming this, correct?
Yes.
He took his phone out and didn't call 911, but started filming what was going on.
Yeah.
And he was walking back and forth filming this, correct?
No, I believe he's stationary. Maybe moves a couple feet left and right, but not really moving around. The video, you can really only see De Silva. Like I said, his side's over there.
But you described yourself
Yeah.
seeing Mr. Valle go to the car.
Yeah, because the car was.
Like I said, it's more in the area it is. They're fighting back more up.
So when he runs out of his area, he's now kind of behind. Like from my view, he runs behind where De Silva is, and you see the car door open. I watch him open the car door, and then the light turns on. We all a couple of us put our attention over there, which Tanner also noticed, and then he runs back.
And you saw that.
Yeah, once he runs back, I lost him again because he ran out of my view.
And you described Mr. Chernowsky taking a video of this, correct?
Yes.
You've watched that video, have you not?
Yeah, I've been shown it.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I'm not sure, honestly. I think the first time I saw it was when I was shown it
Who showed it to you?
by the detectives, because Tanner didn't send that video anywhere, and he told everyone he deleted it the night of, but he kept it and gave it to the cops.
He didn't show it to you?
No, I had not. That night, I wasn't worried about watching a video.
Cops showed that to you. That's your testimony?
I believe so. I don't have any prior knowledge of the video.
And you told us that you didn't see anyone get stabbed with a knife, correct?
And I didn't directly watch a knife enter somebody, no.
In fact, you didn't see a knife at any point. Is that
No.
fair to say?
Yes.
You were watching both of these fights going on, but your attention was divided, fair to say?
Yeah, and once it became divided, it mainly focused just onto De Silva's fight.
And you'd had at least 2 or 3 beers,
Yeah, in the span of those 4 hours.
and you
Or
were
early
16
in
at the
night.
time?
Yes, I was.
And you told the officers that Snyder, De Silva, and Valle back into the Pilot and drove off towards Adams.
Yeah, well, they were all into the car and they drove off.
And you told us you'd been friends with Mr. McGrath, correct?
Yeah,
And that you'd known him since you were very young, correct?
correct.
And would you describe him as a cousin the same way you described Mr. Chernowsky?
No, because once we went to high school, obviously he went to prep. We grew apart a little bit, but it was still always love when we saw each other.
You would describe him as somebody who was the toughest kid you know, right?
Yeah, on the field, he was an animal.
And that he wouldn't back down from anyone, right?
No,
And you would describe him as somebody who, if he saw his friends being in a fight, he would go out and join it, correct?
depending on the situation. If he saw his boys winning, probably not.
If he saw his boys winning, probably not.
Yeah, he wouldn't just jump into a fight to fight.
But if he saw someone punching his boys, he'd probably hop in.
Objection is to probably.
Sustained.
Mr. Marcinczyk, at some point you also engaged in doing an identification of folks that were there with the officers, correct?
Yes,
And you identified Mr. Valle as having been there.
yes.
You also identified another person as having been involved, correct?
Tyler De Silva?
Anybody else?
Not sure.
When you were telling State's Attorney Durso about watching this fight go on in the yard, you described De Silva as being in a wrestling match, right?
Yeah, like they were on the ground, like together, Rich and De Silva. So I would call that grappling with each other.
Just Rich and De Silva involved in a wrestling match by themselves.
Well, they were the main two on the ground. Like, yeah, you obviously caught a couple of strays. There's plenty of people, but I don't know from who.
What do you mean by caught a couple strays?
Like, they're on the ground. Someone's going to just throw a sneaky punch or throw a sneaky kick. Like, just exactly like what they did to Hines at Lazy Brook.
Well, and you described Mr. Lakovich as being in the area, correct?
Yeah,
Villalobos was in the area, correct?
Yeah.
Burnson was in the area, correct? Correct?
yes.
Sorry, you have to,
Sorry.
for the record. But they weren't just in the area, were they?
I mean, I know Byrne was throwing some punches, yes, but I don't recall exactly if Locke and Villa were fully in there like that.
Would you agree that you are very clear on the facts about how you came in and out of the house and where you stood?
Yeah,
Would you agree that you are less clear about who threw punches and who was involved?
I would, yes, with the fight aspect.
Would you agree that all of the Shelton High kids were friends of yours?
I mean, yeah, they've all known each other.
You don't want to see any of them get in trouble, do you?
No, but they necessarily couldn't really get in any trouble at this point in time, so I wouldn't be doing them a favor.
You continued to text even after the fight had ended, correct?
I believe I had sent some texts once because my phone was being nonstop lit up with calls, and I pulled out my phone to look at them, and I had noticed a text from them first. So I responded. I think I remember what they were as well.
Oh, what were they?
The final text was that I received a text that said, "Let me know how surgery goes." And I responded out of childness. I was like, bro, look at your face. You'll probably never get a girl. Not really knowing the severity, just throwing something. But that's why I responded, because I read that text.
You responded to Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder said something about surgery, correct?
Yes.
And you responded something about look at your face.
Yeah. I didn't know whose number that was, so I just it was a random number to me, so assumed it was maybe one of the people fighting, since he's sitting, like, I don't know. I didn't know. I didn't know who it was at the time.
You told us when the swarm occurred on Mr. Valley, you couldn't see Mr. Valley anymore at that point, correct?
Couldn't really point anyone out in specific.
You didn't see him again until you saw him
Even
in the
into the
car,
road.
correct? And then when he came back onto the lawn again, you lost sight of him again at that point, correct?
I had lost sight of him, and the only thing that I had heard was Charlie Connery scream twice that he had a knife.
You lost sight of him because that group swarmed him again, correct?
No, he came back into it. He had all will to leave and brought himself back into it.
That's your opinion, sir?
I don't know. I watched him wailing. Like, no one pulled him back in from that car. He ran to their car and came straight back in.
And you couldn't see him because all of your Shelton High friends were blocking your view, correct?
Yeah, I wasn't the tallest 3 years ago, so.
I feel your pain. You could be unable to see them because they were taller and they were also forming a circle, were they not?
Honestly, a circle probably would have made it easier for me to see him if they fully surrounded him, because majority of the people, it was like a wall. So I couldn't see him.
Could you see Mr. McGrath at that point?
No, I wasn't. I didn't. Maybe I saw him. I didn't notice it was Jimmy at the time. No.
Could you see Michael Samperi?
I don't know exactly where Michael was. No.
Could you see Michael Lakovich?
He was around me. Yeah.
Could you see Jacob Villalobos?
Yeah. He pushed Tyler into the road. I think Locke might have helped with that too.
Could you see them at the time that you could no longer see Mr. Valley?
Like, once they split, was I able to see Locke and Lobos? Yeah, I wasn't focused on them. Like, I never really took screenshots in my mind of all the people that were around and everything. I know who was there, but I don't know the specifics of who was where, when, where, and how.
This was a chaotic scene, right?
Yeah.
You heard a lot of people screaming, right?
Yes.
In fact, before you heard Charlie Connery screaming about a knife, you heard other people screaming other things, right?
Not necessarily, because Charlie yelling he has a knife was significantly louder, and like everyone heard Charlie yell that.
You didn't hear anything being said when Tyler DeSilva was being attacked?
No, at least I don't recall. Like, it was scuffling and shit talk. I don't remember exactly everything that was said.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I want to direct your attention to your testimony on cross-examination when counsel asked you about this group chat that was going on. Early on in the group chat, you had mentioned on cross that there was a comment about going to Trumbull High School. Was that sent by anybody from your group?
No.
Was that sent by somebody from the St. Joe's group?
Yes.
Do you know who sent that?
No.
What was your understanding of the request to come to Trumbull High School? Why?
To go fight there.
And did anybody from your group go to Trumbull High School?
No.
And the back and forth in this group chat, you indicated it was argumentative. Do you know the subject of why there was this back and forth between you and your friends and the St. Joe's group? Was that over what had happened at Lazy Brook?
Yes.
Now, when counsel asked you about, you went outside when the car initially drove up to the house at the beginning, and you said that you went outside because you were curious.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
Like, we had no idea what's going to happen. Like, we're going to go outside. We're going to see what's going on. It might have been a lack of better term. I used curious there, but we just all head outside. There was people here. We knew what was going on prior.
In your mind, did you expect to fight at the house?
It was a thought. I didn't know if it was exactly going to happen. It could have been settled. I don't know, but some sort of interaction, yeah.
And in your mind, if there was going to be an altercation at Tyler Rich's house, would it have been a fist fight?
Yeah.
Would you have brought any weapons to this fight?
No.
Now, when the car pulled up, was the group chat still going on, or did it die down a little?
It's like, once we were in-person interactions, they died down. There were still texts here and there, but it significantly died down once we were in the same vicinity.
Now, when the car took off down the street, and I think your testimony was went up and down the street a few times, you indicated they threw things at you guys threw things back. Did the group chat continue at that point, do you recall?
Yeah.
And how did it continue?
There was text on both parts.
Let me ask you this. Did you say anything in the group chat when the car was driving back and forth or after?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Something along the lines of, like, throw stuff at our cars, throw stuff at us, like, good one, like, get out of the car.
Now, when the car drove away up and down the street, you saw it stop finally down near farmhouse. Did you see the car leave the area for good?
No. At one point, yeah, they took the turn onto farmhouse, but I believe they just came back up around.
So, but at some point in time,
At some point,
later that
yeah.
night, the car came back.
Yeah.
Was there any talk about back and forth on your part about having the car come back, let's fight? Or had that?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Now, when the car finally returned, you went outside to watch.
Yeah.
And why did you do that?
Because they said that they were here, that they were actually here this time. They were coming. So we all went outside, and the older guys kind of took the reins and were like, "What's up?"
At any point in time, did you tell them to leave prior to that final interaction on the front lawn of 43 Laurel Glen?
Not in like a discreet upfront way, but there was definitely like get the F out of here, like leave, like, you know, just like a part of arguments. Like, you're sitting in your car, get the hell out of here. Just things like that.
And when they returned on the front lawn, your expectation, you were going to what? See what on the front lawn potentially?
A fight.
And in your mind, a fight, did a fight include the use of weapons?
No.
Did any of your friends have weapons?
No.
Now, counsel indicated on cross-examination that you had told the police that there were 3 people that got out of the car that night. Can you explain what you meant by that?
I don't directly recall the exact question I was asked for that response. I just know that there was 3 people involved, so maybe they took me involving the 3 as like all 3 were literally involved and were in the fight.
But as you sit here today, do you know whether or not Jack Snyder was involved in?
He was not involved in the fight.
Do you know whether or not Tyler De Silva was involved?
He was involved in the fight.
Do you know whether or not the defendant was involved?
He was involved in the fight.
And do you know whether or not Tyler De Silva and the defendant were the only 2 individuals on that front lawn from that car?
Yes.
So they came back.
Yes.
And based on the nature of what was said during the interaction between Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva and the defendant and Ty Wood and Ryan Hines, was the tone of that conversation, not what they said, but was the tone peaceful?
No.
Now, you were asked about what you recall witnessing after the fight starts, and you indicated that you saw Tyler De Silva on top of Tyler Rich.
Yeah, at a point in time in the fight, and his head's kind of down to the side near Rich's head, and his back is exposed. It's just kind of
So he's on the ground.
Yeah, Rich is on the ground, and De Silva's on top of him, but Rich is kind of holding him down, like kind of curling him in a ball, I guess, on top of him.
Okay, and so if I'm Tyler De Silva, how is he on the ground?
Like knees are on the ground, and then Rich was holding his upper body.
He's on the ground. So he's on the ground like this, and he's in the headlock.
Yeah.
So for all intents and purposes, what you witnessed during that fight was Tyler Rich was on his back.
Yeah.
Okay. And I know counsel asked you a little bit about what else you recall about that specific part of the fight. Do you recall seeing Alex Bernstein there? And what do you recall about his involvement in that part of the fight?
He was a bystander at first, but we kind of all really met him that night. He was a friend of Tanner's that had came along because I guess he had heard about it all. But yeah, he got involved, but not for terribly long. He got in, threw a couple punches, and then it kind of stopped. It was
when you say he threw a couple punches, were they hard punches?
I couldn't judge. They were body shots. I know that.
Okay. And when you say body shots, do you recall where they landed?
Probably around like this area
on his back?
On either side, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall if Michael Samperi was in the area?
I don't recall Michael.
Do you recall if Sal Perry was in the area?
I don't remember seeing Sal.
Do you recall Enrico Feola in the area?
He was in the area.
Was he involved in the fight?
I didn't personally witness him do anything.
Do you recall whether or not Jacob Villalobos was involved in the fight?
When I noticed Jake was there, he was when he would finally pry him apart and push De Silva off the road. That's when I first realized it was Jake Villa.
So Jake Villalobos came over and pushed De Silva out into the road?
Yeah, he pushed him out, and I think collective was just like, get out of here. And it was a short thing. The fight between both of them at the same time was probably a minute long at most.
And when that happened, at what point did you see the defendant come back into the fight?
As he's as Tyler gets shoved and he's stumbling out, he runs back in. And it's kind of like as Lito's re-entering, De Silva's standing there and he's adjusting his pants, just adjusting his clothing that he has on.
So at that moment, when the defendant comes back into the fight,
De Silva's no longer involved.
So he's out where, in the street?
Yeah, he's standing in the road at the time.
Now, defense counsel asked you about Jimmy McGrath. You grew up with Jimmy?
Yeah.
How well did you know him?
I know him pretty well until we split to high school, but I still would see him. I saw him pretty often. We'd see each other every couple months.
And did you play sports with him?
I did. I played lacrosse with them when we were younger.
And May 14th of 2022, was this during lacrosse season?
It could have been for prep. I think. Yeah, it was. Yes, it was.
Okay. And do you know whether or not Jimmy was actually playing
Yes, he
lacrosse
was.
at the time?
He was.
And I think the description that you gave on cross-examination is Jimmy wouldn't just hop into the fight.
There'd have to be a reason. Like those characteristics are true about him, yes, but that's because he's a great friend. He was a great kid, and he wouldn't just jump into a fight because it's free pickings, if that makes sense. Like if he could just get a couple punches and no. Like,
So in other words, what you're saying is if someone was in a fight and it looked like it was a fair fight, he wouldn't just jump in and throw a few punches. So with regards to Jimmy, was he a violent individual?
No.
How would you describe Jimmy's demeanor?
he was a funny kid, always looking to make a joke to cheer people up. He was had an amazing character. Like he's one of one. I don't know many people who were like Jimmy. Yeah, he knew how to fight, but he wasn't like he was looking for a fight.
And based on your recollection of what happened that night, do you recall seeing Jimmy involved with Tyler De Silva in a
No.
fight? Do you recall seeing Jimmy involved with the defendant in a fight?
No, I didn't see Jimmy really at all outside. He was just in the crowd.
Was he involved? When you say he was in the crowd, where was he?
He was on the farther side where Lito would have been.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So you've just told us that Mr. McGrath wouldn't join in the fight just to get in some. Could you tell us what it was that he wouldn't do?
Just to get some free punches. Like there's a reason he's gonna fight, and it's kind of always how he's been. He fights if there's a reason for him to fight.
So he wouldn't join in with the group and swarm and start kicking somebody that was down on the ground.
Not while if you're claiming he was swarmed while witnessing that. No.
He wouldn't join if there was a swarm. He wouldn't join that swarm and start getting in some kicks.
From the way I know Jimmy, no.
You told us that you didn't see Mr. McGrath with the defendant at all, correct? But you saw that Mr. McGrath was over on the edge, you said?
I knew his general area. I never exactly witnessed him doing anything with the defendant or in his involvement in the fight.
You thought you knew where his general area was, but you couldn't actually see him. That's correct, right?
No, I knew he was over to the left and he had walked in, but once things broke out, I lost track of people and I wasn't really worrying about where everybody was.
So you couldn't see where Mr. McGrath was.
Once the fight broke out, no, I
Once the
wasn't.
fight broke out. And you couldn't see where Mr. Valle was when he stepped back onto the yard, could you?
No, once he came back in, he was out of my view.
But your claim is that you couldn't see Mr. McGrath, you couldn't see Mr. Valle, but you could see Mr. De Silva out in the yard, out in the road, hiking up his pants.
Yeah, because they were in separate locations.
They were in separate locations?
Yeah,
when
they were in the
Mr.
same
De Silva
location,
And
but-
Mr.
The angles I had on them, yes, I was able to see one and not the other.
Now, you've told us, though, that you watched a video of all this, right? That Mr. Chernowsky
I
took?
was showed a video, yes.
And that video was shot from a different perspective than where you were standing, correct?
Pretty similar.
Were you standing beside Tanner Chernowsky?
Not directly, but I was near him, yeah.
Was he standing over by the cement square and the red bush?
Yeah, he was closer to the fight. He was closer to like front row.
How far away were you from Mr. Chernowsky?
Tanner's probably in at this picture to that right, which would be in front of the tree. And I'm, like I said, near the concrete in the bush.
So a couple feet. It's not terrible.
And you saw that video after you gave your original statement, correct?
Yeah.
How many times do you think you've watched that video?
I think I've been shown it maybe 3 or 4 times.
You've been shown it 3 or 4 times by somebody from the
Yeah.
state's attorney's office.
Maybe 2 or 3 times. I remember a while back and I was updated and that's about it.
You've never watched it on your own?
I never had it, no.
So you've only watched it when you've been shown it by somebody from the police department or the state's attorney's office?
Yes, I believe
When
so.
was the last time you watched that video?
Our prior meeting, which I think was like 2 weeks ago, maybe a week and a half.
Week and a half ago or so, you saw that video.
Yeah.
Today, you would agree you've testified slightly differently than what you told the officers when you first spoke to them about what you witnessed.
Yeah, maybe they wrote down some things they took a little bit differently.
Sir, do you think that your recollection has in any way been affected by your viewing of that video?
No, because I was actually asked to describe what had happened before I was shown the video when I was when I was shown the video. So they were pretty similar. They lined up.
That's your testimony then that you were able to see Mr. De Silva out in the road, but you could not see Mr. McGrath or Mr. Valle.
Yeah, once he came back in, or Lito came back into involvement, I lost view of him.
And you told us that Mr. Burnson showed up that night and it was the first time that many of you had met him.
I can't speak for all. I had met him. Like he was a new name to be brought around.
And he showed up because he had heard about it all.
He was there like before they as in the St. Joe's kids, but like Tanner obviously knew. So I think them two together, and Byrne just wanted to come hang out.
So he'd been recruited to come there.
Not necessarily recruited. It's not like we needed any assistance like that or anything like that.
You already had 30 or 40 people there.
Yeah.
You told us you didn't go to Trumbull High, right?
No.
Why not?
So I was in Shelton and I wasn't driving to a public high school to potentially fight somebody.
Want to do that on your home turf?
Not even home turf. It's just stupid to fight at a high school. It's surrounded in cameras. And also, yeah, like I think some of them are from Trumbull. I don't know, but that's like, we're not going out of our way to go to Trumbull High School.
So you didn't want to go to Trumbull High School because there were cameras there,
Yeah, like that's just reasons. Like it'd be stupid to go have a fight at a public location.
not because you didn't want to have a fight, right?
Yeah, and more so we didn't want to go to them. We had no real desire.
You had 30 or 40 people there. Why not bring them there, right?
Nah, wouldn't bring them there.
Nothing further.
Nothing from the state.
All right, very good. All right, so you can step down, please.
Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name.
Isabella Rose Molnar.
Isabella, how old are you today?
I'm 20 years old.
Do you go to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Lehigh University in Pennsylvania.
What are you currently studying?
Marketing.
Are you working for the summer?
I have a summer internship
And where do you work?
in Ridgefield.
And do you know why you're here today?
Yes.
Prior to today, have you and I met regarding this case?
Yes.
Are you nervous to be here today?
A little bit.
So I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
17.
And were you in school?
St. Joe's.
Okay. And what year in school were you at St. Joe's?
I was a junior in high school.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
We were classmates.
At St. Joe's?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler DeSilva?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Tyler DeSilva?
Same thing. We were classmates.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Raul Valle?
Classmates as well.
And does Raul have a nickname?
Lido.
Lido? Is Raul present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you please describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a black jacket and a tie.
I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Were you invited to a party on 5 Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
What was the circumstances surrounding you going to 5 Lazy Brook Road?
I was invited. My lacrosse team was going there, and Maddie Life had invited us, and we all hung out there. And that was the
Initially, how many people were there?
I maybe like 15. I'm not quite sure, to be honest.
And this was a St. Joe's High School lacrosse party?
Yeah, she just had her lacrosse team over and some of her friends.
Did other people show up to the party?
Yes.
Who showed up to the party?
Other people that went to our school, other friends of Maddie, and yeah, other kids just started showing up. I don't know exactly who.
At some point in time, did the defendant show up to the party?
Yes.
Did Jack Snyder show up to the party?
Yes.
Did Tyler DeSilva show up to the party?
Yes.
Were they invited to the party?
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on, just don't answer that basis.
It's going to call for hearsay, opinion, and facts not in evidence.
If she knows.
All right, well, why don't we preface it with laying the right foundation then? So I will go ahead and sustain the objection.
Do you recall who was invited to the party
Initially?
Objection,
initially?
Your Honor. It calls for the same thing.
It does. I'll sustain the objection. Counsel, you may rephrase your question.
So with regards to this party, what was your understanding about who was attending the party?
I know my lacrosse team was invited, and I know that she maybe had invited some other kids from our school, but
And when you say other kids meaning like who? What kind of kids were invited?
friends
Objection,
of
Your Honor. She knows.
Oh, overruled. Hold on a minute. I know that you don't know this.
Yeah.
If there's an objection pending, I'm just going to ask you to wait until I make a ruling until you continue speaking, okay? But you're okay. I
Okay,
know
sorry.
you've not done this before as far as I know.
Yeah.
So but just let me ask you to do that for me, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
All right, you may continue.
So again, do you recall who initially was at the party?
yeah, my lacrosse team was, and some of her friends from St. Joe's were there. That's all I recall.
Was it the girls lacrosse team?
Girls lacrosse, yeah.
Were there any males at the party?
Friends of hers, yeah.
And at some point, how many people would you say were at the party initially?
Initially, maybe like 15 or 20, but I'm not exactly sure, to be honest.
And you recall whether or not at some point in time the party got bigger?
I recall it getting bigger. I don't know how soon it was, but it did get bigger.
And what time would you say you got to the Lifers house?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
And when you got there, what kind of things were going on at the party?
We were all just gathered, all saying hi, talking. There was drinking.
There was?
Yeah.
Now, when you say there was drinking, what kind of drinking was going on?
I just know people were drinking like casually, nothing too crazy.
Do you know whether or not people brought their own stuff or was it being provided by?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And at some point in time, did people who were not initially invited to the party show up?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to call for hearsay. It's going to call for opinion.
I'm not asking one of those.
All right, hold on. I am going to sustain the objection, counsel. The evidence is not in that she knows who was invited to the party. So I'll sustain the objection.
Well, she testified, Your Honor, that the lacrosse team was invited to the party and some other friends.
But she again, I'm sustaining the objection.
Do you recall whether or not the other friends that were invited to the party included the defendant?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The other friends that were invited to the party, did that include the defendant?
Not that I'm aware of.
And did that include Jack Snyder?
Not that I'm aware
And
of.
did that include Tyler De Silva?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, at some point in time, did the defendant show up to the party?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you recall what time that was?
I'm not sure.
When he got to the party, do you recall who he was with?
I'm pretty sure he came with Jack and Tyler.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53. Do you recognize State's 53?
Yeah,
And what is State's 53?
like who are they?
Yeah.
Lito's on the right and Jack's on the left.
And do you know where this picture was taken?
In her basement?
In the basement of the Lifers house?
Yes.
Now, do you recall the defendant wearing a helmet that night?
Yes.
And the neck pillow as well?
Yeah.
At what point did the defendant come to the party like that?
Not that I recall, but I don't remember.
How long were you at the party before the defendant and his friend showed up?
It's hard to remember if I'm being honest. Maybe an hour, but I'm also not sure.
And at some point in time, did the party get too big?
Yeah.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not people were asked to leave?
Yes, people were asked to leave.
Do you know in particular who was asked to leave?
I think she just wanted everyone out.
Okay. And at some point in time, do you recall whether or not two individuals that were not associated with St. Joe's High School showed up?
I remember I heard about it, and yeah, I recall people showed up at the party.
And when they showed up to the party, was there any type of altercation that you witnessed at the party?
Yes.
And what did you witness at the party?
There was a fight that broke out outside.
Do you know who was involved in that fight?
I know that Jack, Tyler, and Lito were involved in it, and kids outside of St. Joe's. I don't know who those kids are.
And what do you remember seeing about that fight?
It was outside, and they were just fighting.
When you saw that fight, did you do anything just prior to witnessing that fight?
I started videoing the fight.
Is this video that you took from the night of May 14th of 2022 at Lazy?
Yes.
At some point in time, when you were interviewed with the police department, did you provide this video of this fight?
Yes.
Now that first video, was that the original video you took of the fight that occurred at Lazy Brook?
Yes.
Was that the lightened up version of the same video?
Yes.
You see the slow-mo version. The slow motion version has frames on the bottom. Okay? We're at frame 90. Can you tell me, do you know who this individual is right here to the left?
Tyler?
Tyler De Silva?
Yes.
Do you know who this individual is here in the center with the dark
Are you
pants
able-
and the helmet?
Yes.
Who
That's
is that?
Lito.
That's Lito,
Mhm.
the defendant?
Yes.
And who is this in the red sweatshirt here?
That's Jack.
And the kid in the green sweatshirt, do you know who that is?
Oh, no, I don't know who that is.
Is that one of the Shelton kids that came?
I don't know.
Once this fight was over, what happened at the Lifers house?
After this, everyone parted ways and left. Everyone went home. I went home.
With regards to the drinking that was going on in the house, was everybody drinking that night?
I'd say a good amount of people were.
Did you have anything to drink that night?
Yeah.
Were you drunk?
Maybe a little bit. I'm not sure.
But do you remember this fight?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Molnar. I'm just going to go over with you what you've testified to here. You said that initially there were about 15 to 20 people that were at the party. correct?
Yes.
And those were all St. Joe's kids, is that correct?
I think it was mainly St. Joe's kids. I can't confirm that it was only St. Joe's, but from my understanding, it was.
Do you recall seeing anybody else that you didn't recognize other than when the two kids from Shelton High arrived?
I remember Maddie's boyfriend was there at the time. I think it was mainly all St. Joe's kids who else were there, but that's to my understanding.
And you said most of the people there were drinking, right?
As I remember, yes.
All of those people that were drinking were all underage, is that correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Because you didn't see any adults there, is that correct?
No.
This home where you were partying, the party part took place downstairs in the basement? And again, you didn't see any adults down there, is that correct?
No.
You told us that some folks were bringing alcohol with them, correct?
Bringing alcohol? I think maybe some people, I'm not sure where people had alcohol or where they got it from, but people were drinking.
Did you see anybody coming down from upstairs in the home with alcohol?
I know people were using the bathroom upstairs. So some people were going upstairs and then coming back down.
Did you see any adults providing alcohol?
I didn't see any adults.
And you didn't see any adults in the basement, is that correct?
At the end of the party, her mom told us to all leave, but that was it.
You didn't know either of these two Shelton High kids who showed up.
No.
You started to record this because you thought what was going to happen.
It was kind of just out of impulse, I think. Yeah, I think I just reacted.
And you shared that video with the police when you talked to them on June 1st, correct? But between May 14th and June 1st, you didn't share that with any police officers, did you?
Not the ones other than the ones I showed.
On June 1st?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
So you weren't recording it at that point to preserve it as evidence to show somebody?
No.
Right? And you didn't know if Mr. De Silva was coming over to try and break it up or if he was part of the fight, right?
No, it all just kind of happened really fast and yeah.
And at some point they sort of collapsed onto the ground on the other side of a vehicle, right? And you couldn't see what was going on at that point, could you?
I think it looks at one point like Lido or somebody smacks someone with their fist, but I couldn't really see much other than the video.
And you saw Mr. Valle was wearing a motorcycle helmet, correct?
Yes.
And you saw him in the picture there. He also had on a pillow, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And they were playing some form of beer pong downstairs, is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
There was no fighting going on in the basement, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
None of the kids down there were fighting or making threats towards one another before
No.
the high kids showed up?
Not that I remember.
And in fact, Mr. Valle, you thought wearing the neck pillow and the helmet was trying to be funny?
I don't know why. I'm not sure why he was wearing it.
You told officers when they interviewed you that you thought he was trying to be funny, correct?
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
You didn't think that he was wearing that because he was looking to get into a fight, did you?
I don't think so.
And then you said that after the fight, very quickly, Mrs. Leifer came out of the house and told everybody to go, right?
Yeah.
And that was the last time that you saw Mr. Valle that evening?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing further from this leader.
Thank you. You're all set. You can exit the witness box. Please watch your step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Emily. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Emily, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
And what are you currently doing?
I am testifying in a murder trial.
Currently, what are you doing? School, work?
Oh, sorry. I am attending Bentley University.
Where's that located?
Waltham.
And what is your major?
I am a marketing major.
What are you doing for the summer?
I am doing an internship in, I think, Berlin or somewhere in Connecticut.
Okay.
I'm sports management.
You a little nervous today?
A little.
Do you recall us meeting before today's date?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
Was to talk about the trial.
Did I tell you to just tell us the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Did I tell you what to say?
No.
Emily, what high school did you attend?
I went to St. Joseph High School.
I'm going to direct your attention to May of 2022. What year were you at St. Joe's?
A junior.
Did you play any sports at St. Joe's?
Yes, I played girls soccer and girls lacrosse.
And in May of 2022, were you on the girls lacrosse team?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention specifically to May 14th of 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
And why do you specifically recall that day?
There was a little get together for the girls lacrosse team.
And when you say a little get together, do you mean a party or something more?
Yes, it was a little party.
And where was that party located?
Lazy Brook in Shelton.
And what was at Lazy Brook in Shelton? Whose residence was that?
It was Madigan Leifer's house, a girl on the girls lacrosse team.
Do you recall the address by any chance?
5 Lazy Brook Road.
And do you recall how you got to that get together?
I drove.
I'm going to direct your attention to 5 Lazy Brook. What time did you arrive at that location?
I'm not too sure. Sometime around 5-ish.
And when you got to the party, what was going on?
Nothing really. It was more just like everyone was hanging out in the basement.
Approximately how many people were at this party?
Around 20-ish.
At some point as the night progressed, did the party get bigger?
Yes.
How large would you say it got? How many people would you say were there later on in the night?
I can't really recall.
In attendance at the party, was it just St. Joe's girls lacrosse players, or were there other individuals there?
There was more St. Joe's kids and some other kids from Shelton.
And when you say some other kids from Shelton, how many other kids from Shelton were there?
I'm not completely sure the exact number, but I do know that there was 2.
In addition to, you said some of the girls lacrosse players, you indicated 2 Shelton High School students. Was there anyone else that was there that was not invited?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I'm going to strike the answer. Thank you. Just disregard it. It's not part of the evidence.
Emily, are you familiar with Tyler De Silva?
Yes.
Are you also familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
Yes.
And what about an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
Yes.
How are you familiar with those individuals?
I was in their grade at school. I had classes with, but that's pretty much where it ended.
Did you hang out with their friends at group gatherings at all?
No, not usually, no.
If you were to see them, for instance, out, would you recognize them?
Yeah.
From those 3 individuals, do you recognize any of those individuals here today in court?
Yes.
Who do you recognize?
Lido.
When you say Lido, does that person go by a different name?
Yes.
And what name does that person go by?
Raul.
So you know that person, Raul, as Lido as well.
Yes.
Can you please point him out and just describe what he's wearing?
A black suit with a black tie.
As I refer to Lido or Raul as you know him, I'm also going to refer to him as a defendant. It's the same person. Emily, at some point when you were at the party, did something occur between the St. Joe's 3 individuals that you just indicated, as well as the Shelton High School students?
Yes.
And what happened?
There was a fight.
Were you present when that fight took place?
Yes.
When you say present, how close to the fight were you?
I was very close. I was trying to break it up.
Before we proceed, I am going to show you what's been marked as case exhibit number 53. Emily, you have a screen in front of you here.
Yes.
Looking at case 53, do you recognize the individual in this photograph?
Yes.
And who are those individuals?
Jack Snyder in the red and Lido.
And looking at case 53, do you remember Lido, as you just indicated, wearing that helmet as well as the pillow around his neck?
Yes.
From your recollection from that night at the party, do you recall if the defendant showed up wearing this helmet and the pillow, or did he retrieve it at the party?
He got it at the party.
Do you recall whose helmet that is that he's wearing?
I do not know exactly.
When the fight broke out that you observed, do you recall if the defendant was wearing that helmet during the fight?
He was.
Directing your attention back to the party that night, what was happening at the party? Was there drinking going on? Were there games being played? Explain.
Yes, there was drinking going on, and there was some games being played like beer pong and other drinking games.
What type of alcohol was being consumed, if you recall?
Mostly beer and some alcoholic like seltzers.
Had you been drinking?
Yes.
How many alcoholic beverages had you consumed?
I don't remember.
Had you been drinking to the point where you were drunk, not able to stand, or?
No, no.
And you indicated you had driven to the party that night?
Yes.
Did you observe Lido or Raul drinking that night?
Yes.
And looking at C53, do you see the blue liquid that the defendant is holding in his hand there?
Yes.
Do you recall what that is? Do you know what that is? Now, the individuals that arrived from Shelton High School, as you indicated, do you know the names of those individuals?
I did not at the time, but I did later learn that it was Griffin and Ryan.
And when you say later on, did you have interactions with them?
Yes. After the fight, one of my friends drove them away.
And is that when you learned their names?
Yes. Yeah. In the car.
When, as you indicated, Ryan and Griffin arrived at 5 Lazy Brook, if you can recall, or if you observed, how did the defendant, Jack, and Tyler De Silva react?
They did not want.
Okay, and how do you know that? What were they doing without going into what they were saying? How were they observed?
Trying to kick them out.
Would you say it was a bit of a hostile interaction?
Yeah.
At some point, you indicated a fight broke out. Do you recall what that fight was over?
It was over like a little case of beer.
And when you say it was over a little case of beer, explain.
The Lido and like the others had taken it from them and wanted them to leave. And Ryan wanted the beer back and then he would leave. But so that's why they fought over the alcohol.
Were you standing there were you observing this? You were observing the beer being taken and then Ryan wanting that beer back?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did the boys from St. Joe's give the beer back to Ryan at that point?
No.
And because the beer was not given back, what occurred?
That's when the fight broke out.
And when you say a fight broke out, you indicated you observed the fight. To your recollection, explain what you observed when the fight happened.
I saw Lido punch Ryan from behind, and then that's when everyone started fighting.
When you say everyone, who else was fighting?
Jack, Tyler, and Lido.
Obviously, from stage 53, you can see here, you indicated Jack is wearing the red sweatshirt, Lido is wearing the blue shirt. What was Tyler wearing that night, if you can recall?
A light blue jersey.
You had said that you were saying certain things during the fight when it was going on?
Yes.
What were you saying?
Trying to break it up.
Were you successful in breaking up the fight?
No, not really.
In addition to, as you said, you observed Lido hit someone in the back of the head.
Yes.
Did you observe the defendant doing anything else during that fight?
Near the end of the fight, he headbutted Ryan, who was on the ground with the helmet on.
So when you say headbutted, explain to the members of the jury what you mean by that.
He took his head and to the ground, dived with his head into Ryan, who was on the ground.
Now, Emily, from your description, it sounds like the defendant had kept the helmet on as he was
Yes.
using it on Ryan. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So at any point did he take that helmet off when he was doing that?
No,
Did you observe him headbutt Ryan once or more than once?
I only remember once.
Do you remember seeing that video?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who took that video?
Bella Molnar.
I'm sorry.
Bella Molnar.
Okay. Do you know Bella Molnar?
Yes, we were in the same grade.
So she was a friend of yours?
Yes.
Okay. So looking at stage 58, if you can point out who was in the red sweatshirt there.
That was Jack Snyder.
Okay. And over to the left-hand side of Jack there in the blue jersey, who was that?
That was Tyler.
And over to the right-hand side of Jack in the greenish colored sweatshirt, who is that?
That was Ryan.
Do you see yourself anywhere in this video at this point?
I'm on like the far right. I don't think you can really see me yet.
Rewind it. Do you see yourself here?
Yeah, I'm in the white shirt.
Okay, and so towards the back side of the video?
Yes, not the far right, but just over from the person on the far right.
So, Emily, you saw yourself walking towards the fight. Is that you
Yes,
in state 58? What are you doing at that point?
I'm trying to break it up, like push people away.
What did you do to break it up? What did you physically do?
I was trying to like push like people with like my hands.
So you had hands on people?
Yes.
Were you successful in getting anyone off, anyone at all?
No.
How close were you to the fight when you observed the defendant headbutt Ryan?
A foot or two.
After he headbutted, what occurred after that?
Then the fight pretty much subsided.
After the fight had ended, is it fair to say that the party kind of dissipated at that point?
Yes.
And how did the party dissipate?
People were just starting to like be kicked out basically.
Who kicked them out?
I think the parents, but I'm not completely sure.
Did you leave the party at that point?
Yes.
How did you leave?
I left in a Jeep though.
So you had indicated earlier that you had driven to the party.
Yes.
Did you leave your car?
Yes.
Why did you go in the Jeep with your friends?
We were taking Ryan and Griffin away to wherever they needed to go.
Did you have an opportunity to observe any injuries on Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And what did you observe on him?
His mouth was bleeding and his nose was bleeding.
Whose Jeep was it that you got into?
I believe that it was my friend Izzy's.
Where did Izzy go to after you left the party?
After she was driving us.
Yep.
I think we went back to my house after the night was over.
Did she drop off Ryan?
Yes.
Do you recall where she dropped them off?
I do not remember.
Was it just you, Ryan, Griffin, and Izzy in the vehicle? Were there other individuals in the?
There were other people.
What do you recognize that photograph as?
It was a picture that we took on top of the Jeep.
Do you recall who took this photograph?
It was me.
It was you, and it was a selfie?
Yes.
And was this photograph taken after the fight had broken up and before you left the party?
Yes.
Or Izzy?
This was still on Lazy Brook Street.
Emily, do you recognize these individuals in this photograph?
Yes.
This individual right here, who's that?
That's me.
And the individual back here, who's this?
That's Ryan.
And the individual back here, who's that?
That's Griffin.
The person who drove the Jeep, Izzy, where is she in this photograph?
The far left.
Far left. So over here?
Even more like near the bottom left of the picture.
Okay.
Yes.
How soon after you took this photograph did you leave the party?
I believe right away, but I can't be sure.
Other than what you testified here to today, is there anything else that you can recall from that party regarding the fight that broke out at 5 Lazy Brook?
No, I cannot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
How are you, Ms. Robinson?
Good, how are you?
So just want to ask you a few questions. You have described yourself as being in the bottom right-hand corner, correct?
Yes.
And in your hand, is this one of those hard seltzers you described?
Yes.
Is that also seen in your hand when you are trying to break up the fight?
Yes.
And who is this person that is directly behind you wearing the green shirt and putting her tongue out?
Maeve.
Maeve?
Yes.
Does she go to St. Joseph?
Yes.
And you said behind Maeve is Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes.
And who is directly to Ryan Hines's right wearing a blue hat?
Casey.
Casey. Is that also a St. Joe's or was that a St. Joe's?
Yes.
Casey, is she holding a beer?
Yes.
And behind Casey, is that Griffin Marcinczyk?
Yes.
Did you know Griffin Marcinczyk prior to this?
No.
Did you know Ryan?
No.
And right beside Casey, in a white top with longer hair, who is that?
Katie.
And directly in front of Katie and Casey, thank you. Face of some sort. Who is that? Also St. Joe's?
Yes.
And then this person directly beside her, you described that as being the driver, correct?
Yes.
That's Izzy?
Yes.
And Izzy was also a student at St. Joe's.
Yes.
Were all of those folks drinking during the course of this party?
Not Izzy.
Not Izzy, because Izzy's driving.
Yes.
You at least didn't see Izzy drinking, is that fair to say?
No, she did. She was known to not drink.
So you didn't see her drink that night?
Yes.
You described the fight that broke out. You said that the defendant punched Ryan Hines from behind, correct?
Yes.
You watched that video with us there of the fight that Ms. Molnar recorded. Did that capture the initial breakout of the fight?
Yes, that was the start of it.
It didn't capture, however, Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines having a discussion about fighting for the beer, right?
Yes.
Because there was a point where Mr. Snyder asked Ryan if he wanted to fight for the beer, right?
Yes.
But we don't see that on that video, is that fair to say? But we do see them squaring up, and then we see Mr. Hines backing up a little bit, right?
Yes.
And he backs up into Mr. Valle, right?
I would say I can't tell from the video.
You weren't paying attention to that when it happened?
I guess no.
What were you focused on when the fight broke out?
I was just watching it all go down.
You didn't know Mr. Hines at that point?
No, I did not.
Would you say you were more focused on the St. Joe's kids that you did know, or on the kids that you didn't know?
I wasn't focused on one in particular.
And you watched that video with us, and you tried to break it up, and you saw yourself in that video, correct?
Yes.
You're holding on to that seltzer that you've got in the picture later.
Yes.
And the fight sort of tumbles forward, right?
Yes.
Behind a vehicle that's there?
Yes.
That wasn't the Jeep that you've described as driving away in? Do you know whose vehicle that was?
That was my car.
That was your car that we see them go behind.
Yes.
Were you worried about your car getting damaged at all in the course of this fight? How close were they to your car? Were they bumping up against it?
I can't remember. I don't think so.
At some point, you said you got actually into the fight close enough that you were touching some of these people, correct?
Yes.
How many people were involved at that point?
I can't remember exactly, like the exact amount.
Were you the only person that was trying to break it up?
I believe so.
There weren't any other people that were involved trying to break up the fight?
I can't remember.
You don't recall Mr. Valle taking off the helmet, correct?
No, I do not.
Involved in this fight, there were at least Mr. Valle, Mr. Snyder,
Yes.
Mr. De Silva, Mr. Hines.
Yes.
You yourself were involved as far as getting over there and putting hands and trying to break it up. You think it was just the five of you?
That's all I can really remember.
Where was Mr. Marcinczyk at this time?
I do not remember.
Do you know where any of these other people were that were in the Jeep with you?
No, I do not remember.
It was chaotic, correct?
Yes.
You were focused on trying to break up the fight. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You've described not seeing Mr. Valle take off the helmet, correct?
Yes.
But you say that he headbutted Mr. Hines, correct?
Yes.
And that he dive bombed him with his head, correct?
Yes.
Could you see what was at Mr. Valle's feet at that point?
I do not.
Could you tell whether or not he tripped?
No.
Could you see if anybody laid their hands on him and pulled him?
No, I do not remember.
You weren't focused on that, right?
No.
Who were you touching with your hands when you were trying to pull somebody apart?
I believe it was Tyler's.
You ever been involved in a fight before?
No.
Was it scary?
Yes.
Was it dark?
A little, but there was lights from the garage.
Was it as light as it appears in the video that's been lightened?
I do not remember.
To your recollection, which of those more accurately reflects what you recall? The lightened video or the darker video?
I would say
The lightened video is
Yes.
more what you recall.
Yeah.
When did you first learn about the video that Ms. Molnar took? Did she show it to you?
no.
Who showed it to you?
I think it was on on a story on my.
Was it on a story on your phone?
Yes.
Can you educate me a little bit? When you say on a story, what do you mean?
Like Snapchat. Someone posted it on their story on Snapchat.
All right, I'm going to show my age yet again. On your Snapchat, you posted a story. Can you describe for me what that is if I'm somebody who doesn't know?
Someone else had taken a video and posted it so that other people who they have chosen could see it.
Do you remember who that was?
I would believe it's Bella, but I can't remember.
So Bella posted that video on her story on her Instagram?
On Snapchat. I believe it was Bella.
Snapchat. Snapchat, is that the app that allows you to message, but the messages disappear?
Yes.
So how were you able to view this on her Snapchat?
She posted it so that other people could see it, and then you can watch it for like a certain amount of time. It's like 24 hours, and then it goes away.
And how soon after the fight do you recall her posting that?
I do not recall.
Same day?
I believe so, but I don't remember.
So you had seen this video prior to speaking with officers on May 26th?
Yes.
Did you tell them about the existence of the video?
I do not remember.
Did you tell these officers about drinking that had been going on at the party?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Emily, counsel just asked you on cross-examination if you had seen anyone trip Lito. Do you recall seeing that at all?
No.
Do you recall seeing anyone push Lito?
No.
And what I mean by that is when he headbutted Ryan, was there anything at all other than him lowering his head and putting it on Ryan that you observed?
No.
There's no one else around. You didn't see anything else other than what you just testified to?
No.
Thank you. I have no.
You just told us that you didn't see anyone trip or push the defendant, correct?
Yes.
You told us that night you had your hands on Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes.
Was your focus on what Mr. Valle was doing at that point?
It was more on the whole fight itself.
How many times have you seen that video that we've just watched?
A handful of times, maybe 10. I'm not sure the exact amount.
And what effect do you think watching that video 10 times has had on your recollection?
I'm not sure.
Are you able to tell what you recall from that night versus what you recall from having watched that video 10 times?
Yes.
And you can distinguish those two things here for us.
Yes.
Thank you.
You may exit the witness box. Thank you.
Prior to your testimony today, did you and I meet before?
Yes,
How many times did we meet?
about 2 or 3.
And what did we discuss?
Just about the case, and I would have to come testify.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 18 years old.
And were you in school at that point?
Nope, I just graduated.
Did you graduate the year before in 21?
Yes, the year before.
And I want to direct your attention to later on that night. Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were doing early? I would rephrase it as earlier that night.
So earlier that night, I was at my brother's house, and he was having a little bit of a get-together. And then I received a call to give Ryan and Griffin a ride to another party.
So what time would you say you were at your brother's house?
I do not recall exactly what time, but earlier in the night.
And when you were at your brother's house, were you drinking any alcohol at that point?
Not prior.
And at some point, you say you left to go give Ryan and Griffin a ride?
Yes.
And where did you give them a ride?
I gave them a ride to Lazy Brook, which I found out later was the Lifeless House.
So Lazy Brook Road?
Yes.
And when you gave them a ride to Lazy Brook Road, where did you go pick them up first?
From Natalia Ritzik's house.
Natalia Ridzik. And you brought them from Natalia Ridzik's house to Lazy Brook.
Yes.
And when you got to Lazy Brook, what time of night would you say it was?
A little later in the night, to relatively around 10-ish o'clock.
Okay. And when you got to Lazy Brook, do you recall whether or not Griffin and or Ryan had anything with them at that moment?
I do not. I didn't really examine them upon them getting in my car.
Okay. And when at some point in time you got to Lazy Brook, and did they get out of the car?
Yes.
And did you park the car and get out as well?
No.
What did you do?
Once they got out of the car and shut the doors, I went back to my brother's house.
And when you got back to your brother's house, what were you doing when you got back to your brother's house?
Once I got back to my brother's house, I had a couple drinks.
And what kind of drinks were you having?
I do not recall exactly, but seltzers.
How long would you say you were at your brother's house for?
I do not recall exactly.
There come a time when you were at your brother's house where you were made aware of an incident that happened at Lazy Brook concerning Griffin and Ryan.
Yes.
Did you try to communicate or call Griffin or Ryan?
So I answered Ryan's call, which he informed me of an incident that happened.
Your Honor, hearsay. Without telling us what he said.
Hold on a minute. Let me just deal with the objection. Okay, I'm just going to stop you. So I'll sustain the objection to the extent it was hearsay. I will go ahead and everything from after, yes, I received a call to what Ryan said will be stricken from the evidence. I'm instructing the jury to disregard it. You'll get a final instruction at the end of this case during your jury charge to further explain stricken evidence and how that applies to your deliberations. Okay, so I'll allow you to continue.
Thank you.
Yes.
May the witness just be reminded to keep his voice up. It's hard to hear here.
Yes, certainly. Okay. So I am going to ask you, the microphone does
Yeah,
not
mic.
such a great job in terms of amplifying, but if you can speak into it and just remember to try to keep your voice up and also direct your answers to the jury. Thank you so much.
So at some point in time when you're at your brother's house, you received a phone call from Ryan Hines. And based on your discussion, you were made aware of an incident that happened in Lazy Brook.
Yes.
And when that happened, what, if anything, did you do?
I then was concerned, made sure he was okay, but I was informed that he...
Without telling us what was said.
Can you rephrase something?
So when you had this conversation with Ryan, did you at some point leave your brother's house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you drive from your brother's house?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you drive from your brother's house?
Because I started drinking, so I asked a friend for a ride.
And who did you ask for a ride?
Alex Bernstein.
Alex Bernstein? How do you know Alex Bernstein?
We met through mutual friends, but we have grew close over the years.
And when Alex Bernstein picked you up, where did he take you?
To Tyler Rich's house.
And I'm going to show you States 5. Already been made a full exhibit. You recognize States 5?
Yes,
What is States 5?
that's Tyler Rich's house.
Is this the house that Alex Bernstein brought you to on May 14th of 2022?
Yes,
Did you go there after you had the conversation with Ryan Hines on the phone?
yes.
Why did you go there?
He informed me that's where he was going.
Without what he said, were you going there to meet anybody?
I was going there to meet Ryan Hines.
Okay, so you had information that Ryan was going to be at 43 Laurel Glen, and you went there to meet him.
Yes,
Why would you go there to meet him? Did you have any concern?
I was concerned for him, so I went there to check on him.
Now, when you got there, how many people would you say were at 43 Laurel Glen at that point?
I do not recall exactly because I did not go inside.
Now, are you familiar with?
Certainly.
Show your States Exhibit 54. You recognize States 54?
Yes,
Who is that person?
it's Faison.
Faison Teele?
Yes,
How do you know Faison Teele?
we grew up together going to the Boys and Girls Club.
Do you recall whether or not Faison Teele was at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
Yes,
Showing you States Exhibit 55. Do you recognize 55?
yes,
And who is that in the picture?
it's Thomas Connery.
Right? Tommy Connery?
Yep.
How do you know Tommy Connery?
We grew up together as well. We were on the same sports teams in the same grade growing up.
Do you know whether or not Tommy Connery was at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th, 2020?
Yes, he was.
Showing you States 56. You recognize 56?
Yes,
And who is this in the picture of 56?
Ryan Hines.
And you just indicated Ryan Hines was at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes,
You went there.
yes,
Finally, States 57. You recognize States 57.
yes.
And who is that a picture of?
It's Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy McGrath?
We have a lot of mutual friends.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes,
Now, you say when you got to Tyler Rich's house at that point in time, what time do you think he got there, if you could recall?
I do not recall exactly. It was starting to get a little later in the night.
Now, I'm going to ask you, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Enrico Feola?
Yes,
Does he also go by a different name?
he goes by Ricky.
Goes by Ricky. How do you know Ricky Feola?
We are good friends.
And do you know whether or not he was present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
He was.
And are you familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes,
How are you familiar with Sal Perry?
we're friends as well.
And do you know whether or not Mr. Perry was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Mike Sampieri?
Yep,
How do you know Mike Sampieri?
we are friends.
And was he present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And Alex Bernstein was with you?
Yes,
And how about Charlie Connery? Do you know Charlie Connery?
yes.
How do you know Charlie?
I grew up with his brother Tommy playing sports, so I was always around him growing up.
Do you know whether or not Charlie was at Tyler Rich's house that
Yes,
night?
he was.
How about Jacob Villalobos?
Yes,
How do you know Jacob Villalobos?
he was on the same football team as me growing up.
And do you know whether or not Jake Villalobos was at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
We're in the same friend group.
And how about Matt Lockovich? You know Matt Lockovich?
Yes,
How do you know him?
we are also in the same friend group.
And was Matt Lockovich at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
Now, when you got to 43 Laurel Glen, tell us how long you were there for, just about.
I would say around 20 minutes.
And when you say you were there for 20 minutes, when you were there, what were you doing?
I was outside talking to Ryan.
Show you States 50. Can you indicate where on States 50? Let me ask, you recognize States 50?
Yes,
What is States 50?
that's Tyler Rich's house.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, do you know whether or not this is a more recent picture, right?
Yes,
Do you know where you were when you first got to Tyler Rich's house? If you could point us out in this picture.
I was on the right side towards where the picture cuts off,
Okay, so maybe near this red bush here.
relatively right by the red bush.
Okay, so may the record reflect, I'm pointing to the red bush to the right side of this exhibit, Your Honor.
All right, so court will note for the record, you're pointing to the red bush to the furthest right of the photo. Thank you.
And when you got there that night, what time was it about?
I do not recall exactly, but it was later in the night.
And what was the lighting conditions out when you got there?
It was relatively dark, but not pitch black outside.
Were you able to recognize people that you knew there?
Yes,
Could you see in front of you?
yes.
Was there any light from the house being admitted in the front yard in any way?
I do not recall.
Okay. And when you got there, who did you meet when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
I met Ryan Hines along with Tyler Rich was outside. Griffin Marcinczyk was also outside.
And did you have a conversation with them?
Yes,
Okay. And at some point, did you ever go inside the house?
I did.
You did.
Yes.
And how would you enter the house when you went inside?
Through these cellar doors in the backyard.
And where are the cellar doors located? Can you kind of point us out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
They are in the shadow that is made by the house, but they're not very visible in this picture.
Okay. All right, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5. Can you see on State's 5 where you would have entered the side of the house?
Yes, right to the side of the metal object that's sticking out above the ground.
So right here?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the record reflect, Your Honor? There's a clearing, looks like there's trees, but there's a clearing in front of the blue truck where there appears to be a AC unit. That's what I'm pointing.
All right.
Yes.
Court will allow the record to reflect that that's the area that's been indicated. Thank you.
And what is located over here?
To the right of the AC unit, there is cellar doors on the floor.
And you would go inside the cellar doors?
Yes.
And when you went inside the cellar doors, what kinds of things were going on inside the house?
I went right down the stairs, but I did not make it fully into the house.
Did you observe what was going on?
No, I did not.
Was anybody drinking at the party?
Not to my knowledge, because I did not make it inside the house.
Were you drinking when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
No.
So the only alcohol that you had up until this point was the couple of seltzers that you had at your brother's house?
Yes.
You know, at some point in time, you were standing in the cellar door stairway area,
Yes.
and at some point in time, did you leave that area to go back outside?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
I was standing at the cellar doors, and then I heard yelling that they were back. And that's when I made my way back to the front.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I was standing at the cellar doors, and then I heard yelling that they were back. And that's when I made my way to the front.
Now, did at some point in time, the car arrive at Tyler Rich's?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what kind of car it was?
A dark colored Honda Pilot.
Okay. And when the Honda Pilot arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you walk out and see who it was?
Yes.
Okay. Who was with you when you did that?
I do not recall exactly, but Griffin, Marcinczyk, Ryan Hines, and Tyler Rich were next to me.
And can you tell us on this exhibit here, State's Exhibit 50, when the car arrived at the house, where did it park?
It was stopped in the middle of the street.
In the middle of the street, where? Towards can you tell us on this exhibit 50?
Yeah, relatively right in front of the mailbox in the middle of the road.
Okay. And when you encountered the pilot, how many people were outside the house at this point in time?
I do not recall exactly.
And was there a number of kids? Kids, your friends?
Yes.
And did you all approach the car?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you tell us happened when you guys approached the car?
We approached the car, and there was a little bit of arguing with us outside of the car and individuals inside of the car.
Did you notice anybody in the car that was familiar to you?
Not at the time.
Could you tell us how many people you saw in the car?
About 4 or 5.
Okay. And at some point in time during this arguing back and forth, what, if anything, happened during that interaction?
There was arguing back and forth, and then it was what appeared to be a glass bottle thrown out of the car.
And what side of the car was it thrown?
Towards the house, so the driver's side.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 30. Is this the car that you saw that night?
Yes.
And when the car arrived on Laurel Glen, was it facing towards Farmhouse or towards Adams?
When it arrived, it was facing towards Farmhouse.
And you said somebody threw a bottle out of the car?
Yes.
Okay. And was it a glass bottle or was it a plastic bottle?
It was a glass bottle.
And when the bottle was thrown, did that come from the driver's side, the rear passenger side, or from the opposite side of the vehicle?
It was the driver's side.
And when the bottle was thrown, what, if anything, happened next between the individuals in the car and your friends?
There was arguing, and they sped off.
At some point in time, do you recall whether or not anybody else threw things from the car or anybody from your friends threw things out the car?
I do not recall.
When the car sped off, what did you do next?
I was walking back towards the cellar doors in the backyard because Tyler said for everybody to get back inside.
Okay. And when you went back towards the cellar doors, did you hang out for a little bit?
Yes.
And when you were hanging out, were you drinking any alcohol?
No.
And at some point in time, did you exit the house again?
Yes.
Why did you exit the house?
I heard yelling that they were back.
And when you heard yelling that they were back, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you exited the house and what you did.
I exited through the cellar doors in the back, and I went through the clearing in between the house and the tree line And once I made my way to the front yard, there was lights on. So I started a Snapchat video, and there was already a fight started.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52. So once you came out of the Bilko doors, can you show the ladies and gentlemen on 52 where you walked to when you heard that they were back?
Stand up. I walked through a clearing through here and towards the front with my back against the driveway.
So you were in this area here, this grassy area here?
Yes.
When you were making your way over, had a fight had already started, or was there just argument?
There was already a fight started.
Okay, and when the fight started, tell the ladies and gentlemen the jury what you observed.
I observed a chaotic scene and a fight in the middle of the grass, and there was flashlights around. Therefore, I started a video.
Now, the fight that you observed, can you show on States 52 where the fight was occurring?
Yes, it was right in the middle of the grass out here.
And when you walked down to the area between the square cement thing there, and we'll say between the mailbox and that's the area you were in. And so, go ahead.
I was right about by the concrete slab right here.
And at some point in time, the fight had already started, and you indicated that you did what?
I then started a Snapchat video.
And can you explain what a Snapchat video is?
Yes. A Snapchat video is a social media app. And to start a video or take a picture, there's a little white circle at the bottom of your screen. So to take a video, you just hold down on the white button. And if your finger slips off that button, then the video will stop. Or to zoom in and out, you could go up and down. Anything you do to touch your screen will affect the video on the app.
Is it possible? Now, how do you save that video?
There is a button in the bottom left corner to save a video.
And when you observed the fight going on in this case, did you video it from the beginning of the fight?
I videoed it from when I walked out of the cellar doors in the backyard, and the fight already previously started.
And when you videoed it, is the light on your phone on when you're videoing it?
I do not recall exactly.
Approach the witness. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60 for identification. You recognize State 60?
Yes.
And what is State 60?
That's the Snapchat video that I took.
And prior to today's testimony, did you have an opportunity to review this video that you took?
Yes.
And how do you know that this is the same video that you took?
It is the same exact Snapchat video I took.
And the initials here, whose initials are those?
And I also put my initials on the paper that the USB is
in. And with regards to the video, does this USB contain the original video you took on May 14th of 2022?
Yes, it does.
And does it contain any other videos in connection to this case?
Yes, it does.
Does it also contain a video that is a lightened up version of the video you took?
Yes.
And outside of it being lightened up, did you have an opportunity to review that video?
Yes.
And is that video changed in any way from the original video outside of being lightened up?
No, it is not.
And does this USB also contain a video that is slowed down with some frame numbers?
Yes.
And outside of it being slowed down and lightened up with frame numbers on it, is that video changed in any way from your original video outside of those things?
No, it is not.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61 for identification purposes, you recognize State 61.
Yes.
And what is State 61?
It is a screenshot from the Snapchat video that I took.
And does this accurately reflect a screen grab from a frame number or frame in time from that original video?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize State 62?
Yes.
And what is State 62?
It is a screenshot also from the Snapchat video that I took.
And does this screenshot differ in any way from what you observed in your video?
No.
Showing you State's Exhibit 63. Do you recognize State 63?
Yes.
And what is State 63?
A screenshot from the Snapchat video.
And again, is this different in any way from the video that you took?
No.
Showing you State 64. Do you recognize State 64?
Yes.
And what is State 64?
A screenshot from the Snapchat video.
Is this different in any way from the video you took?
No.
Showing you State 65. Recognize State 65.
Yes.
What is State 65?
It's also a screenshot of the Snapchat video.
And is this different in any way from what you reviewed from the video you took on May 14th of 2023?
No.
State 66. Do you recognize State 66?
Yes.
And what is State 66?
A screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And is this different from in any way from the video that you took on May 14th of 2022?
No.
State 67. You recognize 67?
Yes.
And what is State 67?
A screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And is this different in any way? Does this accurately reflect the moment in time from that video that you took on May 14th of 2022?
Nope.
Does it reflect it?
Oh, yes.
And state 68, recognize state 68.
Yes.
And what is state 68?
A screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And again, does this accurately depict a screen grab from that video?
Yes.
And finally, 69, you recognize 69.
Yes.
And what is state 69?
It's also a screenshot from my Snapchat video.
And does this accurately reflect that moment in time from that video?
Yes.
Your Honor, without objection, I would offer these as full exhibits.
Attorney Smith?
If I may just quickly look at those.
Certainly, of
screenshots.
course.
I don't anticipate it.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, with no objection, court will accept into evidence dates 60 through 69 as full.
Now, when you came out to see the fight that had already started and started videoing, what do you recall seeing when the fight was going on?
Once I walked outside, it was a very chaotic scene in the middle of the yard.
And do you recall seeing anybody who was not your friends at the fight?
Yes.
What do you recall seeing?
I recall seeing two individuals from the car previously.
And do you recall what they were wearing?
One of them had on a light blue, it appeared to be a jersey.
Okay. And do you recall what the other person was
I do not.
wearing? Prior to that night, had you seen those individuals before?
No, I had not.
And were you asked to identify any of those individuals by the police department?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to identify any?
I was after reviewing my video.
And who were you able to identify?
Both individuals.
Who are they? You know who they are?
It was Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle present in court today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a black and white suit and tie.
Can you please point him out for the jury? May the record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case?
So the court is going to note for the record that the witness identified the defendant.
Tanner, before we took the break, I was just about to ask you about the fight itself. What did you remember observing about the fight when you were recording it?
It was very chaotic, but there was a little skirmish in the midst of everything. It was really in the center of everything.
And based on you recording and what you recall about the fight, can you tell us, based on your recollection, taking us through the fight, what you remember?
I do not remember too much because once I came out from the back of the house and I went towards the front, there was already a big crowd and the fight was in the middle of the crowd and I just started recording. It was all really a blur.
And when you were recording, do you recall hearing anything going on during the fight?
Yes, I recall hearing screams to get out of here and just leave.
Do you recall whether or not Charlie Connery said anything?
Yes,
What do you
he
recall?
yelled, "He has a knife, he has a knife."
And when you heard him yell, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife," what, if anything, did you do next?
I do not recall exactly. He said it a few times, therefore it kind of registered in my head.
And when it registered in your head, were you still recording the video?
That is right when the video stopped.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 60. We're going to play the original video.
Yes, sir! Let's go, man! Yes, sir!
I'm going to show you some stills from that. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 61. This individual right here to the left, with what appears to be pink shorts and white shirt. Do you know who that is with the phone in his hand?
Yes, that's Ricky Feola.
Rico Feola, Ricky?
Yes.
State 62. Do you know who this individual is?
Yes, that is one of the individuals that was originally in the car and in the fight.
And do you know who that individual is?
Yes, that's Raul Valle.
Do defendant?
Yes.
State 63. This individual here with the green shirt and black shorts with white trim, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Ryan Hines.
And this individual here with the white shirt and black shorts in front of Ryan Hines, who is that?
That is Sal Perry.
And this individual with their shirt off with the jeans on, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Alex Bernstein.
And this individual here with the black shirt, jeans on, and the red hat, do you know who that is?
Yes, that is Michael Samperi.
And this individual on their knees with their shirt pulled up, do you know who that is?
Yes, that is one of the individuals that was originally in the car.
Do you know the name of that individual?
Yes, Tyler De Silva.
And you know if there's anybody in front of him on the ground?
I learned after the fact that it was Tyler Rich.
Showing you state 6'4", direct your attention to this individual here in the white shirt. Do you know who this is on the right side of 64?
Yes, Charlie Connery.
And again, 65. Is that the same individual?
Yes, it is.
State 66. Do you know who this individual is with the white shirt? Appears to be tan shorts on.
Yes, that's Jacob Villalobos.
And this person here with the camouflage shorts with no shirt on, with the shirt hanging out the back. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Matthew Lockovich.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt and white shorts. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Jimmy McGrath.
State 67. Again, this individual with the white shirt hanging out the back of his pants with the camouflage. That's
Matthew Lockovich.
And this individual here with the tan shorts with the white shirt appears to be pushing on Tyler De Silva. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Jacob Villalobos.
And again, this person here on the right side of the photograph with the navy blue shirt on and the white shorts, who would that be?
Jimmy McGrath.
State 68. The individual here with the shirt pulled up with the jeans on, can you tell us who that is?
Tyler De Silva.
And is this frame after Jacob Villalobos seen pushing him out into the street?
Yes, sir.
And the person passing him near the curb, who would that be?
That is the defendant.
And finally, state 69. Do you know who this individual is in the street with the jeans on and the jersey?
Yes, Tyler De Silva.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt on and the white shorts, do you know who that is?
Jimmy McGrath.
Now, when you stopped filming with drone, after the fight ended, what did you observe?
After the fight ended, I observed a chaotic scene where Jimmy was laying on the ground and the dark colored Honda Pilot sped away.
What about Jimmy did you observe when you saw him on the ground?
He was just laying in the grass with a bunch of people around him.
And did you recall whether or not he had his shirt on at that moment?
I do not recall.
And did you notice anything else about any of your other friends after the fight was over?
At that moment, I did not.
What happened after the fight ended? What did you do next?
When Jimmy was laying on the ground, he appeared to have wounds and everyone was yelling to go get towels. So then I made my way back through the opening in the backyard and down the cellar doors to go look for towels to assist.
And when you went to go look for towels, what, if anything, did you encounter in the basement?
In the basement, I encountered Ryan Hines slouched up against the wall with his arm across him, seeming to be heavy breathing.
And did you assist Ryan Hines?
Yes, I asked why he was down there and he was just out of breath. And then I lifted his arm up and saw a wound on his rib cage.
And what side of his, do you recall what side?
I do not recall exactly.
And when you witnessed the wound that Ryan Hines had, what if anything, did you do with regards to Ryan?
I told him that he had to go outside to an ambulance right away, and I proceeded to get his mom's phone number.
And did you call his mother?
Yes.
And after you called his mother, did you help him outside or did you help him outside first and then call his mother?
I helped him to the ambulance and then I called his mother immediately after.
And after that happened, do you recall whether or not you spoke to police officers?
Yes.
Where did you speak to the police officers?
In the driveway.
And at some point in time, did you speak to police officers again after that night?
Yes, the following day.
And when you spoke to police officers, did you provide the police officers with the video that we just saw?
Yes, I did.
And on May 14th of 2022, when you were coming out of the Bilko door and you were encountering the fight, did you have any weapons on you?
No, I did not.
Do you recall prior to the fight whether or not any of your friends had any weapons on them?
No, they did not.
And do you recall witnessing anybody during the fight from your friends with any weapons on them?
No, I did not.
Did you witness anybody else with any weapons on them that night?
No.
Did you see anybody actually get stabbed?
No, I did not.
To the best of your recollection, what you told us here today is what you remember?
Yes.
You said you had a couple beers at your brother's house and that was it?
Yes.
Were you intoxicated to the point where you couldn't recall everything that you just testified to today?
No, I was not.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. All right, no further questions at this.
Attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Chernowsky. You and I have never met before, correct?
No, sir.
We've never discussed this case before.
No, sir.
You did, however, meet with the police and discuss this case, correct?
Yes.
And sir, it's your testimony that when you met with them on May 15th, you provided them with this video?
I do not recall if it was on the 15th, but to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Because you actually also met with them again on the 20th, did you not?
Yes.
Do you think maybe you provided it to them on the 20th and not on the 15th?
Yes, it may have been on the 20th.
You described for us your relationship with some of these folks, and I want to talk to you a little bit about that, okay?
Yes, sir.
You described knowing Ryan Hines, and you knew Ryan Hines from school, correct?
I met him through mutual friends. Yeah, through mutual friends. And we live in the same neighborhood.
And you lived in the same neighborhood?
Yes.
And how would you describe the nature of that relationship? Was he your best friend, acquaintance?
He was a really good friend of mine.
A really good friend. Good enough that you would give him rides to and from parties, even if you weren't necessarily going there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't really describe for us your relationship with Griffin Marcinczyk, but how do you know Griffin?
Our families have been family friends since we were very young. So we consider each other cousins, but not by blood.
So close enough that you consider each other cousins, even though you're not actually blood related.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that same closeness in your relationship with Ryan Hines?
Not to the extent.
So you were closer with Griffin Marcinczyk than you were necessarily with Ryan Hines. Is that fair
Yes,
to say?
sir.
And you described that you received a call to give a ride to Ryan and Griffin over to 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes, sir.
At that point, you were at your brother's house?
Yes.
And just for the record, what's your brother's name?
Colin?
Colin?
Yes.
And how old is Colin
24, I believe.
now?
Yes.
So 21 at the time?
Yes, he was 21 or 22. It was his stepbrother's house, but he was residing there.
Okay. His stepbrother is not your stepbrother?
No.
Okay. Are you and Colin half brothers?
Yes.
And so you did give them a ride over to 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you just dropped them there.
Yes, sir.
So you didn't witness anything that occurred at 5 Lazy Brook.
No, sir.
Later, however, you got another call from Ryan Hines again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you got Alex Burnson involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
You weren't hanging out with Alex before that call, were you?
No, sir.
So after that call, you contacted Alex Burnson, correct?
Yes, sir.
You recruited him to come and give you a ride over to 43 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you know to go to 43 Laurel Glen?
Sorry. Ryan informed me that that was where he was going to be going.
And he wanted you to come there and meet up with him.
I was more being a concerned friend, so I was going to go check on him no matter where he was.
And were you going to take Alex Burnson with you no matter what?
Alex was my first call because I had a few drinks and he does not drink. So I knew that in a serious situation that if I needed him to pick me up, he would.
So if there was going to be a serious situation, you wanted Alex Burnson to be with you.
That's the characterization.
I'll overrule it. That's how it was characterized by the witness.
Can you rephrase, please?
If there was going to be a serious situation, you wanted Alex Burnson to be with you, correct?
No, not saying there was going to be a serious situation. It was a serious situation because I was made aware of something that supposedly happened to my friend. So to me, it was a serious situation to check on his well-being.
And that serious situation was you thought that there had been a fight that Mr. Hines had been involved with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you got Alex Burnson, not Colin, to take you over to 43 Laurel Glen. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you identified for us Alex Burnson in the videos that we just watched, right?
Yes, sir.
Alex Burnson's the guy with no shirt on who's standing over somebody and throwing a few blows, right?
Yes, sir.
How much do you think Alex Burnson, or do you know how Mr. Burnson had to drink that evening?
He does not drink.
Does not drink.
At the time, he did not drink.
And you told us that when you got there to the house at 43 Laurel Glen, you had had a couple of drinks, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you described those as being seltzers, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also told the state's attorney on your direct examination that those had been beers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have both that night, seltzers and beers?
No, I did not.
Which one was it, seltzer or beer?
It was seltzer.
Do you know which kind of seltzer?
I do not recall.
And you can't tell us exactly how many of those seltzers you'd had?
Not more than a few.
Not more than a few?
Yep.
What is a few?
2 to 3.
You can't recall how long you were at your brother's, correct?
No, I cannot.
But it was enough time at least to have a few seltzers.
Yes, sir.
Was anybody else drinking with you?
At my brother's house?
Yes.
Yes.
Who?
I do not recall my older brother's stepbrother's friends, their get together.
And at this time you were 18, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who supplied you with those seltzers?
I do not recall. It was a get together, so I really just grabbed them.
But you don't recall who supplied you as an underage person with those seltzers?
No, sir.
And you left your brother's house and went to Tyler's Rich's house at 43 Laurel Glen, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were driven there by Alex Bernson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And along the way, you claim you didn't have anything more to drink, correct?
No, sir.
And when you got there, you say you didn't go inside the house?
No, sir.
And when you got there, who was the first person that you saw?
I saw Ryan Hines
Where did you see him?
in the street's front yard area.
What was he doing?
He was standing there by a car, just talking.
Who was he talking to?
I do not recall exactly. I remember Griffin being out there and Tyler Rich.
And so to your recollection, when you arrived, it was just Ryan Hines, Griffin Marcinczyk, and Tyler Rich that were outside?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do you recall anybody else being there who you just didn't recognize?
Yes.
And how many people do you think were there that you saw?
I do not recall exactly, but not many.
Not many people?
No.
30 people
Are you saying outside talking to Ryan?
that you saw?
That I saw outside?
Yes.
Not many people, not 30.
Not at that point.
No.
Did you see Ricky Feola when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Sal Perry when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Michael Sampiri when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Alex Bernson?
Yes.
Because he was with you.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Charlie Connery when you got there?
I do not recall.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos when you got there?
I do not recall.
You did see Tyler Rich.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Michael Lokovich when you got there?
No, sir. I do not recall.
But you do recall seeing all of those folks in the video later on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you were there for about 20 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you outside that whole time?
I was outside and I made my way to the cellar doors in the back and the staircase. Yes.
So for 20 minutes, you were outside and then you made your way to the cellar doors at some point.
Yes, sir.
And while you were there, you weren't having anything to drink at that point?
No, sir.
Did you see other people drinking?
I do not recall.
You say Ryan Hines was by a car?
In the front yard, there was a couple cars parked on the left side of the street if you're facing farmhouse, and then more cars parked on the right side of the street.
So cars parked on both sides of the street?
Yes, there was about not many cars on the left side towards the house. There was, I would say, maybe 3 cars, but there was more cars on the opposite side across the street.
So 3 cars on the left side by the house, even more cars on the right side
Yes, sir.
across the street.
Yes, sir.
How many cars, if you recall, were in the parking, the driveway?
I do not recall exactly.
Do you recall later that there were cars in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall a blue truck being in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall any other cars being in the driveway?
I do not recall.
Do you recall a basketball hoop being anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where was that located?
Right to the left side of the mailbox in the street.
And you told us that you went to the cellar doors. Had you been to this house before?
Yes, sir.
So you knew where to go.
Yes, sir.
You were familiar with the layout of the house,
Yes, sir.
the layout of the yard,
Yes, sir.
the layout of the neighborhood itself.
Yes, sir.
That neighborhood, you would agree, is made up of a number of through streets and then a number of streets that come off of that end in cul-de-sacs, right?
Can you rephrase, please? Sorry.
Sure. There is a number of streets that are called through streets they connect one street to another, right?
Yes.
Adams is one of those streets.
Yes, sir.
And then there's a number of streets that are cul-de-sacs or they end in little circular dead ends, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what that neighborhood is comprised of, right?
Yes, sir.
You knew that because you'd been there before.
Yes, sir.
And you were familiar enough with this house that you just walked up to the back cellar doors, right?
No, when I got there, there was individuals outside who I am friends with. So I did not walk right back up to the cellar doors. I was standing in the front having a conversation.
Okay, but you didn't feel any need to tell anybody, I'm going to go walk to the cellar doors and go downstairs now, right?
The owner of the house, Tyler Rich, was outside at the initial conversation.
And you didn't feel like you needed to tell him, Tyler, I'm going to go to the inside the house now. Is that okay?
Well, people were starting to walk back to the house. So he was aware that I was there and was aware that with people walking back to the house, I would be among those.
And that it would be okay for you to do so.
Yes, sir.
Because you'd been there before.
Yes, sir.
And you were familiar with the layout of the house.
Yes, sir.
And they were familiar with you. You didn't expect anybody to try and stop you when you went to those cellar doors.
No, sir.
And you told us that you went down the cellar steps, but you didn't make it to the bottom, right?
Yes, sir.
When you were standing on the cellar steps, could you see into the basement?
I do not recall.
And you don't recall seeing any drinking going on?
No, I do not recall.
You didn't see any evidence of drinking anywhere along the way between the front yard to the cellar steps, wherever you made it ultimately?
No, sir.
And then you told us that you came back because you heard yelling, and that yelling was at their back?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, had the Honda Pilot been there before at that point?
It was previously there and drove away.
It was previously there and drove away sometime before you were there for 20 minutes?
No, the Honda Pilot, their first arrival was when I was already at the house.
When you arrived to the house,
Yes, sir.
was the Honda Pilot there?
No, sir.
You're saying that before you arrived, the Honda Pilot had already been there?
No, sir.
Okay. What do you mean that it had been there before you arrived?
I misunderstood your question. The Honda Pilot was not there prior to my being there.
So when you heard that they were back, what did that mean to you if the pilot had not been there before?
I misunderstood your question. So the Honda Pilot had driven away down the street when I was at the cellar doors. So when I heard the words "they're back," I understood that the car came back down the street and was back at the house.
You didn't see the car,
No, I did not.
and you came back into the front yard.
Yes, sir.
Who else was with you?
I do not recall exactly. There was a group of individuals walking back through the front.
Large group of individuals, right?
I do not recall exactly, but there was a few people. I was not paying attention to who was with me.
A few, 2 or 3, like with the seltzers, or more?
I do not recall exactly.
30 to 40?
Upon watching the video after, could see that there was a large group, but in the instance where when I immediately walked back to the front, I do not recall.
You don't recall the people that were in the house pouring out into the front yard?
I do not recall.
And you said that when the vehicle came back, it parked right in front of the mailbox, right?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't on the other side of the street? It
Yes,
was
sir.
right there by that mailbox.
Yes, sir.
And you said you walked out to see with Griffin Marcinczyk, correct?
I do not recall saying I walked out with him.
Was Griffin Marcinczyk with you?
I do not recall who exactly was with me when I walked back to the front upon hearing they're back.
Okay. You didn't tell us that you walked out with Ryan Hines?
I do not recall saying, I do not remember who I walked out from the cellar doors back to the front with.
You don't recall telling us that you walked out with Tyler Rich?
No, sir.
When you were in the front yard, you said at least Griffin Marcinczyk, Ryan Hines, and Tyler Rich were out there, right?
Yes, sir.
But in fact, everyone ultimately ended up pouring out into the front yard, did they not?
I am not sure if it was everybody, but a large group eventually, there was a large group eventually on the lawn.
Right, it wasn't just a few people, was it?
No, sir.
It wasn't 2 or 3.
No, sir.
And you told us that the car stopped in the middle of the road right in front of the mailbox and that the Shelton High kids all approached the car, correct?
This is prior to the car driving away, you're asking?
Let's focus on what you've told us. You said that you came back out and the car is parked there by the mailbox, right?
Once I came back out of the cellar doors after I heard yelling that they're back, yes.
Okay, that's what we're talking about right now.
Okay.
At that point, everybody poured out of the house, correct?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling us that the Shelton High School kids all approached the car and that there was arguing back and forth?
That was prior, yes, sir.
Prior to what?
Approaching of the car was when I was still outside having a conversation prior to me ever making it to the back of the house.
When you got there initially, you
Yes,
told
sir.
us you did not see the Honda Pilot,
No, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
You were there outside for 20 minutes or so, correct?
Yes, sir.
You went down to the cellar door, correct?
No, sir. The car pulled up upon me being outside before I
you
walked.
went to the cellar door.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you agree that that's different than what you told us on direct?
I misunderstood what you said, but yes, sir.
When the car pulls up after you've come back from the cellar doors, you go back into the front yard. And at that point, the car is by the mailbox.
Can you rephrase again? Sorry.
What part of it do you not understand? So I know what to rephrase.
It's argumentative.
It's not argumentative. He's asking a question. Why don't you just rephrase the question, Attorney?
Let's go from the cellar doors, okay? You're at the cellar doors, you hear something, you go back to the front yard. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you go back to the front yard, that's when you see the Honda Pilot that you've described being by the mailbox, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, Shelton High School kids all approached the car and there was arguing back and forth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you thought that there were 4 to 5 kids in that car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you thought that the occupants of that car included Mr. D, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Snyder, correct?
I learned his name after, but yes, sir.
Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And another person named Anthony Greco, correct?
Yes, sir.
Anthony Greco wasn't there that night, was he?
No, sir.
But you thought he was in that car.
Yes, sir.
You told that to officers.
Yes, sir.
And once these kids go over and there's arguing back and forth, as you described it, where were you at that point?
When the car first got there and what I described as the arguing, I was at the driver's side rear door.
Driver's side rear door.
Yes, sir.
How close were you to the car?
I do not recall exactly, not far, about an arm's length.
Arm's length away, you could reach out and touch it?
I do not recall exactly, but I was close enough to have a conversation without raising my voice.
To show you what's been marked as Exhibit 30. Is that the Honda Pilot that you saw that night?
Yes, sir.
Do you see a defect in the windshield on the passenger side?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you recall that being there the first time that you saw that vehicle that evening?
I do not recall.
And you said that a glass bottle was thrown out of the car towards the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that glass came from the driver's side, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where you were standing by the driver's side rear door an arm's length away, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was some arguing and then they sped off, you told us.
Yes, sir.
You didn't see anybody touching that vehicle?
I do not recall exactly.
You didn't see anybody rocking that vehicle?
I do not recall.
You didn't see all the Shelton High kids surrounding that vehicle?
I do not recall because I was at the driver's side. I was just talking.
So if the other kids were all surrounding that vehicle, you couldn't see that from where you were standing by the driver's side?
I was not really paying attention to everybody else.
What were you paying attention to?
I was paying attention into the car and trying to listen to the arguing and what was being said.
You were paying attention into the car and you thought you saw Anthony Greco in there.
I did not know who Anthony Greco was. That was I gained that knowledge upon after.
You gained the knowledge that Anthony Greco was in the car afterwards?
So I did not know who Anthony Greco was, but upon having a conversation with my friends after, I thought that it was Anthony Greco that was also there, but I did not have any prior knowledge who he was.
So afterwards, before you talked to the cops, you talked to some folks and you decided that Anthony Greco was in that car and that's what you told the officers.
Could you rephrase one more time? Sorry.
Afterwards, you
Yeah.
talked to some folks. You decided based upon that Anthony Greco was in the car and you told the cops that Anthony Greco was in that car, correct?
I do not recall exactly what I said with it being 3 years ago, but if that was in the statement.
And now you're telling us Anthony Greco wasn't in that car,
No, sir.
but that's what your friends told you.
I do not recall exactly, but it was conversation after.
And that's what you told the cops when you talked to them on the 15th, correct?
I do not recall exactly, but if that's in the statement, yes.
You didn't see anybody touching the vehicle.
I do not recall exactly.
You didn't see anybody rocking the vehicle.
I do not recall.
You didn't see anybody surrounding the vehicle.
There was individuals outside, but I do not recall any surrounding.
And you recall the vehicle being right there by that mailbox.
At the initial them pulling up, it was in the middle of the street, which I signified earlier.
And what we're talking about now, when you're standing there and there's arguing going back and forth, that vehicle is by that mailbox.
When there was arguing in the very beginning, it was in the middle of the street. The mailbox was after, when people were yelling they're back. So yes.
After this arguing was going on, they sped off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they went down the street towards Farmhouse Lane.
Yes, sir.
And you went back towards the cellar doors.
Yes, sir.
You didn't see anybody go down towards Farmhouse Lane from the Shelton High kids, did you?
I do not recall.
You didn't hear anybody go down there towards the Shelton High kids to go down towards Farmhouse Lane, did you?
I do not recall.
But you do recall that you went back down towards the cellar doors and hung out for a bit, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you go downstairs into the cellar this time?
I did not make it into the basement fully, no.
Where did you do this hanging out for a bit?
I was right at the cellar doors and on the stairs.
Why didn't you go down into the cellar?
I do not recall exactly.
Were there other people there by the cellar doors with you?
I do not recall, but
Were you standing there by yourself?
I do not recall.
And at some point, you said that some of the occupants of the Honda Pilot were throwing beer bottles outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you never saw anybody from the Shelton High kids throw anything at that Pilot, did you?
No, sir. I do not recall.
Didn't see anybody punch anybody in the Honda Pilot?
I do not recall.
Did you see anything going on in the front passenger or the front driver's side of the Honda Pilot?
I do not recall exactly.
But you do recall that you heard a loud scream from outside, and that's when you went back towards the front, right?
I heard yelling that they're back, and that's when I went back.
And you heard yelling that they're back again. This is the second time that you've heard this?
No, that was only one instance.
So now this is when you're hearing the yelling that they're back.
Yes.
Not the first time that you described to us where you had come in, you were going down to the cellar doors, and then you came back the first time.
I only made it to the cellar doors one time.
Okay. You didn't tell us before that you made it to the cellar doors, you came back. That's when we had this whole discussion about the things going on there by the front mailbox. And then after they left, you went back to the cellar door a second time?
I made it back to the cellar doors one time, and that was when the car had driven away. I walked back to the front yard once I heard they're back.
Okay. And when you got there this second time, you said you started a Snapchat video, right?
Yes, sir.
And we watched that Snapchat video, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you described a chaotic scene with a fight in the middle of the grass, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there were really two fights going on, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. There was the fight that's over here with Tyler De Silva. That's one fight, you'd agree?
Yes, sir.
And then there was a second fight that was going on with Mr. Valle, correct?
I do not recall seeing that fight by the time I made it to the front.
Did you see that fight occur in the video that you watched a few times here?
I do not recall.
You don't recall that at all?
No.
And you were standing over by this concrete square, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were moving around to some extent, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And you told us that you heard screaming, correct?
I do not recall.
You don't recall whether or not you told us that you'd heard screaming?
The only screaming that I recall hearing is that they're back.
That's all you recall hearing is they're back.
Yes.
You just watched the video, right?
Yes, sir.
And you heard somebody say, "Yes, sir," right?
Yes, sir.
Was that you?
Yes, sir.
So it wasn't just that people were screaming that you heard. You were screaming, "Yes, sir."
Yes, sir.
What did that mean, "Yes, sir"?
I do not recall exactly. It was in the heat of the moment.
Well, what were you watching when you said, "Yes, sir"?
I was watching an altercation on the grass.
You were watching Alex Burnson, shirtless, throwing blows at Tyler De Silva while he was on the ground with his shirt pulled up over his head hockey style, right?
Upon watching the video, I saw that. Yes, sir.
So that "Yes, sir" was celebratory. Would you agree?
I would not say celebratory.
You weren't answering a question, were you?
Excuse me. Rephrase, please.
Nobody had said to you, "Are you having a good time this evening, Mr. Chernowsky?" Did they?
No, sir.
You weren't answering a question, were you?
No, sir.
You were celebrating. You were saying, "Yes, sir."
I do not recall celebrating, but yes, those were my words.
Okay. Did you also hear somebody say, "Get some, nigger"?
Upon watching the video, yes, sir.
Was that you as well?
No, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
How are you sure?
That is not my voice. That was another individual.
Whose voice was it?
I do not recall exactly.
Was that also just the heat of the moment?
It was not me, so I'm not too sure.
Didn't bother you though, did it?
No, it did not.
Now you told us that you heard screaming, "Out of here, just leave," but you didn't tell us about the "Yes, sir," and you didn't tell us about the racial epithet until right now, right?
No, sir.
And in fact, you didn't tell officers about this video until the third time that you spoken to them, correct?
I do not recall exactly which time.
And you identified for us in State's Exhibit 61, Ricky Feola, right?
Yes, sir.
He had a phone in his hand as well, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he had the flashlight on at least, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was also live streaming this, wasn't he?
I do not recall if he was live streaming. I just recall seeing a light.
You weren't filming that night because you thought this was something that the cops should see, were you?
No, sir.
You were filming because this is something you were enjoying, wasn't it?
No, sir.
Did you say "Yes, sir"?
I said no, sir.
What were you going to do with that video after you took it?
I do not recall exactly.
But you weren't going to give it to the cops, were you?
Yes, sir, I would have.
You didn't until they asked about it, right?
Yes, sir.
You described a couple other people in that video for us. You said the green shirt was Ryan Hines, correct?
Yes, sir.
White and black in front, that was Sal Perry, correct?
Yes, sir.
One person with his shirt off over top of Mr. De Silva, that was Alex Burnson that you had brought with you.
Yes, sir.
Black shirt and red hat, Michael Sampieri.
Yes, sir.
De Silva, you described as wearing the light blue jersey. I believe it was an Ole Miss jersey.
I do not recall saying Ole Miss, but I said a light blue jersey.
And then you described Tyler Rich as being on the ground in front of Mr. De Silva in that?
Yes, sir.
That's what you could make out from that?
Yes, sir.
We also saw Mr. Villalobos in there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lakovich was in there with no shirt on.
Yes, sir.
How did you know Mr. Lakovich?
We were friends.
How old was Mr. Lakovich?
I do not recall exactly.
You didn't start filming until the fight had already begun. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the fight begin?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No, sir.
Where were you when the fight began?
I was at the cellar doors.
So you didn't see somebody throw the first punch?
No, sir.
When you spoke with officers, you described Lito as wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt, correct?
I do not recall exactly.
He was not wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt that night, was he?
I do not recall.
You told the officers that you observed it from a distance, right?
I do not recall.
In fact, you didn't just observe it from a distance. You were filming the thing, right?
Yes, sir.
You were cheering it on, right?
I do not recall cheering it on, but I was yelling at one point in the video, yes.
You wouldn't describe saying, "Yes, sir," as cheering it on?
No, sir.
That wasn't encouraging things?
I do not recall exactly.
And where was Ryan Hines while this was going on?
I do not recall exactly where he was.
But you told the officers that you saw the defendant strike Ryan Hines in the ribs, right?
I do not recall.
But you couldn't have seen the defendant strike Ryan Hines in the ribs, right?
I do not recall exactly where they were.
Well, we saw what you saw, did we not?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the defendant strike Ryan Hines in the ribs?
No, sir.
No, you didn't, but you told the cops that, right?
I do not recall exactly saying that.
And how did you know Mr. McGrath?
We have mutual friends.
Had you ever been to parties with him before?
We have been in the same places a few times, yes.
Did you see him drinking this evening?
No, I did not.
You told officers when you spoke with them before you gave them the video that to the best of your knowledge, this entire incident was completely random, right?
Yes, sir.
But it wasn't completely random, was it?
I do not recall.
You don't recall what?
What are you referring to when you say it was not completely random?
Well, what were you referring to when you said the entire incident was completely random?
I was made aware of an incident that happened prior, but other than that, of the individuals making their way to our Shelton house party, that was random to my knowledge.
Making their way to which party?
To Tyler Rich's house.
That was completely random.
To my prior knowledge, it was random of them showing up there, yes.
To your knowledge, the defendant, Jack Snyder, and Tyler De Silva showed up at 43 Laurel Glen Drive completely randomly.
To my knowledge, up to that point, it was completely random for them to have shown up there.
You told these officers that you saw the defendant lying on the ground after getting punched and there was a stampede. Did you not?
I do not recall.
You don't recall telling that to Officer Iannotti when you spoke to him on May 20th?
I do not recall.
Did you see the defendant lying on the ground after getting punched and then there was a stampede and Mr. Hines was pushed and landed on Mr. Valle?
I do not recall exactly seeing that.
Well, you did describe to us that it was a chaotic scene, right?
Yes, sir.
What was chaotic about it?
It was very chaotic with a fight. There was a lot of yelling and there was people outside. It was just a chaotic scene to follow.
There was only 2 of these kids from St. Joe's there, correct?
Yes, sir.
On the grass, correct?
On the grass, yes, sir.
There were at least 20 Shelton High kids there in the lawn, correct?
I do not recall exactly how many, but there was a large group of Shelton kids outside, yes.
Do you dispute that there was at least 20?
I do not recall exactly how many, but there was a larger group.
You wouldn't dispute that there was 30, would you?
I do not recall exactly how many were out there.
You wouldn't dispute that there was 40, would you?
I do not recall exactly how many people were out there.
Would you agree that the 2 St. Joe's kids were vastly outnumbered?
Of people fighting, there was not many people in the actual fight. There was a lot of bystanders around.
How many people would you say were fighting in that video that you recorded?
To the best of my knowledge, exactly, I'd say a few, not too many.
A few?
Yes, sir.
Like those seltzers, 2 or 3?
Upon watching the video, I could see there was a fight in the grass and there was a punch thrown from behind from Alex Bernstein. Was it?
You didn't see anyone actually get stabbed, correct?
No, sir.
And the reason that you didn't initially share that video that you made on the night of is because you were afraid you might get in trouble, right?
I do not recall why I did not give it over.
You knew that that video showed your friends engaged in some assaultive behavior, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't want your friends to get in trouble, did you?
I obviously did not want them to get in trouble, but I do not recall if that was a reason I did not give it over.
Well, you say you obviously did not want them to get in trouble. What's so obvious about that?
Well, nobody ever wants their friends to get in trouble, but that would not be the reason that I would not hand the video over.
But you didn't hand the video over immediately, did you?
No, sir.
You had it on the night of the 14th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had it on the 15th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked with Officer Bitsko and Officer Staples, correct?
I do not recall Officer Bitsko, who that is, but Officer Staples, yes, I know.
At the Shelton PD, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you went back again on the 20th, and that's when you talked with Officer Iannotti, correct?
I do not recall that officer's name, but I did end up going back. Yes, sir.
And that's when you gave him the video, right?
I do not recall exactly which time I gave them the video.
Did you share that video with anybody else?
No, sir, I did not.
Didn't post it on some social media?
So that night, the video was on a private story and then deleted as soon as everything calmed down.
Let's talk about that. The video was on a private story?
Yes, sir.
It just got there on its own?
No, I posted it on a private story, and that's when I put my phone back into my pocket.
You posted that video that night on your private story?
Yes, sir.
How many people had access to it?
I do not recall.
All your friends?
I do not recall exactly how many people have access to it.
Do you let all of your friends have access to your private stories?
I do not recall exactly how many. Some of my friends are in it, some are not.
When you posted it to your private stories, you didn't give it to the police, did you?
No, sir. It was posted the night of and deleted almost immediately.
Because you were afraid you might get in trouble, right?
I deleted the video upon realizing exactly, what had happened that night, but no, not about getting in trouble. Once I realized what had happened and what had occurred, and we came to the realization that obviously there was injured and he was severely wounded, the video was taken down.
Well, you knew that Jimmy was severely wounded that night, did you not?
Yes, sir.
But you posted it that night, right?
I posted it. There's a button on Snapchat where if you just click it once, it automatically posts. There's no second verification needed or anything. So upon clicking that button, it was posted to my story instantly. And then I put my phone back in my pocket.
You posted that video that night, right?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't just posted on its own.
No, sir.
You did that.
Yes, sir.
Rather than give that to the police.
I did not have a meeting with the police. I forgot about the video immediately when it was on my story that night upon first responders getting there and everything. And then I remembered about the video. I do not recall exactly when. It was in the next few hours to a friend of mine saying that the video was on my story.
You posted that video that night shortly after we heard you say, yes, sir, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was before you realized how seriously Mr. McGrath was injured. Was that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You posted that video because that was a trophy. You wanted people to see what had happened because you didn't know yet how serious it was. That's the truth, isn't it?
No, sir. I posted the video. I do not recall exactly why I posted the video, but I just posted it. I wasn't really thinking.
Did you post any other videos that night?
I do not recall. I do not believe so.
But you didn't not give it to the police because you were afraid that you might get in trouble.
I do not recall exactly why I did not give it to them.
And you don't recall if you didn't give it to the police because you didn't want any of your friends to get in trouble.
No, I do not recall exactly why I did not.
You don't recall anybody laying hands on that car that you saw there, correct?
I do not recall watching anything at
You don't recall whether or not that vehicle had that defect in the windshield when you saw it, correct?
I do not recall seeing that.
And you don't recall why you said, yes, sir. Is that what you told us?
I'm going to object based on asked and answered at this point.
Sustained.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right.
All right, Tanner. On direct examination, when we spoke before, counsel just asked you about the phrase that you said, they're back. Let's reset, okay? When the Honda Pilot first gets there, where are you? First gets there that night.
When the Honda Pilot first arrived, it was in the middle of the street, and I was also in the middle of the road to the side of the mailbox.
So you're saying this is States 52. It's in the middle of the street somewhere here, maybe where the yellow X is?
Yes, it's a relatively right about here.
Okay.
I was on the driver's side.
So when you say that it was in front of the mailbox, you're not saying it's parked in front of the mailbox, right? So when you're saying it's in front of the mailbox, it's somewhere in front of the mailbox, but in the middle of the street.
Yes, in the middle of the street.
So when you said on direct examination and then again for on cross-examination, whether the phrase that you used there back was, did you misspeak at that moment? Is that the first time they came to the house?
No, so the first time they came to the house was when the car was in the middle of the street.
Okay.
I misunderstood what the defendant's lawyer said. When I said their back was after the car first drove away, and I made it to the back of the cellar doors upon me here.
So just so we're clear, car's in the middle of the street, you go up, you're on the driver's side, you see what you see, and then the car drives off, right?
Yes, sir.
And after the car drives off, you make your way back to the cellar doors, right?
Upon the car driving off, yes, I made my way to the back basement.
And when you made your way back to the cellar doors, how long did you hang out there?
I do not recall exactly. It was not too long.
And at some point in time, you heard their back?
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, what did you observe about the car? Where was the car located?
Once I heard the yelling their back, I proceeded to go to the front, and the car was relatively close to the mailbox, more towards the yard this time.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 62. Can you see this right here?
Yes, sir.
What does this appear to be down here on the bottom part of 62?
It appears to be a parked car.
Okay. And this up here with the lights on, what does this appear to be?
A house across the street.
This right here, this structure right here.
That appears to be the dark Honda Pilot.
Okay. So if this car, do you recall where this car down here to the bottom of 62, do you recall that was parked facing Adams Drive near the mailbox, or was it facing the other way?
I do not recall exactly.
But at some point in time, when the Honda Pilot comes back, does it come back towards Adams or going the other way?
It came back and the car was going towards Adam, facing Adam.
And so this is the car, right? You're telling us this is the Honda Pilot right here, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's the defendant in front of the Honda Pilot.
Yes, sir.
It's safe to say that he's between a parked car on the side of the road and this car being in the middle of the road?
Yes, sir.
So is it at that moment when you heard, well, shortly before that moment, when you heard their back? Is that when you heard their back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we're referring to their back, you're referring to this moment in time just before the fight starts.
When I heard their back, I was already at the cellar doors, and that was right prior to me walking out and observing a fight on the front lawn.
So when you videoed this fight on May 14th of 2022, was it kind of one of those impulsive things that you did?
Yes.
And when you posted it, is that one of those impulsive things when you posted? I guess you said you hit a button or something and it posted right away?
Yeah, I do not recall exactly, but there is a button on the main screen where if you hit it, it immediately will post.
Is that something that you've done in the past?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you've done in the past when you kind of can do it without looking at the screen? Or do you have to kind of watch what you're doing and then hit something?
You have to kind of look at it, but if you click add to story, it will add to your story.
So when you posted this video that we watched today, is that something that as soon as the video ended, you kind of posted it and then kind of realized what had happened?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just want to make sure we've got this correct now. First time the car arrives, you're standing by the rear passenger side, correct?
The first time that the car arrived in the middle of the street, I was at the rear driver's side.
Rear driver's side.
Yep.
Thank you for correcting me. You're standing at the rear driver's side. You didn't see anybody else surrounding the car.
I do not recall exactly.
You
who
don't
was out
recall
there.
anybody touching the car, even though you were an arm's length away.
Yeah, I do not recall
You
exactly.
don't recall anybody rocking the car.
I do not recall.
You don't recall anybody damaging that car in any way.
I do not recall.
Car drives off. You go back to the cellar doors for some time. If you describe that as being maybe 20, 25 minutes, right?
I do not recall exactly how long. It was a little bit of time.
When the car drove off, it headed down towards Farmhouse Lane, right?
Yes, sir.
You stayed outside by the back cellar doors.
Yes, sir. I was
You
right
didn't
on the stairs. of
You
the
didn't
doors.
see any Shelton High kids go down towards Farmhouse Lane.
I do not recall seeing anybody.
You don't recall hearing anybody go down towards Farmhouse Lane from Shelton High.
No, sir. Not
You don't recall seeing Tyler Rich go down there.
No, sir.
You don't recall seeing Ricky Feola go down there.
No, sir.
Nobody, right?
Yes, sir.
Second time you hear their back, right?
Yes, sir.
This time the car is relatively close to the mailbox with another car in front of it, correct?
As seen in the picture, the car is in the middle of the street with a parked car parallel to it. Yes.
You were asked a whole bunch of questions on redirect about randomly videoing things. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
This wasn't randomly videoing something, was it?
I do not recall exactly. Upon seeing lights, once I made my way to the front yard, there was lights and what appeared to be, I thought, other people recording. Therefore, I started a recording.
It wasn't random, right?
I saw other lights, so I started recording upon coming into the front yard.
You saw lights and that made you decide you needed to record something?
I thought that other people were recording.
You told us that you record things to catch memories, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what you just told the state's attorney, to catch memories, right?
Yes, sir.
This was a memory that you wanted to catch, wasn't it?
No, sir.
This wasn't a memory that you wanted to catch?
Upon walking out into the grass and seeing other lights, I thought other people were recording. And in this day and age, kind of just a first instinct.
You recorded this because you wanted to catch this memory. It's only after the fact when you figured out what had occurred that you decided, maybe this isn't a memory I want to keep anymore. That's the truth, isn't it?
I do not recall exactly why I started this recording. It was a spur of the moment and I just started recording.
It wasn't to catch the memory of Shelton High kids getting the better of the two St. Joe's kids.
No, sir.
Did you say yes, sir?
I said no, sir.
Nothing.
Anything further?
Nothing
All
further.
right, you're all set. Okay, exit the witness stand. Please watch your step as you exit, okay?
Tyler Rich. I'm 21. I am a plumber.
On May 14th of 2022, how old were you?
I was 18 at the time. I was a senior. That is my house.
On May 14th of 22, did you have people at your house that evening?
I did.
How did it start?
It just started with a couple buddies at my house. As time went on, a couple more of our buddies ended up showing up, and some of our older friends were home for like the first weekend from their freshman year of college, ended up coming by, and they kind of just stuck around, I guess.
What time would you say you had friends initially come over? What time of day was it?
Around like 7, 8 o'clock.
What kind of things were you doing at the house?
We were just hanging out in the basement, having normal conversations, maybe drinking a few beers.
And that night, were you drinking beer?
I had one or two.
And I want to ask you, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Faison Teele?
Yes, I
And
am.
how are you familiar with him?
I went to school with him. I played football with him. And I actually used to give him a ride to school every morning.
Showing you states 54. Do you know who this individual is here?
Yes, I do. What is Faison Teele?
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tommy Connor?
I am.
How are you familiar with Tommy Connor?
I went to school with him. We have mutual friends. He's a year older than me, but we used to hang out before he graduated.
I'll show you states exhibit 55. Can you tell us who is that in states 55?
This is Tommy Connery.
Are you familiar with Ryan Hines?
I am.
How are you familiar with Ryan Hines?
I went to high school with him. He played football, and I was actually one of his captains senior year on the football team. This is Ryan Hines.
And finally, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jimmy McGrath?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
He's from Shelton. We grew up with the same friend group, so we've always been around each other. Even though he went to prep for high school, we still hung out very often and had the same friend group. And he was one of my best friends prior to the event.
Showing you states 57. Who is in states 57?
This is Jimmy McGrath.
Now, are you familiar with Ricky Feola?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
Grew up with him, same friend group, played football with him. I was also his captain as well. But yeah, we're friends.
How about Sal Perry?
One of my best friends for a very long time.
What about Mike Sampieri? You know Mike Sampieri?
I do know Mike
How do
Sampieri.
you know him?
Also another good friend of mine for a long time.
How about Alex Bernstein?
Alex, I don't really know. The night all this happened was the first time I ever met him.
How about Charlie Connery?
Charlie, yes, that's Tommy's little brother. He was in the grade under me.
How about Jake Villalobos?
Yep, one of my best friends since first grade.
And how about Matt Lockett?
Also one of my best friends since we were little.
Now, the people I just mentioned, were they present at your house on May 14th of 22?
Yes, they were.
Did you invite them over?
Yes, I did.
Do you know Griffin?
I do. I was also his football captain my senior year as well. Played football with him.
Was there an occasion that night where Ryan and Griffin came to your house?
They did show up there. They told me that Hines had big jumped. My response to them was, I have too many people here already. If you guys need to hang out here until you could get a ride, that is all right, but you cannot stay.
What time of night was it when Ryan and Griffin showed up? Do you recall?
It was dark.
At that point in time when Ryan and Griffin showed up, about how many people would you say were at your house?
Probably about 30 people total.
When you had these 30 people at the house, were people drinking at your house?
Yeah, a little bit.
What kind of things were people drinking?
There was just some beer there. Maybe some of the girls had some seltzers. Nothing crazy. It wasn't an open keg, open cooler party as it was made to be by the media. But yeah, there was definitely people having a few beers.
Now, at some point in the evening, was there an occasion where people showed up to your house uninvited?
There was.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the circumstances surrounding that?
So after Hines and Griffin got there and I told them they couldn't stay.
Were you made aware that somebody showed up to your house?
Yes, it came to my knowledge that there was a car full of kids outside.
What kind of car?
It was a green Honda Pilot SUV.
Is that the vehicle that you recall seeing that night?
Yes, it is.
When you were made aware that this car showed up at your house, where were you at that moment?
I was still in the basement along with everybody else at the time.
And at some point in time, did you exit the basement?
We did.
How did you do that?
Through the doors, which are on the right side of my house and kind of in front of the driveway, but it's on the right side of the house.
Stage 5. Can you kind of pinpoint where the doors would be?
So if you can see on the right side of the house, there's a AC unit. Just to the right of the AC unit, there is Bilco doors that go into the basement.
I'm pointing to what appears to be an AC unit on the right side of the house, just in front of, which could be located in front of the blue pickup truck in a clearing through the trees. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do when you came out the doors?
I walked down the driveway and we went across the street. The first thing I noticed when we got near the car was I was able to see through the windshield. Tyler just...
Do you know where this car was parked when you came down the driveway?
Yeah, so it was on the lower right-hand side across the street. Yep, right there where you're pointing in front of those trees.
The record could reflect, I'm pointing to the lower right-hand corner where there are some trees on, looks like the Laurel Glen on the right side near the curb of Laurel Glen.
Is that about
Correct.
Court also noted on the record, thank you.
So when you noticed the car parked in that area, what did you do?
Like I said, as I approached the car, I saw Tyler De Silva through the windshield, and I know who he is, given that his cousins used to live down the street from me. So I immediately went to the passenger side of the car to his window to talk to him and tell him that I don't know why you guys are here. You are not welcome at my house, and you need to leave.
Are you familiar with any type of group chat that may have been going on?
I came to find out later that there was a group chat, but at the time of the event, I was not familiar with it.
Did you have any knowledge that Tyler De Silva was coming to your house that night?
No, I did
At
not.
that point, no. When you approach the car, what side of the car do you approach it?
I believe I went in front of the car and I went to the passenger front window.
So if you're approaching, if the car is parked on the side of the road here in States 49, is it facing Farmhouse Road or is it facing Ave?
It is facing Farmhouse up the street.
So you go to the passenger side,
Right.
and where is Tyler De Silva sitting?
He is in the front passenger seat.
And you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
And what do you tell him?
I tell him that I'm not sure why you guys are here, but you cannot stay here and you need to leave.
And did the car leave at that point?
No, it did not.
At that point in time, did you notice anybody else in the car?
At that point in time, I was able to hear people start to argue on the other side of the car. So I kind of looked through from the passenger window to like the back driver's side of the car, and I was able to see Mackenzie Traficante and Raul Valle in the back seat.
Now, are you familiar with Mackenzie Traficante?
I am.
How are you familiar with her?
We grew up together. We were friends when we were younger before high school.
Did you go to school together?
We did.
Did you go to high school together?
No, we did not.
Do you know what school she went to?
She went to St. Joe's.
And you mentioned Raul Valle. Is Mr. Valle present in the courtroom today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
A blue suit.
Can you point him out, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? And when you noticed Mackenzie and the defendant, did you notice anybody else in the car at that moment?
I noticed that there was other kids in the car, just not sure exactly who they were.
Okay. But there were more kids in the car?
Yeah, probably 2 or 3.
When you noticed Mackenzie and the defendant in the car, where were they seated?
I believe she was in basically the middle of the back seat, and he was to the driver's side window of the back seat, from what I recall.
So he's seated behind the driver?
I believe so.
And you indicated there was some arguing going on. Do you know who was doing the arguing?
No, I do not.
When you heard that there was arguing going on the other side of the car, what did you do next?
I walked around the front of the car again to see what was going on over there. And at that time, as I came around the front of the car, I saw something like get swung out the window. I wasn't exactly sure what it was at that point, and then I heard glass shatter, so I knew it was a glass bottle.
Recall what side of the car that came out of?
That came out of the driver back window.
And when that happened, what happened next?
After that happened, some of my friends started yelling things and rocking the car.
How many of your friends were near the car at this moment?
Probably a good 15 to 20 of us.
When this interaction is going on, what's the lighting like out?
It was dark, but there's lights on the house and the house across the street, so I was able to see everything in front of me, no problem.
When you and your friends approached the vehicle, did you have any weapons on you?
No, I did.
When your friends started screaming and shaking and kicking the car, tell us what happens next.
So at that point, I knew it was getting very chippy, and I was trying to prevent anything else from going on. So I kind of got in Jack Schneider's window, who was driving the car, and I was telling him, you need to leave, you need to drive out of here right now, and he wasn't listening to me. So I kind of proceeded to reach in the car towards the shifter and telling him, put your car in drive and leave now.
And what happened when you did that?
He just started rolling his window up on me, so I kind of had to pull my arms and stuff back out. And then finally we heard the car click into gear and they drove up the street going very fast. And as they were going up the street, we noticed that they were throwing cans and anything it seemed like they could find in the car out the window, and they were actually throwing it at other cars that were parked on the street. So they went up the street doing that, and we kind of took a step back and I was able to take a breath and relax, thinking that they had left.
Show you stage one. When you say that they drove up the street, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where, you can use this, which way they drove? Now, did you recognize stage one?
I did.
This house here with the red dot, you know?
Yes, that's my house.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which way they drove out the street?
So they went from here up the street this way, and as they went up the street, there was some cars parked here and here maybe. Things were getting thrown at the cars there, and then they continued up the street.
And when they continued up the street, were you thinking at that moment with regards to where the car was going?
My first thought at that moment was, okay, good, these kids left.
And did they leave?
They did not. Maybe a minute later, we saw the headlights coming back in the other direction, and all the stuff that they had thrown out of the car was being picked up by my friends. And as they came back down the street, some of my friends whose cars got hit and stuff started to throw things back.
What kind of things were thrown from the car at you guys?
I know some cans, like beer cans, and I think that was really it the first time they went up the street.
And when they came back down the street, that's when your friends picked up the cans that were thrown at you?
Correct.
And threw them back?
Correct.
And then what happened once they came back towards your house?
So they came back the second time.
Same way?
The first time they went up the street, they went that way. They came back the second time. Some of my friends started throwing things back. Then I believe they actually made the corner onto Adams, and they went up Adams. And then there was a third time they came back by again.
And what happened when they came back a third time?
They were still throwing stuff out of the car. It kind of seemed like they were like going through the trunk of the car to find whatever they could to throw. And there was a can of WD-40 and a few other things thrown out of the car that time.
And when those things were thrown out of the car, what did you do next?
I actually picked up the can of WD-40 and noticed that as the car went down the street, it kind of stopped right here on the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane.
And when you picked up the can of WD-40 and noticed the car stopped, what did you do?
Me, Ricky, and somebody else ran down the street. And as I ran down the street, I yelled, "Let's go, you pussies," and I threw the can at the back of the car, and then proceeded to tell them, get back in their car and please to leave my house.
Did you notice anybody outside the car when you went down the street?
I did notice a couple kids outside the car, but I wasn't really paying attention exactly who it was.
And when you went down the street, did you have any conversation with any of those kids that got out of the car?
Besides for just kind of yelling to get back in their car and get out of here, no.
You were screaming down the street. Did you engage in any physical altercation with anybody from the car?
No, we didn't.
When you went down the street, aside from throwing the WD-40 can back at the car, did you have any weapons on you?
No.
Do you know if Ricky Feola had any weapons on him?
He did not.
After you threw the WD-40 can at the car, what did you do next?
I started to walk back to the house because people were still outside, and I was trying to get everyone to go back inside the house.
At some point in time, you tell them to get out, and you start walking back to the house.
Correct.
So You heard the individual yelling, that was you?
That was me, correct.
That video only captured a certain section of what occurred down the street. Is that
Yeah,
fair?
correct.
Do you remember who you had a conversation with down the street?
Not specifically, no.
The overall message you were giving when you got down there was
that they needed to leave.
at some point in time, you walked back down towards your house,
I did.
and that means you're going back from Farmhouse Road down towards Adams.
Correct.
And when you're going back towards your house, what happens when you're walking back?
As I started to walk, one of the kids down there picked that can of WD-40 up and threw it at me again. I picked the can up and continued to walk towards the house, which is when the defendant came off the side of the bushes and was approaching me, and I told him to get the f out of here, and then I proceeded to tell him not to come near me, and instead of saying anything, he kept approaching me. I used the can of WD-40 to distance myself and kind of just started spraying it in his direction, which stopped him in his tracks. And then I didn't engage anything else with him. I continued walking back to the house and telling everybody else that they needed to go back inside.
Now, when you say he came out of the bushes, do you recall where on the street he came out of the?
He came from these bushes right here on the edge. He came off the side of them, and as I was walking, I heard a stick or something break, so I had turned my head, and that's when he was approaching me.
And how was his demeanor as he was approaching?
He was just walking towards me with a straight face and not saying anything, but as if he was approaching me to try and start something.
And how many times did you have to kind of tell him to?
Multiple times.
And at some point you sprayed him?
I did.
And his reaction to that was what?
He kind of just stood there, and I proceeded to walk away.
Did you engage in any physical altercation with the defendant?
No, I did not.
When you walked away, you went back to your house?
I did.
And when you went back to your house, you indicated that you told people to get back inside?
I did.
And when you did that, what happened next? Did you go inside?
Everybody started to make their way back into the house, and yes, I did go inside as well.
Now, when you walked back down the street, you indicated that earlier that you had originally walked down the street with Ricky Feola and another individual. Do you know whether or not Ricky Feola or that other individual came back before you or after you?
I walked back first, knowing that Ricky was still down there, that he was going to make sure that they left, which is what I figured would have happened. I never thought that they were going to keep coming back when they had every opportunity to leave. Ricky, I believe, stayed down there, and I'm not sure who else.
At some point in time, did Ricky come back to the house, if you can recall?
I don't recall him coming back inside, but he did walk back to the front yard.
At some point in time, did you go back inside your house?
I did.
And when you went back inside your house, where did you go?
I went into the basement.
Through the Bilko door?
I did.
And how long would you say you were inside the basement before the next series of events occurred?
I'm not sure exactly how long, but it had to only be within minutes when somebody started yelling that they were back and that they were in the front yard.
And when you heard that they were back and they were in the front yard, what did you do?
I proceeded to walk back outside the Bilko doors because it was made to my knowledge that they were now on my property. And I walked straight outside and saw the defendant and Mr. Da Silva standing on my yard, and the car was in the street still running with the driver in it.
Can you indicate where you saw the car parked when you came outside?
It was, if you're looking from the front of the house, it was kind of to the right of the mailbox, but there was a few cars parked there, so it was in the middle of the road.
Probably about right here in the middle.
Yeah, about there.
And when you got there, where did you notice Tyler Da Silva?
He was about somewhere in this area here, I would say. Tyler was around here somewhere, and I was facing the other way, so he was kind of off to my left, around here. But I believe me and Tyler Da Silva were a little bit closer to the cement box when I was talking.
Probably where the tree is?
Yeah, around there.
Now, States 52, was this tree in your front lawn back in 14th to 20th?
No, it was not.
So that's a more recent picture, right?
Yes, it is.
So when you noticed the defendant and Mr. Silva on your front lawn, what did you do when you noticed them on your lawn?
I approached Tyler Da Silva. Basically, was telling him, not in a nice manner, but that he needed to get the F off my property. and get back in the car and leave. And that is when he decided to continue to argue with me. And I said right to him, dude, I have known your family and your cousins for a very long time. Please get back in your car and don't do this. And he then responded and told me to go F myself, and I didn't know anything about his family, and shoved me backwards.
How many people would you say were outside?
Pretty much everybody there, about 20 to 30.
Was there anybody close to the defendant while this was going on?
There was a few kids near the defendant at the time. I'm not sure exactly who, but I do know that Ty Wood was one of those kids.
How do you know Ty Wood?
Our families are very close. His brother, his older brother, and my older brother played football together. Have known each other forever. I played football with Ty. I was his captain when he was a sophomore and I was a senior. And I've also coached his younger brother's team. But Ty is about as close to a younger brother as it gets for me. And I look at him as my younger brother.
And when you noticed that Ty Wood was near the defendant, did you notice anybody else near the defendant at this moment?
I did, but I couldn't tell exactly who. I believe Hines was over there as well.
And when you say Hines, Ryan Hines?
Correct.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you were arguing back and forth with Tyler Da Silva, what happened?
He proceeded to tell me to go F myself and that I didn't know anything about his family, and then got physical with me and shoved me backwards. And I didn't go right at him or anything, but now that he had shoved me back, Lito was more so in my vision, not so peripheral to me, so I was able to see him better. And he was only a few feet away, and this is when I saw Ty Wood had his head turned, and Lito went to swing on him, so I stepped up into it and punched him in the face instead.
Prior to punching the defendant in the face, was the defendant having any type of argument or any type of interaction with anybody?
They were getting chippy over there.
When you say chippy, what does that mean?
Like they were arguing in a not a nice manner.
And did it, from your perspective, when you saw the defendant get chippy with your other friends on to the left of you, did it appear that the defendant was trying to act peacefully?
Not at all.
Did it appear that Tyler Da Silva was trying to act peacefully?
No, not at all.
And when you punched the defendant in the face, why did you do that?
I did that to defend Ty Wood. Like I said before, he is like a little brother to me. So when I had the opportunity to prevent him from being blindsided in the head, I stepped up and took the shot that I needed to.
And once you punched the defendant in the face, what happened next?
I immediately was getting punched in the back of the head by Tyler Da Silva. So I turned around and me and him kind of ended up in like a scuffle, and it went to the ground where he actually ended up on top of me.
And when he ended up on top of you, what was happening? What were you doing?
When we first got down on the ground, he was throwing shots at me still. So I kind of tied him up and like held his arms so that he couldn't swing at me. And that was kind of the only thing I saw from there on.
Did you have any weapons on you?
Nope.
Did you notice if any of your friends had any weapons on them?
No.
Did you notice anybody there during that interaction have any weapons on?
No, I did not.
And at some point in time, did the fight end?
Yes, it
Tell
did.
how it ended.
So I was on the ground with Tyler from that point forward. Eventually, he was pushed off of me into the street. And at that point, I had gotten up. And that is when Tommy Connery came and approached me and told me that he was bleeding and needed stitches because he had just been stabbed.
How would you describe the fight?
It was very quick and it was just chaotic. But like I said, from my perspective, I couldn't see much because of how fast I ended up on the ground.
Do you know how many people were fighting with Tyler Da Silva?
It was just me on the ground with him, and then I believe some kids were standing over watching, and a few kids may have thrown a few punches as well.
Once the fight started and you punched the defendant, did you notice what happened to the defendant or any of your?
No, I didn't, because I was immediately being hit by Tyler Da Silva, so my focus kind of went to him.
Have you seen the video in relation to this case?
I have.
Yes, sir! Let's go, man! Yeah!
Do you recall anybody yelling, "He's got a knife, he's got a knife"?
I do. At that point, I was just getting up off the ground, and that's when Tommy had said he was stabbed, so I started tendering aid to him.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 61. This is a still shot from the video you just watched. Can you see that, Tyler?
Yes, I can.
This individual to the left here with looks to be a white shirt, maybe pink shorts, the phone in his hand. Do you know who that is?
I do. That is Ricky Feola.
Showing you State 62. Do you know who this is in the video?
I do. That is the defendant.
Showing you State 63. And point to this individual here with the green shirt, black shorts with white trim. Do you know who that is?
That is Ryan Hines.
This guy here with the white shirt and the black shorts to his immediate right. Do you know who that is?
I believe that is Sal Perry.
And the guy with the green, with the no shirt on and the jeans on. Do you know who that is?
That is the kid Alex Brunson, I believe, that came with Tanner.
Who you met that night?
Yes.
This guy here with the black shirt, jeans on, and red hat. Do you know who that is?
That is Mike Samperi.
This individual with the kneeling on the ground with what appears to be their shirt pulled up. Do you know who that is?
That is Tyler De Silva.
And if that is Tyler De Silva, can you see yourself in this picture?
Not really. Maybe a little bit. Just to the left of like his lower back, you might see a little bit of me, but that is me on the ground.
And he's on top of you.
Correct.
Showing you State 64. Do you know who this individual is right here with the white shirt, black shorts, to the right of that?
I believe that is Charlie Connery.
And again, 65, same individual.
Charlie Connery.
I'm going to show you State 66. Do you know who this individual is right here with what appears to be a white shirt and tan shorts?
That is Jacob Villalobos.
How about this guy here with no shirt on with what appears to be camouflage shorts?
Matthew Rokovich.
And do you know who this individual is here with the blue shirt, white shorts?
Yes, that is Jimmy McGrath.
State 67. Again, this individual here appears to be pushing Tyler De Silva.
Jacob Villalobos.
State 68. This individual with what appears to be their shirt pulled up with jeans on.
That is Tyler De Silva.
Who is this individual to the left?
And that is the defendant to the left.
And the 69 person in the street here.
Tyler De Silva again.
Who does this appear to be with the dark shirt and white shorts?
That is Jimmy McGrath.
Now, when Tommy indicated to you that he needed stitches, what did you do next?
Somebody had thrown us in a shirt or something, and we began tying off his legs where the stab wounds were on his one leg.
When you noticed that Tommy was stabbed, did you notice what happened with Tyler De Silva and the defendant during this period of time?
No, I didn't. My focus wasn't on them, so I never even saw the car drive away.
At that point in time, when you were rendering aid to Tommy, did you notice anything else going on around you?
At first, I began to try and call 911, and then I let my father know what had happened. But until after I got off the phone with him, I hadn't realized that anybody else had been stabbed yet, except for Tommy. Upon getting off the phone and walking back up to the yard, I noticed that there was multiple kids on the ground, and that is when I realized that 4 kids had actually been stabbed, and not just Tommy.
Who were the other 3 that were stabbed?
It was Faison Teele had like a slice, and Ryan Hines had been stabbed a few times, and so it's Jimmy, Hines, Tommy, and Faison.
So you noticed Jimmy was stabbed?
Yes.
What did you notice about Ryan Hines?
I didn't see him at first. He was actually the last person I was informed was stabbed, because I believe he was in the house when they had realized he had gotten stabbed.
And what did you know about Jimmy?
I began to tender aid to him along with Sal Perry, and upon realizing how severe his wound was and having to see him struggle for his last breaths, I had to take myself away from the situation and sat on my back steps and waited for law enforcement to get there.
And you said you called your father. Was any parents home?
No, so my mom was on a trip in Cape Cod, and my dad had left before anyone came over because he had plans for the night.
And at some point in time, did law enforcement actually arrive?
They did.
And when they arrived, did you speak with law enforcement?
I did.
And did you give a statement in regards to this case?
I did, yes.
Did you notice if AMR or EMTs arrived on the scene to render any assistance?
They did, but I believe the cops were there first.
And after the cops arrived, the AMR came?
Yes.
Do you recall what the scene was like when first responders got there?
It was very hectic. At that point, there was some siblings, parents, and a lot of concerned family members that had actually lived close by that had gotten there before. So it was just more people showing up because everybody was coming to check on either their loved ones or their friends.
Were you interviewed more than once in relation to this case?
I was, yes. There was something in my original statement that night about me seeing the defendant with the knife or not that they called me back in to clarify.
And did you, in fact, do you recall what you said to the police originally?
Guy had said that he was flashing a knife, but I had to go back in to clarify that I actually never saw the knife.
So why would you have said in your original statement that he was flashing a knife?
Because somebody else had said that they had seen him flashing the knife.
So you were just kind of reiterating what somebody else.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Ray.
Good morning.
We've never met before.
No.
Would you agree this is a larger map of your neighborhood?
Yeah, I would.
And when we say a larger map, that's in reference to this Exhibit 1, right?
Correct.
That shows the entire neighborhood, so to speak.
Yes.
The one here on the screen, Exhibit A.
Yes.
And so would you agree, Mr. Rich, that your neighborhood is made up of a couple of through streets or streets that run the whole way through, and then there are a number of cul-de-sacs or dead ends that come off of those through streets?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Is Adams Drive one of those through streets, or is that a cul-de-sac at some point?
No, it's a cul-de-sac at the bottom there.
Is Laurel Glen Drive also a cul-de-sac on the either end?
Yeah, on the very end of it, it is.
Is Farmhouse Lane a cul-de-sac, or is that a through street?
That's a through street.
Now, you know that because you're familiar with this neighborhood and have lived there for how long?
Since I was about 4 years old.
And I want to go over some of what you've been telling us today. You would agree some of what you told us today you've never told anybody else before, right?
No, I wouldn't agree to that.
You would not agree to that? Who else did you tell about the can of WD-40?
I have told the state's detectives, and whenever it has been asked about, I have been telling them about it.
Whenever it has been asked about?
No, so that was something that I couldn't fully remember the night of, having the trauma of everything else. It was more so the main event of what happened on the front yard. That was something that had come back to me later on, but as soon as I had remembered it and was in any kind of interview again, I had brought it up and told them about it.
Would you be surprised to learn, sir, that that did not ever appear in any of the statements that you gave prior?
No, I would not, because as I said, those statements were prior to me being able to remember that.
Gotcha. So you've remembered it now today?
Yes, and prior to this.
You didn't remember it when you gave a statement on May 15th at 12:43 a.m. that you wrote in your own hand, right?
The following day?
12:43 a.m. on the 15th, that's right.
No, I did not.
And that was your own handwritten statement, correct?
I believe so.
Didn't mention the can of WD-40 then, did you?
No, because I hadn't remembered it.
Right. You spoke with Officer Nembhard. You didn't tell him anything about the WD-40 can, correct?
When was that?
Also on the 15th of May?
No.
And then again on the 15th of May, when you spoke with Officer Giddon, you didn't mention anything about this can of WD-40, did you?
No, so on the 15th of May, that was not something I had recalled.
And it wasn't something that you recalled when you spoke again to Officers Bitko and Staples at 11:25 a.m. with your father in your living room. No mention of that can of WD-40, correct?
Not that I recall, but what day was it?
The 15th.
So yeah, anything on the 15th, I had no recollection of that on the 15th.
And then again, when you spoke with Officers Bango and Iannotti on the 18th, because they wanted to clarify, as you've said, your statement, you didn't mention anything about the WD-40 at that date either, did you?
No, I did not.
But you're telling us about the can of WD-40 today.
Correct, because once I recalled it, I have not tried to hide it or anything at all.
Okay. So you were telling us that this party at your house began sometime in the area of 7 to 8 o'clock that day on the 14th, correct?
Yeah, around that time.
You were hanging out in the basement, correct?
Correct.
What was going on in the basement was maybe drinking a few beers, right?
I definitely know I had one or two, and I do know that there was other kids drinking as well.
Okay, so it wasn't maybe drinking a few beers. There was beers being drunk.
No, I said I drank a few beers.
Right. You said that maybe people were drinking a few beers.
No, people were drinking a few beers. There was
definitely drinking a few beers.
Definitely had a few beers, yes.
You yourself only had one or two?
Yes.
You sure about that?
I'm positive.
How are you so positive about that?
Because I know I didn't drink more than that. It was my house. I already had more people show up than were supposed to be there. I was making sure that everything stayed under control.
Well, when you say everything stayed under control, you were 18 at the time?
I was.
So you were breaking the law by drinking those one or two beers, correct?
Yeah.
But you considered that to be keeping things under control?
I mean, we were dumb high school kids. I think everybody's had a few beers in high school, but I think I also had everything in control until the point where the defendant and the car full of his friends arrived at the house.
Gotcha. It was all under control until that. Did you tell your folks that you were going to be having this party over at the house that night?
No, I didn't.
Mom was gone to Cape Cod?
Yes.
And Dad was out somewhere?
Yes.
You told us that you had a few folks there that you identified. One of those was Faison Teele.
Correct.
Another one was Tommy Connery.
Correct.
Ryan Hines.
Correct.
And Jimmy McGrath.
Correct.
And you said that as far as those four folks go, these were kids that you had all grown up with, played football with, friends with, correct?
Correct.
And the same goes for Ricky Feola. You grew up with him. He was part of your friend group, and you played football together.
Correct.
Sal Perry had been your best friend for a long time.
Correct.
Michael Sampieri, just a good friend for a long time.
Correct.
And then you told us that one kid who was there that you didn't really know was the first time you met him. That was Alex Burnson, correct?
Yes, it was.
Alex Burnson came with Tanner Chernowsky, right?
Yes.
How did you know Tanner Chernowsky?
I've grown up with him around the same mutual friends. We went to high school together, but we are friends, yes.
You were due to graduate that May, correct, or that June?
Yes.
And Tanner Chernowsky, he'd already graduated?
Yeah, he's the year above me.
Alex Burnson, he'd already graduated?
I don't know.
Tommy Connery, he had already graduated?
Yes, he did.
He told us that you also knew Griffin Marcinczyk, correct?
Yep.
And you learned somehow, you told us, that Ryan Hines had been, as you described it, jumped earlier that night, correct?
Correct.
But you told us you hadn't learned anything about a group chat that was going on.
Correct. I had no idea that there was any text messaging being sent back and forth. All I knew was that they had come to my house, Ryan and Griffin, and I was told that they were having Tanner come get them with his friend Alex.
And that everybody was already there except for Tanner and Alex, correct?
So Tanner, Alex were the last two that showed up, and obviously before them it was Griffin and Hines.
And so at that point, before Tanner and Alex show up, there were about 30 people at your house.
Total, yeah, there was about 30, but I would say probably only 18 to 20 of them were boys, and there was probably about 10 to 12 girls who obviously didn't partake in anything that happened that night.
18 to 20 boys, and then we also have to add in Tanner and Alex when they get there, correct?
Well, that 18 to 20, I would say, is with them, but if you want to say another two on top, I guess that's okay too.
Fair to say you didn't count the folks that were there, right?
Not that night, no.
So when you say 18 to 20 or 22, you're guessing, is that?
No, I'm not guessing. I was actually brought a list by the Shelton PD of names with about, I don't even know how many people on it from the both parties, and went through it and was able to identify, I believe it was 32 total people that were there. I could be wrong on that exact number, but it was definitely somewhere in the 30s.
And that was based on a list of names that the police gave you?
Correct.
You didn't give them the names?
No, they had names from statements and other names that have come up through the night.
And then you said, yeah, there may have been a little bit of drinking, just beer and seltzers, but not what it was made to be by the media. What did you mean by that?
Correct. This wasn't a alcohol-fueled 70 to 100 person party. This was just a big group of friends catching back up, and we were casually drinking a few beers. We weren't throwing cans around and drinking bottles of vodka and all that. We were just casually having a few drinks.
But initially, you didn't tell the cops that there had been this drinking going on there, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, when you spoke to them that night and gave them your handwritten statement, you didn't write anything in that statement about drinking going on at the party, correct?
I do not believe so.
Why not?
Like I said, the main focus that night was 20 minutes after a traumatic event where I just watched 4 of my best friends get stabbed, and I had unfortunately had to watch one of them bleed out in my front yard. So at the given time of that statement, the main priority was to get the key details of of what happened in the front yard.
Or to shape the story, right? To protect yourself and to protect your friends.
No, sir.
You weren't afraid that anybody might get in trouble if there was an admission of drinking going on that evening?
No, sir, but that's not under my control.
So you weren't afraid of that possibility, or you recognized it wasn't under your control and so you didn't?
I mean,
give that up?
the cops were there, the law was there. If they felt it was something that needed to do, I'm not the law, so I don't know.
It wasn't something you were going to volunteer, is that fair to say?
When asked about it, I've always said that there was some drinking.
And then you said at some point someone showed up to the house in a Honda Pilot, correct?
Correct.
And you were shown a picture of that Honda Pilot that states at number 30. Remember seeing that?
Yes, I do.
That's the same vehicle that you identified for us earlier, correct?
Yes, it is.
And when that vehicle showed up, it didn't have this damage to its windshield, did it?
Where?
You see this defect in the windshield here, sir, where I'm pointing right to the passenger side of the vehicle?
I can't really see it, but to my knowledge, I didn't really recognize anything with the windshield.
When that Honda Pilot showed up, you told us that you were still in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you said we exited through the Bilco doors, right?
Yes.
And when you say we, that's the 18 to 20 boys that were there in the basement?
Yes, correct.
And you went out through the Bilco doors to the right of the AC unit, correct?
Yep.
And you walked down the driveway and then you went across the street, correct?
I did.
And at this point, there were folks that were all inside the vehicle, correct? Nobody was outside the vehicle that was not with your party?
You mean the kids that came in the car were not outside the vehicle? No, they were not. They were in the car still.
And you said that you went immediately up to Tyler De Silva, who you could see through the windshield, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you knew Tyler De Silva, right?
I didn't know him. I knew who he was and I knew of him because, as I said before, I grew up with his cousins who lived down the road from me.
Right. And you thought that you also knew his older brother, correct?
I have met him a time or two.
And you thought that you had enough rapport with Tyler De Silva that you could talk to him, right?
Correct. I thought if anyone was going to be the one I was going to talk to get them to leave, I had my best chance with him.
And you told us again that at that time you weren't aware of the group chat, right?
No, I was not.
You didn't know Griffin Marcinczyk was live texting this, taking photos?
I didn't find out about the group chat until I believe the next day or the following day when Officer Staples came to my house.
And you were standing on the grass on the other side of Laurel Glen Drive talking to Tyler through the passenger side window, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, the car is facing Farmhouse Lane, right?
Yes, it was.
And you noticed that people were arguing on the other side of the car, right?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, you told Officer Giddon that you recognized inside the car Mackenzie Trafficante, correct?
Yes.
As well as Caitlin and Autumn Murphy, correct?
I never said that.
You never told Officer Giddon that you saw Caitlin and Autumn Murphy inside the Pilot?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know Caitlin and Autumn Murphy?
I do know who they are.
Who are they?
They are two girls that went to Shelton schools with us when we were younger, and they both also went to St. Joseph's High School.
And were they at your party as part of the...
No, they were not.
And you claim that you did not tell Officer Giddon that you also saw Caitlin and Autumn Murphy in that car?
I don't believe I did, and if I had said that, it was me saying that I had heard somebody else say that they were in the car. So that should have been clarified.
There was a lot of people talking after the fact, right?
I mean, yeah, we talked about it.
Right, everybody was trading information.
Somewhat, yeah.
And you would agree that some of that information just simply wasn't true, right?
So how would he know?
I'll sustain it to the extent that it is broad. Counsel, if you want to limit it.
Did you come to learn that some of that information that you received was not actually true?
I guess we could say little bits and pieces, but nothing that was relevant to what had taken place that night.
Well, you told the officers that you saw the defendant flashing a knife, right?
Well, they brought me back in to clarify
You
that.
told the officers that, correct?
No, I believe I wrote that.
When you wrote that, who were you writing that for, Mr. Rich?
I was writing that for the police.
So you told the police that you saw the defendant flashing a knife, correct?
At the time I I wrote it like that. But as I said before, they brought me back in to clarify that I never saw the knife, not one time the entire night.
You didn't volunteer that information later, right? When you said, hold on a second, I told those officers I saw a knife, but I didn't. I better go clarify it. You didn't do that, right?
I did do that.
You went to them and said, I need to clarify this for you?
So they had called me and told me that there was a few things in my statement that they wanted to double check. So they brought me back in, and immediately when they said, did you actually see him with the knife with your own two eyes? I said, no, I did not.
So again, that's not something you volunteered until they said, hey, we want to clarify a few things between your statements, right?
If you want to put it that way, I guess, but that was just because it was not to my knowledge.
Well, you didn't tell them that on the 15th, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't tell them that on the 16th, right?
No, I did not.
Didn't tell them that on the 17th, right?
No, I did not.
And it wasn't until the 18th when they called you and said, we need to clarify some things. We think there's some discrepancies in your statement, that you then told them you hadn't actually seen the knife
Correct,
with a knife,
because prior to that, I didn't even know that it was something on there that needed to be clarified. So as soon as they brought me in and asked me, did you actually see the knife? I said, no, I did not.
You didn't know that when you wrote at 12:43 a.m. in your own hand that you saw a kid named Lito flashing a knife. You didn't know that that was something that you needed to clarify because it wasn't something you'd actually seen?
No, sir. At the time when I wrote that, as I said, it was a very traumatic experience for us. I've never had to give a statement before, and I've never had to write one, so I didn't know that that was something I couldn't write off of hearing it from somebody else.
So you didn't know that you needed to tell them the truth about what you had seen?
I did know that I needed to tell them the truth. I just didn't know that I needed to clarify that I wasn't the one that saw him with the knife.
Well, and you also didn't tell them about the can of WD-40 that you sprayed at the defendant, as you say, in his area, right?
I'm going to object as asked and answered.
I'll overrule it.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Sir, you didn't tell them about the can of WD-40 that you're now telling us about, right?
On which day?
On any of these days, on the 15th when you gave various statements, on the 18th when you gave a statement.
I don't believe I did because it was not knowledge that I had remembered yet.
And you also didn't tell them that you're the one who threw the first swing at Mr. Valle, right?
I'm not sure, but I do believe that I did clearly state that I was in the fight. But yeah, it probably took me a little bit of time to remember exactly what had happened. But I did tell them that I was involved in the fight, yes.
Well, you didn't tell them that in your handwritten statement, right?
I'm not sure. I believe I did.
You don't think that you said, everyone was standing in my yard, everyone started going at it, and the next thing I saw was blood everywhere?
Sorry, can you repeat?
That's right. You don't think what you told them was, everyone was standing in my yard, everyone started going at it, and the next thing I saw was blood everywhere?
I believe I did write that at the time.
And you didn't say anything about, I threw the first punch at Mr. Valle because I was trying to defend Ty Woods?
No, I guess not.
In any event, you claim that you were standing there at the front passenger window talking to Tyler De Silva when you heard some arguing going on the other side, right?
Correct.
You looked through the car and you Mackenzie Trafficante and Mr. Valle in the back seat, right?
Correct.
And you knew Mackenzie because you grew up together, right?
Yep.
And you knew that there were other kids in the car, but right now you're not sure who that was.
No idea.
Even though you told the cops that you saw Caitlin and Autumn Murphy, right?
Correct, which was
ended
just
up not
something
being
I had
true, right?
heard.
That was
As I
something else
said,
that you just heard.
there was other kids in the car. I wasn't able to tell who it was, so when somebody had said that them two were in the car, I figured that they could have been the other people in the car.
Gotcha. You figured that that's who it was. Now you know that that's not who it was because they were there, right? But you told the cops that at the time.
I guess I did, yeah.
At this point, there's, by your estimate, 15 to 20 Shelton High kids surrounding this Honda Pilot, correct?
I wouldn't say surrounding. I believe I was actually the only one on the passenger side of the car. And I could be wrong, but to what I remember, I think I was the only one on that side of the car, and everybody else was on the driver's side between the car and my yard.
In fact, they weren't just on the driver's side between the vehicle in your yard, were they?
What do you mean by that?
They had their hands on the vehicle, right?
Some of them did.
Some of them did. Some of them were rocking the car back and forth, correct?
Correct, after a bottle was swung out of the back seat.
Let's talk about that bottle getting swung out of the back seat. You were walking around the front of the car when you saw this happen?
As I came around the front driver's side to see what was going on the other side of the car, I was able to see a hand come out the window in a swinging down motion, and I couldn't tell what it was. And then I heard the glass shatter and saw the shattered glass.
Where's the shattered glass that you saw?
From the driver's side window, it was on the street right there.
Directly down in front of the vehicle?
Pretty close.
With these 15 to 20 people standing all on that one side of the vehicle, rocking it back and forth?
Correct, when they started rocking the vehicle after.
So you hear glass shatter.
Correct.
And then they start rocking the vehicle.
Yes.
And all 15 to 20 of those kids, by your estimate, are not actually surrounding the car, but they're all just on one side of the car.
From what I recall, I believe that everybody was mainly on the driver's side.
And then, in the midst of all this shaking and rocking of the car, you say you reach in through the driver's side window over top of Mr. Snyder and grab the gear shift.
I reached for the shifter. I believe it was by the steering wheel on the column. So I reached towards it because he wasn't even considering when I was telling him to leave. So I made him see that I was going for his shifter, telling him to put his car in drive and go, because at that point when kids started shaking the car, I knew that if they didn't leave there, that this was going to turn into something bigger.
And Mr. Snyder, then, as you're reaching and leaning across and grabbing his shifter, he starts to roll up the window. You say you heard the car click into gear?
Yeah, and we saw the lights.
And then they drove up the street fast, right?
They did.
And when you say they drove up the street fast, did they drive down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse Lane?
That's correct.
And you said as they did that, they were throwing cans and things out the windows, right?
They were.
But nobody from your group was throwing anything at the vehicle?
Not at that moment.
How many people were outside at this point?
Everybody that was there, I believe, was outside.
So they drive down to the end of Farmhouse Lane. Did they come back at that point, or did they stop and get out what we saw on the video?
I don't know for sure, but I want to say the first time they went down the street, they actually went past Farmhouse Lane to the point where we could no longer see the car, which is why I had thought that they left at that point. Then we were able to see the headlights coming back in the other direction, and that is when they came back for the second time after they drove away and could have left.
Was that before or after you went down to the end of Farmhouse Lane?
When I walked down, that was before.
So they drive away?
Correct. They drive towards Farmhouse. I believe they went past. Then they come back down, past my house again, towards Adams, where I believe they make that corner onto Adams.
When you say they make that corner, if we're looking at Exhibit 1, are you saying that they take a right onto Adams?
Like this way.
And then where did you see the car after that?
And then after that, it comes back down the way it just came. So I'm not sure if maybe they turned around over here or what, but they ended up coming back from the same direction that the car had just previously gone in and drove by the house again, throwing more things out of the car, including the WD-40, and that is when the car stops by Farmhouse Lane after that.
So just want to make sure we've got your series of events down. Car initially arrives, it's parked at the corner near Adams Drive and on the other side of Laurel Glen from your house, correct?
Correct.
That's when you and the 15 or 20 folks all go outside and confront the car, right?
Yes.
And you claim to hear glass shatter while there's 15 or 20 people there on one side of the vehicle. They're shaking and rocking the car. You somehow get in and lean across Mr. Snyder, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the part?
You get in and lean across Mr. Snyder.
No, before that.
You have seen glass shatter. There's 15 or 20 people shaking the vehicle, and you lean in across and grab the shift, right?
Yeah.
At that point, you say you hear the vehicle click into gear and it drives down towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Correct.
Turns around by your account and comes back towards your house, correct?
Correct.
Makes a turn, a right onto Adams Drive, correct?
Yep.
You lose sight of the vehicle?
I did.
How long before you see it again?
Not that long. Like I said, they had to have turned around somewhere close because it came back pretty quick.
Could you see who was in the vehicle at that point?
At that point, I believe nobody had gotten out yet because at the rate of speed he was driving before, if anyone had gotten out of that car, they would not have just been able to step out unless he had stopped somewhere else and let people out. But
If your recollection is accurate, right?
correct, but to what I would think that everybody was still in the car at that point.
But you don't know who was in the vehicle.
I do not. That is fair to say.
And as it comes back up, Adams, you say it turns onto Laurel Glen Drive, goes past the house again,
Correct.
and down towards Farmhouse Lane.
Correct.
And is it at that point that you see the vehicle stop?
Correct.
And it's at that point that you and what you describe as a group of three, yourself, maybe Ryan Hines, Ricky Feola, or someone else that you couldn't know. So it was yourself and Ricky Feola and someone else who you're not sure about went down the street, right?
Correct. So the only one I know that was with me was Ricky. I can't recall who else was with us, but it was definitely, I never said Ryan Hines, no.
But you can't be sure that it wasn't him, right? Because there was
I
someone
can't
else.
be sure. I do know there was at least one other person, but I'm not sure who that was.
And you think it was just the three of you who went down the street, right?
I believe so.
May we see Exhibit 44, please? The disc. Can I ask you to watch this video with us? Can we pause it right there? You recall seeing this video just shortly ago?
Yes.
And this is shot from the Ring camera on 36 Laurel Glen Drive, which is the house down Laurel Glen Drive there on Exhibit 1 by the corner of Farmhouse Lane.
Yes.
Now, in this video, Mr. Rich, do you see somebody already walking ahead of this last illuminated tree that we see there?
Over here on the corner?
I'm going to point over here. See this last illuminated tree to the far right, just past one of the columns?
Yeah, do I see anyone over there?
Do you see somebody walking right here?
I can't tell.
Can we start that from the beginning? And I'd ask you to focus your attention to this person walking. Do you see somebody walking there?
I do.
Do you see that there's a vehicle? We just heard doors, cars stop, and we see somebody else walking
Correct.
by the vehicle, in front of the vehicle, right?
I do see that.
So those folks are already out of the car, and now we're hearing some yelling, correct?
Yep.
And from the left, we're starting to see your group, right?
Correct.
I count 1, 2, 3, 4. Would you agree 4 people so far?
Right.
And I see a 5th person. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you see other folks coming as well? 6, 7. Do you see those other folks?
I do see more, yes.
And those people are all coming from the direction of your home, correct?
So as it appears, yes.
You would agree that there was at least 2 people that were out of that vehicle, correct?
Prior to us walking down?
Prior to you walking down.
I would agree.
And that then a group of at least 7 of you were seen on that video, correct?
That's how it appears, but as I said, to my knowledge, the only one I knew was with me was Ricky, and I thought there was at least one more of us. Clearly, there was more than that.
And in fact, you walked past and had some interactions with the people that had already gotten out of the vehicle, correct?
I did.
But you don't recall any of that, fair to say?
I didn't say I don't recall any of that. I just don't recall who was actually out of the vehicle.
Well, you told us that you didn't have any interactions with the people in the vehicle at that point, correct?
Other than telling them to get out of there and that they needed to go, not really, no.
And at this point, they are down in front of Laurel Glen Drive heading towards Farmhouse Lane, right?
What's that?
They were down at this point where we see it on the video, down in front of 36 Laurel Glen Drive by Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Correct.
And that is about 2 football fields or 647 feet away from your house. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's probably pretty accurate.
And you followed that vehicle all the way down there, right?
When people started to get out, yeah, we walked down there.
And you told them, let's go, you pussies, right?
Correct.
And that's when you say you threw the can of WD-40, right?
I did.
You later picked that can back up, you're now telling us, right?
After it was thrown at me again, I didn't want to leave it in the street in front of my neighbors' houses, so yes, I picked it up.
We didn't see that can getting thrown back at you on this video, did we?
Nope.
And you said after that you were just walking back to the house trying to get everyone back inside, right?
I was heading back towards the house with the intent to get everyone back there into the house, yes.
And did you call the police at that point?
No, I did not.
Well, why not?
Because I figured that every time they drove away, I thought that they were going to leave. I guess thinking about it now, knowing that they had the first 2 opportunities to not come back when they drove away and they didn't, I probably should not have made the assumption that they weren't going to leave. But never in a million years did I ever think that this was going to happen, so I did not call the police.
You didn't call the police and say, hey, there's unwanted people at our house and they're throwing stuff at us. Because you didn't want the cops to come and find out that there was underage drinking, right?
Rephrase that.
Well, you didn't call the cops to report what you are now telling us was a crime at that time, did you?
No, I did not.
And it wasn't because you didn't want the cops to come and find out that there was underage drinking going on, right?
I'm confused what you're asking. So you're asking me if the reason I didn't call the cops was because there was underage drinking at my house?
Right.
No, the reason I didn't call the cops was because I figured these kids were going to leave at any of the given 3 or 4 times they had the opportunity to. And I never thought in a million years that they were going to come back to my house, trespass on my property, and stab 4 of my friends.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Is there a question pending, Your Honor?
There was not at that point.
Counsel.
So it wasn't because you were afraid of underage drinking going on at the house. That wasn't the reason that you didn't call the cops.
No.
The reason was that you thought you could handle this yourself.
I thought that they were going to leave any of the 4 times they could have. And like I said, I guess thinking back now, knowing that the first 3 times they could have left when they had the opportunity, they didn't. Maybe I should have handled it different. But again, who would have ever thought that 3 juniors or whatever they were in high school from St. Joe's were going to come back to my house, trespass on my property, and stab 4 of my friends?
And then you told us that as you're walking back to the house, someone threw a can of WD-40 at you, correct?
Correct. They threw it back at me.
And that the defendant came off the side of the bushes, correct?
Correct.
You told him not to come near you, right?
I did.
And then you used the can of WD-40 to spray it in his direction, right?
I did.
What you actually did was you sprayed it right in his face and his eyes, right?
I'm not sure. Like I said, I was spraying it in his direction. He kept approaching me, so I can't tell you where he was getting sprayed. I aimed the can at him and I sprayed it to use it to distance myself.
And you just saw yourself in that video pass by him while he was standing on the street, not in that vehicle, correct?
Probably, but I'm not sure if that was him or where he was at that time.
And you never told the officers in any of your prior statements about the defendant throwing this WD-40 at you and coming off the side of the bushes, right?
Well, one, I don't know if he threw it at me. I'm not sure which one of them threw it at me, but given where he was when he came out of the bushes, when they threw it back at me, I don't believe it could have been him because he was obviously already down by those bushes for me to have walked by him over there. And it came from behind me more towards the car.
So you don't think that it was him throwing that
I
can of WD-40?
don't think he's the one that threw it back at me when I had picked it up to walk back to the house because he was already obviously down in that direction somewhere for him to have come out behind me.
And then you told us that everybody started to make their way back into the house, right?
Correct.
Through the Bilco doors.
Correct.
You walked back first, but you knew that Ricky was still down there at Farmhouse Lane.
I did.
How did you know that he was still down there?
Because I walked back by myself and he's the only one I knew went down there with me. And if he didn't come back with me, he had to still be down there.
Where were these other 5 or 6 people that we saw here in this video?
They must have been down there as well, but I'm not sure.
You don't recall Ricky coming back inside, but you're certain you went back inside.
I 100% went back inside.
Who else went back inside with you?
I'm not sure exactly who. There was still a large crowd out in the front, and I kind of was just motioning everybody to get back inside the house.
What was the large group out in the front still doing?
Probably standing there. Honestly, I'm not sure. I was down the street, but as soon as I got back to the house, I had everybody go back inside.
Even the folks that remained in the yard that you just described?
I'm sorry, what's that?
You told us you went back into the house, but that people remained in the front yard. Now you're telling us you had everybody go back inside.
Who remained in the front yard?
You tell me, sir. You're the one who said people remained in the front yard.
I never said anybody remained in the front yard. I said the only people that were still out there was, to my knowledge, Ricky down the street, but I had everybody else around there go back into the house that was still in the front yard.
You went into the basement after coming back from Farmhouse Lane. You're saying there was nobody else in the front yard.
I do not believe so, no.
And then you heard somebody yelling, "They're back," right?
Correct.
And you looked out and you could see that they were in the front yard.
Well, we walked back outside, and upon coming up on the front yard, I was able to see the car in the street with the headlights on, and the defendant and Tyler DeSilva were now trespassing on my property.
And at that point, you go out into the front yard, correct?
Correct.
How many people were out in the front yard with you?
I believe everybody had followed me back outside. I don't think anyone was going to leave me to go out there alone. So eventually the entire basement did make its way back outside, and I believe everyone did make their way back out there.
About 30 of you out there in the front yard?
Yeah, including girls too.
And you described your position as being near the cement box and the red bush, right?
Relatively, yes.
And that Tyler De Silva was in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Near the mailbox.
Towards the mailbox.
And that Mr. Valle was off to your left, by the left of the bush and the right of the cement box, right?
What was that last part? To the left of the what?
To the left of the red bush and to the right of the cement box.
Which way are you looking at that? From the street or from the house?
I believe you described it as being Valle was off to your left.
He was off to my left, correct, with my back to the house, so yes.
So you couldn't really see where Mr. Valle was, right?
He was peripheral to me, so I was able to see him and the couple kids over there and know where their position was because they weren't that far. They were only maybe 2 steps away from me. But until the fact where Tyler De Silva shoved me backwards is when they came into my foot.
And you said that, again, you approached Tyler De Silva because you knew him and his cousins, right?
Correct.
You said, dude, I've known your family and cousins for years, right?
Correct.
At this point, where are the other 30 people?
I wasn't paying attention to that, but I believe some kids were still coming out of the basement at that point, and I believe that there were people behind me and also to the side of me.
Could you see anybody in front of you near the street?
I don't recall anyone being over there. Could there have been? Maybe, but I do not remember.
And it is your recollection that Tyler De Silva told you to go fuck yourself and shoved you backwards, correct?
Correct.
With these other 30 kids behind you.
Correct, which he knew.
Which he knew that there were 30 kids?
They have obviously seen the amount of kids there were. The minute we walked out to the car the first time, they proceeded to keep coming back knowing that there was 30 kids or 20 dudes standing there.
And you said that there were a few kids near Mr. Valle, right?
I believe so, yes.
One of those you knew, and that was Ty Woods.
Correct.
You described him as close to a younger brother for you as it gets, right?
That's right.
And after the shove, you've now got Mr. Valle in your vision, and you say that he went to swing on Ty Woods.
Correct. I watched him take a back swing like he was going to hit him in the back of the head, and Ty had his head turned. I was only 2 steps away. I pretty much stepped into it to get between it and punched him in the face.
And then after that, you say that Mr. De Silva punched you in the back of your head.
Correct.
How do you know that was Mr. De Silva punched you in the back of your head?
Because nobody else that was at my house was going to be punching me in the back of the head. And he is also the one that just pushed me from the direction where the punches were coming from to the back of my head.
It wasn't because the group of 20 to 30 people was stampeding forwards and people got shoved into one another.
You would have to ask him that, not me. But to what I know, I didn't see any of that going on after, because after I had hit the defendant, that was the last time I ever saw him that entire night, because as I said, when I was getting punched in the back of the head, my focus had turned to Tyler De Silva at this point, who I ended up on the ground with instead.
Now again, you're telling us today that you swung and hit Mr. Valle in the face that evening, but you didn't tell that to the officers when you spoke to them on the 15th a couple times, or the 18th, correct?
I guess not. I had told them I was in the fight and there was only 2 kids that I could have been fighting with, so...
You didn't tell them that you threw the first punch?
I guess not. At the time, I guess not, no.
And you say that you went to the ground and that Mr. De Silva was on top of you?
Correct.
And that he was swinging and you tied up his arms, right?
Correct.
And that you couldn't see much after that, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I was on the ground underneath him, so I couldn't see anything.
And despite having told officers originally that you'd seen Lito with a knife, ultimately what you told us here today is that you didn't see the defendant with a knife, correct?
I had never seen the knife that entire night with my own eyes at all.
And you would agree, and you've described for us, that this fight was a chaotic scene, correct?
It was a chaotic scene, yes.
And there were only 2 kids that got out of the vehicle that were from the St. Joe's party, correct?
Correct. 2 of them got out of the car.
And there were roughly 30 of you, 20 of which you've described as being boys, correct?
Correct, which they...
In fact, you continue to tell me that, sir, which they knew. How do you know what they knew?
Because they were in the car when we all came outside. They saw how many of us there were. They drove up and down the street 3 or 4 times and saw that there was that many of us. And even when he came on my property, nobody immediately got physical with them. I was still trying to talk to Tyler Da Silva and get him to leave. And they saw with their own eyes how many of us were standing there and decided that he was going to get physical with me. So yeah, they knew how many of us were there.
So it's your recollection that Mr. Da Silva is the one who decided to get physical with you?
Correct, he shoved me.
Was Mr. Da Silva at any point holding a phone or filming any of this as it was going on?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle with a phone filming or recording anything of what was going on?
Nope.
Did you see, however, a video of the fight itself?
I did.
And that was taken by Tanner Chernowsky, correct?
Correct.
And you also identified for us another person who is in that video with a phone in his hand, and that was Ricky Feola, correct?
Correct.
And was there anybody else that you saw that was filming that evening?
I was on the ground. I didn't see anybody filming or holding a phone until I saw the video after, which I still am not even sure if there was a recording going or if those were just flashlights. But yeah, I didn't see anybody else recording, no.
Well, you did see the video, correct?
I did see that video Tanner took, correct.
So you know that that one video
I
was
do know
taken,
that that
correct?
video was taken.
And did you tell any of the officers that that video existed?
No, I did not. They actually showed it to me first, and that was my first knowledge of it.
You didn't know about that video until it was shown to you by the officers?
Correct.
Are you friends with Tanner Chernowsky?
I am.
On his Snapchat stories?
Yeah, I am.
And you weren't aware that he had posted it that very evening?
I was not aware that he had posted it ever, and I had never seen it, so no, I was not.
So, Mr. Rich, is it fair to say that despite a number of opportunities to tell the police, as much as what you have recalled today, you didn't actually tell them any of those things regarding the WD-40 can?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that despite having a number of opportunities, you didn't tell them that you were the person who first punched Mr. Valle?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that you didn't call the police that night at any point?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one.
No, I did not call the police at any point that night.
And you told officers that you had seen the defendant with a knife, despite the fact that now you're telling us you never saw him with a knife, correct?
No, I did not.
Sustained. Strike the last answer, please. Thank you.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Ritt, there were essentially 2 fights going on in the front yard, were there not?
As far as what I'm aware of, I can only speak for what was going on with me and Tyler Da Silva at the time I was on the ground with him because I could not see anything else.
And how many people were engaged with Mr. Da Silva when you were also on the ground with him?
To my knowledge, just me and him. Do I think people could have thrown a couple shots at him? It's possible, but from what I could see, just me and him were on the ground.
When you say it's possible that other people could have thrown shots at him, you've viewed the video of the fights, correct?
Correct.
You see people throwing shots at him, correct?
Correct.
It's not just possible, that happened, didn't it?
Yeah, so a couple kids did throw a couple shots in after, but I could not see that from where I was on the ground.
And you would agree that there was a separate fight going on involving Mr. Valle, correct?
I'm not sure.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Briefly?
Sure.
Tyler, counsel asked you about Tanner and Alex coming to the house. What do you recall about when Tanner and Alex actually showed up in relation to when the Honda Pilot was at your house?
So when we had first went outside, I believe Tanner and Alex had not gotten there yet until after the first time the car drove down the street. I believe the first time when they went down the street, it took them a little longer to come back because they had went all the way to the dead end, or at least out of our view. And as the car went down the street, from what I recall, I believe is when Tanner and Alex got there.
And when Tanner and Alex got there, where were you at that moment?
I was in the front yard.
Now, counsel asked you a little bit about your statement to police initially. You had indicated that you had seen, well, at least according to your statement, you indicated that you had told the cops that he was flashing a knife. Where did that information come from? Did you actually see that happen?
No, I never saw that.
So why would you tell the cops that a kid named Lito was flashing a knife?
It was something I had overheard that night, and as a 18-year-old kid who's never had to go through something traumatic like that, I didn't know that I couldn't write something in my statement without physically seeing it. So I was brought back in to clarify that. I didn't see that.
So based on the fact that you have 4 of your friends that were stabbed on the front lawn, what was your intuition, what was your reason for telling the cops what you did at that moment with regards to what you saw at that moment? Did you have a reason why you didn't recall the WD-40 can or anything like that? Why did you say what you did?
Yeah, of course. I mean, in that time period, like I've been saying, I was an 18-year-old kid who just watched 4 of my best friends get stabbed in my front yard where I grew up at my own house. And having to go through that, I believe that there was just certain things that my mind was putting out of my head, and I was more focused on the events that took place during the actual fight itself.
On a subsequent occasion, did you eventually tell somebody about this?
I did.
And on a subsequent occasion, did you eventually tell somebody about you throwing a punch at them?
I did.
Now, you saw States 44, which is the 36 Laurel Glen video, the ring video. That camera, does that camera capture everything that happened with all the interactions down the street? In other words, you see yourself throwing the can at the car, at some point that camera stops, right?
Correct.
And at some point in time, there are other things that happened that just weren't captured on that camera.
Correct.
So with regards to where the defendant may have been standing at any given moment during that video and where he was when he was coming out of the woods at you when you had the WD-40 can in your hand, would that have happened before or after the events that we see in States 44?
After.
And with regards to the number of people that were captured on States 44 from your group that go down the street, to the best of your recollection, you only recalled Ricky Feola and maybe one other person?
Correct.
Clearly there were more from your group down the street?
Yeah.
Now, when you came back from down the street, were you by yourself?
I was.
And when you came back from down the street, you indicated that Ricky Feola was still behind you down the street?
Correct.
So when you got to the front lawn and you were ushering people back in your house, you went down the basement with people that you ushered with back inside your house? But that didn't include Ricky Feola,
No, it did not.
So if there were at least 7 people down the street, you being one and Ricky being another, there's at least 5 other people that are probably still down the street and coming back down towards the house, right?
Correct.
So when you go back in the house, some of your friends could have still come back and been on the front lawn.
Right.
You just wouldn't know who it was.
Correct.
And when the car came back down the street and you heard they're back, did that come from inside the house or outside the house?
That came from outside, I believe, because somebody had looked out the doors and saw the car pull back out.
But you don't know who said that?
No.
No further questions.
Any additional cross?
Just briefly, you told us that part of the reason that you were unable to recall some of what you've told us today was due to the trauma, correct, of this incident?
Correct.
So it wasn't that you wanted to minimize the involvement of your friends on that evening.
What do you mean by that?
As far as why you weren't able to recall these things when you were talking to police officers beforehand, it wasn't because you wanted to minimize the involvement that your friends had.
You mean like try to hide things my friends did?
Correct.
No, I wasn't trying to minimize anything.
You weren't trying to protect your friends from any sort of police investigation.
I mean, no, that's nothing that's inside of my control anyways.
And then you had been asked about telling that to folks on a subsequent occasion about the WD-40 and about throwing the first punch. Do you recall that question?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. The state's attorney asked you that about not telling folks about the WD-40 or about the throwing of the punch, right?
Yeah.
And then he asked you, but you did tell them that on a subsequent occasion, correct?
Correct.
And that subsequent occasion was today, correct?
No.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right.
Aidan King, K-I-N-G.
Aidan, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you work?
I work at a dog daycare in Shelton.
I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes,
And why do you recall that day?
it was a traumatic day.
Now, I want to direct your attention to this States 9. You know whose house that is?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Whose house?
Tyler.
How do you know Tyler?
He's a longtime friend of mine. Grew up playing football together, high school, and then we got really close. So I've known him for a little while.
I'll show you States 54, and you know who this is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Faison Teele.
How do you know Faison?
Same thing. Grew up middle school, football, high school.
States 56, you know who that is?
Yes. Ryan Hines.
How do you know Ryan Hines?
High school football.
States 55, you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Tommy Connery.
How do you know Tommy?
Went to school with him, middle school, high school.
Finally, States 57, you know who this is?
Yes. Jimmy McGrath.
How do you know Jimmy?
Met him through Rosie, who I'm friends with. He's just become a good friend of mine through
Who's
the
Rosie?
years. Rosie's his sister, older sister.
Did you go to school with Jimmy?
No, I did not.
Do you know where Jimmy went to school?
Yes.
Where did he go?
Fairfield.
Faison, Tommy, and Ryan. Did you go to school with those?
Yes.
And on May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
I was 17.
And what were you in school?
Yes.
And where did you go to school?
Shelton High.
And you went to school with Tommy, Ryan, and
Yes.
Did you go to school with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Did you go to school with Ricky Feola?
Yes.
How about Sal Perry?
Yes.
How about Mike Samperi?
No.
Do you know Mike Samperi?
Yes.
How do you know?
Met him through Tyler as well. He just come around sometimes. Good friend.
How about Alex Bernstein?
I've met him before, yes. But did I go to school with him?
Yes.
No.
When did you meet him?
I met him one time prior, and then at Tyler's, I met him.
On that night?
Yes.
How about Charlie Connery? Do you know Charlie?
Yes.
How do you know Charlie?
School, high school.
How about Jacob Villalobos?
Yes.
How about Matt Lakovich?
Yes.
How do you know them?
All high school, middle school.
Now, on May 14th of 22, did you have an occasion to go to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Why?
He was having a party.
Okay, and what kind of party was it?
You know, just the normal thing, listening to music, drinking, hanging out with my guy friends, some girls.
And were you drinking that night?
Yes.
And what were you drinking?
Bud Light.
How many beers did you have that?
5 to 7.
And what time would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house?
Around 8 o'clock
And did you start drinking before you got to Tyler Rich's house or when you got there?
when I got there.
And when you were there, do you know whether or not the individuals we just spoke about were present at Tyler Rich's house that night?
They were
And when you were there with those individuals, what were you doing? Hanging out?
hanging out, listening to music, talking, drinking.
Are you familiar with Griffin Marcinczyk?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Griffin?
High school.
And at some point in time in the night, did Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinczyk show up?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with them when they showed up?
Briefly.
And not telling us what they said, but after that conversation, were you informed of an incident that happened on Lazy Brook Road prior
I
to the
was.
ride?
I was.
And shortly after having that conversation with them, did something happen where individuals showed up to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened? How were you made aware of that?
There were people outside and they came inside and told people who were in the basement that there was a group of kids in a car outside who we don't know why they were there and who they were.
And when you got this information, did you exit the house?
Yes.
And where did you exit the house?
I exited through, so there's cellar doors and I came up them. They're on the side of the house and proceeded to walk outside towards the driveway.
And you came out this way?
Yes.
When you came out this way, what did you proceed to do?
I proceeded to walk down the driveway.
And I'm going to show you States Exhibit 49. When you walked down the driveway, how did you walk? If you could describe it in States 49.
In between where those, like the blue truck and the white truck, it was kind of that path.
Right. And when the individual showed up, where did you observe did they come in a car?
Yes.
What kind of car was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when they came, was it a 4-door car?
It was a 4-door car.
Now, when they came, do you recall, can you tell us in this States 49 where, if at all, the car was stopped?
On the right side of the street, just about in front of the driveway, but also near like across the street's house is like a little sidewalk.
Right around this area?
Yes.
And when you came out of the house, how many people were with you, if you can recall?
Around 10 to 15.
And do you know whether or not Tyler Rich was with you?
He was.
Do you recall anybody else who was with you at the time?
I do not.
When you came out of the house, what time of day was it?
It was nighttime. Yeah.
Was it pitch black out?
No, there was lights surrounding, so you could see, but it was dark out.
But you can notice people in front of you?
Yes.
At some point in time, did you approach the car?
Yes.
And when you approach the car, how was the car facing? So if we're looking at 49, you can agree this house here is Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
This would be Adams Road?
Yes. It was facing towards farmhouse.
And when did you approach the car?
Yes.
What side of the car did you approach?
I approached the rear side behind the passenger. The driver.
So if this is the car here, and this is the driver's side here, you're somewhere over here, but maybe near the rear passenger side?
Yes, behind the driver.
Behind the driver? Okay. And when you approached that side of the vehicle, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened at that point?
The window was rolled down and I looked inside and I saw Lito, Mackenzie, and Tyler De Silva. Those are the only ones I knew of in the car that I could recognize, and proceeded to have conversation.
Do you recall whether or not there were any other people in the car at that point?
There were others, yes.
Did you recognize any of them?
I did not.
Now, you said that you recognized Tyler De Silva?
Yes.
How do you know Tyler De Silva?
I've seen him before, just around at other parties from other high schools.
And Mackenzie, who's Mackenzie?
She is someone who went to St. Joe's, but before St. Joe's, went to middle school and with her. So
You grew up with her?
yeah, pretty much, yeah.
What's her last name?
Trafficancy.
And you said Lido.
Yes,
Do you still have a different name?
he does.
What is his name?
His real name's Raul.
And is that individual present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And can you please describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit, black tie, white undershirt.
Can you please point him out for the record?
He's right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
Now, when you said that you had a conversation with Mackenzie, Tyler, and Lido,
It was Lido and Mackenzie
so you were talking to where was Lido seated in the car?
behind the driver's side,
And where was Mackenzie seated?
next to him on the right side of him.
And you had a conversation with the two of them?
Yes,
Did you have a particular conversation with the defendant?
yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened, what was said.
So there was just a lot of back and forth going on.
And back and forth, what is that?
Like people were yelling outside, for them to leave, but I was having a direct conversation with him, talking normally at first, but then he proceeded to threaten to smash a bottle on someone's head if they didn't back away from the car.
And after the defendant said he would smash a bottle on somebody's head if they didn't back away from the car, what if anything happened next?
After that, I just said, no, don't do that. And then I backed away. I walked back to the end of the driveway.
Did you ever, during your conversation with the defendant, ever tell the defendant or anybody else in that car to leave?
Yes,
How many times?
like 3 to 4 times.
And at some point in time during the interaction with the defendant, after you backed away, what, if anything, did you observe?
After I backed away, just more screaming and yelling from groups of people. And then the car just proceeded to take off down the street.
And when the car took off down the street, what did you observe about how the car took off?
Driving crazy.
Prior to the car leaving the area at that time, did anybody kick or shake the car? Do you recall any?
Yes, there was people putting hands on the car.
Now, was that your group of friends or the people in the car?
It was my group of friends.
And when that happened, the car took off?
Yes,
And where did it go? Did it go towards Farmhouse or towards Adams?
towards farmhouse.
And when it went down towards Farmhouse, where were you situated in the street or in the area when you observed that?
I was at the end of the driveway.
And you looked down towards Farmhouse?
Yes,
And when you looked down towards Farmhouse, what did you observe?
I observed the car stop and people proceed to get out of the car.
Did that happen more than once? Did the car drive down and back, or did it just drive down once?
They drove down and back.
Okay, so let's start there.
Okay.
So they drove down the street. Were you outside the entire time?
Yes,
Did the car come back?
yes.
When the car came back, what happened?
Just more driving crazy. They turned around and then drove back towards the farmhouse again.
So when they turned around, did they turn around somewhere in the Adams Drive area?
Yes,
And when they drove back down, did you recall people throwing things at the car at this point?
I do not recall.
When they drove back down the street, how many times would you say they drove up and down the street, if you can recall?
About 3 times.
When they drove up and down the street 3 times, at some point in time, did they stop driving up and down the street?
Yes,
And when they stopped, where did they, if you can tell from State's Exhibit 49, where did the car stop? Did it stop? Where on the
towards the farmhouse, there's like a light at the end of the road kind of, and it was around that light post.
So if I point my finger around here,
Yes, that area.
the record can reflect I'm pointing to an area to the north, or the top right-hand corner, which appears to be the light pole near the corner, near the intersection of Farmhouse and Adams. All right, and excuse me.
Court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And that's where you observed the car park?
Yes.
When the car parked down the street at that point in time, what did you do?
A group of us proceeded to walk down to the street, like to the car.
Do you know who was with you when you walked down the street?
Tyler Rich, Ricky Feola. Other than that, I do not recall.
And when you walked down the street, how far would you say you walked down the street?
I'd say to that first light post, just about
Somewhere.
like the end of the tree line on the left. And yeah, that area.
I may, your Honor, the record can reflect there's a light post, looks like on the right side of Laurel Glen, which is before a wood area just prior to 36 Laurel Glen. That's right. Right side.
Court will allow the notation on the record.
So showing you States 1 behind you, can you point on States 1 where you walked up to?
Yes. Can I get up? Oh, just a pointer. Right around here.
It's this area.
Yes.
The record can reflect, Your Honor, on States 1, it's the area on the right side of Laurel Glen, just before 36 Laurel Glen. There's a wooded area again. where the witnesses identified he walked up to.
All right, so noted.
So when you walked up to that area, did you have any weapons on you at that point?
No.
When you walked up to that area, what, if anything, did you observe at that point?
But I saw two people get out the car, my group of friends running up to approach them, and then just continued with more yelling back and forth, and that was it.
How long would you say you were observing what was going on from that vantage point?
3 minutes, 4 minutes.
And when you were observing what was going on down the street at that point, you indicated there's some light poles. Is there any lighting down the end of the street?
Yes.
And were you able to observe people interacting?
Yes.
When you went down the street and you observed people interacting, did you observe anybody from your group get into any physical altercation with the people from the car?
No.
Do you know whether or not Tyler Rich, Ricky Feola, or anybody else you were with had any weapons on them?
I do not recall.
Now, after about 3 or 4 minutes, what did you do?
I proceeded to go back inside the house because Tyler was telling people to go back inside. So I listened and went back inside the house.
So you turned around and walked back to Tyler's house?
Yes.
Okay. And when you turned around and walked back to Tyler's house, how did you get back inside?
I kind of cut in front of these bushes, the red bushes, cut in front of them and proceeded to go back the way I left, through back the cellar doors.
So you stage 49, there's 2 red bushes on the right side of the Rich property. You walk in front of these?
Yes.
And did you walk up the cobblestone driveway and back in behind the black truck?
Behind the black truck.
Okay, so if the record reflects, the path is in front of these 2 up the side of the driver's side of the black truck and behind the black truck towards the right side of the house.
All right, the record will reflect. Thank you.
And when you went back into Tyler's house at that point in time, what did you do when you went downstairs?
I went back inside, was talking to friends normally, and then was getting ready to leave. I was talking to my friend Jeremy. He was going to bring us all home. So
Who's Jeremy?
Jeremy Oko.
Okay, and Jeremy drove you to Tyler Rich's house?
No.
Okay, but he was going to give you a ride home?
Yes.
Why was he going to give you a ride home?
Because he was sober and we wanted to leave because we weren't really having fun anymore. So it was time to go home.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you end up leaving the house?
Yes.
All right. When did you end up leaving the house?
After I came outside and saw friends on the floor screaming and I didn't know what was happening. I came out to a fight.
All right, let's back up. So at some point in time, you leave the house and you witness a fight?
I leave the house and I witness a group of people, a lot of screaming and people on the floor. So yes.
Okay. When you were inside the house, were you made aware that individuals were on the front lawn?
No, I was not.
Okay. Tell us about how you came to come outside of Tyler Rich's house and witness what you just indicated.
So I came out the same way I was going back and forth, and I couldn't see anything until I got to in front of where that black truck is in the picture. And then that's when I heard all the yelling and the screaming and people running to cars. And at the time it looked like there was people fighting, but I would later find out that it was done already. Like the fight was over and there was just my friends stabbed on the ground.
So just so we're clear, that at that point where you came out of 43 Laurel Glen, you thought a fight was going on?
Yes.
But in reality, the fight had already ended?
Yes.
So when you walked out of 43 Laurel Glen, you came out towards the black truck here?
Yes.
Were you on the passenger side or the driver's side?
The driver's side.
And were you, where in stage 49 were you standing?
That piece of like cement or whatever right there, like right in front of the truck, and that's on the grass. That's where I stopped and that's when I saw everything.
So let's show you stage 4. See the cement block here?
Yes.
You were standing somewhere around here?
Yes.
Now, when you were standing there, what did you observe at that moment in time?
There's a lot of screaming, yelling, people surrounding people who were on the floor. I couldn't tell who it was at the time, but then I saw individuals run to a car, the car speed off, and then I turned back around, and that's when I realized I saw blood. I saw people crying, screaming, and saying that people had been stabbed.
What did you observe who did you observe bleeding?
Jeremy McGrath and Faison Teele.
Can you tell us in this exhibit here where you observed Jimmy at the
Kind of near this bush right here, the front one, the red bush, and that
area here?
Yes, in that area.
In this debris area here where there's
Yes.
So in the record reflect to the left of the red bush here where there could be some items on the
Record can reflect.
And what did you observe about Jimmy when you noticed?
There was just a lot of people around him. I couldn't really see. I didn't get like up close to him, but I saw his face. I saw people around him trying to help. And then I just kept looking around and seeing more people on the floor, more people stabbed.
Who else did you see that was stabbed?
Connery, Faison Teele I saw.
What did you notice about Tommy Connery?
He was holding his leg, and then I just saw blood all over his leg.
And what about Faison Teele? What did you notice about him?
His arm was cut.
And when you noticed that your friends were stabbed at this point, what, if anything, did you do?
People were just screaming to call the police. I know multiple people were at one time, but I had someone's phone and I called the police. Tried to explain what happened as best as I could, gave them the address of the location, and then hung up. They eventually arrived with the ambulance. They brought people who needed care away, and the cops stayed and asked if anybody wanted to write down statements.
And did you, in fact, give a statement at some point in time?
Yes, I did.
And that night at Tyler Rich's house, how many people, were there a lot of people at his house?
There was a good amount of people, yes.
But did you witness how many of those people were actually involved in the fight?
I did not.
Did you observe any of your friends in the aftermath of the fight? Did you observe any of them have any weapons on them at that point?
No, not that I observed.
That's all I have for questions.
Attorney Smith.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. King. We've never met before.
No.
If you can, just keep your voice up. It's
sorry
to hear. We've got fans going. The acoustics are bad. I don't think we'll be long. You told us that you knew most of the people at the party that night, correct?
Yes.
And how many people would you say were there at the party?
30 to 40.
You told us that you'd had yourself 5 to 7 Bud Lights.
Yes.
And that was from the time that you arrived there around 8 o'clock until the time that you left there sometime around midnight?
Yes.
Do you think you stopped drinking earlier than when you left?
Yes.
What time do you think you stopped drinking?
Maybe 10, 30, 11.
So you think you had those 5 to 7 beers in the course of 2.5 to 3 hours?
Yes.
Was that pretty much the way folks were drinking that night?
Not everybody, but some.
Had you brought those Bud Lights yourself?
Yes.
And was there alcohol that was being provided at the party?
No.
This was a BYOB party?
Yes.
And you yourself were 17 at the time?
Yes.
Okay. How did you come into possession of that alcohol?
I do not recall.
Was there anybody that was over 21 at the party?
I do not recall.
There were some older folks that had already graduated, correct?
Yes.
Some folks that were as old as 20, perhaps?
Yes.
And did you notice other people drinking at the same rate that you were?
Yes.
Were there any drinking games being played?
No.
No beer pong going on?
Nope.
Did you notice any adults?
No.
This was a fairly regular occasion to get together at the Rich's house and party?
Yes.
In this same fashion?
Yes.
You told us that you knew Griffin Marcinczyk.
Yes.
Were you a part of the basketball group chat?
No.
Were you made aware that there was a basketball group chat that was going on?
I wasn't made aware.
And that there was some taunting and the sharing of the 43 Laurel Glen Drive address on that?
I was made aware of it, yes.
And you were expecting at some point that perhaps somebody might show up in response to that?
Yes.
I object based on the fact that he said he wasn't aware of the group chat. His knowledge is after the fact, so how would he know at the time?
Okay, I believe he's answering the questions, so he appeared to have knowledge. I'm going to overrule your objection.
You weren't a part of that basketball group chat, correct?
No.
But you were aware that that was going on?
I was made aware after.
Made aware after. Okay. When you say after, you didn't know that Griffin Marcinczyk was texting people that evening?
No, I did not.
How close a friend would you describe Griffin Marcinczyk?
We're not extremely close, but I've hung out with him before. He also played football, so I've talked to him outside in school for a while, so he's a good friend.
And you learned from he and Mr. Hines that there had been some sort of altercation earlier at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that you didn't know at that time that they were communicating with people that they believed had been involved in that altercation? No. They didn't explain to you that they were sending out the address for people to come there?
I did not know.
Do you know Tanner Chernowsky?
I do.
How do you know Tanner Chernowsky?
High school, middle school, I also played football with him when I was younger as well.
And you told us that you had met Alex Burnson once prior to this?
Yes.
What was the nature of that meeting that you had prior to?
The first one?
Yes.
Just hanging out with Tanner. He brought him along. You were just driving around talking. It was just like a mutual thing.
So you knew Alex through Tanner, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you said that people were outside, they came inside and they said, hey, this car just showed up, right?
Yes.
Did that surprise anybody there?
Kind of.
When you say kind of, did some folks seem to be aware that and expecting that?
Some did, yes.
And was there a fast rush for everybody to go outside and confront these folks?
For some, yes.
Did all 30 to 40 folks there empty out of the basement?
Not initially, no.
Eventually, did they all empty out of the basement?
Yes.
And you described that you walked down the driveway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you walk down the driveway casually and leisurely, or was it a quick walk, or was it even a run?
It was a quick walk.
Quick walk. Were others side by side with you, shoulder to shoulder?
Yes.
How many people?
About 10 to 15.
Others behind you?
Yes, behind me.
Others in front of you, or were you leading?
I was kind of in the front, yeah.
And who did you expect to find in that vehicle?
I just knew about Mackenzie. I didn't know who else she was with.
When you went out to that vehicle, were you expecting this to be anybody that you had heard about already?
Yes, once I was made aware.
And you were made aware as soon as Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinczyk showed up. Is that fair to say?
A little bit after.
Okay. But before the car arrived, correct?
Just about when they did, yes.
And you described that the car parked across the street on the other side of Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
And this 30 or 40 of you go outside and eventually you've surrounded this vehicle, correct?
Not all 30 to 40, but a group, yes.
How large would you describe that group as?
The group that surrounded the car was about 10 to 15 people.
10 to 15?
Yes.
And what were the other 15 to 25 folks doing?
Either minding their business in the background or screaming.
Fair to say you weren't really aware of exactly what they were doing?
The people behind me, no, I was not aware of what they were doing.
And at some point you described going up to the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
The rear passenger door, correct?
Yes.
And at some point that window comes down, right? And you can see inside Raul Valle, correct?
Yes.
Mackenzie Traficante.
Yes.
And Tyler DeSilva, correct?
Yes.
And did they display any weapons to you?
No.
And in fact, you knew Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes.
You'd seen him before and been friendly with him, correct?
Yes.
And he wasn't threatening you in any way when he rolled down the window, was he?
Not me personally.
And in fact, he was having a conversation with you, was he not?
He was.
And the nature of that conversation was, what's going on here, right?
Yes.
And you said, this doesn't have anything to do with you, right?
Correct.
And you say that then Mr. Valle threatened that if people didn't get away from the car, he was going to smash a bottle.
Yes.
But you didn't see him with a bottle, did you?
I did not.
Did you see him with anything in his hands?
No.
And you described Ms. Traficante as also being in the back seat.
Yes.
In fact, she was sitting on Mr. Valle's lap, correct?
Yes.
That's the vehicle that arrived with the St. Joe's kids in it.
Yes.
And you knew 3 of the people in that car, correct?
Yes.
When that vehicle arrived, it did not have this shattered glass on the windshield in front of the passenger side.
No.
Did you ever hear any glass shatter that evening?
I did not.
Do you know a Jack Snyder?
I had heard of him, but I never met him.
Never met him yourself?
Yes.
You said you know Tyler DeSilva from other parties, correct?
I've met him before one time, yeah.
And you knew Ms. Traficante from middle school, right?
Yes, grew up with her.
And how did you know Mr. Valle?
From parties at like St. Joe's people's houses.
You yourself were not at the earlier party at 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
No.
You said that after you had this conversation with Mr. Valle where he didn't threaten you, but you claim he did threaten to smash a bottle if people didn't back away. You said you walked up the driveway, right?
I walked back to the end of the driveway, yes.
Did anybody else walk back up the driveway with you?
Not that I remember.
The rest of the people were surrounding the car at this point.
There were still people surrounding the car, yes.
Surrounding the vehicle on all sides, correct?
Just about.
If somebody was in that vehicle and they wanted to back up or drive forward, they might have hit somebody, right?
Yes.
Did you see somebody reach through the front passenger window and punch the driver? I'm sorry, through the front driver's window and punch the driver?
I did not see anything like that.
Were people blocking your view of the front driver's side?
Yes.
And again, at this point, do you think it's still 10 to 15 people surrounding the car, or had it grown larger at that point?
I think it stayed the same, if not less.
You think less, even though you're the only one that walked back?
Well, I backed away, but I'm saying it could have been less.
When you backed away and walked up the driveway, how far up the driveway did you get?
I just stayed, I walked up back to the end of the driveway.
So you crossed the street?
Yeah, basically crossed the street, yeah.
You're standing at the end of the driveway near the mailbox?
Yes, a little to the left of it.
Okay. Anybody else in the driveway with you at that point?
Yes.
How many people?
10 people.
Who were they?
I don't recall who.
Do you recall any of them?
No.
So you'd think it was 10 people, but you can't tell us who any of them were.
I can't tell you any of them were.
But you knew everybody at that party except for the kids in the St. Joe's car.
Yes.
At some point you heard more screaming and yelling, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you saw people from the Shelton High kids start to touch that vehicle, right?
Yes.
In fact, they didn't just touch the vehicle, they started rocking the vehicle, right?
Yes.
Shaking the vehicle, right?
Yes.
You could see physically the car moving, right?
Yes.
Could you hear it being pounded on?
Yes.
Could you also see anybody throw glass bottles?
I did not see anything like that.
At some point, you did see the Shelton High kids start to throw things at the vehicle, correct?
I did not see anything being thrown.
Ever?
Ever, no.
Well, you described for us that you observed the car take off and it was driving crazy, right?
Yes.
Did you see Tyler Rich at that point?
Yes.
Where was he?
Kind of in the street still, walking back towards the driveway.
Walking back towards the driveway?
Yes.
You said that the car took off driving crazy, and at the end of the driveway where you were standing, you observed the car stop, correct?
After driving back and forth.
And you observed the car stop and people got out, right?
Yes.
And that was down in front of that house close to the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes.
36 Laurel Glen Drive?
If that's the address, I don't know the address.
I'm sure of the address. You were still standing in the driveway at that point?
Yes.
And You could see that some people got out of the car, right?
Once they had gotten out, yes, and then a group of us walked towards the car.
Okay. Who were the people that had gotten out of that vehicle?
I couldn't tell at the time because I was so far away still, but as I got closer, I could tell it was De Silva and Lido.
And Ms. Traficante as well?
Yes.
3 people got out of the vehicle?
2 people, but I only saw 2 at first, yes.
And you described that yourself, Tyler Rich, and Ricky Feola walked down the street towards where you saw these people get out of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And that was towards the light post that was just past that house, correct?
Yes.
And I think you pointed out on State's Exhibit 1 there behind you, that was the wooded area just before Laurel Glen Drive, 36 Laurel Glen Drive. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you speak with anybody as you walked down there towards that group?
My friends I was speaking to on the way down there, yes.
Did you get close enough to identify Tyler De Silva, Raul Valle, and Mackenzie Traffic?
Yes, I could see their faces.
You could see their face. Did you say anything to them?
Just get out of here and leave.
How close do you think you were when you said this?
10 feet, 15 feet away.
Okay, so 10 to 15 feet away from them?
Yes.
You named Tyler Rich. You named Ricky Feola. You said that others were with you as well.
Yes.
How many others?
There was about 10 of us total.
So you think another 7?
Yes.
You didn't see any of them throwing anything?
No, I did not.
When you were walking down, point out to me which side of the street you saw Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva on.
They were on the right side of the street. So like over here is next to the light. They're on the right side of the road.
On the side opposite from Mr. Rich's house?
Yes.
And that was Mr. De Silva, Ms. Traficante, and Mr. Valle were all on that side of the house, or on the side of the street.
They were in the middle on the side.
You think that they were in the middle on the side closer to that house there?
Yes.
On the opposite side of the street from Mr. Rich's house?
Yes.
And you don't recall saying anything to them other than get out of here?
Yeah.
Did you see any weapons in any of their hands?
No, I did not.
Did they utter any threats towards your group?
Not that I heard.
Did you see any of your group interact with those people?
Just more talking, but nothing physical.
Did you see Mr. Valle come out of the bushes and approach Mr. Rich?
I did not.
Did you see anybody come out of the bushes and approach Mr. Rich?
No, I was inside.
You were inside at what point?
After, in the middle of them all talking, Tyler said, get back to the house. So I proceeded to leave and go back to the house. And that's when I was inside talking. I didn't know what was happening outside after that.
Were you walking with Mr. Rich?
No, I was not. I was in front of him. I was one of the first to get back to the house.
And were you walking with anybody else?
I was walking with 3 people.
Who were they?
I don't recall.
When you got back to the house, you went back into the basement?
Yes.
Through those same Bilco doors?
Yeah.
You were in there, you said maybe for 3 or 4 minutes. Is that fair to say?
No longer, a little bit longer than that.
Were you doing any more drinking while you were inside the house?
No.
Who else was with you inside the house?
It was a group of people. There was more than I can identify.
Can you recall anybody that was with you?
Jeremy Oko.
And how do you know Jeremy Oko?
Longtime friend, middle school, high school, football.
Also went to Shelton High?
Yes.
He didn't give you a ride there that night, but he was going to give you the ride home.
Yes.
At some point, you left the house and you came outside, right?
Yes.
And you went into the front yard, right?
Yes.
And you said you saw your friends on the floor. You thought they were fighting.
Yes.
How many people did you see in the yard at that point?
20 or more.
Did you see Mr. Valle?
I did not. I saw people run away. I couldn't identify a face.
You say you saw people run away.
Like towards the car that they came from.
So you could still see the car at that point?
Yes.
And at that point, you were by the black truck that we saw in the
Yes.
exhibit that you described. And at no point in that evening did you see a knife, correct?
No, I did not.
Not when you were at the vehicle?
No.
Not when you were down at Farmhouse Lane?
No.
Not when you came out into the yard later, correct?
Correct.
You also did not see anybody throwing anything at the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, initially, you told the cops that there was no drinking going on at the party, correct?
Yes.
And you did that because you didn't want to get in trouble, right?
Yes.
You didn't want your friends to get in trouble, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when did you first learn that there was a video of all of this?
I really can't recall when I was made aware.
But you did tell the cops about that almost a week later, right?
Yes.
You told them that Tyler Rich and Tanner Chernowsky had videos, right?
Yes. I was told, this is what I was telling them what I was told. I knew about the video from Tanner.
You knew that Tanner had a video.
Yes, I was made aware after.
Are you friends or can you see his Snapchat stories?
Right now, yes.
At the time?
At the time, could I? Yes.
And did you see that he had in fact posted one of those videos that very evening?
I did not. I was not on my phone.
Have you since seen a video that he posted that evening?
That was posted. Have I seen the video? Yes, I've seen the video.
You weren't outside, however, when that video was taken.
No, I was not outside.
Did you see Enrique or Ricky Feola that evening taking video?
I did not.
Did you see him with his phone out and a light on from that phone?
At some point, yes, there was lights on, but a lot of people had lights on their phones.
How many people did you see with their phones out and the lights on?
Throughout the night, 10 people.
After this, you told us that folks started talking with one another about what they had seen, correct? And some folks were telling you that they had seen the fight, but you yourself had not seen the fight. Is that fair?
Yes.
In your initial statement that you gave on May 15th, you said all that you saw was people fighting and kids getting thrown around, right?
Yes.
About 9 days later, on the 24th, you came in and you gave more information than the initial statement, right?
Yes.
That was after you'd come to learn that there was a video that captured this, correct?
Yes.
And just to be certain about this, you didn't see any of the fight that occurred in the front yard
No, I did not see any of it.
because you were in the basement.
I was in the basement.
Nothing further. Thank you.
One quick question. With regards to the video, did you ever see that video on Snapchat or did you see it
I just saw it like sent to me.
sent to you like in a text message?
Snapchat, but like not on like a story.
And it wasn't, was it sent to you that night or
No, at a later time.
later?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Did you tell the cops that you'd had that video sent to you?
Not that I recall.
Nothing further.
Nothing further.
Oh, so you're all, thank you.
Enrico Feola. F as in Frank. Eola.
Enrico, do you go by anything else?
Ricky.
Are you nervous to be here today?
A little bit.
How old are you?
About 20 years old.
And are you currently in school?
University of Connecticut.
And what are you studying?
Psychology.
And do you work?
Yes, I work 2 jobs for an insurance company out of Ohio, American Income. And then I work for a roofing company out of Watertown, Modern Way Roofing.
Now, prior to your testimony today, have we met?
Yes, we have.
Why have we met?
Just to go over everything regarding this case.
And directing your attention to May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
17 years old.
And were you in school?
Yes.
What school?
Shelton High School.
And what year were you?
I was a junior.
When you were in school, did you play any sports?
Yes, I played football, basketball, and then during that junior year, I actually was playing lacrosse.
On May 14th of 2022, did you have an occasion to go to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, he had invited us. We were good friends. He invited me and a couple of my friends over for a gathering.
So you.
Yes, Tyler Rich.
And when you say you went over to his house for a gathering, what kind of gathering was it?
Like a party, just friends, people that we all knew, mainly Shelton people, just getting together, hanging out.
Around what time would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house?
Around anywhere between 9:15.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, how many people were there?
Between 25 to 35 people.
And were you drinking that night?
I only had 1 beer that night.
Was anybody else drinking at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with, show you who the individual is?
Yes. Faison Teele, a football teammate, good friend of mine, a grade above me.
Showing you 56. Are you familiar with this individual?
Yes.
Who was that?
Ryan Hines.
How are you familiar with him?
Same thing, football teammate, he's grade below me, good friend.
Showing you 55. Are you familiar with 55?
Yes.
Who is
Thomas Connery, great friend of mine, known him for a long time.
C57 was the individual 57.
Yes.
How are you familiar with this?
Also, incredible friend of mine, it's Jimmy. I actually took that picture before we left.
We took this picture?
Yes. Nick DeJesus' house.
Took this picture prior
Yes.
that night?
Yes.
Did you go over to Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Were you with anybody else?
Nicky DeJesus, and I don't recall if it was Sal Perry or if it was just us 3.
Now, you said you mentioned Sal Perry. You're familiar with Sal Perry?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
Also a good friend of mine. He's a year older than me. Been friends with him for probably since like 6th grade or so.
And was he at 43 Laurel Glen that night?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mike Sampieri?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Also, same neighborhood as Thomas Connery. I used to hang out around there a lot. He's a year below me.
And how about Alex? Do you know him?
I didn't know him too well at that time. I knew he was a friend of Tanner Chernowsky's. It was probably maybe the 2nd or 3rd time I'd ran into him at Tyler's house.
He was there that night?
Yes.
How about Mike Sampieri? Was he also at Tyler Rich's?
Yes, sir.
Charlie Connery. You know Charlie?
Yes, very well. A great friend of mine. We grew up together, played sports together. Tommy's brother. Yeah, great friend of mine.
How about Jacob Villalobos?
Also another great friend of mine, football player.
And how about Matt Lockovich?
Same thing, same category, football teammate. Knew him for a long time.
And the individuals I just mentioned, were they all also at 43 Laurel Glen that night?
Yes, they were.
And what kinds of things were going on? What's wrong? When you got to 43 Laurel Glen, how did you go in the house?
Yes.
How did you go in the house?
I entered through the side door, just on the side of the garage, left side of the garage.
And when you went into the side door, where did you go in the house?
I just went down to the basement.
And what kinds of things were happening in the basement when you went to the basement?
A lot of people talking, there was some drinking, music going on. That's really it.
And at some point in time with Ron, are you familiar with Griffin Marcinczyk?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him?
Looks, younger than me, grew up same neighborhood, kind of. We used to, bike around, hang out together. I look at him like a little brother, kind of.
At some point in time, did Griffin Marcinczyk and Ryan Hines arrive at 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, they did.
And did you have a conversation with either Ryan and or Griffin?
Yes, so I was made aware that they were coming to Tyler's house after something had happened a couple streets down, right around the corner. I think it was Lazy Brook Road.
And how long would you say you were there at 43 Laurel Glen prior to Ryan and Griffin arriving, if you recall?
Probably anywhere around an hour, maybe 45 minutes.
So at some point in time after you spoke with Ryan and Griffin, were you made aware of a car arriving at the house?
Yes. So it was probably within 5 to 10 minutes after Ryan and Griffin had arrived that a car that we didn't recognize had showed up. I was made aware by one of the people at the house.
Now, prior to the car arriving, were you aware of any group message or group chat that was going on?
No, I was not.
Were you ever part of that group message or group chat at any point in time that night?
No, sir.
Since this incident had occurred, have you been made aware of the group chat that was going on that night?
Yes.
But you weren't part of it?
No, sir.
So when you heard that there was a car that arrived outside, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did?
So when I was made aware of the car arriving, the homeowner had rallied up a couple of his good friends. I'd say it was a little bit over 10 of them, just to kind of go outside and confront the car, because to our knowledge, we had known that this was the car that had individuals in it that had been involved in the altercation I was made aware of at Lazy Brook, where, one of our friends was physically harmed. So we had went outside to at least confront them and ask them why they were even at Tyler's house in the first place.
Did you walk out of the house at some point?
Yes.
How did you get out of the house?
I had left through these Belco doors if you're looking at the garage to the right side of it, on the right side of the house.
Few states. Fine. That be to the right of this appears to be a NW
Yes. Yes, sir.
of this area.
Yes.
When you walk out, go doors. How did you walk? How did you approach the car?
So I walked kind of through that opening where the trees on the right side. Yeah. So right through that opening. And I just kind of walked down the driveway, approached the car.
Showing you states 49. Where did you, if you can recall, where did you remember seeing the car going through Laurel Glen?
Yes. So the car was parked, from what I can remember, almost kind of blocking the driveway, not all the way up to the left side of the driveway, but more so like in the middle of the road, kind of blocking it a little bit.
You right around this area here where my fingers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the can reflect that I'm pointing to the middle of Laurel Glen and up just to the driveway, center of the road at case 43.
All right, the record rules, so thank you.
So in the car, in the middle of the road there, do you remember what kind of car it was?
Yes. I remember it being a dark colored Honda Pilot.
Showing you states the car that you recall seeing that night?
Yes, sir.
And when the car arrived at 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th, 22, was it facing, which way was it facing it? 49. Which way was it facing? Was it facing Adams Road or was it facing farm?
Oh, the car was facing farmhouse
And
up the road.
did you approach the car?
Yes.
Did anybody else approach the car?
Yes.
Not how many people do you think approached the car?
Give or take 10 to 12.
And when you approached the car, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did?
So I was approaching the car to first off acknowledge who it was, because I was less aware of the situation at the time. I had just known that somebody was involved. So I had approached the car to kind of just confront and figure out who was in it, and also just be there for Tyler, because there's a car basically blocking his driveway and we wanted to get out of the way.
And when you approached the car, what side of the car did you approach?
I stayed on the driver's side, so closest to Tyler's house.
And when you got to the car, did you have any conversations with the occupants of that car?
No, I never had any direct conversations. I just know there was a couple words being said between individuals around the car.
Did you notice anybody in the car that was familiar to you?
Yes.
What did you notice?
I noticed Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle.
And Tyler, how do you know Tyler De Silva?
I know his family. Some of them are from Shelton. I grew up, played some sports with his cousins, so I knew who he was.
And you mentioned Raul Valle. How do you know him?
I had previously been at a couple different functions, I guess, parties or more just gatherings where he was there. I wasn't really friendly or a friend of his. I just knew who he was.
And is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
And what is he wearing?
Blue jacket, light pink shirt, black tie.
Can you please point him out for the record? Aaron, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case.
Record also, thank you.
Now, do you know whether or not the defendant has any nickname?
Yes.
What is his nickname?
Lido.
Now, when you recognized Mr. DeSa and the defendant in the car on that night, did you have an interaction with them?
No, not a direct interaction. I can't recall if I had said anything kind of just like, hey, get out of here. What are you guys doing here? But I know we were just kind of trying to usher them out of the area, but also posing question as to why they were putting hands on our friend previously, and just kind of just concerned for the occasion, I guess.
So, and that friend that you're mentioning was that Mr. Hines?
Yes, sir.
So at some point in time, that interaction between your group of friends in the car, did that get heated at all?
I would say voices might have been raised. I remember us kind of yelling a little bit like, you guys jumped our boy. Like, what are you doing here? Either get out or leave. But we were definitely more so telling them to leave because we didn't foresee possible trouble. So
what time would you say that the Honda Pilot showed up to Tyler Rich's house? You had gotten there, you said around 9:10, 9:15. Could this have been
probably, I want to say after 10 o'clock.
Did the Honda Pilot at some point leave the area?
Yes.
Was there an interaction, a physical interaction between your group of friends and the Honda Pilot as far as your group of friends maybe putting their hands or throwing things at the car? Do you recall?
I don't recall any physical altercation with the car. At least I remember the individuals in the car were kind of just looking at us. I really can't remember if anything was said. I know we were just kind of yelling, like I said, what are you guys doing here? You guys jumped our friend. But as for any type of physicality, I just remember the car like speeding off and us kind of having to scatter out of the way.
And when the car sped off and you had to scatter out of the way, what happened next?
So most of the individuals that were from Tyler's house had kind of made their way back towards the house. I just remember glancing towards down the road and seeing that the car didn't fully leave. I just saw the car kind of come to like see the brake lights get on down the road. So me and a couple individuals stayed around just to wonder what they were doing, I guess.
So prior to that happening, you recall if the car drove up and down the road?
I don't recall.
And so at some point in time, you recall the car being stopped down the road?
Yes.
And did you observe what happened when you observed the car down the road stopped?
I remember some doors opening, which in a couple moments later, at some point, me and a couple individuals decided to go down in a non-aggressive way, just to kind of tell the individuals in the car, you guys should probably leave, and almost, try to confront them and wonder what was going on.
And so did you go down the street?
Yes.
Who did you go down the street with?
Charlie Connery, Ty Wood, Aidan King, Tyler Rich, Matthew Lockovich. There might have been one more person. I can't remember.
And when you went down the street, withdrawn, did you have any weapons on you that night?
No, sir.
Do you recall seeing any of your friends, whether or not they had any weapons on them that night?
No, sir.
And when you went down the street, you recall if anybody in your group of friends that walked down the street, did they have any weapons on them at that point in time?
No, I don't. No.
And when you went down the street, did you observe who had gotten out of the car when you got down the street?
Not fully. I wasn't necessarily looking at who was getting out of the car. I saw that doors were opening. There were more people in the car than I had thought, I guess.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you went down the street, did you all go in a big group, or was it like, how did that happen?
No, we weren't all one group. I remember walking down with, I think it was Charlie and Ty next to me, but it was the group that I had mentioned previously, just previously. It was broken up a little bit, but we all went down around the same moment, around the same time. We just weren't in a pack.
And when you went down the street, did you observe Tyler Rich do anything down the street?
I did not observe him do anything. I was just made aware of PB blaster can that was thrown from the car. He had picked up and sprayed.
And so were you present when that PB blaster was sprayed?
I did not see it. I don't know if I was present. I don't remember seeing it.
But what is PB blaster? Do you know what it is?
I think it might be something close to like WD-40, just some type of spray, mechanical, something like that.
So at some point in time, you became aware that someone was sprayed with the PB blaster or WD-40?
Yes.
And when you were made aware of this, was that down the street, down towards farmhouse?
So from what I can recall, when I was approaching the individuals that were down the street, some point in time, whilst I was walking down or around that area, I was made aware that Tyler had sprayed Lido with the PB blaster.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 44.
Have you seen the red camera from 36 Low Glen before?
Yes, sir.
It's about where you saw the car stop.
Yes, sir.
Do you know who just yelled at?
Yes, Tyler Rich.
Now, you know whether or not you're with this group of people there, right?
I don't recall if I was with that particular group.
Now, at the time that State's Exhibit 44, we just played that camera view from the Ring doorbell. Do you recall whether or not that part of it took place before this WD-40 incident or after?
I'm almost certain that that video was before anything was sprayed at the defendant.
So at some point in time, you come down the street, and when you're down the street, tell us what your participation is in walking down the street.
So I did not go towards the left side of the street. If you're looking down from Tyler's house where that car had pulled off, I was more so on the right side, just observing, but also making sure nothing was going on that could be bad or, possibly harmful.
We're looking at stage 49. George, that you're on the right side down here?
Yes, sir.
Point to the right side of the went towards farmhouse where looks like this first telephone pole. We were in that area.
Do you mind moving your finger a little bit? No, just like out of the picture for a second. Yes, that was where I was.
What happened when you were down there?
So I didn't interact with anyone outside of one person. When I had walked down, I was made aware that the defendant was sprayed by a PB blaster. And in that moment, I decided to approach the defendant. I didn't see him sprayed. It was just moments after I had found out he was. And I approached him with intent to almost take his side so that he would listen to me, at least. And I had said, hey, man, look, I don't think it was right that he sprayed you. But listen, there's a lot of people back at his house. I'm not trying to fight. I don't think anyone here really is trying to fight. I think you guys should just leave. There's not a lot of you guys. And, while I was saying this to him, he was holding a knife in his left hand. His girlfriend, Mackenzie Trafficanti, was sitting down on the curb to his left, to my right. When I was speaking face to face with him, didn't notice it right away, but I glanced down and saw him holding a blade in his hand. So I, quickly just finished up what I had to say. Didn't seem like he was too interested to begin with. And he just kind of dismissed me, and I just walked away. And that was, I actually walked away and conversed with Charlie Connery right after and let him know that I had just saw Lito with a knife.
How would you describe the knife?
I didn't see any type of handle, but I guess using my hand, it was just like a 3-inch blade coming down from where his hand was closed.
What was the lighting out like that?
It was dark outside, but I could totally see what was around me. I mean, our eyes adapt, and there was plenty of, street lights. I don't think there were any flashlights on at the moment, but I was not far from the defendant whatsoever. I could see everything.
How far would you say you were from him when you had this conversation?
A foot and a half, maybe.
Do you recall what the defendant was wearing that night when you were speaking with him?
Black pants and some type of light blue shirt, baby blue.
Do you recall what Tyler DeSilva was wearing that night?
Yeah, pair of jeans and a blue baseball jersey, light blue.
The conversation you had was with the defendant, not Tyler DeSilva?
Yes, sir.
And after you had this conversation with the defendant and you witnessed him holding a knife, how long would you say that conversation lasted?
It wasn't really even a conversation. It felt like I was just talking at somebody, and they were just kind of like yesing me, and then just kind of like, yep.
His reaction?
Yeah.
Did he say anything to you?
Nothing other than, yeah.
After you spoke to him, what did you do next?
I quickly turned around, kind of looked for where my friends were at. I saw Charlie right away, Charles Connery. We decided to walk back to Tyler's house together. When I had let him know instantly, hey, man, I was like, hey, Chuck, that guy's got a knife. Like, what the hell? And then we just walked back to Tyler's house, where Tyler was trying to corral anyone left outside back into his basement.
So did you, in fact, go back into Tyler's house?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went through the Belco doors the same way I had walked out initially.
When you went back down to the basement, were you drinking any alcohol at that point?
No, sir.
When you went back down in the basement, how long would you say you were in the basement?
Not even 10 minutes. It was anywhere between 1 to 5 minutes long.
When you were in the basement for about 5 minutes, did you have an occasion to come out of the basement for some reason?
Yes, sir.
Why did you come out of the basement?
I was made aware, but I actually heard somebody say like, hey, they're back, or, they're here, something like that, which prompted me to go back outside. I went back outside because I felt I was doing the right thing. I was at my buddy's house. I wanted to make sure everything was.
When you got outside, did you exit the same way you went in the house?
Yes, sir.
Showing you states Exhibit 9. So you would have come out in this little opening here to the right of the BMW.
Yes, sir.
When you came out of the house, did you come down the driveway? How did you come out?
So when I walked out of the Belco doors, in front of the blue truck, there's a space so I could actually see that little front portion of the lawn. So I had saw the two individuals. I hadn't seen anything happen yet, but there was a little bit of people blocking. So I had to maneuver in between the back of the the blue truck, and in the front of that Jeep parked behind it. So I was actually like squeezing by in between that.
Just so I understand what you're saying, you came down this area, walked down the drive a little bit, squeezed in between the blue truck and the Jeep.
Yes, that's correct.
Showing your states again, you would have come down this way on the driver's side of the blue truck, then squeezed between the front bumper and the back bumper of the pickup truck.
Yes, sir.
When you were coming out of the house, what did you notice about where withdrawn? Who was there back? Who was on the lawn at that?
I know Tyler DeSilva, Lito, Tyler Rich, Ty Wood, Tanner, Alex Bernstein, Charles Connery, Tommy Connery, Ryan Hines, Faison, Teele, Griffin Marcinczyk, Taylor Capella, Lily Lombardi. I can't recall anyone else. I know there were more people though.
But out of your friends, those, was Tyler DeSilva and the defendant, were they part of your friend group?
No, not at all.
So we know who your friends are. When you came out 43 Laurel Glen, you noticed the defendant and Tyler DeSilva on the front lawn.
Correct.
Now, are you able to tell in this exhibit that's where you witnessed the defendant and Tyler DeSilva in the yard?
Yes. So when I had walked out, you could see that little gap in the front of the truck. You could actually see the AC unit. So I had seen Tyler DeSilva and Lito. I don't know if they were just done walking up or they had just been standing there, but they were kind of around that red bush area where our friends were kind of also around. But there was really only 2 or 3 people actually very close to the defendant and Tyler. The rest of the people were kind of behind, just watching, I guess.
What side of the you're looking away from 43 Laurel Glen? What side the defendant, Tyler DeSilva, were at? Were they standing next to each other?
Yeah, they were pretty close to each other. I don't recall exactly to a T where they were standing, but it was to the left. If you're looking like from farmhouse towards, they're to the left of this bush, so closest to the picture.
So they were were they standing in this area here?
Yes.
And pointing to the left of the red bush, it's exhibit. You're on this exhibit to get to the record 5. Do you recall where? So I have my 2 fingers here. Do you recall if, like, my index finger is Tyler DeSilva or the defendant, or my middle finger is Tyler DeSilva, which side they were on?
I don't recall.
Did your friends approach the defendant and Mr. DeSilva?
So I hadn't been out of the basement yet because when I had walked out, it seemed like there were people already out there. It must not have been too long because, I walked out. It seemed like they had just arrived, but I don't really recall exactly what you were asking. I'm sorry.
Did you notice whether or not the defendant and or Tyler DeSilva were having a conversation with any of your friends?
It seemed like Tyler DeSilva was speaking to either Tyler Rich or somebody next to him. Like I said, there was only like two or three of our friends that were actually like not face to face, but close enough to speak to the defendant and Tyler DeSilva. But there were probably a couple words that were exchanged from what I can remember. Yeah.
Was it argumentative?
Yes.
When you're coming down the driveway and you're sneaking past the Jeep and the blue truck, are you watching what's going on? Are you listening to what's going on?
So when I had probably been by the back door, driver's side back door of the truck, I had heard it get a little bit louder. And then as I was squeezing through, I wasn't necessarily looking. It was also, there were some people standing around. So I wasn't looking at what was going on, but what prompted me to move faster was I heard what had sounded like a punch hit someone's face, and I know what that sounds like. So, I instantly started to speed up and try to squeeze through that as quick as possible and get closer to what was going on.
How do you know that you heard a punch?
It sounded like somebody got cracked in the face. Like it was a hard punch. I had heard like a bunch of yelling and then a loud bang. And it wasn't like a car door bang or like a rock. I knew what it sounded like. At least to my knowledge, I thought it was a punch. And then from what I had seen after, it made sense.
So when you heard this punch happen, did you observe next?
So I instantly saw Tyler Rich and DeSilva wrestling. I guess that they were on the ground together. It looked like DeSilva was like on his knees a little bit over Tyler Rich with like his shirt pulled up. But I know Tyler had some type of like grip on his like around his head or something. It was just really them two at that moment. But I had gotten closer to them with a couple other individuals, kind of just seeing what was going on. We weren't ready to break it up yet, but more so just observing. Like we knew Tyler could handle something on his own, so we were just not getting involved yet.
So when this was going on, were there flashlights on? Was there light out there?
Yes. So individuals were holding their flashlights. I know that there were some videos taken I, at the time, was attempting to take a video close up. And then right when I had finished, or I can't remember if I took the video fully or what had happened, but it was on Snapchat. And the issue with Snapchat is when you take a video, it doesn't save unless you choose to save it. So I was taking a video and I had actually approached back to right where I had entered that grass area. So in between the truck and the Jeep, I had walked back after I took the video to show Taylor Capella and Lily Lombardi. And then within seconds of me pulling my phone out to show them, or actually I had my phone in my hand. So within seconds of me showing them, I had heard, he's got a knife, which prompted me to be like, holy crap, he does. And I put my phone in my pocket, and the video had to have deleted because when I pulled my phone out afterwards to actually look at my phone, because I was probably off it for an hour after it all happened, there was no video there. But in the moment, they had said, I had heard Charlie screaming, he's got a knife, he's got a knife. So, you know, I only had a second where I went to show them the video, and then I put my phone quickly in my pocket, turned back around, and kind of entered what was going on again.
So who's Lillian Lombardi?
At the time, she was like my ex-girlfriend, same grade as us, friends with Taylor Capella.
And just so we're standing in this area here where there's like this.
Yeah, just about there, like the Belgian blocks, or, you know, right in that area.
Why would you want to show Lillian Lombardi and Taylor Capella the potential video that you just took?
There was just like, I know they had, or at least Lily had like a previous interaction with Tyler. And at the time, you know, I was still somewhat connected with her. So I, you know, was like, look at this video of Tyler getting, you know, in a fight. At least I was stupid. I was a kid, and, you know, I probably shouldn't have done that, but that was my intention, was to just show her. But then, you know, that's what it took my attention off of what was going on for those seconds when I was turned away.
So you weren't able to save the video that you took that night.
Correct.
And when you heard somebody yell, he's got a knife, you weren't watching the fight at that point?
No, so my back was turned. I was showing attempting to show the two girls the video, but it didn't even get within 5 seconds in when I heard Charlie yelling, he's got a knife. And I had already seen the knife, and I was like, holy crap. I turned around and immediately rushed to the scene, which is when I saw, first person I laid my eyes on was Tommy Connery, who was on the ground. He was grabbing his leg, and he was in pain. I saw people kind of huddling around him, realizing like what had just happened in real time, because I don't think everyone actually knew what was going on instantly, but I had seen him and there was blood. And then I quickly looked over to my right. I had saw Ryan Hines surrounded by Griffin and Tanner Chernowsky. They were kind of lifting his shirt up, and I just vividly remember seeing Tommy on the ground, then turning my head, seeing Ryan Hines with his shirt being lifted up, and he said, fuck, and there was blood bubbling out of his wounds. And then I lifted my head back towards the road where I saw Jimmy lift his shirt up, say, I just got stabbed, collapsed to the ground, where me, Nikki DeJesus, Sal Perry rushed over to him immediately and tried to cater to him.
And when you got up to Jimmy, what did you observe about Jimmy?
He was just losing color in his skin. He was turning white, and Sal and I tried our best to apply light pressure to his wound, stop it from bleeding. And we made Nikki grab his hand and tell him to squeeze it as tight as he could. Sal and I were holding Jimmy's head up so that he could try to keep consciousness. We were trying to talk to him, and there was just chaos going on. People were screaming. But from my view, where I was holding Jimmy's wound and holding his head up, I could see Tommy behind me. I was kind of situated in a way where I could pay attention to Jimmy, but also try to talk to Tommy, who's also a great friend of mine. I didn't want him to start freaking out or anything, so I was trying to keep him calm as best as I could as well.
In about 2 seconds, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 60 videos on 43 Lower Glen. Have you seen this video before?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether or not you saw this on Snapchat, or did you see it with the police, or when was the first time you saw it?
I saw it with the police first.
And I want you to know. Now, do you think about this? Let's go. You know who that was?
Yeah, it was Faison Teele.
Was it Faison or was it Tanner?
No, that was Faison.
So who's the one that says let's go?
Tanner.
Oh, that's Tanner?
Who says, oh, no, Tanner says, yes, sir. Faison said whatever afterwards.
And when you hear in the video, he's got a knife, that's when your back is turned to the fight?
Yes, but in moments I had turned around right away and returned.
I'm going to show you State 61. This individual right here with the white shirt, shorts with the phone out. You know who that is?
That's me.
This individual right here, State 62. Do you know who this is?
That's the defendant.
State 63. This individual with the green, a sweatshirt, black shorts, the white trim. You know who that is?
Ryan Hines.
This guy right here with the white shirt, black shorts. You know that is?
Sal Perry.
This guy right here with shirt off, jeans. Who that is?
Alex Bernstein.
This guy with the red hat, black shirt, and jeans on. You know who that is?
Mike Samperi.
Guy right here on his knees, shirt pulled up.
Tyler DeSilva.
State 64. This individual to the right here that comes at the frame. Do you know who that is?
Charles Connery.
Again, is that Charles Connery?
Yes, sir.
State 65. State 66. This guy right here with the white shirt and pants. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, it's Jake Villalobos.
This guy with no shirt on, fly shorts. You know that?
Matthew Lakovich.
This individual here with the Navy, that is?
Yeah, that's Jimmy McGrath.
This is State 67. This individual looks like he's bending over, pushing Tyler DeSilva.
Yes, sir. That's Jake Villalobos.
68. This individual with the jeans. You had the streak. You know that?
Tyler DeSilva.
This person over here to the left of Tyler DeSilva would be
the defendant.
Finally, State 69. Again, in the street. You know,
Tyler DeSilva.
Person right here with the bat towards us, white shorts.
James McGrath.
Now, when you were helping Jimmy after he had been stabbed, did somebody call 911? Somebody call the authorities?
Yes.
Did you make any phone calls you recall?
No.
And at some point in time, did the police arrive?
Yes.
And when the police arrived, did you end up speaking to the police?
Yes.
And did you give them a statement about what you had recalled happened that night?
Yes.
And subsequent to police interviewing you that night, were you interviewed on another occasion with the police department, if you can recall?
I remember giving a written statement. I think I gave also a audio statement to Bango at the time. That's what I recall from happening that night.
You recall having any phone conversations with Detective Bango subsequent to this?
Yes, sir.
That night, who arrived first? Did the police department arrive to the scene, or did paramedics arrive?
Paramedics arrived first.
And when they arrived at the scene, did you witness what was going on with regards to the care that was being given to the people that were injured? Can you describe what that was like to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So I had only briefly looked before I couldn't bear to look anymore, but they arrived. Sal, Nikki, and I were basically with Jimmy as long as we possibly could have been, but they started immediately giving him palpitations, or I think that's what it's called. They were just trying to, I don't know the terms for it, but they were definitely putting in efforts. I didn't really see what they did with the other three individuals, Tommy, Faison, or Ryan, but I had briefly just saw them, trying to do chest compressions on Jimmy, but I had to look away for that.
And why did you look away?
I couldn't fathom what had just happened.
And to the best of your recollection that night when you came out and witnessed the fight, do you recall seeing anybody with a weapon during that fight?
No.
Do you recall seeing anybody get stabbed when you came outside?
No.
When you were down the street prior to speaking with the defendant, did you observe any of your friends engaged in any physical altercation with the defendant or any of the people from that car?
No, nothing was physical down the road. From anything that I saw, everyone was talking.
I have no further questions, Joe.
Attorney Slip.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Feola.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
No.
Never spoken about this case before.
No, sir.
I'll go over some of your testimony here and see if I've gotten things down. You told us that most of the folks at this party on this evening were friends of yours, correct?
Correct.
And most of them you'd known for quite some time, correct?
Correct.
Grew up with most of these folks, right?
Correct.
Did you know when you went over there that night that there weren't going to be any parents around?
No.
You didn't know that Tyler's mother would be in Cape Cod?
I had no idea.
Didn't know that his father wasn't going to be there?
Not a clue.
Were you expecting that there was going to be any parental supervision around while this drinking was happening?
I wasn't really thinking of that, but no, I didn't know that there weren't going to be any parents there.
Wasn't the first time that you'd been to Tyler Rich's house, you told us?
Yeah, it wasn't the first.
Was it the first time that you'd been drinking at Tyler Rich's house?
Well, I had drinks at Tyler Rich's house on other occasions, but I wasn't drinking at his house at this event.
But that was the standard sort of order of operations there. You'd go to Tyler Rich's house to party, hang out, and that included drinking, right?
I guess. Not really.
You only had one beer that night, right?
Yes, sir.
How can you be so sure that you only had that one beer?
Because at the time, I was an athlete. I had practiced the next day. I was also, at that specific time of my life, I was not really drinking much. I was more so the sober guy that was kind of mediating, looking after his friends. And I had the drink at Nikki's house before I even went to Tyler's.
You were 17 at the time?
Yes, sir.
You only had one drink at Nikki's house?
Yes, sir.
And where'd you get that one drink?
I can't recall.
Did you buy it yourself?
No, sir.
Was it provided to you by somebody in his house?
I can't recall.
You rode with Nikki over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
And Jimmy, yes.
And how much alcohol did you have in the car with you?
I do not recall.
But there was alcohol in the car with you, right?
I don't know if there was alcohol in the car at all.
You didn't see either of those other occupants bring with them any alcohol?
I could not remember.
Well, this party was kind of a BYOB party, right?
Sure. I don't, there's no like rules. You just show up and hang out. It wasn't really like provided or you go buy it. You just show up. I don't.
Did your friends bring any alcohol in the car with them or not?
I do not recall.
You didn't see them with any?
No, sir.
Didn't see them get in the vehicle with any alcohol?
No, sir. I don't even know how I got there. I might have been Nikki's mom. I might have drove. I could not remember. It was 3 years ago.
You rode there with Mr. McGrath?
Yes, sir.
And you don't remember whether or not he was drinking?
I think he was drinking. I don't remember if it was I don't think it was in the car. I think he was drinking at the party.
Which party?
Tyler's house.
And was he drinking at Nikki's where you had the one beer?
I don't recall.
How much did he have to drink?
I don't know.
Did he seem like he was drunk?
No, actually, no, not at all.
Would you have let him drive?
No,
Why not?
because that's unsafe and illegal.
Why is it unsafe? Did you notice any indications that led you to believe that Mr. McGrath was drunk?
No.
And you didn't see him drink anything that night?
Objection, that's mischaracterizing.
It's been asked and answered. I'm going to sustain for that reason.
How much did you see him drink that night?
I don't remember seeing him drink. I'm sure he had a couple drinks. I don't know what he drank or if he drank. He might have not drank for all I know. I have no idea.
And you arrived over at Tyler Rich's house somewhere between 9 and 9:15, right?
Yes, sir.
At that point, when you got there, you think there were 25 to 35 people?
Approximately.
And they were all down in the basement?
Yes, sir.
What was going on down in the basement?
Hanging out, music, people talking loud, people probably singing, there were drinks out, socializing.
There were drinks out. What does that mean?
There were probably some empty beer cans on the table. That's what I mean by that.
Probably some empty beer cans on the table. That's it?
Yes, sir.
That was the extent of the drinking, was empty beer cans out on the table.
Yes, sir.
And you told us you knew Faison Teele from the football team, right?
Yes, sir.
As well as Ryan Hines, also from the football team.
Yes, sir.
A good friend of yours.
Yes, sir.
Tommy Connery, also a great friend, right?
Yes, sir.
But he was not on the football team?
No, sir.
Timmy McGrath, you've described as an incredible friend, correct?
Yes, sir.
You took the photo of him that we saw that was earlier at Jesus' house, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought maybe Sal Perry also went over with you that evening?
Yes. So we were together that day, but I don't remember if he had came to Nikki's house and then went to Tyler's with us or if he had just met us there. I can't remember.
But he was also a good friend, a year older.
Yes, sir.
And then you saw Michael Samperry. You grew up with him in the same neighborhood,
Yes.
correct? Did you play sports with him?
No.
Alex Bernston said that was a friend of Tanner Chernowsky's, right?
Yes, sir.
How did you know Tanner Chernowsky?
We met at the Boys and Girls Club way back when, like probably I might have been like 7 years old when I first met him. He was 2 years older than me, but I always hung out with kids my age, kids a grade below, kids a year above me, 2 years. So I was definitely familiar with Tanner by the time of this event occurred, like very, very good friends with him.
Sal Perry, did you see him drinking that night?
I do not recall.
Michael Samperry, did you see him drinking that night?
I do not recall.
Alex Bernston, did you see him drinking that night?
I do not recall.
Charlie Connery, did you see him drinking that night?
No, sir. I didn't see him drinking.
You recall not seeing him drink?
Yes.
Specifically?
Yes.
The others you can't recall?
Actually, if this is allowed, I think Alex, I might be wrong about this, but I think Alex drove Tanner. I don't know for sure, but I know that Tanner was there and I never really see Alex anywhere, but I know his car. I remember seeing his car there because he drove a nice car. So I think he wasn't drinking if he was driving. So that's all I can remember though.
Again, my question was a little different, sir. You say you specifically recall that you did not see Charlie Connery drinking, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't recall whether or not any of those other folks I've asked you about were drinking, right?
Correct.
You said that Jacob Villalobos was a great friend, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see him drinking that night?
I don't recall.
You said Michael Lokovich, also a great friend, correct?
Not Michael. No, Matthew.
I'm sorry, Matthew Lokovich. Thank you.
Yes.
Great friend.
Yes.
Did you see him drinking that night?
I don't recall.
Tyler Rich, did you see him drinking that night?
I also do not recall.
What about Griffin Marcinczyk? Did you see him drinking that night?
I also have no idea. Don't recall.
You saw all these folks that night, correct?
Yes.
You just don't recall seeing any of them drink.
No, I'm not paying attention to people drinking. I could care less.
Okay. And at some point, you told us Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinczyk arrived, and you learned that they were coming from 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Correct.
And they said that something had happened there. Is that fair to say?
I mean, a little more than something. They definitely gave me the rundown of what happened. Yeah.
They told you that they had been jumped and attacked by 3 kids from St. Joe's, right?
Well, not they, more so just Ryan. Griffin was a small individual. I don't think he could have made a difference regardless. Not trying to be mean to him. That's just the truth.
So you learned from them that Ryan had been jumped by 3 St. Joe's kids. Is that what they told you?
Yes, but I actually been made aware of that before they even showed up because either Ryan Hines or Griffin had made a call to let them know that something had happened and for a place, they were looking for safety almost, if it was okay for them to go to Tyler's house. So somebody at Tyler's, might have been Tyler, I can't remember for certain, but that's who had made me aware that something had happened. And then when they had arrived, I spoke to them more deeply about it.
Word started to spread that friends of yours claimed to have been jumped at 5 Lazy Brook. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
People started talking about it, right?
Not necessarily. I think that there's most of the people actually at the party didn't really know. Just a small group actually that were more so closer, maybe like football friends of Hines had found out.
And you told us you weren't part of the basketball group chat, right?
No, sir.
But you were aware that people were texting that night, correct?
No, sir.
And you think you were there for another hour or so before Ryan and Griffin arrived, right?
Yeah, just about.
And then within 5 to 10 minutes after they arrived, you're made aware that a car had shown up, right?
Correct.
You weren't surprised by that, though, given the fact that word had started to spread, correct?
No, I was very surprised because they were coming to us for safety, Ryan and Griffin, to not further get involved in anything. So a car being there was actually quite surprising.
You say they were coming to you for safety, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
You weren't aware that Griffin Marcinczyk was sending text messages with the address to 43 Laurel Glen Drive to anybody?
No, sir, I was not aware of that.
Did you stay near Griffin Marcinczyk when he arrived?
I don't recall.
Did you stay near Ryan Hines after he arrived?
I think I spoke with him for a bit, but I wasn't like on his hip, so no.
So what they made you aware of was that they had been jumped, but they didn't tell you that they were live texting the address to the people they claimed to have jumped.
No, I had no idea.
Okay. Because you weren't part of that group chat.
Correct.
And you said at some point, Tyler Rich rallied up a group of good friends, right?
Correct.
About 10 of you, you think?
Yeah.
You went outside to confront the car that had shown up.
Yes, sir.
Now, you described to us that that vehicle, when it showed up, parked in the middle of the road, right?
Just about, yeah.
Right? Blocking the driveway, I think you described it as being, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't on the far side of the street across in front of the other house, right?
I mean, it could have been. I just remember it being almost parallel, like almost near the driveway. Like if you just extended the driveway out, I don't remember if it was a little bit up, a little bit behind. I just know in the general area where the car was.
Blocking the driveway is your description, right?
I mean, it was in front of the driveway. It was.
If you wanted to get across the street to the house across the way, you would have to walk around this vehicle.
Correct.
If you wanted to get out of the driveway, you would have to somehow navigate your way around this vehicle.
Correct.
And you went to confront this vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you said you knew this was the car from 5 Lazy Brook.
Well, as we were walking out, I think words were being said like, "Oh, these are the guys." So, but I didn't recognize the car whatsoever. I'd never seen it before.
And you said you went to ask them why they were there.
Yes.
That's not all you went out to do, right?
Surely not. I mean, I went out there to kind of stick up for my buddy a little bit, but I wasn't planning on doing anything, nor did I.
Well, you said voices might have been raised, right?
Voices were raised.
Voices were raised.
Right.
And in fact, the car was surrounded, right?
I wouldn't say surrounded. A majority of the people were on the driver's side, just kind of in a group, but I wouldn't say the car was fully surrounded at all, no.
And you told them either get out of the car, correct?
Are you going to finish?
I did. You said either get out of the car, correct?
I think so. I don't remember.
Or leave, correct?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The first thing was, though, get out of the car, right?
Yes.
Why did you want them to get out of the car?
Well, because when I'm looking at the car seemed like it was a clown car packed full of people. So it kind of matched the amount of people that were there from our end. So at that point, I was like, our friend just got his face smashed in. I mean, get out of the car. We want, hey man, like you just beat up our friend. Either get out of the car or be on your way. I wouldn't have cared at all if they left. I mean, I would have loved for them to leave, but that was our idea. Yes.
Well, you're telling us you would have loved for them to leave in the aftermath of things. However, at the time, you told them to get out because what you wanted was payback, right?
I wouldn't say payback, but at least to figure out what was going on, or at least a motive. I think most of the time we were asking them why they did it. Hey, why'd you beat up our boy? Nothing was said. So eventually we were like, all right, get out or leave.
You didn't know, you had no idea that they were coming, that address had been given.
I had no idea.
But when this unknown car parks outside, there's a rallying of at least 10 of you to go outside and confront the car.
I mean, I was told personally by Tyler, it wasn't like there was a reason for a certain amount of people there. He had just quietly said, hey man, there's a car outside my driveway. I don't know who it is. You want to come up and just figure it out with me? I was like, no problem, man. It's my best friend. I was going to go help him.
Jimmy McGrath went out with you?
I don't think so.
Are you sure of that?
I'm not sure, but I strongly don't think he was out there.
You stayed on the driver's side, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody go over to the passenger side?
Not that I remember, sir.
And you don't remember the vehicle being surrounded?
I know there was amount of people like on the driver's side, maybe from the front to the back, but it wasn't like a circle blocking the car.
So just on the driver's side.
Yes, to my recollection, yes.
And you didn't have a conversation with anyone.
No, no direct words. I can't recall if I said like, hey, you guys should leave, but I never said I had a conversation with anybody in the car. No.
Could you see into the vehicle?
Yes.
Could you identify anybody inside the vehicle?
Yes, I'd recognize Tyler DeSilva. I'd also recognize your client. I want to say he was in the middle seat. I might be wrong, but I just definitely remembered seeing Tyler DeSilva and Lito because those were the only two people I really knew in the car from what I could see.
Did you know Mackenzie Trafficant?
Yes.
Did you see her in the car?
I didn't see her in the car.
You didn't see her sitting on Mr. Valley's lap?
Actually, you just refreshed my memory. She might have been, actually. I can't really remember. That was a long time ago.
You told us that you were just trying to usher them out, right?
Essentially.
And that you're asking them why they put their hands on your friends, right?
Correct.
And you told us before that voices might have been raised, but now you're telling us that voices were definitely raised.
When did I say before that they were raised? They might have been.
When you were talking with the state's attorney earlier, do you recall telling him that voices might have been raised?
Yeah.
In fact, they definitely were raised, right?
I think so.
You don't recall any physical interaction from the Shelton High kids with the car, correct?
I don't recall any type of physical.
You don't recall them laying hands on the vehicle, correct?
No, sir.
You don't recall them rocking the vehicle, correct?
No, sir.
You don't recall seeing anybody reach in and punch the driver, correct?
No, sir.
You don't recall seeing the window come down on the rear passenger side, correct?
I remember windows were like down or up. Like someone might have pulled the window down, put it back up, but I don't remember any type of physical altercation with the car.
You don't recall seeing a glass bottle be thrown at the car?
No, sir.
You don't recall seeing a glass bottle being thrown at the people that were standing beside the car?
I think something was thrown when the car drove away. Might have been that PB Blaster can or a bottle.
We'll get to the PB Blaster in a second. You identified, showing you State's Exhibit 30, that as being the vehicle that you saw that evening, correct?
Correct.
And you were standing on the driver's side, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this shattered windshield was not there at the time when you saw Dave Full, was it?
I could have been. I don't remember. I didn't look too closely into the windshield or like at the windshield at all. I wasn't even in the front of the car by any means.
And then without any physical interaction with the car, you say the car just sped off.
Yeah, like the pedal was floored.
So you didn't see Tyler Rich reach inside the driver's side of the car, correct?
No, I didn't see that.
You didn't see his body halfway in while he was trying to do something with the gear shift, correct?
No, I don't remember that. Could have happened. I have no idea. I wasn't really paying attention to that anybody specifically. I was more so just like, hey, you guys should leave or get out. Either way. I wasn't really watching other people though.
Sir, you were like, hey, you guys should get out or just leave.
Well, no, I'm in a courtroom. If you want me to raise my voice, I can, but I'm not.
I'd like you to demonstrate for us how you said, hey, get out of the car or leave, guys.
Hey, you guys should probably leave or get out of the car. Is that good?
Like that?
Yes, sir.
That was it.
Yes, sir.
That was voices raised?
Well, it's pretty loud. Yes, sir.
And then after that, the car just sped off.
Yes, sir.
And then you said most people from Tyler Rich's house went back into the house?
Yes.
But you glanced down and you saw car brake lights down the road, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was down towards the farmhouse lane into things, right?
Correct.
And you don't recall the car driving up and down the road?
I didn't see the car driving up another road. I think it drove up another road afterwards.
Where were you standing when you glanced and saw the car brake lights down the road?
I want to say like just into the road from the end of the driveway. Like I stuck there's like some trees that hang over the road. So I had to like stick my head out, peer down there, but I wasn't in the middle of the road or anything.
You hadn't gone back into Tyler Rich's house, correct?
Not at this time. I hadn't yet. No.
And so you didn't see the car go speeding down towards farmhouse, come back, make a right onto Adams, turn around, come back and go back down to farmhouse lane, right?
I didn't see that. It might have happened. I didn't see it.
It might have happened while you were out on the street in front of 43 Laurel Glen Drive, but you didn't see it?
No, I just think the timeline might be a little bit mixed up. But I remember being made aware that the car was repeatedly driving up and down. I just think that the timeline that you're on is a little bit messed up from when it happened. But
you remember being made aware that that happened by who?
I don't remember. I just know that at some point people were like, this car is choosing to keep driving back. They could leave, but they keep driving back and forth. I don't remember.
Go back in the house, correct?
No.
And you didn't see any of that, correct?
No.
But somebody told you that that happened.
After I went back in the house, after confronting the defendant, then I went back in the house. Then I was told that the car has been driving back and forth. Then I was told that, or I heard, they're back.
Okay. But you yourself never saw that car driving up and down the road.
Correct. I never saw it.
You look down, you see the car brake lights. You remember telling us that?
Yes, sir.
And then you walked with a group of 5 other people down towards that car in Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
It wasn't, well, I'm sorry. It wasn't like we weren't all in a group. Might have been 5 to 7. I don't remember. I just remember walking down with maybe 2 other guys next to me, but there was a couple others from our friend group that were walking down as well. We weren't in one pack though.
that group included at least Charlie Connery, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ty Wood, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tyler Rich, correct?
Yes, sir.
Aiden King.
Yes, sir.
Matthew Lokovich, correct?
Yes, sir.
And yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could have been others, correct?
I wouldn't say more than one person.
Could Ryan Hines have been there?
No.
Ryan Hines was not there.
Yes, sir.
You watched State's Exhibit 44, which is the video from the ring camera for 36 Laurel Glen Drive. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Can we see that one? I'm going to ask you to watch this, and I want you to see if you can identify for us who you are in this group, okay?
I don't think I'm in that group.
Let's just watch and see, then you can tell me.
Okay, sure.
You see the video in front of us, and it appears to be that there are two people walking in front of a vehicle.
Yes.
Can you identify who those two people are?
No, sir. I have no idea.
Did you ever walk up and past those people?
No.
Can we continue playing? We're going to continue talking. Did you just hear that car door?
Yes, sir.
And you see somebody appear to get out at the front passenger side.
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't remember where Tyler DeSilva was sitting, but I want to say it was him. I don't know for sure, though.
Can you play again? You see somebody that appears to have in their hand like some sort smoked up the front.
You might have to rewind it. I don't.
I'm going to point right here in front of the.
I can't see where you're
I'm
pointing.
going to describe it for you. You see there's 1, 2, 3, 4 columns on the porch there.
Yes, sir.
You'd see just in front of that fourth column where there is a sort of like the lawn there.
I don't see what you're talking about.
Keep your eyes focused on where I've just directed on State to play again. See that light movie. See that light?
Yes, sir.
How is that, please? Is that your likes on your phone?
No, sir.
Is that on you?
Yeah, that's on me. I just know that I didn't walk that far at all up to the car that far.
You never walked that far.
Yeah, I never walked that far. I also not one to just walk around with my phone out with the light on.
In that video, would you agree we just saw a group of about 6 or 7 people following the folks who got out of that car?
Yes.
You're saying you weren't any of those people?
I don't think I was, just based off of what I had experienced when I spoke with the defendant, because I never really made it that far to the car. I only recall being about in the middle of the road, but I quickly turned and noticed the defendant by a pole, a telephone pole. That would be, I guess, if you put the ring camera video back up, it would be to the left, almost out of the picture. And that's where I recall standing and speaking with the defendant and his girlfriend being there as well. I don't have any recollection of walking that far down to the road.
Can you use that? Do you still have the pointer over there somewhere? Do you see a pointer with a little red tip? Can you use that to show us where you think you were standing when you spoke with Mr. Valle?
Do you know which one 36 is? Is it this one?
I believe it's that one, sir. Do you know?
I mean, it would be a lot easier if the video was here, but
If you can.
there's no telephone poles in this picture, so I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Do you remember? Well, you see where the house is, 43 Laurel Glen, marked with the red marker.
I want to say it was right about here because this looks like the bushes. I want to say that there's a telephone pole right here in this area, and there's some shrubbery over here. So I want to say I was right about here, and I walked down, so right about here. Didn't engage with anyone in the car over here. Just kind of stayed over here and saw the defendant. Walked over, approached him, said what I said. That's it.
So are you saying that what we saw in State's Exhibit 44, you never made it down that far, correct?
Correct.
You made it only as far as that bush that you've indicated there on Exhibit 1. Is that fair?
Could have been like 5 steps ahead of it, but I never even came close to that intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse. I never made it that far.
Never down to that intersection.
Never.
And it was by the bush that you believe you had this conversation with Mr. Valle. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, it wasn't really a conversation. It was very, very brief. I just saw him. I don't know what really struck me to actually go speak with him, but I think I was just trying to honestly calm the situation down because I did say to him, hey, look, I think it was messed up that he sprayed you. And that's what I started it with, but it wasn't really a conversation.
And you said that you could see that the doors had opened on the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that everybody just went down there in a non-aggressive way, right?
That's the way I went down there, and that's the way the group that I had went down there with. That's what we were planning on doing, yes.
Would you describe what we saw there as being a non-aggressive way of those folks coming down to interact?
No, I think it was slightly aggressive.
Slightly aggressive?
Yeah.
You saw somebody launch a can of some sort at the vehicle?
Post of it being launched at us, yes, I did.
Did you see it being launched at you there?
No, sir.
And
You saw somebody running at that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Who was that?
I don't know. I might have to watch it. Maybe I could identify after watching it again. I don't know. It's kind of blurry.
Wasn't you, though.
No, sir.
And you said there was a PB blaster can, right?
I never saw the can, but from what I was made aware of, it was PB blaster and or DD40.
Who made you aware of a PB blaster can?
Well, at some point before I spoke with the defendant, I was made aware that Tyler Rich had sprayed him with PB blaster, and there was, that was basically it. He said, I just sprayed him with some PB blaster. So I took it upon myself to go up to him and say, hey man, I'm sorry that he did that. That was kind of fucked up, but there's a lot of guys here, etc.
And you were close enough to see Mr. Valle at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that he had been sprayed in the face with a PB blaster.
No, surprisingly, I mean, he might have been. I wasn't necessarily looking at that, but I don't recall seeing any type of anything wrong with his face. Not saying that there wasn't. I don't remember.
And where, when you were talking at Mr. Valle, as you've described it, was Ms. Trafficanti?
Almost like a couple, like not even a foot away from him, sitting down to his left, to my right, if I'm facing him. So to his left, he's standing facing this way. So he's standing over here, facing this way. I'm standing like this. Mackenzie's sitting down like this on the curb, kind of like with her hands in her head, almost like distressed, what I remember.
And it's your recollection that they were both sitting on the opposite side of Laurel Glen Drive from 43.
Yes, sir.
Mackenzie as well as Mr. Valle.
Yes, sir. Raul was standing. She was sitting.
And where was Mr. De Silva?
I want to say he was somewhere, if I was here, somewhere over here in a group. I think some of my friends were over there talking with him, but there was nothing aggressive going on because we would have heard it. It seemed like they were just kind of talking over stuff, or maybe they weren't talking. I just know there was a group in this area. I want to say De Silva was a part of that group.
Where was the Honda Pilot?
Somewhere around here. I don't know for sure.
This was after we saw the Honda Pilot drove away?
Yeah, my interaction with the defendant was after the video.
And it's your recollection that while you were talking with Mr. De Silva on the opposite side of the street, Ms. Trafficanti was sitting on the curb a foot away from him.
Yeah.
And Mr. De Silva was on the opposite side of the street with a group of your friends.
Yeah, I think some of his friends were there too. Yeah, he was across the street though.
And where was the Honda Pilot?
I don't know exactly, but I want to say it was somewhere over here, because where me, your client, and his girlfriend was separated from the rest. And I just remember turning around. Charlie Connery was walking up towards us almost. So right when I turned around, he met me almost. And then we just walked back.
You don't know where the Honda Pilot was, right?
No, sir. I think it was over there, but I don't know for sure.
You said you intended to take Mr. Valle's side at this time?
What I mean by that is what I was made aware of was that it was sprayed. And in the moment, I sure as hell was not looking to fight anybody, regardless of what had just happened for my friend, to my friend. At this point, there was a lot of just chaos going on. There was loudness outside of houses. I was honestly just trying to look out for Tyler, get everybody that wasn't invited out of the house, or not out of the house, out of the area. So at least what I thought was, if I start if I start what I was saying to the defendant with something that he just had happen to him, and like kind of me being like, hey man, listen, I feel bad. You shouldn't have got sprayed like that. Whatever I had said, I had felt that would be the smartest way for him to at least give me his attention. Because if I approached him in an aggressive way, probably would have went differently. So I approached him and said, hey man, listen, no, it's fucked up that you got sprayed, but you guys should probably leave here. There's a lot of people over there. There's a smaller group of your friends. I don't want to fight. I don't think it's worth it. I remember saying, I don't think it's worth it. It's not worth a fight. And then he wasn't really paying attention, or not really like listening or caring. So he was just like, yeah. And I saw the knife in his hand while I was talking to him. And then I turned around and walked back to the house with Charlie.
You'd had a change of heart at that point. It was no longer get out of the car so we can fight and get payback. Now it was you were trying to be his friend.
I wouldn't say friend. I was just trying to. Overall, it had been going on for, in my opinion, too long at this point. For all we know, a cop could have drove down the driveway, drove down the road, and we all would have been in trouble. So at that point, I was just like, you know what? Let's just end this.
Cop could have rolled down the street at that point and up the driveway, and y'all would have been in trouble.
Not up the driveway. I said down the street, because there's a group of people standing around outside. What do you think a cop would do if he drove by? So in my head, I'm like, let's get everybody out of here. There's no point in fighting. There's no point in arguing outside of someone's house when someone could easily pick up the phone and call a noise complaint. So I said, let me say what I have to say to him. Hopefully this gets through. They'll get in the car and leave, and we'll be on with our night. That was my plan.
You were worried that the cops might show up.
and there'd be bigger problems for everybody, right?
Not initially, like I said, more so after this has been getting dragged on for a while. I was like, all right, this is kind of stupid. Like I didn't care at that point to say anything like get out. I was more so like, hey, let's just end this. You know, it's not worth it.
And you said that you saw Mr. Valle holding a knife in his left hand, right?
Correct.
And you described that knife to the police as being a switchblade, right?
Of some sort. I didn't know if it was or not. That was just kind of what I had saw in the moment, or what I thought I saw at least.
And it was a stiletto style knife, right?
I didn't use that word. They might have interpreted it that way, or said, or thought that, or said, oh, do you think it was a stiletto? I don't even know what that is. So, but what I just remember was seeing his hand down, zero handle in his hand. I only saw a blade just coming out like this big. That was it.
What color was the blade?
I don't recall.
Serrated?
I don't know what that means.
Did it appear to have little teeth on it like a steak knife?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anything about the shape of the blade that you saw?
Yeah, I just recall it being like a knife that comes to a point. It wasn't like a hunting knife like that. That was like a thicker. I don't recall too like exactly if there were teeth like you're saying, but I just know that it started wider and got thinner, and it was longer, like 3 inches or so.
Now, you also told officers that you saw him waving that out the window, right?
I don't remember if I said that or not.
You don't recall telling officers around 2 a.m. in the morning when you were speaking with Detective Bango on the 15th that you saw Lito flashing a knife outside the window of the car?
No, I don't recall saying that.
And that the knife was a switchblade?
No, I said, I mean, it could have been. I just remember the knife. At the time, I was trying to describe it as best as I could. If that's the words I used, then that's what I said. But
right. And so when you claim to have seen this knife in Mr. Valle's hand when you were down talking to him by the bushes, you didn't yell out to everybody, hey, he's got a knife.
No, I thought that would probably be stupid and just a waste of time, in my opinion. The best thing to do is not at all acknowledge it, because I didn't want to put myself at harm, and I didn't want to anger the defendant if he was angry already from being sprayed, whatever it was. I just wanted to end it. I wanted it to be over.
And you're certain that when you're having this interaction with him that you were not near the pilot at that time, correct?
Yes, sir. Not directly near it. It could have been a little bit off in the distance.
And you weren't near any of your other friends at that point, correct?
No, yeah, not too close to anybody. When I turned around, Charlie was like approaching, but to my knowledge, nobody was like right with me. It was more so just me, the defendant, and his girlfriend.
And then you saw Charlie, and you decided to walk back with Charlie, right?
Yes, sir.
Back to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
You got back to the house, and Tyler Rich was trying to corral people, you said, back in the basement.
Yep.
And ultimately, he was successful in getting everybody back into the basement.
I think he got almost everybody. I want to say like maybe himself or a couple of the older people that were there were just staying outside to make sure nothing else had brewed. But the older folks that were there were the farthest thing from people looking for trouble. They were more so just kind of overseeing everything. I think he got everybody in except for maybe 5 people that were just kind of outside the Belco doors, making sure everything was.
And you were down there maybe 1 to 5 minutes when you heard somebody say they're back, correct?
Yes.
And then
I'm sorry, is this a good time to take a break? Or?
Yes.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break. You'll have a 15-minute recess. We'll be in recess until 10 minutes to 4. Thank you.
You're
free to leave. You just have to. I just want to remind you that you do remain under the obligations of your oath. When you first entered the stand, you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Attorney Smith, are you ready to proceed? All right, you can come up if you'd like. Madam Clerk, opening the jury. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Smith, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Feola, we were just talking about being back in the basement, and you heard somebody say they're back, right?
Yes, sir.
And how many people were in the basement at that point?
Most of the individuals that were there, I don't know an exact number.
25 to 35, as you estimated before. And you told us that you went back outside to do the right thing, right?
Yes.
And you told us that when you went back outside, you went in front of the blue truck. Trying to find that photograph.
You recall telling us you went in front of the blue truck?
No, I went actually on the driver's side, which is away from where the interaction was going on, and had to maneuver in between the back of the blue truck and the front of the Jeep.
You are looking at State's Exhibit 5. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So you were originally in front of the blue truck, and you had to come around on the driver's side to maneuver in between the blue truck and the white black, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's because your path was blocked coming through the way you had gone the first night, right?
Wait, what do you mean the first time?
Well, when you first came out, you described that you had come through and gone sort of down where I think you described the Belgian blocks come out the first time.
No. You mean when we approached the car that was like, so no, I walked out and walked down the middle of the driveway when we approached the car. That's what I told state's attorney. And when I walked out after I had gone back in, and then they said they're back, and we walked out. I walked out of the Belco doors. I had glanced through this little, where your fingers hovering through that little hole, saw that there were the defendant and Tyler Silva basically had just kind of stopped walking, or it looked like they had just gotten onto the yard. I walked on the opposite side of the truck where we could see it, so the driver's side, and squeezed through at the bed of the truck and at the front of the Jeep.
And those cars, as they're parked in that exhibit there, that's the same way they were that night, correct?
Yes.
And so you walked in between those, and when you emerged, you were by the Belgian block. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Sorry if I got that incorrect before.
No worries.
And when you emerged, you could see more than just Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle in the yard, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, there were other people in the yard, right?
Yes.
And you could see other people in the yard, correct?
Yes.
How many people were in the yard?
Probably 15, 20.
Of those 15 to 20, only 2 were not from the Shelton High party, correct?
Correct.
Nobody else got out of the vehicle, correct?
Well, I didn't see a vehicle at this point. I just saw the 2 individuals. From what I remember, the vehicle actually drove up kind of as the fight was going, but I could be wrong. I just don't remember seeing a vehicle. I just remember seeing the 2 individuals.
But now you're telling us that you recall that the vehicle drove up as the fight was going on?
Could have happened. I just didn't really pay attention to the road. I was more so paying attention to the actual, what was going on in the yard.
And you described for us what you saw. Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva were close to one another, correct?
From what I can remember, yes.
And they were to the left of the red bush?
Yes. Like in the more spacious area. Yeah.
And you recall that Tyler De Silva was speaking to Tyler Rich, correct?
Yes.
And what do you recall Mr. Valle was doing at that point?
I don't recall. I think he was just there backing him up. He might have said a couple words. I don't remember.
And you said you heard it get louder as you squeezed through between those cars, right?
Right. So when I was walking right about the bed of the truck is when I heard it start to get louder, like right as I got in the middle of the bed. And I'm talking on the driver's side still. So when I was still on the driver's side walking, I heard it get a little louder. And then as I was squeezing through is when I heard the punching sound.
You heard someone get punched in the face, right?
Yes.
You described that as being a hard punch, right?
Yes.
A loud bang, right?
Yes.
Not a rock.
Not a rock.
That's how you described it. It wasn't a rock.
Yes.
And you said you know what that sounds like as far as a hard punch, right?
I mean, I assumed it was a punch from previous either movies or whatever. I mean, I know what a punch sounds like.
So you know what a punch sounds like, and you heard that hard punch, and that was somebody getting punched in the face, correct?
Correct.
And that was Mr. Valle getting punched in the face, wasn't it?
I don't recall who it was at all that got punched, but I know there was a punching sound, and that's kind of when it all started.
As you emerged from between the 2 vehicles after this punching sound, did you already have your phone out?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so as you emerged, you could see that Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva were down on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And you could see that Tyler De Silva was on his knees and he had his shirt sort of pulled up over his head, sort of hockey style, right?
Yes.
And you said you weren't trying to break him up at that point. You just wanted to see what was going on, right?
Yeah.
You thought Tyler Rich could handle himself, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you would agree, you pulled out your phone, you turned it on, and you started filming what was going on, right?
Yes.
You were doing that as a Snapchat or as something that was on your camera? How were you?
No, so I just had Snapchat. And when you open the app, it's got like a big circle for you to video stuff or take a picture. It's like the main screen when you click on it. Like still to this day, if you click on the app, it just brings up that picture where you could take a video. So I had my phone out. You could see the flash was on. So I was trying to get what was happening on video to show the 2 individuals back by the Belgian blocks, like I had mentioned before.
Right. The 2 girls, you were going to show them this video, right?
Yeah.
In fact, you said you were going to show them the video because they had had some sort of previous interaction and you wanted to show them and say, look at this video of Tyler getting what?
Tyler just in a tussle with Tyler Rich. I didn't know if they could see it from their view because there were some people outside. So I just, again, I was 17, probably shouldn't have videoed it. wasn't really that funny. But in the moment, I thought it was funny, or not really funny, but I just thought it was something that I could show them. So I did, but it was definitely not the smartest choice.
You were taking a video of somebody getting attacked when you were going to show that to some girls. Is that true?
I wouldn't say anyone was being attacked. I think it was pretty mutual. There was a tussle going on the floor. Yeah, you see Tyler De Silva's shirt pulled up, but Tyler Rich is also under him, and there was definitely something going on. But I wouldn't say was doing it because I thought it was funny of somebody being attacked. Like you just said, no, that wasn't the reason.
Well, you told us you thought it was funny at the time, right?
I thought it was something that would be worth showing the girls. Yes, I was also 17, so not the same person. I probably would definitely not take a video if I was in that situation again.
At the time, you took the video because you thought it was amusing and you wanted to show these two girls.
Again, not amusing. I just thought it was something that was worth showing them because of the previous interaction, like you just said.
Because of the previous interaction that one of the girls had had with Tyler De Silva, you believed.
Correct.
And that interaction you thought would make it so that she would want to see Tyler De Silva getting attacked by Alec Bernstein, Tyler Rich, Sal Perry, Michael Samperi. That's what you were filming, right?
I'm going to based on what the individual would have wanted to see. I guess that was the form of the question.
I'll sustain the objection.
You told us that you thought Lily would want to see this video, correct?
I didn't know if she would want to. I just was showing it to her and her friend.
You told us you understood that Lily had had some sort of previous interaction with Tyler De Silva, correct?
Correct.
And that based on your understanding of that previous interaction with Tyler De Silva, you wanted to show her this video, correct?
Correct.
And you said, look at this video of Tyler getting, and then you trailed off. And it was Tyler getting what?
When did I say, look at this video of Tyler getting? So I was just saying,
Did you that answer to the state's attorney when you were asked on direct about this video?
I don't recall, but I do recall saying, hey, look at this video. If I said, look at this video of a fight, look at this video of Tyler, look at this video of Tyler and Tyler. I have no idea what I said exactly, but I know that I went and showed them the video, which is what took my attention for a split second off of the fight.
Because that video was like a trophy, right?
I have plenty of trophies. I don't need any video trophies. I don't know what that even means.
Well, you were preserving to share with somebody else what was going on when Tyler was being attacked, right?
Not attacked. And I wasn't preserving it because if I really cared to preserve it, I would have instantly saved the video, which you have to do on Snapchat, which it probably would have been more evidence for this case if I had saved it. So I actually think about it quite often. I wish I saved it, but I didn't.
You didn't save it, right?
No.
Because you weren't taking it to save it to show it to the police, were you?
No.
That wasn't the kind of video that you would want to share with the police, was it?
No, I would love to have shared it with them after what had happened, but in the instance, no, I wasn't thinking of the police at all.
Well, you were thinking about the police before, you told us, because you didn't want them to come rolling up and everybody get in trouble. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And you didn't want to show them this video for the same reasons, correct? This video would show your friends involved in a fight, right?
No, because there was nothing too bad in the video. And like I said, the video was deleted. If I had had the video, I would have showed them. But the video was instantly deleted when I heard my friend screaming, he's got a knife. So I put my phone down in my pocket, and on Snapchat, when there's a swiping down motion and the video was never saved, it deletes it for good. And that's what had happened, because an hour later, when I pulled my phone out, there was no video.
You were just unable to save the video and you inadvertently deleted it. Is that your testimony?
You're asked and answered.
Sustain.
You said you were 5 seconds into the video showing it to the girls, correct?
Yeah, just about, yeah.
So you could have saved it, but you didn't. You were showing it to somebody.
Yeah, I was showing it. Then I heard somebody screaming that an individual has a knife, which takes priority over anything.
And you watched some of the video that was taken by Tanner Chernowsky, correct?
Yes.
And you said you thought that was Faison Teele saying, let's go in the video?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that? I don't know what you mean.
Do you recall telling the state's attorney when he asked you who said, let's go, that you thought that was Faison Teele?
I just know that Tanner said, yes, sir, in the beginning. That's Tanner's voice. And I am strongly in belief that Faison was who said whatever was said afterwards. Yes.
All right. And then we went through a series of still shots from that same video. I'm going to show you some of those. This is Exhibit 61. Do you recall seeing that before?
Yes, sir.
And you identified yourself right here looking at the camera wearing pink shorts and white shirt with your camera, right?
Yes, sir.
And then who did you say this person was beside you?
Sal Perry, I think.
And who's this person in front of Sal?
I don't think the state's attorney used this photo to identify whoever that person was, because I can't really tell.
You can't tell who that person is.
No.
Can you tell who this person is?
No, it looks like a white blur. I can't see anything outside of me and Sal.
Then you were shown this still shot, correct?
Correct.
You identified.
I'm sorry, Attorney Smith, what exhibit is that?
That is 63.
Thank you.
States Exhibit 63. By this person is Ryan Nice, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who's that person?
Sal Perry?
Sal Perry is in front of Brian Nice.
Yes.
You identified this person in front of Sal Perry as being Alex Bernstein, correct?
Yes, sir.
You identified this person in a black shirt that's in front of them wearing a red hat as being Michael St. Ferry, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you see a person in a white shirt over towards the right-hand side of this that I'm pointing to?
Yeah, I see.
Do you know who that is?
I can't make out who that is, sir.
You were also shown States Exhibit 65. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
You had this person in the foreground wearing the white shirt and the black shorts as being Charlie Connor.
Yes.
Can you identify this person walking behind him wearing gray shirt, black shorts?
Yeah, it looks like Joey Romano.
Joey Romano?
Yes.
How do you know Joey Romano?
He's quite a bit older than me. I want to say 3 grades older than me. So only 2 grades older than Tyler. I know him through other people. I think I played sports with him back in the day when I was in like Little League baseball, but no real serious relationship with him.
So he was considerably older than you.
Yeah.
You spoke to police that night twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
You gave them a statement at 1 a.m. and then a statement again to Detective Bango at 2 a.m, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not see a weapon or the stabbing during the fight, correct?
Yeah, I didn't see it in the fight. Yes, sir.
You claim that the only time you saw what you've described as a switchblade with a long pointed blade was when you were down speaking with Mr. Valle around the bushes by 36 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
The only time I saw a weapon in the form of a 3-inch blade, I don't know if it had grooves. I don't know if it was a switchblade, but whatever weapon I saw in his hand, yes, that's the only time I saw it.
And you believe that the police arrived after the paramedics, correct?
That's what I believe, yes.
That's your testimony now that you don't recall telling Detective Bango that you heard people say that Mr. Valle was flashing a knife outside the car window.
So, question, because you said to me that I said that he was flashing it, and now you're saying to me that I said I heard people say that. So maybe if I heard people say that, that's what I said. I never said that he was flashing it outside the car window. I don't recall ever saying that. If other people said that to me, and that's what I said on the statement, maybe I said that, but I definitely don't recall seeing him flashing anything outside of the one time I saw it from our interaction.
Well, you do recall telling us that the reason that you went out there was to do the right thing, right?
Went out where?
Out into the front yard when the car came back.
Yes.
And in your mind, doing the right thing was filming this fight so that you could show it to Lily and another girl, correct?
So in the moment of being in the basement, the right thing was go outside, because I'm not going to sit in the basement when a bunch of my friends are outside dealing with something, whatever that may be. I also was in a very tight friend group, Tyler Rich being one of them. So I wanted to be present. God forbid anything happened, which it did. So in my eyes, I was still doing the right thing by being out there.
You consider yourself a protector of your friends?
No, I just consider myself a friend of my friends.
You wouldn't want to see your friends get into any trouble?
Who would? No, I wouldn't.
And you didn't tell the cops about filming this and showing it to these girls, did you?
I don't think I even remembered exactly filming it until I had watched that video and pointed myself out and was like, oh my God, that's me, I think. But when I spoke with the cops directly, it had nothing to do with being afraid to show the cops. I just don't think I remembered to bring that up. It wasn't really that important at the time.
You weren't going to tell them unless they asked you about it?
No, I don't recall. I don't know if I was planning on telling them or not.
Or you weren't going to tell them at all?
I don't recall.
Nothing further.
Mr. Feola, did you delete that video that you were taking that night?
No, sir. No, sir.
Had you saved that video, would you have given it to the police?
1,000%.
No further questions.
You can exit the witness box. You're all set. Thank you. Please watch your step as you. Thank you.
Yes. Faison, FAISON,
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Good. Nervous?
A little bit.
Faison, how old are you?
I'm 20 years of age.
Do you go to school?
I'm a 4th-year student at the University of New Haven.
I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 17 years of age.
And were you in school?
Yeah, I was.
Where were you in school?
Shelton High School.
And did you play any sports?
Yes, I did.
What sports?
I played football.
And I want to direct your attention to that day.
Yes. So I was at my friend Rodrigo Crespo's house for my friend Antonio Capamola's surprise birthday party.
And how long were you there for?
I was there for maybe like an hour. I got there around 9 p.m.
And so you were there from between 9 and 10 p.m.?
Yes. I left to go to Tyler Rich's house because Roddy's party was done.
When you were at 44 Pawtucket Avenue, any alcohol to drink at this high school party?
Yes, I did.
And what were you drinking?
I was drinking beer.
And how many beers would you say you had?
I had about like 2.
And when you went over to Tyler Rich's house on May 14th, 2022, did you bring any alcohol with you?
No, I don't believe so.
And was it just you and Jeremy Oko in the car?
It was me, Jeremy Oko, Jacob Villalobos, Matthew Sanchez, and Aidan.
Now, when you got to the basement, what kind of things were going on in the basement?
He was just chilling.
When you say chilling, what does that mean? The jury doesn't know. You're going to explain.
Just like hanging out, drinking a little bit, I guess, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. And there was alcohol being consumed?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you have any alcohol yourself?
Yes.
And what were you drinking?
2 Bud Lights.
And outside of the 2 Bud Lights, did you have anything else to drink that night?
No, sir.
So you had 2 at 44 Pawtucket, 2 at Tyler Rich's house.
Yes, sir.
And you got there at about 10 p.m.
Yeah, like around like 10:15.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
He's a really good friend of mine. I met him when I first came to Shelton. Always been close with him, played football with him. He really brought me around everyone. Picked me up for school every day. That's me. That's Ryan Hines. I played football with him. He was 2 years under me. That's Tommy Comrie. Always friends with him. Met him through high school. Jimmy McGrath. I was friends with him.
Now, on May 14th of 22, were these individuals at Tyler Rich's house at the time?
Yes, they were. I was wearing a rubber ducky marble t-shirt. That's the shirt I was wearing that night.
You're familiar with Griffin Marcinczyk?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with him?
He played football with me.
And after about 15 or 20 minutes, did Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinczyk show up at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes, they did.
And when they showed up at Tyler Rich's house, did you speak with them?
Briefly, yes.
And in speaking with them, not with what they said, but when you spoke to them, were you informed about an incident that occurred prior to Tyler Rich's house over at Lazy Brook?
Yes, I was.
And were you aware of what had happened over on Lazy Brook Road with regards to Ryan Hines prior to Ryan and Griffin arriving at Tyler Rich's house?
No, I wasn't.
So you were informed when you got there that something had happened at Lazy Brook by them?
Yes.
Were you aware, based on that conversation, who that involved?
No, I wasn't aware yet on who it involved.
At any point during your interaction with anybody at Tyler Rich's house, were you aware of this group messaging that was going on?
Yes.
Okay, when did you become aware of it?
I would say, I believe it was Tanner who was talking about it.
At some point in time, did individuals that were not invited to Tyler Rich's house show up to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you made aware of this group chat before that happened or after that happened?
Before that happened.
How long before?
Maybe about like 5 minutes.
How were you made aware that they showed up to the house?
Someone said people were like pulling up the ties, and obviously I don't know who they was talking about. But I also was told that they had McDonald's. So, you know, me, I'm a big kid, so I was hungry.
When you went out of the house to approach the car, were you with it?
Yes, I was.
Who were you with?
It was me, Tyler Rich. I do not recall who else was with us.
How many people would you say were with you at the time?
Like around 5 to 7 people.
Okay.
Out there.
At some point in time, did more people come outside?
Yes.
Did you approach this vehicle at all?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of car it was?
It was like a black SUV.
And when you approached the driver's side, how close to the car did you get when you went up to the car?
Pretty close.
When you say pretty close,
Like I was right next to the car.
so like a foot or two?
Yeah, like a foot or two, yes.
Based on the lighting that night, were you able to see inside the car?
When I first approached the car, I saw about 4 people in the vehicle.
You only saw about 4 people?
Yes.
Do you know if there were anybody else in the vehicle?
No, I do not know.
And did you recognize anybody in the vehicle?
Yes.
Who did you recognize?
Mackenzie Traficante.
And who else? Did you recognize anybody else?
No.
Who is Mackenzie Traficante?
Girl from Shelton.
And how do you know her?
I know her. I went to middle school with her.
And when you approached the car, did you have a conversation with anybody in the car?
At first, yeah.
Who did you have a conversation with?
I believe it was the driver because I was asking about the McDonald's. And then after that, I really backed off. I wasn't.
So you were asking about McDonald's to the driver and you backed off?
Yeah, like they said, he was like, no, we don't got a McDonald's. And I was like, all right. So I really I was off towards the side after that, just like chilling, but I was so close to the car. Like I wasn't like far away.
When you were initially talking to the driver, did you indicate anything else to him other than whether or not he had McDonald's? Did you say anything else to him?
No.
And after you spoke to the driver, you said you moved away from the car?
Yeah.
Did you observe anything happen between your friends and the car while you were out there?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe?
So they started arguing while they was near the car. And then that's where I got closer and I started screaming yo, y'all gotta leave. Y'all gotta dip. And
What did you say? You guys got to leave?
Yeah, you gotta leave.
What else did you say to them?
Oh, you're y'all gotta dip. That's another.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that's another term for leaving.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you say that loud?
Yeah, definitely.
And what happened when you were telling them to leave?
When I was telling them to leave, they weren't moving at first, and then started rocking the car back and forth. After that, they left. They went straight down the road and they started like coming back and forth. People were like chasing the car per se. Like they were running behind it. Like when it was going back and forth.
Do you recall if any of your friends threw anything at the car?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall being thrown at the car?
I'm pretty sure it was a beer can.
Was anything thrown from the car at any point?
Not that I recall.
Now, do you recall when the beer can was thrown at the car, do you know, did it hit the car?
Yeah.
Where did it hit the car?
I don't know, but I heard like a shatter.
So,
like a loud like thump.
See this?
Yeah.
Effect in the windshield?
Yeah.
Whether or not, was that caused by the beer can?
I don't recall.
Did you heard some type of shatter?
Yeah, like a loud like thud.
Does the car stop driving back and forth?
Yeah.
Tell me about that. What do you recall about that happening?
When it stopped, there's some people over there. I didn't personally see what happened over there.
How long would you say you were watching what was going on down the road when the car stopped?
30 seconds, if that.
After 30 seconds, what did you do?
What I do, everybody, they just started coming back to the house.
Okay. And did you go back inside the house?
No.
Okay, what did you do?
I didn't. I was just like outside, like with the guys, like afterwards.
What were you doing outside with the guys?
You're chilling, like everybody was amped up a little bit, like after it all like took place.
Do you recall whether or not any of your friends went down the street after the car?
Yes.
Do you know who went down the street?
No, I do not recall.
At some point in time, do you recall whether or not your friends came back from down the street?
Yes.
And when they came back down the street, what, if anything, did you do?
Just waiting for them to come back. Like I was just dapping people, like whatever. After that, like I was like giving high fives, like shaking hands after.
Why were you doing that?
Because they came back from running people off from the house.
And when they came back and you guys were chilling, and did you go back inside the house?
No.
You stayed outside?
I stayed outside.
When you were outside, did the car return?
Yes, it did. When the car returned, 2 individuals got out of the motor vehicle and they came up to us around the front of the Rich's house. And when they came up towards the grass, like kind of near the red bush.
This red bush, did it come up the street here?
Yeah.
When the car stopped, you said you noticed individuals get out of the car?
Yes.
And who did you notice get out of the car?
Lito and then Tyler De Silva.
Do you know Tyler De Silva?
Prior to that, no.
And do you recall what Tyler De Silva was wearing that night?
Yeah.
What was he wearing?
He had like a blue baseball jersey on.
And you said Lito. Do you know Lito?
Now I do, yes.
But prior to
that,
night,
no.
And does Lito have a different name?
Raul Valle.
Did anybody else get out of the car that you recognized at that point?
No.
It was just those 2 individuals?
Just those 2 individuals.
Did they approach you and your friends?
Yes.
And how did they approach you?
Not in like, it was in, their demeanor was looking like they were trying to start a problem.
Trying to start a problem?
Yes.
How close were the defendant and Mr. De Silva when they were approaching?
So at first, I wasn't really close to them. When they were talking to Tyler Rich, he was at the front, overheard them say, "Where's Aidan King?" And Aidan King, that's one of my close friends. So that's when I came towards the front because they said they was looking for Aidan.
Were you close to Tyler De Silva or the defendant?
I was closer to the defendant.
Did you have an interaction with the defendant when you were close to him?
Yes.
And what was that interaction like?
I said, y'all got to leave and get out of here.
And what was the defense reaction to you saying he had?
Just like disregarded.
And did he argue with you?
Not with me personally, no.
Was he arguing with anybody?
Yes.
What was he doing?
They was just standing there and they was bickering with Tyler Rich, like arguing with him.
So how long would you say the arguing back and forth lasted for?
Like 30 seconds, if that.
After 30 seconds, did something happen?
Yes.
What happened?
A punch was thrown.
Do you recall who threw that punch?
Yes, I do.
Who threw that punch?
Tyler Rich.
And you recall why he threw that punch?
No, I don't recall why.
Right before the punch was thrown, were you close to the defendant?
Yes.
And do you recall who out of your friends was near you at the time?
No, I do not recall, besides Tyler Rich.
Do you know Ty Wood?
Yes, I know Tyler Wood.
Do you recall if Ty Wood was near you?
Yes, he was outside with us.
Was he near you?
Yeah, yes.
Tommy Connery, close to you at the time or no?
Not really. He was a bit like behind me, per se.
How about Charlie Connery? Was Charlie near you at the time?
Not too close to me, no.
Now, when the punch was thrown, do you recall who got hit?
Yes.
Who got hit?
Tyler De Silva.
Tyler got hit?
Yes.
And when that happened, did the fight start?
Yes.
And describe what happened when the fight started.
So when the fight started, Tyler and De Silva went to the ground, and they was over there, like towards this area right here.
And where were you in relation to 52?
Right here. I was like around here, this area.
Okay. So it's around near the tree?
Yeah, near the tree, yes.
And did you participate?
Yes, I did.
What did you do during the fight?
I was throwing some kicks.
Okay, what kind of kicks?
Like stomps. Like,
were they hard? Were they soft? What kind of?
They weren't too hard.
Why did you do that?
Why'd I do that? Because these individuals, they came on the Tyler versus property uninvited, trying to cause an issue.
Now, at some point in time, did you stop engaging in the fight?
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Because I was like, it was time to start breaking up the fight.
How long would you say it lasted for, your interaction?
My interaction, like 20 seconds, if that.
And when that was going on, were you closer to Tyler Da Silva or the defendant?
I do not recall.
But you were involved in the fight?
Yes, I was.
At some point in time, tell us what happens after you stop fighting. You stop fighting.
After I stopped fighting, stopped fighting, first I see Tommy Convery on the ground, like his legs. It's like he couldn't move.
Why couldn't he move?
He was stabbed. And
what did you observe about Tommy?
Like he was laying on the grass with oil, and there was just blood coming from his legs. And then I looked over to the right of him, and I seen Jimmy just sitting there bleeding out, and Sal and Jacob were like trying to help him. And after that, someone came up to me with a flashlight, and they was like, Faison, your arm. And all I saw was like a big piece of fat like hanging out of my arm, and just blood like bleeding down the side of me.
Do you recall being stabbed that night?
No, I do not recall.
Do you recall seeing any weapon that night?
No.
Did you have any weapons on you then?
No.
Why don't you recall being stabbed?
There's so much like adrenaline flowing through my body, and I didn't even have an idea that there was a knife or anything, because I was just turned around kind of. I didn't really see anything happen at that point, like after breaking up the fight.
Prior to your testimony today, did we review a video of the fight?
Yes, we did.
Faison, who is this individual right here?
That's me.
Okay. You indicated before that you had a marble.
Yes. No, I did not have my shirt on anymore.
Why did you not have your shirt on?
One, it was hot, and two, I was just shirtless at that point in time. Like I took my shirt off like myself.
And when the fight started, can you tell us what occurred?
What occurred when it started? So Tyler threw a punch, and then after that, it's really not so blurry, but I don't really recall who I was throwing kicks, but I was involved in the fight.
What kind of kicks were you throwing?
It was like medium-sized kicks. Like there was like a stomping motion. It wasn't hard though.
And at some point in time, did you stop kicking?
Yeah.
And when you did that, what were you trying to do at that point?
Break up the fight.
And at that point, I think you indicated yesterday that you were amped up. You had
a lot of adrenaline flowing through the body.
So how long was the fight?
30 seconds.
And after 30 seconds, at some point in time, did you hear anybody scream anything?
No, I did not.
And when the 30 seconds ended, at some point in time, did you have an occasion to realize that you were injured?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
So when I realized I was injured, someone came up to me with a flashlight and they pointed it towards my arm. And when they pointed it, there's like a piece of fat sticking out, like this big giant piece, like just gushy fat, and then just blood like all down the side of my body. So yeah. And then before that, I even noticed I got stabbed. I saw Tommy on the ground, laying in the grass, like couldn't move his body at all. And he was just like kind of stuck there, like helpless.
What did you notice about Tommy?
His knees was bleeding, like his whole legs. And he was just laying down there and like just like helpless. And then when I looked over to the right, I saw Jimmy McGrath. His like body was just like blood everywhere. And it was Sal and Jacob was helping him. Yeah.
Did you notice if anybody else was injured?
No, that's all I noticed at that time.
When you realized you were injured and you saw Tommy and Jimmy, what did you do after?
When I realized I was injured, I was with my friend Benjamin Satley, and I went into this bathroom to try to clean me up because there was so much blood on the side of my body. They thought like I might have got stabbed in my side, but that wasn't the case, obviously. So it was me, him, and Danny Rivera in the bathroom, just cleaning myself up, like trying to like figure stuff out, trying to like find something to wrap my arm up with. And then after that, we went back outside and there was cops there, ambulances there. And that's when they brought Jimmy to the hospital first. Then it was Tommy. And then after that, because at first I wasn't really trying to go to the hospital because I thought I was fine. And I didn't want my parents to get mad at me for like getting stabbed or whatever. But I wasn't trying to go to the hospital. But then they told me I had to go. So I went after that.
Do you know what you're doing at this moment in the fight?
There's definitely throwing some kicks right there at the beginning and then trying to break it up after.
Yes, sir! Come on, let's go with it.
Person that yells, "Yes, sir." Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Tanner Chernowsky.
And who's the person that, after Tanner Chernowsky yells, "Yes, sir," who's the person that says, "Let's go"?
Let's go. That was me.
You were yelling that?
Yeah.
Why were you yelling?
It was just what I was saying at the time. And when I said, let's go, N-word.
Okay.
It's just the way I talk.
Okay. When you heard in the video, he's got a knife, you didn't hear that?
At that time there, nah, I didn't hear that.
Do you know who said that, having watched the video?
I did not recall.
When the paramedics arrived, did you in fact end up going to the hospital?
Yes.
And what hospital did you go to?
Griffin Hospital in like Ansonia, Derby.
When you got to the hospital, can you tell us a little bit about what treatment you went through?
They just stitched me up. Honestly, I don't really remember much from me actually being at the hospital because I really like kind of blocked it out of my head. But they sent me up there. It was like maybe like I was there till like 3, 4 in the morning, maybe. And then after that, I just went home.
State 70, is that what your wound looked like after your hospital visit?
Yes, sir.
And state 71, that showed, I guess, the length of the wound
Yes, sir.
on your arm?
Yes, sir.
Faison, do you still have a scar?
Yes, I do.
Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that is? Like the witnesses pointing to his left elbow area. And when you received the stab wound that night, you said you had that hanging out?
Yeah.
How far was it hanging out?
It was like, hey, it was nasty. It was like hanging like down the ear. It was.
When you went to the hospital, did they have to push it back in?
I don't know. I don't recall like what they did with it.
How long after you got out of the hospital and you received these stitches? How long was your recovery in this case? In relation to your wound?
My arm. So my arm wrapped up and stitched up for about 3 to 4 weeks, give or take. Slight nerve damage, like nothing too insane, but I did not feel it in my arm for a little bit. It was just numbness. And then for about a year after it all took place, like I could be doing the simplest of things, like going to get a glass of water from the fridge. My whole arm just like shut down nowhere for like just like a split second, like and just go numb, just come down. I'm just like, oh, whoa, that's crazy. But
does that still happen?
Occasionally, it's not as often. Like I would just say, like literally every once in a blue moon, it will happen.
As a result of being stabbed on May 14th of 2022, have you had any other types of effects? Has this wound had any other types of effects?
Like mentally?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you explain how it has mentally affected you?
It was the worst day of my life, plain and simple. Like
why was it the worst day of your life?
Never in a million years did I think being at one of my best friend's house, I would get stabbed. 3 other of my friends would get stabbed or Jim McGrath would die. It's like, even I think about it like every day. Like I try to really mentally block it off from myself because I tried therapy, but that don't work for me. It don't. Like I just couldn't do it. So I just try to like mentally block out everything. Even some days I'm just like thinking to myself, like, why him? Like, it sounds dark, but I'd be like, it should have been me instead of Jimmy. Because you don't see kids on this earth like that. Like, just a kid that smile every single time you see him. You don't see it. It's really rare. And it's like, I don't know, man. It affects me every day. Like, I can't even go to church no more like that. I used to go to church all the time. Like, I'm talking pastor, my dad a pastor, all that stuff. That's why I figured out Jimmy died. So I can't go there. Like, even when I try to go, I start messing my head a little bit. I just start thinking about everything. But yeah, like, this messed me up, man. Like,
has since May 14th of 2022, has this affected you with regards to your schooling?
Yes, it has also. I started at the University of New Haven really like 3 months after I went to after the incident happened. But I like couldn't really do school because all I would think about is what happened for the first year and a half. So I had to drop out and start doing community college for a little bit, just to, like, get back on my feet, kind of, sort of. But this year, I will be going back to the University of New Haven and then hopefully graduating on time. That's a hope. That's a hope. But if I'm in 5th year, it happens. You know, it's normal. It's life. But that's really it. You know, like, it was hard in school, man, because I had no one to really talk to about it because I didn't want to, like, even tell people, like, I was involved because it, like, paints a picture that you trying to, like, get people to feel sorry for you off the rip and you just meeting new people, you know? So I don't want them to think of me as, like, oh, this is just a kid who just got stabbed and he's, like, looking for remorse from all of us and we just met the kid. So I really just kept it to myself when I first got to the school.
On May 14th of 2022, at Tyler Rich's house, did you have any weapons on you?
No.
Did you use any weapons that night during the fight?
No.
I have no further questions.
Attorney Smith.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Teele. How are you?
Doing good. How are you, man?
Good. We've never met before.
No.
I'm just going to go over with you some of your testimony from yesterday and today. If you would just keep your voice up. You know, we've got these loud fans going here. You told us yesterday that you had started the evening at another party, right? That was at Mr. Crespo's house?
Yes.
And that was for a surprise birthday party, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought maybe you'd had 2 beers there or so?
Yeah.
And you thought you got there around 9 o'clock, spent about an hour there and left around 10, right?
Yes.
And from there, you went over to Tyler Rich's house because you told us that was the regular thing to do.
Yeah, pretty much.
When you say the regular thing to do, you meant on a weekend night in general, or that month because something special was going
Just
on?
Regular thing to do, hang out with your friends. That's it.
And was it a regular thing to go over there and that there would be underage drinking going on?
I wouldn't say it's a regular thing.
No?
Just hanging out.
Okay. So this was unusual to go over there and that there would be drinking going on that
It
night?
wasn't unusual. It's not like it don't happen every single time. Like I might drink every once in a blue moon, but it's not like every weekend.
Okay. Did you know when you went over there that Mr. Rich's parents weren't going to be there?
Nah, I didn't know.
When you got there, did you discover that Mr. Rich's parents were not there?
No, not really.
You didn't know that because you went straight down into the basement? And you told us you didn't bring any alcohol with you?
No.
You went right into the house?
Yep.
And you'd shown up with Mr. Oko, who drove you?
Yes.
Jacob Villalobos and Matthew Sanchez?
More Sanchez.
I'm sorry?
Matthew Moore Sanchez.
Matthew Moore Sanchez, is that like hyphenated?
Yeah. Actually, I don't know.
You walked into the basement through what we've all heard about, those Velcro doors, right?
Yeah.
And people, you said, were just chilling, hanging out, and they were drinking down there, correct?
Yeah, they were drinking.
You yourself hadn't brought any alcohol?
Nah.
There was alcohol provided to you there. You had 2 Bud Lights, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember who gave you those 2 Bud Lights?
Nah, I was just bumming a beer off someone.
Okay. Did you see Aidan King there?
Yeah, I saw Aidan King.
Did he have Bud Lights?
Not that I recall.
And you told us that you think you had maybe as many as 4 drinks, right?
Yes, sir.
It was dark that night?
Yeah, it was nighttime.
Sure. Was it also misty or rainy?
Not that I recall.
You don't recall that?
I don't recall.
And when you got there, you said that no one was outside, right?
No, sir.
When you got down into the basement, how many people were there?
Probably like anywhere between 20 to 30.
20 to 30?
Yeah.
You remember telling us yesterday that it was maybe less than that? 15 to 20?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. And you told us that you were really good friends with Tyler Richards.
Yes, sir.
And you're also friends with Jimmy McGrath?
Yes, I was.
How did you know Jimmy McGrath?
I knew him just through other people pretty much. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's my best friend in the whole wide world, but he's a really good friend of mine.
You went through a list of folks that were there. It sounded like most of them you either went to school with or you played football with.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair to say? And you identified yourself as having worn a Marvel Duck shirt that night, right?
Yes, sir.
But at some point you told us you'd taken that shirt off.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Do you remember when you took that shirt off?
When I was outside.
Was it before the fight that we saw?
I don't believe so.
It didn't get taken off in the course of that fight, right?
No, it was just hot outside.
You said that Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinczyk showed up, right?
Yep.
And you spoke with them briefly.
Yeah.
So they showed up after you were there, or they were in the basement?
It was after I got there they came.
Okay, so they arrived after you.
Yeah.
And when they got there, you learned that there had been some sort of fight over at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
You said you were unaware of the basketball group chat?
What group chat?
You don't recall there being a group chat going on that evening?
No.
Griffin Marcinczyk or Ryan Hines didn't tell you, hey, we're texting these kids, telling them to come over here?
No.
You didn't show up at the house until sometime around 10:30?
Yes, sir.
When you showed up and went down into the basement, nobody was talking about a fight at 5 Lazy Brook?
Not when I got there, no.
That was only after Ryan Hines and Griffin Marcinczyk arrived?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you told us yesterday that you learned of that group chat from Tanner Chernowsky before these kids arrived, right?
I did not say that.
You don't recall telling us yesterday that you learned about this group chat from Tanner Chernowsky before the kids arrived?
I didn't say before which kids arrived.
Before the kids from the 5 Lazy Brook fight arrived in the pilot.
Are you talking? Oh, before that? Yeah, before that, yes.
Before that, you'd learned from Tanner Chernowsky that there was this group chat going on, right?
I didn't know nothing about a group chat. I just knew that he was texting.
Well, that he was texting.
Yeah.
Is your understanding that that's different than a group chat?
I mean, a group chat is when there's a lot of people, but wasn't really like looking for details. You just said that they was texting.
Okay. So you didn't know that there was a group chat, so to speak, but you did know that there was texting going on.
Yes.
And you knew that texting, you learned about that from Tanner Chernowsky.
Yes, sir.
And you knew that texting involved texting the address of 43 Laurel Glen Drive to these other kids, correct?
No, sir.
What was your understanding of what that texting involved?
I just knew they were talking to someone else.
You knew they were talking in a polite, friendly fashion with someone else?
I had no idea, sir.
They didn't tell you what they were texting? They just said, hey, we're texting?
I don't recall.
You don't recall what they were texting?
No, sir.
So Tanner Chernowsky told you that they were texting someone, but he didn't tell you what that had anything to do with?
No, sir.
Then you said that then shortly thereafter, Griffin and Ryan arrived, some people that were not invited showed up, right?
Yeah.
And again, it's your testimony that you didn't know that, in fact, they had been told to come to that address by these people that were texting.
I had no idea.
And then you told us you saw that somebody had McDonald's. Who was that?
I heard that they had McDonald's.
You heard that the people that had showed up in the car had McDonald's?
Yeah.
Do you remember who told you that?
No, sir.
Okay. She told us you're a hungry guy, and that McDonald's drew you out there.
Yeah.
So you walked through the driveway and across, and the car that you described as having showed up, that was across the street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Close to the right-hand curb of the other side of the street. Right?
Yes, sir.
You told us you didn't recall which way it was facing.
No, I did not.
And when you went outside, you were with Tyler Richards, correct?
Yes.
And then you said 5 to 7 other people, but yesterday you couldn't remember who any of those people were other than Tyler Richards. Do you remember who any of those folks were now?
No, sir.
And that ultimately you and those 5 to 7 other people were then joined by more people, correct?
We're like outside by the car.
When you went outside?
Yeah, by the car. Like, well, at what point?
Near the car?
Repeat the question for me.
Sure. So we're talking about now when you've gone outside and you're with Tyler Richards, right? 5 to 7 other people.
Yeah.
You've seen this car that you've described for us as being across the street.
Yeah.
And you said that it was your understanding that those people had not been invited.
Yes.
So that's where we are now.
Okay.
You and these 5 to 7 other people, where are you standing at this point?
I was near the driver's side.
You were near the car, right? And in fact, you told us that you were right next to it, right? You got pretty close.
Yeah, I got pretty close.
And then you were joined by more people, correct?
It was like not really. Like,
okay. You don't remember telling us yesterday that you had been joined by more people?
Now we were outside by the car. No, I don't recall that.
Okay. When you're outside by the car, it was just you and 5 to 7 other people?
I believe so, yes.
Where were the rest of the people that were at the party?
Some people were outside, but they was really just standing on the grass.
They were just standing on the grass. Just you and maybe 5 to 7 other people are by the car?
Yes.
Not any other people joined you?
No.
You looked into the car and you said there were 4 people inside, correct? And you recognized Mackenzie Canty because you knew her from middle school.
Yep.
And you talked with the driver, right?
I don't believe so, no.
You don't recall telling us yesterday you conversed with the driver and you were asking him about McDonald's?
I didn't say that.
Okay. Did you ask anybody about McDonald's?
Yeah, well, when I came to the car first, I was like, asked, like, y'all got McDonald's or whatever. But I thought it was really just something to leave.
Okay. Who did you ask about y'all have McDonald's?
At the time, I didn't know who the driver was, but now I know it's just Snyder.
Okay. So you did ask the driver about McDonald's, right?
Yeah, I asked somebody in the car.
Well, was it the driver, sir, or was it somebody else?
It was the driver.
It was the driver.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they said, no, we don't have any McDonald's, and you backed off, right? But you were still near the car at that point.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you hadn't been joined by anybody else. It was just you and these 5 to 7 other folks.
Yes, sir.
So that's you, Tyler Richards, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's 2. And you can't remember who the other
No, I do not
5 to 6
recall.
people were.
I don't recall.
You said you observed some arguing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who was arguing?
I do not recall.
You said you got closer, correct?
I do not recall.
And you screamed, y'all got to leave, y'all got to dip, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you do remember that part that you told us yesterday?
Yes, sir.
You don't remember who it was that was arguing or telling us that you got closer, though?
Repeat the statement.
You don't remember telling us yesterday that you had gotten closer to the car after you observed the arguing?
I do not recall.
Okay. And you said that the vehicle wasn't moving, right?
No, not at first.
And then these people that were near the car, which you've described now as being just 5 to 7 people, they started rocking the car, right?
Yeah.
They had their hands on the car?
Yep.
You're sure it was just 5 to 7 at that point?
Yes, sir.
Nobody else had peeled off with you to go stand back and away from the car?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember who those 5 to 7 were?
I do not recall.
Was Tyler Richards one of them?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so you do recall that it was Tyler Richards who was one of those people?
You already asked me that.
Sorry, I'm asking you now. You just told us before that you didn't recall who any of those 5 to 7 were.
You asked me, besides Tyler Rich, do you remember any of those people? And I said, I do not recall.
Well, trying to figure out who is still around that vehicle. You've now told us that you moved away from the car, correct?
No, I said I stepped a little bit away from the vehicle.
Right. Leaving at least Tyler Richards there by the car, correct?
Yes.
But you can't remember who any of the other people.
No, I do not recall.
Okay. And you saw Tyler Richards do what near the car?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall seeing Tyler Richards reach in to the front driver's side window?
No, I do not recall.
And you don't recall who it was that was rocking the car, but you would agree that there was rocking of the car going on.
Yes, sir.
And you said that at some point the vehicle went down the road towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then back towards Adams, right?
Yes.
The car went back and forth and people were chasing it, right?
Yep.
And the Shelton High kids, they were throwing things at the car, you told us.
Yeah.
You don't recall anything being thrown from the car, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
And you heard something hit the car and heard it shatter, right?
Yeah, like a bang sound.
but you don't recall seeing what that was.
Nah, I didn't see it.
You didn't see anybody throw anything at the car that you could identify who that was.
No, sir.
You said at some point the car stopped driving back and forth, right? And that there were some people over there a bit further away, closer to Farmhouse Lane at that point, right?
I do not recall.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1. They're right there behind you. You recall looking at that yesterday? Yeah. And you recall telling us that the car stopped driving back and forth, and there were some people over there a bit further away, closer to Farmhouse Lane. Do you see Farmhouse Lane on that exhibit? Do you remember telling us that yesterday? Okay.
I do remember saying that.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I do remember saying that.
Okay. And that you were still at this point on the side of the road by 43 Laurel Glen Drive, where that red marker is on the Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that everybody started coming back to the house, and you stayed outside, right?
Yeah.
And you watched as friends of yours went down the street, correct?
Yeah.
But you weren't with them, right?
No, sir.
You stayed there at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
Just looking down the street to see
Yes,
what was
sir.
going on. And those people, they were about 2 football fields away. Is that fair to say?
I do not recall.
You're a football player, correct?
Of course I am.
Okay. Well, when you looked down that way, did it seem like it was maybe about 2 football fields away?
No, I don't
No.
recall.
How close did it seem to you?
I do not recall. It was like down the street.
Okay. You can't put a distance on it?
No.
Okay. Did you hear anything when you saw your friends go down the street?
No, sir.
You didn't hear anything being thrown, any threats being shouted, anything like that?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything being thrown?
No, sir.
Did you see anybody get out of the car?
No, sir.
At some point, these folks who had gone down there, how many people do you think went down the street?
Maybe like 5, if that.
Was it the same 5 that had remained around the vehicle?
I don't recall.
But at some point, these people came back, you said, and you dapped them up and high-fived them, right?
Yeah.
For running people off, you said.
I did not say that. I was just
You
dapping them
didn't
up.
tell us yesterday that you dapped them up and high for running people off?
Yeah, like away from the property, yes.
Okay. Well, why'd you say you didn't say that?
Just the way you worded it. That's it.
And then you remained outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never went back into the basement.
No, sir.
But most of the other folks did go back in the basement, right?
Yes.
Was anybody else outside with you at this point?
It's like me, Rich, trying to think. Or Ty Wood was out there with us. Definitely. I don't recall after that.
But you, Tyler Rich, and Ty Woods at least stayed outside, didn't go back into the house.
Yeah, nah.
And you told us at some point that this car returned, this Honda Pilot, right?
Yes, sir.
And you and Tyler Rich were still outside when that happened?
Yes, sir.
And did Tyler Rich say, they're back?
I do not recall.
You don't recall hearing anybody say they're back?
I don't recall.
Do you recall hearing anybody say anything?
Not really, no.
You said 2 people got out and they came up to you, right?
Yes.
And that was in that area that you described for us near the cement box by the tree that's now there.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you told us that Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva got out of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where Mr. De Silva got out of the car from?
The car?
Passenger side, back seat?
I do not recall.
But you do recall that he was wearing a baseball jersey?
Yes, sir.
And you said they approached and they looked like they were trying to start a problem, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean by they looked like they were trying to start a problem?
I mean, when you could just like tell when somebody's walking up at a place they're not supposed to be, and it's a way somebody look.
Okay. How did they look?
It's like, right, like, I don't know like, how you want me to describe it. Like, they didn't like look like they was coming like cheery, like mad friendly, like, hey guys, how you doing? Like, you know, they wasn't like that. I ain't think like they just came. Like, you just tell by their demeanor, be able to read a person.
Did they come running at you?
Nah.
Did they have their fists up?
Nah.
Did you see a knife?
No, I didn't see no knife.
Did you see Mr. De Silva approach Mr. Richards?
Yes, sir.
Rich, sorry. And was he talking to Mr. Rich?
Yeah, they was talking.
And did it appear to be civil?
Yeah, like at first kind of, sort of. Then
how many people were in the yard at that point?
At that point in time, I would say like 5 to 10, like in the yard.
At some point, you were joined by everybody that had been inside the house, correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of people outside.
There was a lot of people outside?
Yes, sir.
How many?
About like 20 to 30.
And those 20 to 30 started to encircle Mr. De Silva and Mr. Valle, right?
No, sir.
No, sir? What did they do?
They was outside chilling.
They were just outside chilling?
Yeah, observing the scene.
Observing the scene?
Yeah, like just like watching from the grass, like
quietly?
Yeah, pretty much.
Did you see anybody with their cameras out?
No.
Didn't see anybody recording anything?
No.
Didn't see anybody with flashlights?
No.
You said that Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva were not close to you, correct?
At first they weren't, no.
You heard somebody say that they were looking for Aidan King, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Aidan King anywhere?
Not at the time, no.
And at that point, You told us you moved to the front of this group.
Yes, sir.
How did you move to the front of the group that was just milling around and chilling?
Nah, boom. You want me to show you?
I'd like you to describe it if you could.
I mean, I could describe it to you. I was a bit in the back. Then I heard them saying they was looking for Aidan King. So I came to the front.
You were in the back of who?
And I don't recall who. I was just like, I was standing like toe to toe at first. Like I was just like a little off to the back.
But you had to move around some people in order to get to the front?
Like 1 or 2 people, yeah.
Just 1 or 2 people?
Sure.
I'm sorry?
I said yes.
Do you think it might have been more?
No.
No, you think it was only 1 or 2?
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva were only 2 feet apart, correct?
Yeah.
Was Mr. Valle behind Mr. De Silva?
I do not recall.
Was Mr. Valle beside Mr. Rich?
I do not recall.
And you told us you were closer to Mr. Valle and you said y'all got to leave, right?
Yeah.
You also said, as you told officers, but you haven't told us here, my friends are crazy. They get rowdy, right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to Detective Bango on June 8th, 2022?
No, I do not recall that.
And you don't recall saying to Mr. Valle, my friends are crazy. They get rowdy. Y'all need to leave.
No, I do not recall that.
Would you describe your friends as being crazy and getting rowdy?
No.
No.
Nah.
You said somebody was arguing with Tyler Rich, right?
Yeah.
Who was arguing with Tyler Rich?
I don't recall.
There were only 2 people that got out of that car. You don't recall who was arguing with Tyler Rich? How close were you to Tyler Rich when this happened?
I was fairly close to him.
You said the arguing lasted about 30 seconds.
Yeah, if that, like maybe 20.
And that then a punch was thrown by Tyler Rich, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't recall why he threw that punch, right?
No, sir.
You didn't see Mr. Valle do anything to attack Mr. Rich, did you?
I do not recall.
You didn't see Mr. Valle do anything to attack you, did you?
I don't recall.
You didn't see Mr. Valle do anything to attack anybody at that point, did you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall why Mr. Rich decided to punch him, but it wasn't because you saw Mr. Valle do anything to Mr. Rich or anybody else at that point.
I don't recall.
Well, did you see Mr. Valle do anything to anybody at that point?
I don't recall.
But you recall seeing Mr. Valle?
Yes, sir.
But you don't recall what you saw him do?
Nope.
You do recall, however, somebody saying, "Where's Aidan? That's my boy. I want to talk to him."
Yeah, I recall that.
But you don't recall telling the officers that someone threw a punch, but you didn't know who it was.
I do restate the statement.
You're telling us that you saw Tyler Rich throw the punch, but you didn't tell officers that when you spoke to them, right? You said, "I don't know, someone threw a punch, but I don't know who it is."
I don't recall.
You don't recall that. And you recall that then Tyler De Silva got hit, correct?
Yeah.
Who hit Tyler De Silva?
Tyler Rich.
Tyler Rich hit Tyler De Silva?
Yeah.
And Raul Valle?
I don't recall.
Did Tyler Rich hit both of them?
I don't recall.
You do recall, however, telling us that Tyler De Silva went to the ground near the tree, right?
Yeah.
And you told us that you participated in this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell the officers that you participated in this when you spoke to them, did you?
I don't recall it.
Do you recall telling officers that you participated in kicking and stomping?
I don't recall.
Do you recall talking to the officers?
Yeah.
But you don't recall telling them whether or not you were involved?
I don't recall, sir.
Because you didn't tell them that you were involved, right?
I don't recall.
And you told us that you were throwing some kicks, what you described as stomps, right?
Yes, sir.
You described those as being not too hard, right?
Nah.
Love taps.
Yeah, something like that.
And then today you said, well, maybe those were medium kicks, right?
Same word, sir.
Quite the same words. Not too hard, medium. Could they have been hard kicks?
No.
No. When you were throwing those kicks, were you telling anybody, hey, these are just soft kicks, don't worry about these kicks?
I don't recall.
Were you saying, hey, these are just medium stomps, don't worry about these stomps? I'm going to stop in just a second.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that because you didn't say that, right? You said, let's go. And then as you described it, inward, right?
Yes, I did.
That was directed at the person that you were stomping, right?
I was just saying that. That's just the way I talk.
Just regularly as you're walking about, that's the kind of thing that you just say?
I mean,
let's go inward, talking to the ether.
I mean, I can say the M-word whenever I want.
I imagine that you could. I mean, anybody could. I'm asking you in this particular situation, you were not directing that at the person that you were kicking?
Yeah, I was directing it towards him.
You were directing it towards him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why didn't you tell me that the first time?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean?
The first time I asked you if you were directing that at the person that you were kicking, you told me you didn't recall. Now you recall?
Yeah.
Fact of the matter is, Mr. Teele, you're telling us here today things that you didn't admit to when you had the opportunity to before, when you spoke with officers. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree on that.
You wouldn't agree. You've told all of this to the officers, that you were involved in the kicking and the stomping.
No, I didn't really tell them anything.
You didn't tell that to officers, right?
No, sir.
Not when you talked to him on the 15th, correct?
No, sir.
Not when you talked to him on June 8th, correct?
Yeah.
And at some point you said, you stopped kicking, right?
Yeah.
And you decided at that time that it was time to start breaking up the fight, right? And you thought that perhaps you had gotten cut when you were trying to take someone off the top of Tommy Connery, right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to the officers that you were trying to take someone off the top of Tommy Connery and that might be when you got cut?
I don't recall saying that.
Do you recall taking Tommy Connery off the top?
I don't recall.
You don't recall having any interactions with Tommy Connery?
I don't recall. Besides when I saw him out there. That's why I can tell you I remember.
You don't recall being stabbed, correct?
No, like in that moment of time, no.
Because you had so much adrenaline going at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
A lot of adrenaline going when you were throwing those kicks, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When you were throwing those kicks and you were saying the things that you were saying, were you trying to scare the person that was on the ground?
I wouldn't say scared. It was, and it was a fight.
It was a fight?
Yes, sir.
How many of you were fighting the person that was on the ground?
3 to 4.
That's it?
That's it.
What were the other 17 or 18 people doing?
Observing.
You recall seeing Jimmy McGrath there that evening at the party, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't recall where he was during the course of the fight in the front yard, do you?
No, I do not recall.
He wasn't one of the people you believe that was there with you, 3 or 4 people kicking and fighting that person on the ground?
I do not recall.
The person that was on the ground, was that Tyler De Silva
Yes.
that you were fighting?
Yes.
You don't recall who the other people were there that were with you while you were stomping him?
No, I don't recall.
These folks that were at this party with you that night at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, these were all good friends of yours, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
And you would do anything to protect these friends of yours, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And you wouldn't want to see anything damage their reputations or their memories. Is that fair to say?
Objection, relevance.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
You can answer, sir.
Restate the question for me.
You wouldn't want to see anything done to damage their reputations or their memories, correct?
Yeah, no.
And so today you've come in here and you've testified to us, and you would agree that you can't recall a large amount of what happened that evening, correct?
To a certain extent, yeah.
And that extent to which you can't recall involves what your friends were doing that night, right?
No. This is really the who.
I'm sorry?
This is really the who, like, where was they standing and stuff like that.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Faison,
Yeah.
counsel just asked you whether or not you can recall the things that your friends were doing around you that night. You said you don't recall, right?
Oh,
Can you recall what you were doing that night?
yeah.
Is that what you told us?
Yeah.
In testimony today?
Yeah.
Any limited address?
Nothing.
All right, very good. All right, Mr. Teele, you relieved. All right, please watch your step as you exit the witness box.